This stone sword had been neglected in the grocery store for 20 years. With no one showing the slightest interest, everyone thought it was a useless broken weapon. Yet I chose to spend all my savings to buy it. People around me mocked me, calling me a fool without a brain. They claimed that this kind of broken sword would shatter upon the slightest touch, let alone be used to fight monsters. However, I just smirked at their mockery. This was because I had awakened a mythical talent known as sublime transcendence, which allowed me to upgrade the quality of any item without limit. With some luck, I could even elevate a common item straight to mythical status. In my previous life, I was one of the top 10 warriors of the Dragon Nation. Known as the Godslayer, but I was tragically betrayed by my girlfriend Lu Ruyan and my best friend. They conspired with many powerful enemies to set a trap that severely wounded me. All to steal the supreme divine artifact in my possession, the Contrary God Ring. This artifact, which I had single-handedly obtained by defeating the strongest divine beast in the Death Tomb, was said to reverse the laws of nature and even reshape the flesh. As I lay dying, immense regret and hatred surged through my heart. If I were to live again, I vowed to tear them to pieces. Upon awakening, I found myself back at 18 years old, with a black ring on my finger, its ancient divine runes now dim. Surprisingly, this artifact had indeed reversed the great path of time, suppressing the myriad thoughts in my heart. I resolved to live this life anew and right all wrongs, starting with eliminating Zheng Tang and Lu Ruyan. At that moment, as my murderous intent reached a critical threshold, a system bound itself to me. The most powerful god-slaying system was successfully linked, offering me an initial lucky draw. Would you like to use it immediately? The next instant, a roulette wheel appeared in my mind, filled with countless tiny slots. With a mere thought, I commanded the draw. The pointer spun rapidly, finally landing on a golden slot. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the mythical talent Sublime Transcendence. You can upgrade any loot from any dungeon. Seeing this, I was profoundly shocked. This mythical talent could freely elevate any item's quality. It was incredibly powerful. I slowly closed my eyes and a data panel emerged in my mind. Name: Su-Ming. Occupation: unawakened state. Talent: Sublime Transcendence. Gold skills: God-slaying / legendary, Mastery of returning to basics legendary, Hidden steps legendary, All concealment legendary, Insightful eye legendary. With these capabilities, I was not just another player in the game of life, but a potential game changer, ready to rewrite my destiny and seek retribution against those who had wronged me. Looking at the panel, it was as if a thunderclap exploded in my mind. The calmness I had felt was again replaced by towering waves of emotion. Some of my skills had also returned with me in this rebirth. At that moment, a crisp and pleasant voice came from behind me. Su-Ming, what profession do you think you will awaken to? I turned around and was momentarily stunned. Standing behind me was a slender girl in white, her delicate face charming and familiar. It was Ji Yao, my deskmate, smiling lightly and tilting her head just as I remembered. My gaze softened instantly. The scene of my last moments in my previous life was still vivid in my mind. When faced with overpowering attacks, only Ji Yao had stood in front of me, risking her life without a second thought. It was only then that I realized she had loved me all along, even willing to sacrifice her life without any regrets. Seeing her again stirred countless thoughts in my heart. There was so much I wanted to say but didn't know where to start. Noticing my intense gaze, Ji Yao's cheeks flushed. Why are you staring at me like that? She asked. She had long harbored feelings for me and had hinted at them multiple times, but I had always been oblivious, my attentions fixed on the school beauty Lu Ruyan. Have you only just realized how pretty I am? Well, it's too late now, she joked, hands on her hips, laughter twinkling in her eyes. Under the sunlight her face seemed to glow. What she didn't expect was my next move. I stepped forward and gave her a tight hug. Ji Yao froze, almost losing her balance. What are you doing all of a sudden? I gently let go, a slight smile on my face. My awakening will be quite terrifying, I said before turning away. Though I had much to say, I held back. Ji Yao's cheeks were burning red. Her head slightly lowered as she sneakily glanced at my retreating figure, still not fully recovered from the shock. Next up, Zheng Tang. Hidden combat profession: Hammer Warrior, innate attribute level 8 stars, announced the awakening teacher, prompting gasps from the audience. Our school had produced an 8-star genius so early in the year. Not only the students but also the leaders seated nearby were pleasantly surprised. This is a great start to the year, they murmured. I watched Zheng Tang on the stage with a grave expression. His awakening was the same as in the previous life. Moreover, his family, one of the strongest in the Dragon Nation, had provided him with countless resources to reach a high realm. Of course, I had also helped him in my past life. This time I had to seek revenge right from the start. Soon it was Ji Yao's turn. She hurried onto the stage, placed her palm on the monolith, and a pale gray smoke emerged, slowly condensing into an ancient scythe engraved with many old magical runes. Hidden combat profession: Necromancer. Innate level, 7 stars. The crowd was again astounded. No one had expected such a dark and violent profession from this beautiful classmate. Then it was my turn. I stepped onto the stage, took a deep breath, and placed my hand on the monolith. In the next instant, a terrifying fluctuation unlike anything any other student had experienced suddenly burst forth. All the teachers and students were shocked, and the eyes of the several school leaders present trembled. Could this fluctuation indicate the birth of a genius with a star rating of 9 or higher? At that moment I too was filled with astonishment. Wasn't my initial profession supposed to be an assassin? But the current celestial phenomenon was not something an ordinary assassin profession could provoke. However, the system soon answered this question. The system has assigned you a brand new profession. Su Ming was shocked. He hadn't realized that the system had this capability. Soon after, in the sky above the heavenly steel, a terrifying aura from the heavens and the earth gathered and condensed, almost forming a long sword. A 3-foot Qingfeng sword seemed to cause fictitious cracks in space itself. The divine hymn of the sword buzzed incessantly in the air. A voice emerged in Su Ming's mind. Awakening successful, mythical profession. Sword God, damn, a mythical profession, even higher than the legendary profession of Slayer, a mythical profession. Su Ming couldn't help but curse. Who else wakes up to find themselves appointed a mythical profession? He must be the first ever, right? He immediately activated his passive skill, Full Concealment. This skill could disguise all his data, including his profession. It was the Slayer's top-tier disguise skill, capable of deceiving even the heavenly steel. He immediately disguised his profession as something similar, a sword master. He absolutely could not reveal his sword god profession, or it would bring a slew of troubles. Su Ming knew the saying well. An innocent man is guilty of possessing a gem. Subsequently, the anomaly at the heavenly steel receded. Eventually, it solidified into a real long sword. Looking at the ancient-looking fairy-like giant long sword in the sky, the entire school fell silent as death. All the teachers were stunned. The students' eyes trembled. After a long while, the awakening teacher announced the result with difficulty. Su Ming, innate attribute level 10 stars. The whole place was in an uproar. Instant explosion. What? 10 stars innate attributes? What kind of monstrous talent is this? This is the talent level of a provincial top scholar. Damn, I thought Zhang Tang's 8-star magic hammer warrior was terrifying enough, but here comes another with full 10 stars. The students were all shocked. Then, the teacher continued to announce Su Ming's profession. Hidden profession, sword master. Suddenly, the whole place went quiet for a while. Long after, it erupted again. Wait, sword master. I thought he was a swordsman. Look at the sword blade pattern, it really is a sword master. The awakening teacher's judgment must be correct. People were dumbfounded. How could he have this profession? Some sneered in relief. Good, I was almost dying of jealousy. Indeed, if God opens a door for you, he will close a back door. A sword master then balances his 10-star full attributes. After all, the sword master is the biggest trap among the hidden professions. Rare, yes, but truly weak. People sighed. Sword master and swordsman are very similar, yet they have significant differences. Swordsman is a melee profession, whereas sword master is a hidden profession that can handle both close and distant combat and dual cultivates physical and magical attacks. Just hearing this, you might think it's strong. Sword masters in reality are quite weak. Many people think that becoming a sword master means being dashing, handsome and gallant, slaying enemies with a sword just like the monks in the novels. However, the reality is quite the opposite. The greatest weakness of the swordmaster lies in their early stages. They require dual cultivation of physical and magical abilities, which demands more attribute points than other professions. Thus, in the early stages, a swordmaster's combat ability is far inferior to that of ordinary swordsmen. Additionally, the swordmaster's skill tree lacks powerful abilities in the beginning. Even with Su Ming's perfect 10-star innate attributes, it's hard to fill this bottomless pit. Upon hearing this, Su Ming remained composed. If his true profession as a sword god were revealed, it could bring both fortune and disaster, which he did not desire. The professions of swordmaster and sword god are entirely different. One is a hidden profession with weak early combat ability, promising a bright future for those with high emotional intelligence, but considered garbage in the early stages to those with low. On the other hand, a sword god is a mythical profession capable of influencing the development of a nation, the only top-tier profession in the world. Apart from Su Ming, there is no second sword god. If his profession as a sword god were exposed, it would attract not only national protection but also assassination attempts from hostile forces. That would mean sleepless nights, pretending to be a swordmaster was his choice after weighing the pros and cons. A 10-star talent yet merely a swordmaster, how great must his disappointment be? Some people shook their heads and said, "Don't speak too soon, the swordmaster can become quite formidable later on. With Su Ming's talent I believe he can grow stronger." "Keep dreaming," another retorted. "It's questionable if a swordmaster can even pass the beginner's dungeon." "Yeah, swordmasters are too weak, stop flattering them. Even if he has a 10-star talent it's not much use." The students were all in a tumult, endlessly arguing among themselves. Meanwhile, at a distant leadership seat the opinions were entirely different. My God, a hidden profession plus an 8-10-star attributes, all the headmasters were trembling with excitement. An old professor stood up abruptly, exclaiming, "It's been so long since our school has had a student with an 8-10-star full attribute combat abilities." Another teacher added, "Let alone our school, even in the entire city of Xinjiang, such a genius appears only once in several years." The teachers were all marveling. The other students are too naive, focusing only on the present, not understanding what an 8-10-star truly means. Even as a swordmaster he can still rise, yes, although the swordmaster is weak in the early stages, oh no, very weak. Their late stage is also very powerful. Principal Wang Tingshan looked solemn. Swordmaster is a dual cultivation profession. This child needs a massive amount of resources to achieve perfect growth. To fully utilize his combat abilities he also needs almost double the attribute points compared to other professionals. Fortunately he has an 8-10-star full attributes. Director Zhang, immediately go to the school's warehouse and retrieve a strong marrow pill. I want to give it to the student as a reward, the principal said sternly, waving his hand grandly. The strong marrow pill was costly to produce, requiring various materials and an experienced professional alchemist to create. Swallowing just one pill could cleanse the marrow and transform the bones, elevating an awakener's physical strength to a whole new level. Another professor, his face a picture of shock, exclaimed, "A strong marrow pill? Principal Wang, isn't this too significant? Our entire school doesn't have many of these." Wang Tingshan, clearly impatient, cut him off. "No more words are necessary. I am the principal." His words left no room for doubt. Moreover, it wasn't just the strong marrow pill, he was also personally funding this, causing a buzz among the teachers at the school. Su Ming quickly stepped down from the platform, his gaze fixed on the leadership seats in the distance. He had been covertly observing the reactions of the principal and the directors. In his previous life, his awakening of a congenital 9-star attribute had shocked the entire school. That very night he had been summoned by the principal and received a strong marrow pill as a reward. In this life he was not only a congenital 10-star but also held a hidden occupation as a swordmaster. He wondered what gift the principal might offer him this time. A slight smile played on his lips, tinged with anticipation. As soon as he stepped off the stage he caught Zhang Tang and Ren Xiaoman from the neighboring class staring at him in astonishment. Zhang Tang's look was particularly complex, filled with shock, hesitation and jealousy. He was, after all, the esteemed young master of the Zhang family, destined to outshine everyone in school, yet now Su Ming had stolen all the limelight. At the moment his mood was foul. Zhang Tang whispered something to Ren Xiaoman, who looked shocked. Young Master Zhang, are you sure about this? Don't worry, accidents are common in the simulation. You won't have to bear it for long," Zhang Tang said. "In a few years, once we've gained enough from him, we'll find an opportunity in the simulation to end him, right?" Ren Xiaoman nodded, her face breaking into a meaningful smile. Su Ming saw all this from a distance. Although too far to hear them, he guessed the gist of their conversation. Seeing Su Ming looking their way, the pair mistook his stern gaze for a greeting. Zhang Tang waved innocently while Ren Xiaoman flipped her hair flirtatiously in greeting. However, she still felt disdain deep down. A poor nobody remains a nobody. Even awakening a 10-star full attribute, he still has to fawn over me. Pathetic, she thought to herself, though her face remained politely pleasant. Having lived 2 lives, Su Ming had long seen through her true thoughts. He scoffed quietly. No matter how proud she acted, she wouldn't survive the night. With a composed demeanor, Su Ming slowly returned to his class's lineup. All the classmates had already gathered around. "Holy cow! Su Ming, you actually awakened with full attributes. Although the sword master class is a bit weak, I'll cover for you in the early stages." "Mingbro, my Mingbro, am I still your good little brother?" Some were flattering to the extreme. Although the sword master isn't as strong as other common professions, the allure of full attributes was still there. Many people crowded around, summing, "I'm the class president, don't forget how many times I helped you bluff your way through when you didn't do your homework." Some tried to bond over old times, summing, "Do you remember in our first year of high school I treated you to beef noodles?" Once, a girl approached, summing. The voices of the classmates drowned out Summing's own voice, summing, "Let's team up. We need you for tomorrow's newbie dungeon." Summing just smiled it off. It's easy to know faces, but not hearts. In this life, he would not trust anyone easily again. Classmates, don't get too excited. It's just that I've awakened with better attributes, just luck. Don't forget I am a sword master, weak in the early stages. The future will depend on personal fate, so please stay calm. "We'll talk about teaming up after entering the newbie dungeon tomorrow," he said calmly, yet the crowd's enthusiasm didn't wane. Damn, he's so low-key, not arrogant or restless, a true emperor's demeanor. "So cool, I want to team up with you." Not just classmates, more students from around crowded over like a tide. It could be said that Summing had become famous. Before long his reputation would spread throughout Xinjing City. Summing looked at the crowd surrounding him somewhat speechless. He hadn't expected his words to backfire like this. There were those who fawned and those who mocked. A sword master also getting flattery, truly pathetic. "Once we're in the dungeon, I'll show him what a real sword berserker's clearing speed is like. Even if his attributes aren't as good, I'll still crush him." Yes, being a sword master meant a slower start inherently. What could he possibly show off? People chattered non-stop, the playground was in chaos. Fortunately, at that moment, the teachers from each class stepped forward, preventing further disorderly discussions. "Everybody calm down. Whoever disturbs the order of the awakening ceremony, I will end his school status. Everyone back to your teams." The authority of the teachers was not small. The crowd gradually dispersed. Whether they were praising or mocking, they all dispersed. At this time, Summing only saw one girl still standing gracefully. She stood among the crowd quietly gazing at Summing. Without any special action, she was the most eye-catching girl. "Summing, congratulations," Ji Yao smiled faintly, without a trace of flattery. She had once liked Summing just for who he was, not for any additional value or talent. Thus she could remain unmoved, always adhering to her true self. And this was what Summing admired the most about her. Ji Yao, you too," Summing replied briefly. The awakening ceremony continued. The next students were mostly of ordinary talent except for one person who caught Summing's attention. Yan Zhe from class 3 year 4, he was a lean young man with sharp eyes, hidden profession demon hunter ranger, talent 9 stars, even surpassing Zhang Tang. His awakening naturally also caused quite a stir. Unfortunately, with Summing's 10-star talent setting the precedent, even his 9-star status couldn't stir much excitement anymore. Soon, the buzz began to die down, but the discussions were still plentiful. "Another genius. I'm really overwhelmed. This year our school is truly exceptional." Yan Zhe, usually so low-key and from an ordinary background, turned out to have a 9-star talent. 9 stars, that's incredible. And unlike Summing, his profession has strong combat capabilities right from the start. People rushed to team up with him, but being rather aloof, he almost rejected everyone. Summing, watching from the audience, looked thoughtfully at his 9-star classmate, recalling that in his past life Yan Zhe had died in a beginner's dungeon. After the awakening ceremony, Summing returned to his private dormitory. Yes, following the ceremony, the school principal had upgraded his accommodation to a private suite, the same standard as the teachers. A private room with an en-suite bathroom, a standalone shower, and 24-hour hot water, luxuries other students at the school could only dream of. Summing lay on his bed and opened his personal data panel. Summing level 10/100 XP, profession, sword god, mythic, unique in the world, strength 10, constitution 10, agility 10, spirit 10, luck 10, talents, sublimation of all things, original sword body skills, God Slayer / full concealment, stealth of the gods, insightful eye. Upon awakening, all his stats were at 10 points. This is the essence of a 10-star talent. Total attribute points reached 50. By comparison, a 1-star innate talent would have each attribute at only 1 point. A 7-star talent like Ji Yao would have each attribute at 7 points. Summing's initial attributes could already match those of some level 5 awakeners. Imagine then how terrifying his attributes would be when he actually reaches level 5, far surpassing others. This is the importance of talent. Although he tells others that talent isn't important, only he knows what high talent really means. All your training becomes more effective, breakthroughs easier, and combat strength at the same level higher. To a great extent, high talent determines the limits of your life. The sword god profession is mythic with a future potential even greater than my previous life's god slayer profession, which was only legendary. The god slayer, coming from a common assassin profession, was slightly inferior, but its skills were also powerful. Summing noticed that an additional talent, original sword body, had appeared in his personal data, presumably the innate skill of the sword god profession. When others change their profession, the first thing that awakens are their skills, but for me it was directly my talent. Su Ming immediately checked the information of this talent. The moment the panel popped up, he gasped in shock. Original sword body, passive talent, mythical grade with origin as the heart, born with the sword intent. You can learn all sword skills, ignoring any conditions. All sword skills, power increased by 300%, all sword skills, speed increased by 300%, all sword skills, proficiency improvement, speed increased by 300%, and as your realm advances, these effects continue to strengthen. This talent from its very appearance is top-notch, reaching a mythical level. Looking at these effects, Su Ming was utterly dumbfounded. It's monstrous, absolutely monstrous, not to mention anything else. Just consider the tripling of the power of sword techniques. Just this point alone is terrifying enough. This means that even now, if Su Ming were given the most ordinary iron sword, he would feel confident in taking down any monster below level 3 by himself, and this is when he doesn't know any sword moves at all. Absolutely outrageous. The tripling of proficiency, this effect is also incredibly heaven-defying. Any skill, once its proficiency reaches the peak, can break through and upgrade. For instance, Su Ming's insightful light, which initially started as the bronze-level assassin skill Hawkeye, evolved after numerous rounds of maxing out its proficiency. The tripling speed of proficiency improvement means that Su Ming's sword skills can evolve at a rate far beyond ordinary people, ultimately reaching the pinnacle. Also, a tripling in slashing speed is a very strong effect. Su Ming couldn't help but marvel, so powerful. His fists clenched tightly, filled with excitement. But that's not all. I still have skills from my previous life: the Killing God's Invisible Step, Killing God's Single Slash. So, in fact, I am half a dual-class practitioner. However, I only know the big moves of the Killing God class, not its other skills. Su Ming felt exhilarated. If there comes a time when I can't beat an enemy with a sword, then sorry, I'll have to pull out a dagger. He stroked his chin, lost in thought, his eyes sparkling with a sharp gleam. It seems I might consider challenging the most difficult boss in the newbie instance. The newbie instance is the first challenge that all 18-year-old new class changers will face. Early tomorrow morning, the newbie instance will arrive. Or rather, it doesn't just arrive, it pulls in all the newly awakened. There's no choice in the matter. If you've successfully changed class, you must enter the newbie instance a day later. Newbies can choose to form teams or go solo. Teaming up has a much higher survival rate. It can be said that unless one is seeking death, almost no one chooses to go solo. The newbie instance is graded at the lowest F level. There are 7 major instance difficulty grades: S, A, B, C, D, F. F is the lowest, S the highest. But F level does not mean it's easy, it is also exceptionally dangerous. Even first-class professionals over level 10 have died in F-level instances, so no one dares to take it lightly. Although the newbie instance is F-tier, the rewards are much more generous than typical F-tier instances. Most importantly, this year's novice instance contains a hidden boss. This is information only known to Su Ming. The hidden boss is the most special monster in the instance, appearing only with the slimmest of chances. Its combat power is ferocious, far surpassing the current difficulty level of the instance. If it appears and is defeated, one would obtain rewards far beyond the normal standards. Everyone has only one chance in their lifetime to enter the novice instance. In his past life, Su Ming played it safe, only killing the regular boss and completing the settlement, and even then he did so as part of a team. At that time, having just awakened with hardly any skills, he certainly didn't dare to act recklessly. In his previous life, he chose to avoid the hidden boss because it was simply too dangerous. But in this life, he must give it a try. Just starting out, he needs to gather all the resources he can. For this, taking some risks is not a problem. After the instance arrives tomorrow, I will go alone to that area to solo the hidden boss. He was determined. He was prepared not to form a team. After all, he guessed that besides himself, no one else would dare to enter that dangerous area. As for Ji Yao, he didn't need to worry. Based on his experience from his past life, she was also unharmed, having completed the instance with another team. Now it's time to think about revenge. A cold smile lifted the corners of Su Ming's mouth. He took out his phone and saw 2 messages. They were from Ren Xiaoman. Su Ming, haven't you always liked me? I've changed my mind. Su Ming smiled indifferently, the same messages as in his previous life. These were the messages that confirmed his relationship with Ren Xiaoman tonight. He immediately typed a reply, "Tonight meet at the rooftop of the teaching building." After replying, Su Ming began to consider where to buy a good sword. At this moment, in a motel off campus, a heated scene was unfolding. Moments later, Ren Xiaoman was dripping with fragrant sweat, her complexion flushed. Zhang Tang was breathing heavily, a cigarette dangling from his lips, his breathing clearly uneven after a fierce battle. Ren Xiaoman picked up her phone, her brows slightly furrowed. Zhang Good. Su Ming took the bait. Upon hearing this, Zhang Tang's brow furrowed slightly. He took a deep drag of his cigarette, an epic lungful of smoke billowing out. Then he revealed a sinister smile. Good. Although his profession was only a sword master, his attributes were too high, definitely attracting high-level investment. His future was boundless. I want you to get close to him, drain his value, Zhang Tang said darkly. As the legitimate son of a major family, Zhang Tang had been taught from childhood how to manipulate people. How to acquire more resources had been a compulsory course since he was 10. Classmates' talent in his eyes, they were all pawns. He intended to use Ren Xiaoman, this woman, to extract resources from Su Ming, a 10-star genius. The Zhang family had risen to power in exactly this way. Today the Zhang family's influence had spread throughout the Dragon Nation, even capable of shaking national policies. Such was the power of the Zhang family, one of the three great clans of the Dragon Kingdom. With the power of his family, the benefits that could be reaped from Su Ming in the future would not seem so rare to him. However, he had to proceed. He needed to prove to his family that he was capable and ambitious. Ren Xiaoman smiled seductively and leaned into Zhang Tang's embrace. "So, young Master Zhang, I'm about to leave you. Don't you have any thoughts?" Zhang Tang slapped her hard. "Haha, you cheap wench." The battle continued. At this moment, Su Ming had already arrived outside the school. Following his memory, he arrived at a weapon shop bustling with noise. Every year at this time, it was the busiest season here. After all, today was Awakening Day. Students from somewhat affluent families would come here today to purchase a suitable weapon to use as their starter weapon. Having a decent initial weapon when challenging the starter dungeon could greatly increase one's survival chances. There were many weapon shops in Xinjing City, but Su Ming specifically came to this one because the owner was a highly experienced blacksmith whose professional level in forging was very high. In the remote Xinjing City, he was considered one of the top. The weapons he crafted were not only of high quality but also reasonably priced. Moreover, this weapon shop was quite large. It didn't just forge weapons but also acquired weapons that burst out of dungeons from various professionals. The variety was rich. For the financially embarrassed Su Ming, this was the only choice because here he could buy a very powerful weapon at a low price. Su Ming knew something. Inside this shop, there was a stone sword. By smashing the outer stone layer, one could reveal the real blade hidden within. It was a weapon of silver quality, but its price was incredibly cheap because its rough exterior made its value unknown to others. He must take this opportunity to get it at the lowest price. Outside a luxurious weapon shop, the area was bustling with traffic and crowds. Spanning thousands of square meters, it was one of the largest weapon shops in Xinjing City. Many luxury cars were parked at the entrance. A large number of students crowded the entrance, making it impassable. On the walls hung an array of bladed weapons like knives and swords of various materials. Among them, there was even a sword made entirely of pure Xian vein cold stone. This sword was too beautiful, reflecting a deep blue cold light, very eye-catching. It mesmerized all the students, who stopped to gaze in fascination. But the sword was too expensive, beyond what anyone could afford, so they could only look. Su Ming also glanced at the sword with the corner of his eye. A fake. He merely commented coldly in his mind. In his previous life, he used to frequent this weapon shop and gradually got to know the owner. They even spent nights drinking and talking until dawn, so he knew the sword was a fake and the real one was hidden in the owner's warehouse. The real sword was no ordinary sword, but a diamond-quality longsword named Frost Dragon Cold Heaven Sword. With a single slash, it could even freeze the blood within a monster's body completely solid, shattering it with a mere tap. In the hands of a master swordsman, its power was unparalleled. Unfortunately, Su Ming couldn't afford it. After all, this sword was the treasure of the store and naturally very expensive. Thus his main target was not this sword. Su Ming's arrival caused quite a stir among the student body. "Hey, look, isn't that Su Ming? Swordmaster Su Ming is here, truly handsome." Some girls already had stars in their eyes. Since ancient times, top-ranked swordmasters were always exceptionally handsome. Though they might be weak at the beginning, they indeed possessed a striking charm. Su Ming was no exception. Wow, a celebrity, he's here to buy weapons too. Well, considering tomorrow is the dungeon for beginners, even with his 10-star talent he wouldn't be careless, he's naturally a level 10. With full attributes, a peerless genius beyond doubt. If it were not for his profession as a swordmaster he might have shocked the entire province already. Unfortunately his profession was somewhat looked down upon. The students whispered among themselves. Su Ming pretended not to hear. He walked steadily towards the counter. At that moment a woman in her 20s stepped out from the group of students. She blocked Su Ming's path. Su Ming frowned slightly and stopped. He did not recognize this woman. Why was she blocking his way? He looked up to see the woman wearing gold-rimmed glasses, dressed in black stockings, her figure striking. She appeared dignified and affluent, undoubtedly wealthy. Su Ming's cold gaze momentarily frightened her. It was the look of a killer honed through numerous life-and-death battles. She thought it was an illusion. Quickly she regained her composure. "Excuse me, fellow student, I mean no harm," she said, revealing a mature, charming smile, and then handed him a business card. "I am Jiang Lan, the vice president of Jiangyan Corporation. Today I will cover all your expenses for the weapons you purchase here on behalf of Jiangyan Corporation." Her bold declaration made all the surrounding students gasp. Covering all expenses at a weapons store was a grand gesture indeed. Among these students some lived in villas with parents in formidable professions and some spare family money, yet none dared claim they would cover all expenses. After all, weapon stores were among the most expensive places in the world. Ordinary families couldn't afford to splurge here casually. Observing her enticing smile, Su Ming remained unflustered. "Oh, all expenses covered. May I ask Miss Jiang Lan, what is the price for this generosity?" In this world nothing is detached from the word interest. Su Ming did not know her at all. When they first met it was unlikely she would offer money to help without reason. Having lived two lives, Su Ming was all too clear about this. Upon hearing Su Ming's calm response her face registered surprise. She had already inquired about him. Su Ming was a poor orphan with no parents to support him, and his presence here to purchase weapons surely meant he was short on funds. She had seized upon this point to offer her help. There must be a need for there to be a transaction, such was the insight of a merchant. But what she hadn't anticipated was that Su Ming was as clever as she was. He didn't immediately accept her offer, resisting the temptation. She secretly admired him for that. It seemed that Su Ming was not only exceptionally talented but also extraordinarily astute. She began by complimenting him. "You guessed right, I indeed need something from you." As expected, Jiang Lan smiled indifferently. She gestured to someone in the crowd and soon a delicate-looking girl in green clothes approached. Su Ming noticed that she wore a protective barrier ring on her hand, an extremely expensive item. Should she sustain a fatal injury, the ring would explode and form a barrier to block the attack, a clear sign of her family's wealth. "This is my sister, Jiang Yunqing. If you team up with her and protect her as she completes challenges in the novice dungeon, I will fund the purchase of a weapon for you. How about it?" she said confidently, her voice full of force. Money indeed was the source of confidence. Su Ming, however, remained unmoved. He scrutinized the girl before him, Jiang Yunqing. She looked calm, neither servile nor haughty in face of Su Ming. Although her talents might slightly pale in comparison to Su Ming, she was wealthy. A hint of pride was subtly evident in her brow. Su Ming watched her, his expression stern, his gaze as tranquil as still water. Jiang Yunqing was about the same age as him, both of them new to this class of novice job changers, but she seemed a bit too frail. No wonder her sister wanted him to take her under his wing. This was quite normal. Only freshly awakened job changers could enter the novice dungeon. All family experts and bodyguards were barred from entry. This meant that Miss Jiang of the Jiang family would venture into dangerous areas unprotected, potentially for the first time. Under such circumstances, her family naturally needed a powerful expert to escort and protect her. And since the novice dungeon was usually filled with new job changers, no one naturally had a high level. Therefore, the only choice was to pick someone with sufficient talent, and he indeed was an excellent choice. First, his natural talents and attributes were stronger than most. Second, being poor, he was easier to persuade. Su Ming quickly figured out the reasons. Although his job as a sword master didn't have the strongest skills, his attributes were formidable. Among the novices in Xinjing City, he was the most talented and easiest to persuade. The other geniuses generally weren't short of money. He stroked his chin, looking at Jiang Lan. He showed a harmless expression and chuckled. "All right, then I want to buy the Dragon Frost Cold Blade." As soon as he said this, Jiang Lan's gaze trembled. She had not expected Su Ming to make such a bold demand. The Dragon Frost Cold Blade, a diamond-level weapon, was the treasure of the shop, priced at tens of millions of descending coins. Even she couldn't produce such an amount immediately. She had thought that to dismiss this inexperienced poor student a silver-level weapon would be sufficient. The students around them were also slightly shocked. Was Su Ming being too audacious? Although he was the rookie king of attributes, don't forget his profession as a sword master, which was weak in the early stages. Right, he really surprised me, and my impression of him has greatly diminished. That's a diamond-level weapon, and he's just a rookie who has just changed classes. He might not even be able to equip it. Listening to the people's comments, Su Ming didn't care at all. His heart was only focused on his goal. Jiang Lan's eyes held a hint of annoyance. Su Ming's bold request made it hard for her to save face. Her eyes narrowed slightly and her expression turned serious. Are you serious, Su? Ming's eyes were clear and he nodded. I am serious. Is there any problem, sister? He tilted his head slightly, pretending to be somewhat puzzled. This demeanor only irritated Jiang Lan even further, yet she couldn't let her annoyance show. Eventually she sighed. I'm sorry, Su Ming, can you choose another one? No matter what, she couldn't continue to indulge Su Ming just for the sake of her pride. For a merchant, money is always the priority. Weighing the pros and cons is the most important. Her family might be wealthy, but they couldn't afford to waste resources endlessly. The Dragon Frost Cold Blade is truly expensive, and I don't think your current combat value justifies such an expenditure. If you would accept a silver quality weapon, I would be more than happy. She showed a professional smile, but Su Ming shook his head, his resolve firmer than ever at that moment. Then forget it. I only want this sword, nothing else. Su Ming's voice remained calm. She stepped forward, the sound of her high heels crisp and clear. Su Ming up close smelled the expensive perfume on her, yet his expression remained cool and unchanged. Are you sure? She asked. Su Ming's face was like an iceberg. Sure, he nodded. Jiang Lan shook her head slightly, a cloud in her eyes. All right then, Yun Qing, let's go. Her gaze became frosty as she pulled Jiang Yunqing away. Jiang Yunqing turned to glance at Su Ming, her eyes slightly condensed. It was the first time she saw her sister not having the upper hand in a negotiation. This couldn't help but make her feel that Su Ming, this schoolmate, was not only extremely talented, but also complex in his thinking. What a strange person. After the two left, Su Ming took a deep breath. He had never intended to accept the deal, but if he had rejected it too bluntly, the other party might have continued to pester him. So he mentioned buying the Dragon Frost Cold Blade just to push them away. He knew that the other party couldn't possibly buy such an expensive sword for him. Conveniently, Su Ming had already planned to go to the most dangerous area to solo kill the hidden boss. If he accepted the trade, he would have to take Jiang Yunqing with him and protect her. How could Su Ming go to that dangerous area then? Missing out on this free weapon didn't make him feel any regret. There's no free lunch in the world after all. The crowd looked at Su Ming, buzzing with confusion. Clearly impoverished, he had willingly sabotaged the trade, forfeiting the chance to obtain a weapon for free, which baffled everyone. Su Ming remained expressionless, as if he hadn't heard anything. He made his way through the crowd, stepping forward alone, and approached the counter. He spoke to a female waitress. Take down that stone sword. Su Ming's expression was calm, yet his words were startling. The waitress's eyes narrowed slightly upon hearing this. She followed the direction of Su Ming's pointing finger, looking upwards. There, in a glass wall cabinet, hung a gray stone sword, rough and ugly, barely recognizable as the form of a long sword. It was almost like a weapon embryo, hardly suitable for cutting, let alone smashing someone. Could someone actually buy it? The waitress was amazed. Are you sure you want this weapon? She asked, her red lips parting slightly. She knew of Su Ming's reputation as Xinjing City's 10-star sword master, a genius of the academy. Naturally, she didn't want to sell him a useless weapon that might cause his demise in a novice dungeon. Out of goodwill, she asked Su Ming once more. Su Ming, steadfast in his decision, nodded. The waitress, albeit reluctantly, operated the screen in front of her for a while, then the glass cabinet automatically opened. With a gentle hook of her finger, the counter moved down, presenting the stone sword right in front of Su Ming. He grasped the stone sword, weighing it in his hand. The weight was decent. A flicker of golden light briefly passed through his eyes. It was the insightful eye. He scanned the data of the stone sword. Weapon: stone embryo, silver, a reward from a beast in some F-grade dungeon. It appeared as an ordinary stone long sword, but smashing the stone shell would unleash the sealed sword within, revealing a silver quality blade. This was the sword. In his previous life, Su Ming had seen a student accidentally break the stone casing in a novice dungeon, revealing the sword's true form. Thus he knew the truth about this sword. Very well, how much is it? Su Ming asked, holding the stone sword in one hand. His strength attribute was at 10 points, nearly 2 to 3 times that of other students, so even holding it with one hand he did not find it heavy. A transparent screen panel appeared in front of the waitress displaying the price to Su Ming. According to our manager's instructions, every year on Awakening Day students can receive a discount based on their awakening level. Translators who possess attributes above 5 stars can purchase weapons at 50% off the original price. This stone sword, originally priced at 1,000 advent coins, is now discounted to 500 advent coins. Su Ming nodded slightly upon hearing this. He was quite satisfied with the price, which was within his budget, especially considering that other silver weapons typically cost around 10,000 coins. He seized the opportunity to make the purchase. Su Ming was well aware that if the stone seal were broken, the sword's value could increase by at least tenfold. With less than 800 coins in his account, this sword was a must-have for him. With a slight thought, his personal balance appeared before him. In the fully digitalized world of Blue Star, transactions were completed electronically. In an instant the transaction was processed and the sword became Su Ming's property. Thank you for your purchase. The female clerk bowed slightly, her smile more forced than genuine. Carrying the stone sword, Su Ming turned and walked against the flow. He slowly headed towards the exit. All the onlooking students were utterly shocked. Was Su Ming out of his mind? The sword was cheap, but could it actually kill monsters? Buying such a stone sword was practically suicide. Did he really think his high innate attributes made him invincible? New transferees only had one initial skill, no matter how high their attributes were. Among the crowd, a bespectacled male student spoke with a serious tone. These stone weapons often drop in dungeons and are usually considered trash, breaking upon impact, but there's a very small chance that they could be sealed stone weapons, which can be quite valuable. He pondered, suggesting that perhaps Su Ming was gambling on this small chance. His words caused a stir, but did not calm the crowd. Instead, it sparked more ridicule. Some students were convinced of their opinions. Humph, my father is a blacksmith too. I know very well how low those odds are. Someone chimed in immediately. Exactly. I bet if you smashed all the stone weapons in this store together, not one good weapon would emerge. These stone weapons are 999% trash. Another added with a narrowed gaze. Spending 500 advent coins on such a slim chance. I can only say he's a fool, someone muttered softly. Hearing the surrounding conversations, Su Ming stopped in his tracks, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Anyone care to make a bet? He called out loudly, raising the stone sword in his hand. If I break this sword and a good weapon emerges, you give me 3,000 advent coins. Otherwise, I'll give you 5,000 advent coins. Who dares to take the bet? Su Ming looked around. His voice echoed throughout the entire shop, capturing everyone's attention, not just the students. Even the waitresses thought he was crazy. Stone weapons are a common reward in the dungeon instances. However, stone weapons are generally consumables that shatter upon use. Admittedly, some high-level dungeon stone weapons have a certain probability of containing sealed stone weapons, but that chance is extremely low, definitely 1 in 1,000 or even 1 in 10,000. And yet, Su Ming dared to gamble on such slim odds. Even their manager, an experienced blacksmith, couldn't see anything special about this stone weapon, but Su Ming seemed confident, as if he had a plan. So, not just the students, the staff wanted to join the betting too. After all, it seemed like Su Ming was just giving away money. Everyone here doubted Su Ming. In no time, many students eagerly stepped forward, wanting to join the bet regardless of their family's wealth. Everyone was enthusiastic to participate. In the end, a burly male student moved fastest. He rushed up to Su Ming, showing an excited smile, as if he had already found money. I'll bet with you, he said with a grin. Okay, Su Ming responded calmly. In that moment, he used his insightful eye to see through the student's information. Yang Ding level 1, 0 out of 100 XP, profession, meat shield warrior, combat class, strength, 9 constitution, 9 agility, 5 spirit, 5 luck, 7 skill, all out slash, exhausts all stamina in one slashing attack, the sum of all 5 attributes reached 35 points, converted, it's a 7-star innate talent, quite exceptional. Su Ming looked at him seriously. Yang Ding was a familiar face, a rich second generation, extremely domineering in school, often bullying poorer students. In a previous life, Su Ming had been tricked by this guy in a novice dungeon. Seeing him again, Su Ming's eyes narrowed slightly. What a small world. He had no regrets about tricking him this time. Come, let's sign the betting contract, Su Ming thought to himself. A panel appeared in front of him, displaying the details of the betting agreement. Does this stone longsword contain a sealed stone weapon? If yes, Su Ming wins. If no, Yang Ding wins. Su Ming's stake. 3,000 arrival coins. Yang Ding's stake. 5,000 arrival coins. Once both parties sign, there can be no backing out. Even if Su Ming wins, he only gets 3,000, but if he loses, he has to pay 5,000. Moreover, the probability of the stone weapon being sealed is extremely low. No matter how you look at it, this was an unfair bet for Su Ming. The students watching were shocked. Wow, he's so serious, even bringing out a contract. If he loses and can't pay up, the interest will skyrocket. With the contract in place, no one could back out. Yang Ding looked at the information, still hesitating, but soon he made up his mind. With such a high chance of winning, how can I not bet? Besides, 3,000 arrival coins isn't a huge amount for my family. In this gamble, he was also aiming to curb Su Ming's sharp edge. Apart from Su Ming, Yanzei and Zhang Tang, he was one of the most talented students in his cohort at Yizhong High School. Like Ji Yao, he possessed a congenital 7-star attribute. Under normal circumstances, he should have been quite prominent. However, his limelight had been completely overshadowed by Su Ming. Once a 10-star attribute was revealed, not to mention 7 stars, even Zhang Tang with 8 stars and Yanzei with 9 stars paled in comparison. This had long been a source of irritation for him. Today he finally seized the opportunity to assert himself over Su Ming. He was going to become famous by stepping on Su Ming's shoulders. He immediately signed his name on the contract. Su Ming looked at Yang Ding with an expressionless face. The fish had taken the bait. Yang Ding crossed his arms and stared at Su Ming, a cold smile unwittingly curling at his lips. He was yet unaware of the fate that awaited him. Make your move, shatter your stone. Honestly, I have some doubts whether you, a pauper, could even afford to give me 5,000. He said mockingly, but before he could finish his sentence he abruptly stopped. His expression from one of triumph shifted to extreme shock. His eyes trembled, for in that instant Su Ming had cleanly and effortlessly shattered the stone sword in his hand. Crack, a crisp loud sound echoed throughout the entire weapon shop. Everyone present was as if petrified. The scene instantly froze. The previous noise turned into silence. Stone chips peeled away, and there a primitive black steel sword with a 3-foot blade emerged. The blade bore dark red patterns that seemed to flow like blood within it. Black iron crimson edge sword, silver grade lower quality, special affix, blood drink. This sword can absorb the blood of the monsters it wounds, healing the wielder's injuries. Su Ming, using his insightful eye, scanned the sword's details and was very satisfied. Holding the sword, he swung it effortlessly, feeling its sharpness. The most impressive part was that it could heal him after wounding a monster. It was like having a mobile healer. One must know healers are rare class among support roles, are very expensive to team up with and require great strength. But with this sword, he no longer needed a healer. Holding the sword felt as natural as directing his own limbs. With a casual flick of his wrist, the sword's brilliance was as cold as dew, extremely sharp. It even seemed to subtly slice through the air. Watching this sword, all the onlookers were as if struck by lightning. The female attendants couldn't close their jaws. The entire shop fell into a profound silence. After a long while, a student wiped his eyes, somewhat in disbelief. He really did break out a sealed weapon from the stone. Some people's pupils dilated, pointing at the sword, and from the looks of it, this sword wasn't just of bronze quality. At the very least, it was of silver level. The voices of the crowd burst forth in an instant, reaching a peak of tumult. Su Ming and Yang Ding stood at the center of the crowd, swallowed by the noise. When Yang Ding saw the sword, his face turned pale. He unconsciously stepped back, disbelief etched on his face. Impossible, he managed to choke out after struggling for words. His eyes were wide with shock, staring at the sword. Its dark steel blade gleamed menacingly, and dark red patterns flowed through it like living blood, clearly indicating it was at least a silver-grade weapon. His breathing became noticeably erratic. He had thought this would be his moment to shine, but the tables had turned against him. Su Ming's expression remained calm as he extended his hand towards Yang Ding. Time to pay up, he seemed to say, as if he had anticipated this outcome all along. Yang Ding was in turmoil, unable to accept his defeat. Note this weapon, it hasn't been appraised yet, we don't know its grade. He stammered, his last desperate attempt to wriggle out of the situation. However, before Su Ming could even respond, the onlooking students started speaking up, though it's hard to admit. Su Ming definitely won, they said. Yang Ding, just accept it, the appraisal doesn't matter. The rules were clear, if a sword is revealed from the stone, Su Ming wins. Their eyes were clear and judgmental. Under the intense scrutiny of the crowd, Yang Ding found it impossible to back down. Moreover, the betting contract had already declared Su Ming as the winner. Grinding his teeth in reluctance, Yang Ding muttered, "You're just lucky." Then he transferred 3,000 arrival coins from his account to Su Ming. There was no way around it, the contract was binding. Even the highest powers couldn't break such agreements in this world. If he defaulted, enormous interest would accrue every second, so he had no choice but to pay up now. With the money in hand, Su Ming smiled slightly. "Thank you." He didn't leave the shop immediately. Instead, he turned back to the female shop assistant. "I'd like to buy a sheath for my sword, a matching ebony sheath." The shop assistant was momentarily stunned, then recovered. "Oh, okay." She was a bit flustered from the shock, fumbling a bit as she took out a precision instrument to measure the dimensions and weight of the black steel blood-drinking sword. A custom sheath could be quickly made. The custom sheath will cost 1,000 arrival coins. Originally, Su Ming wouldn't have been able to afford it, but now he had money. Seeing this, the student crowd exploded again. "He's spending the money right away on a sheath," they exclaimed. "He's literally rubbing Yang Ding's face in the dirt. Isn't this just flaunting his victory? So provocative." The students clenched their fists, watching him. Could it be that he knew there was a sword in that stone all along? It's possible. After all, a swordmaster's skills are varied and strange. Perhaps he has an ability that senses sword-related materials. Moments later, Su Ming received a beautifully vintage ebony sheath. He tied it to his back with a rope. The black steel sword slid perfectly into it, completing his victorious ensemble. Clad in his all-black attire, he looked every bit the wandering swordsman. Su Ming slowly walked away from the weapons shop, his expression unchanging from start to finish. Yang Ding watched the scene, his face alternating between shades of green and white, nearly fuming with anger. His voice trembled as he spoke in a deep tone when Su Ming passed by. "Su Ming, I will remember you." Hearing this, Su Ming casually dug at his earwax. "Oh." Then he disappeared into the street, heading back to his private lodgings. Once there, Su Ming drew his sword from its sheath and casually swung it a few times. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The clear, crisp sound of the sword's hum was pleasant to the ears. "I possess the origin sword body talent, which can amplify all my sword techniques, yet I still lack sword skills." He stroked his chin in deep thought. "Skill scrolls are expensive and I don't have much money left. I can only hope to find a sword technique scroll in the beginner's dungeon," he muttered to himself. Suddenly his eyes sparkled with a bright idea. "Right, I have another talent, Sublime Transcendence. It's a skill that can upgrade any loot from dungeons." Su Ming had not yet used it. He immediately placed the sword in front of him and activated the Sublime Transcendence talent. A divine golden light flickered into existence. Suddenly, the sword transformed before his eyes. After a moment, the light receded and the blade was revealed, undoubtedly transformed. The sword looked even more purely black, with its blood-red patterns seemingly extended further. The whole sword now appeared more bloodthirsty and dark, chilling to behold. Sublimation successful. The Shen Steel Blood-Drinking Sword, Silver Superior Grade, Drinking Red. This sword can absorb the blood it contacts when wounding monsters, healing the wielder's injuries. Blood Drinking. After killing a monster, this sword can temporarily increase the wielder's all attributes by 5 points for 30 seconds. It had upgraded directly from Silver Lower Grade to Silver Superior. Su Ming was incredibly surprised. This talent is truly marvelous. It even added a special effect, blood drinking. After killing an enemy, it can grant a temporary boost, increasing all my attributes. It's incredibly fierce. Moreover, after the sublimation, the sword's material felt heavier and its edge sharper. Su Ming raised his hand and slashed down on his own desk. Whoosh! The wooden desk split instantly, the break as smooth as a mirror, and without making a sound. The sharpness of the blade was evident. Su Ming was somewhat dumbfounded. The power was even more fierce than he had anticipated, much sharper than before the sublimation. He glanced out the window at the evening sky. Night had fallen. He spoke in an even tone. "This means it's time for my meeting with Ren Xiaoman." He walked slowly out of his dormitory alone. His eyes were filled with a chilling intent to kill. In the evening, Su Ming stood on the rooftop terrace. In his pocket, he carried a plain dagger. To use the god-slaying blade, the dagger's power was greatest. If he used a sword, he could still somewhat activate the god-slaying blade, but its power would be greatly reduced. Indeed, he was poised to use his strongest move to kill Ren Xiaoman. His face remained impassive, devoid of the vicious intent typical of a murderer. A true assassin never shows their murderous intent before striking. On his way here, he had avoided crowds as much as possible. After all, he didn't want anyone witnessing what was about to happen. The moon shone brightly, with a few stars scattered across the sky, and a gentle breeze brushed his face. The moon in this world had a notch missing, giving it a sacred beauty. Footsteps echoed from the stairs. Su Ming's brow furrowed slightly. She was coming. Su Ming, why would you choose such a secluded place for us to meet? It's too remote. Her complaints could be heard from afar. Su Ming looked over to see her approaching swiftly in a simple yet elegant black dress. Her blouse was not fully buttoned, inadvertently revealing more than intended, whether by haste or design. If it had been a young man, he might have been easily flustered. But Su Ming remained expressionless, his voice cold. You're here? She nodded with a hint of impatience she couldn't quite hide, which Su Ming keenly picked up on. Although I said I might reconsider, I need to test you for a while before I decide whether to be with you or not. This period will be your chance to show me, she said with a meaningfully deep expression. Su Ming just smiled coldly, not responding. A test period? What a lovely euphemism. The truth was an endless PUA. In this time, she would keep him hanging, making him a dutiful servant, offering up vast amounts of resources. In his past life, he had fallen for this trap. This time, he would not make the same mistake. In his previous life, Su Ming had fought day and night in the simulations, with most of the benefits going to her. Looking back, he realized how foolish he had been. His genuine kindness was repaid with death and betrayal. Under the moonlight, Su Ming's smile took on a bloodthirsty quality, sending a chill down Ren Xiaoman's spine. Why are you smiling so creepily? She suddenly noticed, sensing that Su Ming seemed different from before, but she couldn't quite pinpoint how. Expressionless, Su Ming slowly walked towards her. The closer he got, the more she could feel the bone-chilling murderous intent radiating from him. She felt her body hair stand on end and sensed something was terribly wrong, beginning to retreat slowly. Su Ming, don't come any closer. She raised her hands in a defensive gesture, her voice panicked. Su Ming paid her no heed. His mind was made up. In a swift motion, he sprinted forward, simultaneously pulling out a short dagger from his pocket. His movements were fluid and coherent. The moment Ren Xiaoman saw the dagger, her eyes widened in horror. She had never expected Su Ming to become so ruthless. His first move was to strike her down. At last, she understood why Su Ming had chosen such a secluded place to meet her. As a mere professional in life with low attributes, how could she possibly stand a chance against Su Ming? Lay a hand on me and young Master Zhang Tang will not let you off, she screamed in desperation. Su Ming paused, feigning confusion. Oh, and why would you bring up Zhang Tang? She mistakenly thought that Su Ming was intimidated. After all, the Zhang family was one of the three mightiest clans in the Dragon Nation, an absolute behemoth. Su Ming, a poor lad despite his 10-star talent, could not possibly contend with them. She sneered. Humph, let me tell you, it was young Master Zhang Tang who asked me to get close to you. You must have guessed it by now, no need for me to keep pretending. She threw caution to the wind, her expression scornful. Su Ming, did you really think you, a mere pauper, could change my heart? In this world your 10-star talent is nothing compared to the heritage of the Zhang family. Having said this, she seemed to have released a burden. It's laughable that you wanted to kill me just now, thinking that merely the name of Zhang Tang could stop you. Whether this mission succeeds or not, I still receive a reward of 100,000 arrival coins. Now that I'm exposed, it saves me the trouble. I should thank you, Su Ming. Her smile was cold and merciless. However, to her surprise, upon hearing these words, Su Ming did not tremble with rage or show any shock. He was calm, and such calmness was terrifying. Very well, Su Ming said with a serene smile. Are you prepared to die? His expression turned icy as he spoke. Ren Xiaoman was stunned. She had thought that the name of young Master Zhang Tang had scared Su Ming into inaction, which is why she had dared to insult him so recklessly. But Su Ming's composure was truly frightening. Fear started to creep into her heart, although she still tried to maintain a brave front. You dare to strike me? I really don't believe you will. She hadn't finished her sentence when Su Ming made his move. He did not wish to speak further. For this woman he felt only utter disappointment. He grasped the dagger and lunged forward in one swift motion. The murderous intent in his eyes was chilling. In that moment Ren Xiaoman completely panicked. She saw that Su Ming was resolute in eliminating her. Wait! No, she screamed. Su Ming, expressionless, did not stop. With a divine strike he activated, his entire being turned into a streak of crimson light. The next instant, swish, a brilliant line of blood sliced through the air, as if dividing the night sky in two. The trail of blood left in the air lingered for a long time, unyielding. The overwhelming murderous intent swept across the land like a storm. Like a torrential river, in an instant Ren Xiaoman was completely engulfed. At that moment she felt as if she were amidst a sea of blood and mountains of corpses, with endless grieving spirits howling beside her. Su Ming appeared like a demonic god, slashing down with a bloody blade. This slash, flawless and precise, severed her neck. Blood spurted out. Her eyes wide with shock, she stared at Su Ming. The slash was too fast, it was almost like teleportation, it completely surpassed her understanding. She felt as if not only her body but also her will had been shattered by this slash. This was not a skill that a level 1 newcomer should possess. Her eyes filled with disbelief, all her arrogance dissipated, her body went limp without strength, from her neck blood gushed like a spring. Su Ming had severed an artery, her dying process was but a moment. For her, it was not long, but it was enough for her to savor and regret. Until her death, her eyes retained an extreme shock filled with resentment and unwillingness and a bit of hysteria. Su Ming flicked his dagger, shaking off the blood, then tucked it into his personal space. Looking down at her corpse, Su Ming's expression was icy cold. It was undeniable. This woman was indeed beautiful. After all, she was the beauty queen of their school. Her figure was curvaceous, her face radiant and clear, and her skin was as white as jade. Her dress and demeanor were also very charming. No wonder he had been so enchanted by her in his previous life. Unfortunately, she was rotten at the core, beautiful on the outside but worthless inside. His vengeance was now fulfilled. Su Ming felt immensely satisfied, but at the same time he also felt a wave of weakness and mental exhaustion. This was a sign of depleted spiritual power. In this world, no matter the profession, using abilities always required spiritual power. Whether it was a mage's fireball or a warrior's cleave, all abilities needed spiritual power to activate. If the spiritual power was exhausted, one would fall into such a state of weakness, one needed to sleep to recover. In extreme cases, even a supplement was needed for complete recovery. The god-slaying slash, indeed, the consumption was still too high for his current level, unable to unleash the full version. Su Ming's breathing was heavy, it took a while before he recovered. Now, whenever he used the god-slaying slash, his physical strength would be immediately drained, and his spiritual power completely depleted. This meant that this slash was his ultimate trump card. If he used it and the enemy did not die, Su Ming himself would be left vulnerable. Although its power wasn't at its peak, the slash was still invincible against low-level monsters and humans. In the past, the true god-slaying slash could even shatter space and break through all defenses. It could even slay beasts from S-rank dungeons. That was truly terrifying. However, Su Ming had no nostalgia for his past life. In that life, relying on no one but his talent and effort, he had reached the 8th transformation. In this life, his future would definitely stand even higher. Even the boss of a beginner's dungeon should not be able to withstand his god-slaying slash. Su Ming stared into the air, analyzing the gradually fading scar left by the blade. Particularly in terms of killing speed, it was incredibly fast. This strike was too quick for anyone in the world to dodge. It could even be said that at his current level, Su Ming could instantly kill anyone. What does instant kill mean? It means that if he points you out, your death is certain, a guaranteed kill. If Su Ming wants you dead by the 3rd watch, you wouldn't live to see the 4th. The power of the God of Death's blade was strong enough. This also gave Su Ming the confidence to enter the dungeon tomorrow and challenge the hidden boss. He slowly crouched down and searched through Rin Xiaoman's purse, finding her cell phone. The first thing he did was delete his chat history with her, making sure to leave no trace. After wiping the slate clean, Su Ming was about to destroy the phone when he suddenly discovered the chat history between Rin Xiaoman and Zhang Tang. Su Ming opened it and looked. June 7th today, Rin Xiaoman, young master Zhang, I plan to take down Su Ming tonight. Zhang Tang, good, drain him of all his value, and a few years later, when he has grown and accumulated enough treasures, we will find an opportunity to kill him in the dungeon. Whether today's plan succeeds or not, I will deposit 100,000 into your account. Rin Xiaoman, brother Zhang, you are too generous, I really like that. Hee, this foolish boy doesn't know that I'm only interested in the benefits he brings, unlike how I am devoted to you, brother Zhang. Zhang, after being with him, don't forget to keep in touch with me too. Ren, naturally, brother Zhang, your skills and better, something no one else has. That's exactly what I see in you. Their conversation was somewhat unbearable to read. With a flick of his wrist, Su Ming crushed the cell phone. Zhang Tang, you won't live long either, he muttered. Then he turned and left the rooftop. Su Ming's expression was stern as he hurried back to his dormitory. The dungeon would descend tomorrow morning. He needed to hurry and rest. The school was very empty on his way back. Many students had gone home after Awakening Day. After all, the opening of the newbie dungeon was imminent. While the dungeon offered numerous opportunities and rewards, it also came with the risk of death. the mortality rate for new adventurers in the dungeon was extremely high, thus, many needed to see their parents one last time as it might be their last. Alone Su Ming returned to the front of his dormitory where he suddenly noticed a box outside the door. There was a letter on top signed by the principal. Holding the box, Su Ming entered his room and locked the door. "This must be from the principal," he murmured as he opened the box. Inside, there were two items prominently displayed. In a pitch-dark wooden brocade box, there lies a jade-colored pill. This is the strong marrow pill, gold mid-tier. Crafted from a variety of materials, once consumed it can cleanse and strengthen the marrow and enhance physical attributes. It's a pricey item, effective only once per person. Current market price, 200,000 arrival coins. Additionally, there's a piece of black clothing, the snakeskin coat, silver mid-tier, crafted by an experienced armorer. This black coat allows for silent, swift movement and is made from mutated snakeskin, making it extremely tough and resistant to scratches, slashes and other sharp attacks. Market price, 5,000 arrival coins. Su Ming's eyes slightly hardened. The principal is indeed generous. Not only did he provide a strong marrow pill but also a piece of clothing. This coat of silver quality is a defensive garment meant to provide full protection. It seems the principal is fully committed to safeguarding his genius, ensuring he does not perish prematurely in the instance. Hence, no weapons were given but rather equipment geared towards defense to enhance his resilience and survival in the instance. Unfortunately, these items, crafted by life professionals, blacksmiths and alchemists on Blue Star using various materials, are not spoils from the instance and therefore cannot be elevated by Su Ming's Sublime Everything skill. Su Ming tried activating Sublime Everything but to no effect. Only items obtained as spoils within the instance can be elevated. Nevertheless, he felt content. Su Ming immediately donned the black coat, feeling its tough yet smooth texture. On closer inspection, one could even see a layer of snake scales embedded within. With this equipment, Su Ming's chances of survival greatly increased. He then turned to the letter. Upon opening it, the letter read, "Dear Su Ming, I am Principal Wang Ting Shan and this is my personal letter to you. First, congratulations on awakening with a full 10-star innate attribute in the swordmaster profession. In the box you'll find a strong marrow pill given on behalf of the school and a piece of silver mid-tier equipment, a personal gift from me. Knowing your humble and impoverished background, I have also increased this year's scholarship to 10,000 arrival coins, which has been transferred to your account. You may stand at great heights in the future, but no matter your achievements, please do not forget your alma mater. Wishing you a future as splendid as brocade." At the end, there was the principal's signature, vigorous like a dragon. Su Ming opened his personal profile panel. Sure enough, his balance had reached over 12,000. Such generosity, Su Ming muttered to himself. All these items together were quite valuable. This was indeed an investment. Principal Wang Ting Shan's vision was far-reaching, not for immediate benefits but for the future returns that Su Ming might bring to the school. From this perspective, the principal truly lived up to his title, unlike Ren Xiaoman and other short-sighted beings. With a slight smile, Su Ming appreciated the depth of the principal's foresight. "Principal Wang, your investment is well worth it. Su Ming will surely repay all those who have helped him in the future, and for those who have betrayed him he will seek revenge one by one." Soon after, Su Ming immediately swallowed the Jiangshui pill. He sat cross-legged on the bed waiting for a moment. No severe pain struck, nor did any impurities get expelled from his body. After all, this is reality, not a mystical novel where pills perform miracles. Seconds passed and Su Ming only felt a faint glow emanating from his body, feeling warm inside. His physical attributes increased by +10, experience points +100, advanced to a level 2 job changer, gained 10 free attribute points. Su Ming was slightly surprised. Since he was born with full 10-star attributes, all his attribute points were at 10. He had almost reached the limit of a level 1 job changer. At this point, taking another Jiangshui pill could not bring a significant increase in attributes. It only added 10 points to his physique, half the usual effect. Fortunately, the world's rules converted the remaining attribute increase into experience points, boosting Su Ming's level without waste. Overall, he still indirectly gained a 100% effect. Each level up grants 10 free attribute points. These attributes can be freely allocated. Because Su Ming has a 10-star talent, he gains 10 attribute points each time he levels up. If he had a 5-star innate attribute, each level up would grant only 5 attribute points. This highlights the importance of talent. Over time, as levels increase, the gap becomes larger. Su Ming stood up and reviewed his stats. let's add these attribute points to agility, he declared firmly. His agility attribute immediately received a boost, doubling in value. He instantly felt his thoughts become clearer and his body became more agile and nimble. Sword God, a profession that uses swords. Primarily focused on being swift and elusive, of course, agility should be increased. It's quite similar to the assassins from his previous life. Then Su Ming reviewed his stats. Su Ming level 2/200 experience points, profession, sword god, mythical unique in the world, strength, 10 points physique, 20 points agility, 20 points spirit, 10 points luck, 10 points talents. Sublimation of all things, origin sword body skills, God Slayer sword full concealment hidden God step. Insightful eye. Su Ming nodded to himself, very good, now he was ahead of most people by one level. This may seem like a small step, but once he enters the dungeon tomorrow he will be one big step ahead of everyone else. Su Ming began preparing for tomorrow's dungeon. First he opened his personal space, a function available to all professionals. He placed the Shin Steel Blood Oath sword on the table into it. This way he could also use it when entering the dungeon, right? The contrary God ring helped me reshape my flesh body, can it be used again? He was curious and probed it with his thoughts. Contrary God ring, mythical unique in the world, remnants of ancient destiny must unravel the heavens decreed fate with the replenishment of the power of time, can reverse the principles of the path, reshape the flesh body. Currently in the midst of recharging, Su Ming's eyes widened slightly with surprise. The resurrection function seemed to require some time to replenish before it could be used again. Now, the runes were dim, it looked like he needed to be more cautious and not be reckless with his life. As Su Ming was preparing to go to bed and rest, he suddenly noticed that he had received a text message. After awakening, everyone had a personal profiles section that integrated all functions, including remote communication, auction house, personal space, and more. However, since today was just the day of awakening, many people still preferred using their mobile phones. Upon checking it, turned out to be from Zhang Tang. Su Ming, it's Zhang Tang, you have great talent and the Zhang family is in need of someone like you. Join me in the novice dungeon tomorrow. I'm an 8-star magic hammer warrior, I can cover you in the early stages. Reading Zhang Tang's friendly words, Su Ming's eyes turned cold. He replied briefly, I already have a team, sorry. Then he turned off his phone. At that moment Ji Yao sent him a team invitation from her personal space. Su Ming, do you want a team up? She even added a cute emoticon. Su Ming gave a slight smile but declined. He was planning to challenge a hidden boss and bringing Ji Yao along would be too dangerous. Sorry Ji Yao, I want to tackle the dungeon alone. Oh, that's okay, if you change your mind let me know anytime, Ji Yao responded. Afterwards Su Ming immediately lay down in bed, closed his eyes and fell into a deep sleep. During his battle with Rin Xiaoman he had used the god-killing blade which depleted a lot of his energy. He needed sleep to return to his peak condition. As he drifted off he felt his body floating. When Su Ming woke up it was already the next morning. Upon opening his eyes he was enveloped in a brilliant blue light. The dungeon has arrived, he said with a solemn gaze. The next moment his body suddenly disappeared from the blue star. The massacre of the heavens is about to begin, all the novice transferees on Blue Star. This is a dungeon filled with slaughter and opportunities where you will fight and complete challenges. The only way to leave here and receive rewards is if the dungeon level boss monsters are killed. Whoever kills the boss, the dungeon will conclude and calculate the rewards. Each of you will receive rewards based on your contributions. A voice echoed in his mind. When Su Ming opened his eyes again he found himself in a forest. The vegetation was lush everywhere, blood red in color. The ground was blood red, bursting like fresh blood when stepped on. The trees were also blood red, the veins of their leaves colorful, creating a peculiar and mesmerizing effect. From the vegetation alone it was clear this was a world entirely different from Blue Star, filled with a sense of danger. Each year, the map of the novice dungeon was different, but with his past life's experience, this wasn't Su Ming's first time here. Even so, he did not presume to fully understand this place. In this realm, there were many places he had not explored in his past life, filled with peril. Thus, he did not act rashly but immediately opened his personal panel. At the bottom, the information for this instance was displayed. Torrential forest, beginner instance, level F, a putrid smell pervading, filled with the stench of death. Next he opened the world chat channel. There many were howling in despair. Oh my god, my spawn point is on a tree and below are all steel spine boars charging fiercely. What should I do? Just wait to die, buddy. You think that's bad? I'm facing a mud pit filled with dung beetles and a rotting mutated tiger corpse. But let's not talk about that. What are your talents? Yes, let's report our talents first so we can form a team. I am a 5-star swordsman, starting skill, horizontal slash. I have a 3-star innate attribute, hidden combat profession, forest shaman. Su Ming watched the chat messages with a grave look. Star levels were shorthand for talent. He was a 10-star talent, a sword god, also simply known as a 10-star sword god. But this was only applicable to beginners for the purpose of talent communication. Beyond level 10, after the first class transfer, they no longer used the star level designation but referred to first transfer, second transfer, third transfer. Every 10 levels constituted one transfer, one great realm. On the World Channel, someone else shouted, I'm Li De Biao, a 6-star barbarian fighter, very sturdy, starting skill, brute force, temporarily greatly increases physical strength, can fight and endure. Who wants to team up? My coordinates are 4234 2371. Preference given to those nearby. A 6-star talent was already considered very formidable. I'll come, me. I am a ranger. I want to team up. I am a fire mage. Count me in. People eagerly signed up. Hold on a moment, a giant bloodthirsty rat has charged in front of me. Let me handle this, Li De Biao said, but the next instant a message appeared on the World Channel. All players were instantly stunned. The first player, death player, Li De Biao, was devoured to death by a bloodthirsty manic rat. Then the World Channel erupted. What's going on? A 6-star talent person, how could he be instantly killed? Bloodthirsty manic rat, isn't that the lowest level monster? It's over. This instance, it seems kind of terrifying. Help, who will escort me safely out? Afterward, I'll give you 10,000 advent coins. Brothers, I don't have much, just a bit of beauty. Coordinates requesting support. Players gradually realized that this instance was not child's play, it was deadly serious. They began to form groups for warmth, spontaneously teaming up with those nearby, yet in Su Ming's eyes these were but foolish talents. The truly wise had already gathered their people and formed teams before the instance began. Entering the instance, their spawn points would cluster together, facilitating mutual support. Su Ming, however, harbored no intention of forming a team. He was always a lone wolf. Dismissing the virtual screen with an expressionless face, he contemplated his next move. Bloodthirsty rats. Creatures like the one that killed Li De Biao were ferocious in combat and incredibly fast, known as bloodthirsty manic rats. Only a single character differentiated them from the most basic bloodthirsty rats, yet their combat abilities were worlds apart. The monsters in this forest instance were various mutated beasts. Su Ming pulled his Shin steel blood-packed sword from his storage ring, drawing it from its sheath and holding it in hand. He began to move forward, exploring. His origin sword body was always effective, making the sword feel like an extension of his arm as he moved agilely through the terrain. Suddenly a scream pierced the air from the depths of the jungle ahead. Su Ming crept forward stealthily. With a soft thud, a body fell from a tree. A female professional. Employing his insightful eye, Su Ming discerned her information, a rare healer. Unfortunately, she had been killed by a monster before she could team up with other players. The sight of her body was ghastly. A lone healer with no combat abilities was merely a self-serve meal for the monsters, likely killed by a carnivorous ape, Su Ming deduced from her wounds. In the next instant, a huge roar erupted. A massive, hideously ugly ape fell from the tree above, its arms clenched together, forming a massive hammer, and it smashed down at Su Ming. With an icy expression, Su Ming swiftly sidestepped, narrowly avoiding the strike. He had anticipated this attack. The monster had thrown the body down to distract him, waiting for the opportunity to ambush, so Su Ming had baited the creature into attacking. It had taken the bait. His reaction was lightning fast. Prepared as he was, his agile body, greatly surpassing ordinary human agility, deftly avoided the beast's strike. Then, with a swift motion, he swung his sword down. Splurch, the head of the mutated ape was cleaved open, gushing blood, yet it did not die. Its body covered in hair and a ghastly face more akin to a demon than a monkey. It stood on all fours, its eyes radiating sheer terror. Its fur was blood red, as if soaked in blood, and half of its head was split open by Su Ming's sword, brains spilling out, yet it was still alive. In that moment even Su Ming felt a chill in his heart. The carnivorous ape screamed and lunged at him. Its voice was piercing sharp, its thick arms like pillars smashing towards Su Ming's head. At that instant Su Ming felt a surge of alarm. Although he had used only a simple sword strike without any skills, his sword was a high-grade silver weapon, extremely sharp, and combined with his high strength and agility attributes, the power of his strike was terrifying. How could an ordinary monster possibly retain its combat effectiveness after such a blow? Immediately he activated his insight eye, scanning the data of the beast. Ferocious beast, carnivorous ape king, level 3 strength, 28-inch constitution, 24 agility, 5 spirit, 6 luck, 4 skills, slamming. Su Ming suddenly realized, it turns out it wasn't just any carnivorous ape but the king of apes. No wonder its size was so enormous, towering over a man, far surpassing any ordinary carnivorous ape. The ape's eyes were blood red and it struck down with a fierce blow. But in that instant Su Ming's figure vanished, silently. Transforming into a shadow, he swiftly escaped the visual range of the Ape King. In the next moment he appeared behind it. Hidden God Step. Even with Su Ming's current level, once he executed this move he could enter an invisible state with speed reaching an extreme. It allowed him to dodge most attacks, however the only downside was that it could only last for an instant and consumed a great deal of energy. Su Ming could have avoided the attack without using this technique, but for safety he chose a more secure method. Spiritual power could be recovered but injuries would be troublesome. He appeared behind the Ape King, thrusting his sword forward. With this thrust perfectly aimed from the back of the head, the sword penetrated the Ape King's brain, ending its life definitively. The Ape King fell, dust billowing. A screen appeared in front of Su Ming. Defeated the ferocious beast. Loot, bronze grade, skill scroll. A skill scroll fell into Su Ming's hands. Not bad. Su Ming was quite satisfied. Though it was only bronze grade, it was at least a skill scroll that matched his own profession. In the next instant a message appeared on the World Channel. A player of the Sword Master class from Long Nation has completed the first kill. The player received the title, First Blood. All players in Long Nation received a healing potion. In the next moment a vial of healing potion fell into the hands of all people in Long Nation. The World Channel was abuzz. What, this year it's our Long Nation's career changer who completed the first kill. Magnificent, great, I just got injured. Finally got a healing potion, Swordmaster. Could it be that Su Ming from the recent middle school #1 and she seems to be a 10-star Swordmaster? Recently there's been quite a stir in Xinjing City. It might not be him, as there are several Swordmasters in the surrounding cities combined this year. Great, this year our Long Nation takes the lead. Su Ming's expression was solemn. In his personal profile tab a title slot appeared. First Blood, permanent, all attributes +5. Su Ming's total attributes now reached 15 points. Agility also reached 25 points. His combat power had increased slightly. He slightly lowered his head, looking at the skill scroll in his hand. Although it was only of bronze quality, he could refine it. What he needed most now was swordsmanship. His mind slightly moved. Sublimation of all things. The skill scroll in his hand immediately changed its appearance. It turned into a silver grade skill scroll. Drawing his sword with a swift motion that turned it from bronze to silver quality, Su Ming sheathed his sword back with equal grace. His concentration was deep, and with one strike the transformation was made. His gaze sharpened as he realized that his weapon had not only skipped 1 but 2 minor grades, advancing directly to silver quality. Such luck was indeed rare. In this world items could evolve randomly, elevating their quality unexpectedly. If fortune favored, a silver item could even reach the mythic top tier, although the chances were slim. Typically an item would only upgrade by 1 level based on its current quality, and it could only be enhanced once. Without hesitation, Su Ming used the skill scroll he just acquired. The skill Sword Draw Slash at silver low quality was now his starting at 0 proficiency out of 1,000. He slipped his Shen steel sword back into its scabbard. This sword technique required the blade to be sheathed to activate. Energizing the newfound technique, a buzzing sound filled the air and a crisp sword ring echoed as Su Ming transformed into a brilliant azure blade, light slashing horizontally with incredible speed. The power was terrifying. The slash cleaved through the air, cutting the leaves in a few meters radius around him and leaving a shallow groove on the ground. Boom! A large tree half a meter in diameter was cut down, falling thunderously as it was severed by the sword. Su Ming was shocked. Normal silver quality skills shouldn't possess such formidable power, especially since his attributes weren't particularly high. Could this be the effect of the origin sword body? All sword techniques were thrice as powerful and thrice as fast. Indeed, it was fierce. Su Ming was quite satisfied. The skill didn't consume much energy, allowing him multiple uses. His proficiency rose by 30 after just one use, a voice echoing in his mind. Even without striking an actual creature, the mastery increased drastically. If he used it dozens of times, he could easily max out the skill proficiency. With the sword draw slash skill, Su Ming could swiftly draw his sword and strike whenever a battle arose. His reaction speed incredibly fast, no longer worrying about sudden combat situations. Carrying his long sword on his back, he moved through the dense woods. Occasionally small mutant wild beasts sprang out, all easily slain by Su Ming. His combat experience was extensive. Most creatures' movements were predictable to him. You have slain a fierce tiger, experience plus 80. You have slain a mutant wild rabbit, experience plus 49. You have slain a heavy-shelled turtle, experience plus 100. Before long, Su Ming's level rose to 4. In total, he had gained a full 30 free attribute points, all allocated to agility. Now his attributes were terrifyingly higher than those of other novice professionals. Su Ming, with his stats: strength, 15 constitution, 25 agility, 45 spirit, 15 luck, 15, as a hidden boss is destined to appear behind the Red Rock Cave. His gaze grew intense. My current location is north of the forest. It will take some time to get there, he muttered to himself. I need to speed up. He dashed at an incredible speed, bulldozing through any monsters he encountered along the way. He collected a massive amount of loot, storing it all in his spatial storage: skins and flesh of many beasts, along with some turtle shells and sturdy mutant bones. These were all excellent materials. Once back on the blue planet, he could trade them with a blacksmith to craft equipment or sell them for a good price. Su Ming knew that from the moment he left this dungeon, poverty would no longer be his companion. Racing along, Su Ming's level continued to rise with each monster he slaughtered. Before long, he reached level 5. With a swift motion, he unsheathed his sword and executed another strike. Moreover, he acquired several new skill scrolls, among them a basic sword technique, bronze low grade. Upon use, awakens a random level 1 to 10 sword skill. Su Ming immediately used Sublime Everything to upgrade it. Upgrade successful. Thunderbolt sword technique, silver mid grade. A thunder attribute sword technique known for its formidable power and speed. This scroll had upgraded to a higher tier than expected, making it his most powerful skill to date. Su Ming grinned and crushed the scroll. Buzz! Instantly he mastered the skill. With just a thought, his dark iron sword was immediately enveloped in electricity, crackling powerfully, its brilliance magnificent. This elemental effect, akin to an enchantment, greatly enhanced the sharpness and power of Su Ming's blade. Just then, a gray-backed wild wolf appeared ahead. It charged at Su Ming, clearly unaware of what death meant. Su Ming raised his sword and struck. With a flash of lightning, the beast was cleaved in half in an instant. Its head rolled off and its body thudded to the ground. You have slain a gray-backed wild wolf, gaining plus 123 experience. As Su Ming was about to sheath his sword, a bloody scent wafted from the dense forest ahead, followed by a chorus of wolf howls. His eyes sharpened, and he gripped his sword tightly. Looking up, he saw dozens of wolves, all mutant greybacks, encircling him from all sides. These mutant beasts were incredibly fast, their claws as tough as steel, easily capable of shredding human flesh. Su Ming's eyes widened slightly in surprise. He had thought there was only one, but to his astonishment, a whole pack had appeared. His heart also skipped a beat. This was at least a small beast tide. He hadn't anticipated such terrible luck. For any ordinary rookie team encountering such a monster tide, death was almost certain. Alone, one might as well wash up and wait for death. Should he use the hidden god step to escape? Once activated, the hidden god step made him untargetable. Although numerous, these wolves could not prevent him from breaking through. But so many wolves, he couldn't bear to let them go. Licking his lips, a fierce gleam flashed in Su Ming's eyes. He quickly scanned the wolves' data. Beast, grayback wild wolf, level 5 strength, 17 points constitution, 24 points agility, 25 points spirit, 8 points luck, 3 points skill, claw strike. These wolves had quite high agility, but they were still not a match for him. Su Ming had abandoned the idea of running away and decided to fight. Because he had the Xian steel blood sword, after killing the beasts, he could immediately recover, plus he had a bottle of healing potion in his personal space, thus he was confident in fighting. To Su Ming, these wolves were not beasts but heaps of delicious experience points. If he could slay this entire pack, he could rise several levels. I am a man who challenges hidden bosses. How can I retreat now? Su Ming's expression turned icy as he made up his mind to fight them. This wave was risky, but the rewards were substantial. Come, he roared and charged forward. Sheathing his sword, he activated the sword draw slash. The wolves, confident in their numbers, attacked fearlessly. In an instant, the forest was filled with their howling and growling, ferocious and bloodthirsty. Su Ming wielded his sword with lightning speed, his figure incredibly fast. His sword speed was 3 times that of an ordinary person. Against Su Ming's swordplay, the wolf pack's movements seemed childish. The thundering sword technique could be activated simultaneously with the sword draw slash, greatly enhancing his power. In just a few breaths, he had slain several wolves. Blood and limbs were scattered everywhere. You have slain a greyback wild wolf. You have slain a greyback wild wolf. You have killed 3 greyback wild wolves with 1 sword stroke. Experience points plus 150, inch proficiency plus 134 experience points, proficiency, continued to climb. Su Ming's expression remained cold, swords rose and fell. In that moment he was like a slaughtering machine, blood flowed long, splattering the surrounding trees and plants. Su Ming's sword had a special effect. Each time he killed a beast it could briefly enhance all his attributes, therefore each time he killed a wolf he could refresh this boost status, making his efficiency even more terrifying. Beasts after all are just beasts. Not a single wolf was left unscathed, yet they showed no sign of retreat. Suddenly a ferocious wolf king charged out. It was covered in silvery white fur, looking as if moonlight were scattered upon it. This wolf was massive, towering over the others, not at all on the same level. Its speed was terrifying too. In almost an instant it pounced in front of Su Ming. The ferocious wolf teeth, over 10 centimeters long, grazed Su Ming's arm when he was caught off guard. He spun around, barely dodging the attack. "Damn, I'm injured," he noted, his expression grave as he inspected the 2 deep bite marks on his arm, about 2 centimeters deep, from which blood freely flowed. "Had I been any slower I might have lost this arm. Fortunately this beast's teeth aren't poisonous." He immediately checked the data on this wolf king. Silverback wolf king, level 6 strength, 34 constitution, 44 agility, 56 spirit, 6 luck, 3 skills, silver claw throat slash sharp teeth rip rapid charge. No wonder it was so fast. The wolf king's first strike didn't fully take Su Ming down. It landed, adjusted its stance, and prepared for the next attack. It circled menacingly around Su Ming, who faced it expressionlessly. "Little Wolf King, you are strong, but you picked the wrong opponent," he thought. He sheathed his sword and stepped forward. Despite his injuries, Su Ming was confident enough to take the initiative to attack, because just then one of his skills reached full proficiency. Sword draw slash proficiency reached 1000/1000 skill upgrade. Sword flash, silver grade mid, proficiency 1000/2000. He now had 2 silver grade mid sword skills. He resheathed his sword, his palm channeling spiritual energy straight into the blade. In just an instant, the entire sword burst into vibrant thunderous light. Whoosh! Su Ming transformed into a blue streak of lightning. The sword left a long trail as it sliced through the air. The attack was too swift. The Wolf King couldn't even react before it was slain, blood spurting as its head rolled off, killing the Wolf King. Experience points plus 500, sword flash proficiency plus 145, thunder sword technique proficiency plus 100, loot, iron clawbone Wolf King's heart. At that moment the Shin steel blood pack sword began to thirstily absorb the blood on its blade, soon becoming completely clean. Then a warm, abundant power flowed through the hilt into Su Ming's body. The wound on his arm healed visibly fast. Around him, the other wolves were terrified, some of the timid ones even starting to flee. Su Ming's eyes gleamed with killing intent. Thinking of running after coming here, his movements were too fast. He immediately charged, pursuing the fleeing wolves. He moved like a specter. This battle with the wolf pack rapidly elevated his level. He was now on the brink of level 9. With another level up, he would reach level 10. Naturally, he couldn't let these wolf pups go. Sword in hand, his black clothes splattered with wolf blood, Su Ming didn't spare a single one. All were slain. Those that ran were chased down and killed. The wolves were utterly bewildered. Where had they ever seen such a ferocious bipedal creature? After all, wolves are simple creatures, even with mutations. Their intelligence isn't high. Had they scattered, perhaps a few might have survived, but clustering together, that just made it easier for me to wipe them out in one fell swoop. Staring at the wolf corpses scattered around, Su Ming's expression remained neutral. On his personal panel, his level instantly increased. "Congratulations, you have reached level 10. The first class change mission is now generating." Su Ming had ascended to level 10. He had slain too many monsters. This rate of leveling up was truly invincible. Ordinary players, by the end of the novice dungeon, could at most gain a few hundred experience points, slaying a few fierce beasts at best. Reaching level 5 or 6 was already considered excellent, yet here was Su Ming not even at the end of the novice dungeon, already at level 10. his efficiency was simply unmatched. First class change mission, slay the guardian of the Red Rock Cave, a formidable elite monster. Reward: ascend to become a sword god. Su Ming's gaze grew serious. This first class change mission was excellent. He was just about to head to the Red Rock Cave. For ordinary people, completing their first class change mission would allow them to undergo their first job transfer. For instance, in the lifestyle professions like brewers, one could choose among various types of brewers, the most powerful being the poison brewer. Swordsmen could choose to become sword and shield warriors, swordsmen sword technique masters, and so forth. But for Su Ming, as a sword god, which was already the strongest profession, his path was singular: to continue as a sword god, advancing from first to second class. Not changing professions, but enhancing attributes and acquiring strength and skills. He moved swiftly, striding forward lightly. At the same time, he opened his personal profile. Su Ming, level 10, currently completing the first class change mission. Profession: sword god, mythical world, unique, strength 15, constitution 25, agility 100, spirit 30, luck 15, talents sublime everything, original sword body skills, god slaying blade, full concealment, stealth god step, insightful eye, thunder sword technique, sword flash. Indeed, he had allocated most of his attribute points into agility, then he added some to his spirit attribute. After all, casting skills required spiritual power. His agility attribute broke through 100, a sword god profession skill granted, master of swordsmanship, passive skill, quality, platinum, lower grade proficiency, 0/100000. You can equip any level of sword weapons, ignoring all requirements. Moreover, all sword weapons in your hands have their sharpness doubled. Su Ming's eyes flickered slightly. This effect was somewhat strong. This meant he could directly equip the top-tier sword weapons. Very good. Now he had several skills and his attributes were also terrifying. It was time to challenge the Red Rock Cave. Su Ming followed the route in his memory, advancing all the way. Once he defeated the hidden boss, this dungeon would be settled. Right, I must conceal my achievements a bit. Thinking this, Su Ming used his full concealment ability. He had all his monster kills and level information. Total concealment is also a skill of the legendary profession, the God of Slaughter, and its effect is truly top-notch. Once activated, even the supreme rules of the dungeon cannot detect him, meaning he cannot appear on the leaderboards. For now, he prefers not to draw too much attention. However, no matter how well he hides, when it comes time for the tally, his true ranking will be revealed. At that time, Su Ming's achievements will surely shock the world, but for now he needs to keep a low profile, especially during battles with hidden bosses where no complications must arise. At this very moment, inside the newbie dungeon, another group of job changers is gathering together. They have just exhausted a great deal of effort to kill 2 gray-backed wild wolves. These wolves are so fast and it was so tough to kill them, one of them exclaimed. The experience they give is too little, only 34 points, another lamented. We can't help it, we're in a team, so the experience is split, naturally making it less, someone explained. The group, panting heavily and holding their newbie knives covered in scars, were exhausted. Yang Ding is the leader of this group. He is burly with several scars on his body that are still bleeding. His expression is icy as he grits his teeth. You guys are useless, it's all me doing the work and taking the damage, and I still share the experience with you. I'm really the biggest fool. Yang Ding rebuked the others. The group clenched their fists but didn't dare to retort. After all, Yang Ding is the most talented and has the strongest combat ability among them. He is also their big brother, so no one dared to contradict him. Damn it, if it weren't for being ripped off by Su Ming at the weapon shop for 3,000, why would I be stuck using this newbie cleaver? He clenched his fists, his voice trembling. At that time he only had 10,000 on him, enough to buy a silver-grade weapon at most. But after being tricked out of 3,000, he didn't dare tell his parents and had to swallow his pain. Although he is a rich second generation, his family's money isn't endless to squander. Yang bro, why didn't you just buy a bronze weapon to make do? Someone asked, puzzled. What do you know? Yang Ding glared back. A bronze weapon isn't much better than a newbie cleaver. He slapped the person who asked. Alright, but it's killing us and we've only managed to level up to 4. This efficiency is terrible, the group said, shaking their heads. Thankfully, that wild wolf dropped a bronze-grade bow. Xiao Wang, you're a ranger, equip this bow and arrow right away and become our main damage dealer. Yang Ding commanded. Despite the complaints, life must go on. They continued on their way, slaying monsters. Before long their levels had indeed increased by quite a bit. Several pieces of equipment were also dropped. after much toil Yang Ding finally obtained a bronze-level large shield, wolf bone shield, bronze, constitution +5, a very sturdy bone shield that can help you get through the early stages safely. With this shield, he could better serve as the frontline tank resisting the monster's attacks. His teammates also gradually began to grow. They moved for a while and suddenly everyone frowned. Even Yang Ding took a sharp intake of breath. They had entered deep into a forest. Here, there were corpses everywhere. Wolf corpses, the stench of blood assailing their nostrils. Damn it, a beast tide, so many bodies. Which squad did this slaughter? Everyone was shocked. Yang Ding crouched slightly examining the wounds on those corpses. It might be, not a squad but a single person. Because all the fatal wounds on the wolf corpses were made by the same weapon, a sword, it might also be a squad of elite swordsmen. Anyway, we can't beat them. I think we should take a detour. He spoke heavily. Although they had just obtained some equipment, Yang Ding still dared not confront this elite squad head-on. Then the group began to move along a secluded path as they were afraid of encountering that squad of swordsmen. In this instance, killings were common. They hoped to avoid it. In Xinjing City, in a school inside a conference room, many of the school's senior staff stood with serious expressions. A holographic screen displayed in mid-air. Everyone was intently watching. Newbie instance number 144-inch leaderboard first place, LV.8 Li Changwang second place, LV.7 Yanzhe third place, LV.6. Not just in Xinjing City but in several nearby cities, the names of talented newcomers were listed, but Su Ming was nowhere in the top 500. What's going on? That student, although his profession is a sword mage, he has full attributes innately. Even if his skills are lacking, just with brute strength he should be able to kill a few monsters, right? How could he not even make it into the top 500? The directors spoke with grave expressions. They were talking about Su Ming, innate attributes of level 10 maxed out, a rarity even across the entire launching. There's no reason he shouldn't be in the top 500. Principal Wang Tingshan crossed his arms, his face extremely solemn, his eyebrows tightly furrowed. He had heavily invested in Su Ming, expecting the returns he could bring to the school in the future. If Su Ming were to fall in the newbie instance, it would be a severe blow to the school. He remained silent, dark clouds gathering in his heart. Suddenly a faint light flashed across the sky. A woman approached, walking on air. Inside the conference room everyone's eyes narrowed slightly. Anyone who could walk on air was at least a 5th-tier master. The woman quickly entered the conference room and landed on her feet. She stood with her hands behind her back, expressionless. Wang Tingshan immediately stood up. Vice Mayor, you've come. The other school teachers and directors also hurriedly bowed. The woman nodded slightly. She was the current vice mayor of Xinjing City and Ranling. I've heard that your school has a few promising students this year. That's why I'm here, and Ranling said slowly. She furrowed her brows slightly, glancing at the large screen. However, I didn't see the student named Su Ming on the leaderboard as you mentioned. As Wang Tingshan spoke, a few beads of sweat formed on his forehead. He had already remotely reported to the higher-ups, informing Vice Mayor that a student named Su Ming had awakened a 10-star attribute, a full 10-star innate attribute. This was a major event. If Su Ming performed well even now, the school could benefit from it, receiving funding from above. However, after a long wait, Su Ming had not appeared on the leaderboard. This was in stark contrast to Wang Tingshan's earlier certainty. The beginner's instance had been open for several hours. By now a genius should have emerged. Mediocrity, on the other hand, would remain hidden. Wang Tingshan slowly said, I apologize, Vice Mayor. There is one detail I failed to mention. The student Su Ming, his profession is a sword master, so his early combat strength is a bit weaker. Before Wang Tingshan could finish, he was interrupted. A sword master, even if the profession is a sword master and is weaker in the early stages, it shouldn't be so far behind that he can't even make it into the top 500 of an instance. And Ranling said sternly. Wang Tingshan and the teachers felt immense pressure. They couldn't understand it. Could it be that Su Ming had such bad luck that he was instantly killed by monsters as soon as he entered the instance? If he really did die in the instance, that would be disastrous. Vice Mayor, please don't worry yet. Besides him, our school has several other promising students this year. Wang Tingshan stepped forward and said earnestly, Yanzhe, a 9-star talent with a hidden profession, Demon Hunter Ranger. Besides Su Ming, he is the biggest surprise of our school this year. Currently, Yanzhe is fighting hard in 2nd place on the leaderboard. He will be our best candidate to compete against the genius Li Chengguang from the neighboring city this year. Wang Tingshan handed over a list while speaking. there's also a young girl who has awakened the hidden profession of necromancer with a 7-star talent. Her future achievements will not be poor. She is currently ranked 19th, the direct descendant of the Zhang family. Young Master Zhang Tang also has a hidden profession, Warhammer Warrior, with an innate 8-star. He is currently ranked 4th. Wang Ting Shan recited like a treasure trove, mentioning all the talented students of the year. Additionally, there's another student with an innate 7-star attribute with the hidden profession of Meat Shield Warrior named Yang Ding. His progress was a bit slow at first, I'm not sure why, but now he has gotten back on track. He is currently ranked in the 40s and has reached level 6. It can be said that the quality of this year's class changers in our school is much better than in previous years, Wang Ting Shan said sincerely, and Ranling's expression was calm, merely nodding slightly. This student named Yen Zhe, he is indeed very good, he is an unexpectedly dark horse. Her anger also subsided a bit and she slowly said, but the newcomer from the neighboring Woyang city, Li Chengwang, is truly outstanding. He is an innate 10-star talent and his profession is the concealed blade frenzy. He can be called the prodigy among prodigies of this generation. Vice Mayor An's gaze was very solemn. Li Chengwang has completely overshadowed the students of our Xinjing city in this generation. Even Yen Zhe has been relegated to second place. I only hope that Xinjing can have someone catch up to him, at least not lose too miserably. If our Xinjing city is at the bottom again this year, then next year we won't even have the quota eligibility to let students join the Sky Tower Association. Upon saying this, a hint of worry emerged in Vice Mayor An's eyes. The talent of each batch of students affects the future of a city. The Sky Tower Association is an organization of the Dragon Country government specifically responsible for hunting demons and guarding the frontier. Joining it means a boundless future. After joining the Sky Tower Association, one can take on missions, receive numerous rewards, and see rapid improvement in strength. And each year, only the absolute geniuses among the newcomers are eligible to join. Each province has a variable number of quotas determined by the talent of the current students. Membership in the Sky Tower Association is extremely precious. At this moment, Wang Ting Shan stepped forward with a determined gaze. Vice Mayor in our school has always adhered to a people-oriented educational approach. The students are well aware that they are not just fighting for themselves, they also carry the fate of Yizhong, Xinjing City, and even the human race. Wang Ting Shan's voice was strong and resolute. This blue star is no longer a world solely owned by the human race, it is a world where many races coexist, resources are limited and competition is fierce. If the human race wants to continue, it must withstand the pressure. This requires all job changers to unite against their common foes. The new blood is the hope of the human race's future. Therefore, the competition among the newcomers each year is very fierce. It affects not only each individual but also impacts every aspect of the city, schools, and other places. I believe in my students and I ask you to believe in them too. Upon hearing Wang Ting Shan's words, Ranling was slightly moved. She bowed her head and pondered for a moment. Finally, she took out 4 tokens from her pouch and handed them to Wang Ting Shan. I understand, Principal Wang. These tokens are the eligibility tokens for joining the Sky Tower Association this year. Who they are given to is for you to decide entirely. The hope of our city rests on your students. Wang Ting Shan accepted the tokens and nodded solemnly. It was a heavy responsibility. He knew in his heart that this year Li Chengwang from the neighboring city was truly invincible. They had essentially lost already. This Sky Tower Association token might also be the last few for Xinjing City. Next year, there would be no more. At this very moment, Su Ming was still engaged in fierce combat in the instance. He sped along swiftly. Finally, he arrived outside the Red Rock Cave. Here stood a huge mountain, and the rocks were all blood red in color, looking extremely eerie, as if the bizarre blood had congealed into rock. Suddenly, a loud noise erupted from around. Several goblins rushed out from the cave. They were short in stature, emitting an extreme stench, ugly in appearance. Su Ming showed no mercy as he unleashed several sword strikes with ease. Lightning exploded effortlessly, crushing these small monsters, killing Goblin X3 experience points plus 302. Su Ming knew this was just the appetizer. Boom! A loud noise emanated. From inside the cave a huge figure burst forth. It was extremely burly, over twice the height of a man. Its muscles were like coiled dragons. Its skin was a deep green resembling moss. It wore a tattered grass skirt covering its vital parts. Data appeared before Su Ming. Lizard Goblin Leader, Elite Monster, Level 10 Strength, 105 Constitution, 102 Agility, 25 Spirit, 8 Skills, Big Stick Rush Intense Rage Venom Spray Crush. A hybrid of lizard and goblin, it was very robust and could spray venom, but its intelligence was even lower than a regular goblin. Summing frowned at the goblin leader's ugly appearance. Was it too hideous, covered in hair and green grime? Just looking at it made him want to chop, roar, crack, cackle. The goblin leader, seeing the corpses of the 3 goblins that Summing had slain, let out a heartbreakingly furious roar as if mourning the death of its family members. Its voice was incredibly deep and ear-piercing. Summing felt his head was about to explode. Then it charged at him. The giant stick in its hand whirled into a huge arc. Summing's expression was solemn, his movements calm. He used his nimble body technique to dodge. This goblin king had too high strength and constitution. It would be very resilient. I must fully utilize my agility to wear it down, only then can I defeat it. Summing had already formulated a battle plan in his mind. After dodging this strike, the goblin king continued its fierce charge. Its stick swung wildly, stirring up dust and stones. Huge trees were continuously knocked down by it. Summing remained calm, not panicking at all. He was passively dodging, his speed overwhelming. No matter how the goblin king attacked, it couldn't even touch a hair on him. It couldn't even graze his clothes. Gradually, the goblin king's stamina waned. It panted heavily, yellow stinky mist emerging from its mouth. How long now? The goblin leader roared, choosing to use a skill. Saliva dripping, it began secreting toxins. Having the blood of a mutant lizard, it could also secrete toxins. Summing's eyes were icy cold, and in that instant his hand rested on the hilt of his sword behind him. It wasn't strange that goblins, being among the smarter monsters, could talk, but Su Ming didn't care to understand what the goblins were saying. Because goblins are extremely brutal, they delight in gnawing on human flesh for fun, tormenting female knights and imprisoning female professionals. Such monsters are despised by everyone. Su Ming also found them utterly repulsive. There was no need for communication, only killing. With a pft, in the next instant the goblin king spat out venom. Its corpulent body twisted as a torrent gushed from its mouth, a dark yellow liquid, highly toxic. Wherever it passed, it was extremely sticky. Trees withered, leaves fell, and even stones were corroded, creating large holes. Moreover, the speed of the venom spray was incredibly fast, sweeping towards Su Ming almost horizontally, making it extremely difficult to dodge. Facing this attack, Su Ming was expressionless. He stimulated his mental power, and a wave of psychic energy immediately appeared in his hand, then spread over the hilt of his sword. The entire blade of his Shin Steel Blood Covenant sword was instantly filled with lightning. He activated the sword draw flash. He sprinted head-on toward the attack, a seemingly suicidal move. How could a mortal's body withstand such potent poison? The Goblin King's ugly face twisted into a sinister smile, but the next moment its smile ceased, because Su Ming's body had passed through the torrent of venom unscathed. In that instant his presence seemed to vanish from the world, his entire being turned into a vague shadow, his clothes fluttering. With the sword's shadow he pierced through the venom torrent. Because Su Ming had activated the Hidden God Step. The Hidden God Step was very consuming, so he could only activate it briefly, but it was enough. Once used, it made him untargetable, directly ignoring most attacks from the rules of the world, thus the venom essentially didn't hit him at all. His body directly swept past the body of the goblin leader, his sword, precise and aimed at the throat, turned into a brilliant blue light, leaving a straight long scar. It penetrated the Goblin King's neck, thick and layered with fat. The green neck was split open, a massive wound gaping deep enough to see the bone. Dark green blood spurted out. The Goblin King fell for good. Su Ming's sword was too powerful. All sword techniques had 3 times the speed and 3 times the power. What monster could withstand that? Su Ming's expression was icy as he flicked the sword blade, shaking off the remaining blood. Elite monster slain. Lizard Goblin Leader, Tier 1 mission completed. Promotion to Tier 1 Sword Deity. All attributes plus 10 experience plus 1000. Promoted to level 11. Talent, Source Sword Body, Mythical. Effect increased sword technique power. 10x sword technique speed. 10x sword technique mastery. 10x reward. 1 lottery spin. A series of notifications flooded into Su Ming's mind. He was shocked. The effect of the source sword body had been directly increased to 10 times, too fierce. If it had been 10 times from the beginning, he might have killed the goblin leader in one strike. Loot acquired. Goblin Chieftain's Treasure Map, Silver Quality, Silver Grade Swordsmanship Skill Scroll X1. Upon hearing the news, a sheepskin map fell into Su Ming's hands. He looked closely and was somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected a treasure map to drop. treasure maps are a rare reward in dungeons. Finding the treasure usually brings rewards with relatively little danger. However, the chances of a treasure map dropping are so low that they are highly sought after. Whether he chose to hunt for the treasure himself or sell the map in the World Channel, both options were promising. Su Ming used the Transcendence of All Things ability to upgrade the treasure map. Upgrade successful. Goblin King's treasure map. Gold lower grade. There are many goblin chiefs, but only one Goblin King. Want my treasure? I buried it all in one place, go find it. The map marked a location. Su Ming's eyes widened slightly in surprise. It had upgraded directly to a gold quality treasure map. It seemed he really needed to make a trip. The coordinates on the treasure map were inside the Red Rock Cave. He could pick it up en route before slaying the boss. He tucked the treasure map into his pouch. Additionally, the loot included a silver grade swordsmanship skill scroll. He immediately used the Transcendence of All Things ability. Transcendence successful. Acquired. Gold upper grade swordsmanship skill scroll. Su Ming's eyes widened in amazement. It had been directly upgraded to the upper gold grade, only one step away from the platinum level sword techniques. This would be his highest rank skill at the moment. He crushed it. Skill acquired. Sword control. Gold upper grade sword technique. Su Ming smiled slightly, very satisfied. Unexpectedly, he had randomly acquired this skill, perfect for helping him disguise as a sword controller. Now it really was seamless. The sword control skill allowed the practitioner to control the sword blade to hover in the air, typically a skill only sword controllers could learn, but as a sword god he could learn any sword-related skills. This high-grade skill, even for sword controllers, required a much later stage to learn. This was why sword controllers were so weak initially, yet Su Ming at only level 11 had already mastered this skill. He looked at the skill description: sword control, gold upper grade. Proficiency 0/30,000 inch. Control the sword with the mind, slicing enemies from the air, beheading them from miles away. To control a sword over thousands of miles, one would need an exceptionally high mental power. That was currently out of the question. However, for Su Ming's current level of mental power, controlling the sword within 30 meters was no problem. His mind stirred slightly. Whoosh! The Xian steel blood sword in his hand, as if influenced by his thoughts, began to tremble. Then it emitted a humming sound. It floated up directly, the blade reflecting the cold light hovered beside Su Ming. The blade sliced, rotated, and shot forward. It was as if he was directing it with his own limbs. In just moments, the goblin's body before him was reduced to minced meat, limbs scattered everywhere. Unfortunately, when using telekinesis to control the sword in flight, he couldn't use his sword flash or thunderclap sword technique. Currently, he had to wield the sword himself to utilize these skills, but he believed that in the future he could command all sword techniques through sword control. As long as his proficiency continued to increase, anything was possible. Then Su Ming called upon the system in his mind: I want to draw a prize. The next instant, the familiar roulette wheel appeared in his thoughts. Advancing to the first transformation was akin to stepping up a major realm, thus he earned a chance at the lottery. The pointer began to spin rapidly. Ultimately, it landed on a legendary talent. Legendary, just one rank below mythic, but still quite impressive. Talent acquired. Automatic cultivation, legendary. All your skills will continuously grow in proficiency, increasing every minute. Sword flash proficiency plus 102. Thunderclap sword technique proficiency plus 70. Sword master proficiency plus 127. Su Ming's eyes widened in shock. This was indeed becoming stronger. While lying down, sheathing his sword, Su Ming took a deep breath. Actually, he had thought about finding Zhang Tang in the dungeon and killing him, but the dungeon was vast and Su Ming was not in the same area as him. Finding him would be like looking for a needle in a haystack, which was too difficult. Thus Su Ming had to put this matter off for later. It was the most rational choice. Hatred is a powerful emotion, but one must never let it cloud their judgment or be driven by it and lose reason. If Su Ming had forsaken everything, abandoning leveling up and grinding to increase his strength just to kill Zhang Tang, he would actually be the loser. Those who can turn their emotions, even hatred, into motivation are truly skilled. Someday Zhang Tang would die. Along with the Zhang family behind him, they too would be eradicated. Su Ming's gaze was calm as he looked deeper into the cave. He was preparing to enter the Red Rock Cave. At that moment, Su Ming suddenly heard footsteps behind him. His pupils narrowed. Whoosh! A cold arrow shot towards him. It was an ambush targeting the back of Su Ming's head, with a slight tilt of his head. He elegantly dodged the arrow. The arrow embedded itself firmly into a tree trunk ahead. Su Ming's eyes flashed with a murderous intent. Ambush Su Ming? He would not tolerate such actions. Judging by the craftsmanship of the arrow, it was likely made by a ranger using their passive skills to craft arrows with specific materials. Goblins could not possibly manufacture weapons of such precision. He could almost be certain that it was a human attacking him. From just the appearance of a single arrow, Su Ming could determine the enemy. Such is the mark of an experienced combatant. Su Ming swiftly turned around, fixing his gaze. He saw several people emerging from the bushes, each armed with different weapons. It was a team of class-changed warriors, meat shield warriors, rangers and 2 mages, a total of 4 people in the small team. Su Ming used his insightful eye to immediately see through these people's profiles. What surprised Su Ming the most in this team was a familiar face, Yang Ding. Su Ming's expression was grave. He saw those few men's faces shadowed with grim expressions. Indeed, it's a small world filled with enemies. A fierce look was etched on Yang Ding's face. Su Ming, I didn't expect to actually catch you. He had always fantasized about encountering Su Ming in the newbie's dungeon and how he would take his revenge. Unexpectedly, he really ran into him. Just yesterday at noon in the weapon shop, Su Ming had won a big sum of money from him in a bet. It was not only a blow to his reputation but also a financial loss. It prevented him from buying weapons, putting him at a natural disadvantage right from the start. You must have seen the pile of wolf corpses too. Got scared and took the back roads, ending up here, Yang Ding said coldly. Unfortunately, although you managed to avoid that elite swordsman squad, you couldn't avoid us. What good luck. It seems heaven also wants me to deal with you. Yang Ding looked at Su Ming, his eyes filled with undisguised murderous intent. Killing you in the dungeon isn't against the law and it's hard to trace, he sneered. His teammates also raised their weapons, ready for battle. Surround him. If it was a regular newbie, they would have already been begging for mercy. In this dungeon, it's not rare for humans to kill each other. If you die here, you also die in reality. Just with you guys, you think you can kill me? Su Ming looked around calmly, his tone very even. His gaze was as placid as still water, completely unafraid. Such courage was truly rare, boss. He seems tough to handle, one of the female mages said with a hint of fear, swallowing hard. Don't be scared, Huame, he's just putting on an act, the ranger next to her scoffed. Su Ming, stop with the tricks. Let me tell you the truth, our brother Ding has already reached level 7 and we just cleared a big wave of monsters. We've all reached level 5, each possessing 2 skills. You, a mere early stage sword master, how can you fight? The other mage, tall and holding a broken wooden staff, said. His gear was the worst among them. Clearly he was unlucky, didn't get any gear drops, and was still using a newbie branch. But for a mage, the requirement for a weapon isn't high. As long as they can cast spells, the power is formidable. Hearing their words, Su Ming only smiled faintly, ever the image of serenity. A sack of sand warrior with a 7-star innate talent leading a bunch of riffraff, and you think you can kill me? Su Ming spoke, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes. Sack of sand? You're calling my profession a sack of sand, warrior? Yang Ding could not tolerate such a humiliation. Wait until I reach level 10 inch, I'll have 5 job options to choose from: sword and shield warrior, shield attacker, muscle berserker. Which one isn't better than your trashy early stage sword master? How dare you call me a sack of sand? Yang Ding thought back on his journey, always in the front line of the team, playing the role of a punching bag. He felt even more insulted. However, when Su Ming heard his explanation, he just nonchalantly picked his earwax. Oh, a punching bag? Su Ming's indifferent words were the very ones that could stir up the greatest anger. This made Yang Ding furiously itch with rage. It seems only when you're truly at death's door will you kneel and beg for mercy. Brothers, kill, Yang Ding bellowed angrily. Although he was a 10-star talent, he was a sword master by profession. I bet he hasn't killed many monsters up to now, his level is very low, said the male mage. We can definitely take him down in seconds. All the class-changed warriors sprang into action. The ranger's attack was the fastest. He drew his bow and released an arrow wrapped in dark red light, shooting it fiercely. Su Ming watched the arrow, making no move to dodge because it was a tracking arrow. No matter how he tried to evade, the arrow would follow. Therefore he simply swung his sword. Snap! To the ordinary eye, the arrow was a momentary attack. But for Su Ming it was like slow motion, clearly visible. His agility was simply too high. His sword, shimmering with cold light, split the arrow in midair into 2 perfect halves, dispersing to either side. Then Su Ming stepped forward, charging ahead. He would not hold back. Since they wanted to kill him, he would strike back. In fact, from the moment they sneakily shot at him, Su Ming had already sentenced them to death in his mind. Su Ming's palm was wreathed with thunder. brilliant blue currents sparkled in mid-air, the arcs of electricity bright and dazzling. This power was even comparable to that of a regular mage's skills. With this sword, Su Ming charged forward at an extreme speed. Swish! Before the others could react, Su Ming had already reached the ranger. What happened next to a ranged professional when faced by a melee attack was obvious. Su Ming slashed without hesitation, blood sword. The ranger was directly struck in the throat, standing stunned before collapsing utterly dead. Su Ming's movements were too fast, directly bypassing Yang Ding at the front. The remaining three were shocked. They had not expected Su Ming's actions to be so swift and his strikes so ruthless, killing without a hint of hesitation. How could they know that this was not Su Ming's first time taking a life? To him, there was no difference between enemies, whether they were monsters or humans. Su Ming had long cultivated a heart utterly cold towards his enemies. The remaining few were also somewhat angry now. After all, a companion had died. The male mage's skills were finally activated. He chanted something, completing a spell. In mid-air, a basketball-sized fireball condensed, hurling towards Su Ming. The scorching smell spread around, and the high temperature stirred up the airwaves. Su Ming, facing this strike, just felt bored, weak, too weak. Fighting them was just a waste of his time. He had only intended to pass through the Red Rock Cave, slay the hidden boss, and live in peace. Why do people always seek their own destruction? His expression icy, he sheathed his sword. Electricity sparked. With a flick of his sword, he made his move. In the next moment, he soared forward. The speed of this sword was too fast. Mid-air, the fireball was instantly shattered into smoke by Su Ming's thunder-wrapped sword. He did not stop moving. His entire body turned into a trail of azure blue streaking across the sky. Approaching rapidly, he flashed past. He penetrated directly through the body of the male mage. This sword struck the throat, blood flowed out. His eyes widened in shock, wanting to cast another spell. However, he found himself powerless to continue fighting. His life force rapidly drained away. How could this be? His final words were filled with astonishment. Ultimately, he fell to the ground lifeless, with eyes wide open in death. The female mage and Yang Ding both were extremely shocked. With just one skill, he had slain a full health player. This required not only terrifying attributes but also high skill attributes. From beginning to end, Su Ming had only made 2 sword strikes, perfectly killing 2 people, basically 1 sword per person. Such strength was simply outrageous. Could it be that Su Ming's level was already higher than Yang Ding's? Both of them couldn't believe this fact. Swordmasters, especially in the early stages, are quite weak. Moreover, Su Ming had not teamed up and was alone. How could his leveling efficiency be so fast? Huaming, don't be afraid, it's just that his weapon quality is good, that's why he can fight like this. As long as I hold the front and you output, he is bound to die, Yang Ding roared, saying. He knew that now there was no possibility of peace talks between them, so they had to continue the attack no matter what. His own words deeply convinced him. Okay, Xian Huayan nodded, raising her staff and also beginning to stimulate her mental power. Eventually, she condensed a water spear floating in mid-air, ready to strike at any moment. Yang Ding moved towards Su Ming, raising his shield. His burly body moved, stirring up dust beneath his feet. His bone shield formed a barrier protecting him. Meanwhile, his right hand held a 50-centimeter long beginner's cleaver. He suddenly smashed it towards Su Ming. He charged to the front, acting as a meat shield. Su Ming watched the gleaming blade remaining unshaken as Mount Tai. With a bend of his waist, he dodged this cleaver. Then Su Ming turned around and delivered a sword strike, light and floating. A backhand sword strike, quick to the extreme. It was like lightning. This made Yang Ding's scalp tingle. He could only hurriedly raise his shield, taking Su Ming's sword strike with his shield. This strike, though appearing light, carried immense power, directly sending Yang Ding, along with his shield, flying backward. Such a fearsome sword strike, it wasn't even a skill, just a normal attack, yet it chopped off most of his health. Yang Ding was shocked in his heart. He was a tank warrior known for his high health. Moreover, when Su Ming struck with his sword, it only hit the shield. How could it have such great power? He pondered over and over and found it strange. In the end, he could only attribute everything to Su Ming's weapon. It must be the sword. Its grade is too high, enhancing his attributes. Yang Ding gritted his teeth in anger. Suddenly he crushed a necklace on his chest. The necklace emitted a pure white glow. A mysterious power instantly shot forth, enveloping Su Ming's sword blade. Su Ming felt his sword slip from his grasp. The Shin Steel Blood Oath sword hung suspended in midair beyond Su Ming's reach. Su Ming frowned slightly. Was this a one-time accessory? After crushing it, it directly formed a beam of light briefly controlling his weapon. This was indeed a very expensive, luxurious piece of equipment. Ordinary families could not afford it at all. Yang Ding finally felt that he had gained the upper hand. He sneered coldly, Su Ming, you really made me spend a fortune. This necklace is a one-time use item. Even for my family, it's painfully expensive. Fortunately, its effect is powerful. After activation, it can control your weapon to slip from your hand for more than 10 seconds. You're as good as dead. Huaming, kill. His expression stern, he commanded the female mage, Qian Huayan. Nodded and suddenly made her move. In that instant, a fierce look flashed through her eyes. The water spear in midair shot out directly. Its speed was extremely fast. The mage's basic skill, water spear. It was very powerful. If it pierced the body, the water spear could instantly invade the bloodstream through the wound, rampaging violently inside. If it were a regular professional, being hit by the water spear meant losing the ability to fight. Joy flickered in Yang Ding's eyes as if Su Ming was already a dead man. However, the next moment, whoosh, the suspended sword blade suddenly trembled. It emitted a series of clear sword hums. Then it suddenly slashed diagonally downward. It was as if an invisible hand was holding the sword. The sword wind was incredibly fast. It swept down and directly shattered the water spear into a handful of clear water, which fell to the ground and soaked into the soil. This attack was easily neutralized. Su Ming stood upright, not even moving an inch, only his eyes moved. The dark Shin steel blood oath sword suddenly spun around and flew back in front of Su Ming. The 3-foot-long sword hovered in front of him, quietly floating. The blade, faintly spinning, seemed to dance in midair, following Su Ming's gaze. Seeing this scene, Yang Ding and Qian Huayan were as if petrified. Sword control. Yang Ding's voice trembled. This was clearly a later stage skill. How did Su Ming learn it? These monsters shouldn't drop scrolls for advanced skills so early in the game. Logically, in the battles between early stage professionals, controlling the weapon meant controlling the initiative in combat. Once the weapon was out of hand, there was basically no chance of resistance, so his necklace, which could control an enemy's weapon for 10 seconds, was his strongest life-saving trump card. Yet, to his utter disbelief, Su Ming had already mastered the art of sword control. He effortlessly reclaimed the weapon suspended in midair. With an icy expression and a flick of his wrist, Su Ming pointed at Yang Ding from afar. Whoosh! The Shin steel sword transformed into a dark shadow swiftly shooting forth. The blade friction against the air produced a resounding sword cry. The sound of it slicing through the air was deafening. Yang Ding awkwardly parried 2 strikes, but ultimately with a splurge was decapitated by the sword. He died completely, his body falling to the ground. Until his death, his eyes still held immense shock. At this, the last female mage's face turned pale. Qian Huayan collapsed onto the ground, trembling all over in fear, too scared to fight. If one looked closely, they could even see a stream of yellow liquid flowing out. She was so frightened she wet herself. Su Ming calmly stepped forward, the 3-foot Shin iron sword floating beside him. At this moment he appeared like a dark-robed swordsman, his aura filled with murderous intent. I was wrong. Su Ming, don't kill me, she pleaded with a trembling voice. Please, I'm willing to be your servant. It was all Yang Ding. Yang Ding told me to attack you. I was his teammate and couldn't disobey. Facing this beautiful girl, Su Ming simply shook his head slowly. Some mistakes are irredeemable. The moment you attacked me, you were already dead. The Shin steel sword flipped in the air, landing in his hand. Then with a decisive strike, Su Ming ended her life. Defeating a team of 4, he gained plus 2088 experience points, and loot included wolf bone arrow bow, bronze low grade, broken wolf bone shield, bronze low grade, bone magic staff, bronze medium grade, illumination necklace, bronze low grade, and leveled up to 12. Su Ming was now a first-tier player, a progress far surpassing anyone else. To him, these items were barely better than nothing. He had already looted several bronze items from monsters, none of which he deigned to use except for one, the illumination necklace, bronze low grade, that the female mage dropped, which could light up the surroundings in dark areas. Was a good piece of equipment for him. As he was about to enter a cave, he equipped it immediately and noticed the area around him brighten significantly. Turning his head, Su Ming looked towards the interior of the Red Rock Cave. It was time to enter. He took a deep breath and stepped inside. The cave was very dim, but thankfully the illumination necklace made it so that he wasn't completely in the dark. The damp cave dripped with water as he walked calmly forward. Occasionally swarms of bats flew by, their red eyes flickering, creating a rather eerie atmosphere. He took out the Goblin King's treasure map from his pocket and studied it. First, he would claim the treasure, then hunt the hidden boss. Su Ming planned his route carefully in his mind, following the coordinates on the treasure map deeper into the cave. The path inside the cave twisted and turned 7 ways to Sunday. Occasionally mutated frogs and a few dark feather or eating chickens would dart out, only to be effortlessly slain by Su Ming. With the fall of the last dark feather or eating chicken, Su Ming's level also reached 13. He allocated some of his attribute points to spirit as well as to strength, constitution and other attributes. Now his attributes were as follows. Su Ming level 13, 1455/5000 XP, class, Sword God, Mythical. Unique in the world, strength, 30 constitution, 40 agility, 110 spirit, 70 luck, 25 talents, sublime transcendence, primeval sword body, automatic cultivation skills, god killing / full concealment, stealth, steps of the hidden god, eye of insight, thunderous sword art, quick draw / sword mastery, sword control. With his current attributes and skills, Su Ming was now virtually fearless against the majority of monsters. The only relatively low attribute was luck, which affects the drop rate of all equipment and supplies and also impacts the critical hit rate to some extent. If he were a god killer class, Su Ming would definitely focus heavily on boosting luck and agility, but in this life he is a sword god. Luck wasn't a core attribute for him, so he decided to enhance it later. In the early stages, combat power is most crucial as it is directly linked to survival. I'll focus on luck later, Su Ming resolved. His spirit attribute had now reached 70, meaning his control over his sword could extend to about 70 meters, a considerable distance. He moved swiftly through the cave. Suddenly he smelled a pungent stench. The tunnel ahead also suddenly expanded, opening up like a small world, but it was filled with lots of excrement and the thick stench of decay, even forming a faint trace of marsh gas. A goblin nest. He realized he had stumbled upon a particularly repulsive place and frowned deeply. Sure enough, several juvenile goblins burst out. Seeing Su Ming, they screamed and attacked ferociously. Su Ming showed no mercy. With a thought, his sword blade unsheathed itself, soaring through the air, and swiftly decapitated the goblins. Su Ming walked straight into the nest. The stench was unbearable deep inside. The sight before him was shocking. Human limbs scattered everywhere, the air filled with the stench of fresh blood. Some limbs were even set on a fire, roasting and charred. It was evident that a player team had met a tragic end at the hands of these goblins. Goblins are one of the most brutal and bloodthirsty monsters known to consume humans, which was quite normal. What really caught Su Ming's eye in the depths of the nest was a wooden rack. Several people were bound to it, their clothes in tatters. Most of them were female players, already tortured to the point of being covered in scars. Goblins lack females and must capture human female players or female creatures of other species to reproduce, binding them within their nest. Fortunately, these women had not been violated, because Su Ming's recent approach had startled all the goblins here, causing them to rush out to fight and meet their deaths, including the burly lizard goblin leader. It could be said that Su Ming had indirectly saved their virtue. Hearing footsteps, one of the girls slightly opened her eyes. Upon seeing the newcomer, her eyes widened in surprise. Su Ming? Her voice was as faint as a whisper. Su Ming frowned, slightly puzzled. This female player seemed to recognize him. He immediately used his Insight Eye ability to scan her information. Jiang Yunqing level 5, 9-star talent, profession, corpse healer, hidden combat profession, strength, 9 constitution, 9-inch agility, 9 spirit, 45 luck, 9 skills, soul absorption, healing, soul power, 0/450, exhausted. She was actually the second young miss of the Jiang Wealth Consortium, Jiang Yunqing. Su Ming had met her once before when her sister wanted to finance him to protect her safety in a dungeon. Unexpectedly, he would meet her again here. She was now too disheveled, covered in blood and bearing traces of whipping, so Su Ming hadn't recognized her at first. Fortunately, he had the Insight Eye which could see through all things. I didn't expect to encounter you here, Su Ming said, looking at the pitiful girl with a slight smile. Su Ming, please save me. She seemed to see a savior, her eyes brimming with tears. Her team had undergone a fierce battle. She had witnessed all her teammates being brutally killed by the goblins. She was the only survivor. She had many valuable life-saving equipment on her, but in front of that goblin leader, they were like glass, shattering upon contact. At this moment, she just wanted to escape from here. Su Ming, hearing this, lowered his head to ponder for a moment. Having been reborn, he was extremely cautious and weighed the benefits before doing anything. She was a corpse healer, a rare hidden profession, a variant of a healer. She could absorb the souls of dead monsters to recover spiritual power. Moreover, she could use that soul power to heal her companion's wounds. She would be a powerful support. The upcoming battle with the hidden boss would be extremely perilous. Having a strong support would greatly increase his chances of victory. Besides, her talent was also very high at 9 stars, all things considered, she was worth saving. I can save you, but I have a condition, Su Ming said earnestly. Join my team and follow my commands completely. Jiang Yunqing without hesitation nodded immediately, her head bobbing like a Peking chick. Jiang Yunqing became a teammate and you became the team leader. Su Ming then raised his sword and cut the ropes that bound her. She suddenly collapsed, falling to the ground, after struggling. For a moment she barely managed to get up. Her wrists and body were marked with red indentations and her complexion was pale. Thank you. Her eyes slightly reddened at this moment. She was exceedingly grateful to Su Ming, almost to the point of devotion. There was no helping it. The ordeal she had endured was too horrifying. Captured by goblins and then rescued, anyone who experienced such a scene would be deeply moved to tears. She took out a healing potion from her pouch and drank it in. One gulp. Her injuries healed significantly in an instant. This potion too she had acquired because the players from the Dragon Nation had achieved the first kill. Su Ming did not attend to her but walked over to a few other female players who were trapped. He reached out but found that these women had already breathed their last. Only Jiang Yunqing was lucky enough to have survived until now. Su Ming, let's hurry and leave this cave. Jiang Yunqing's face was pale, her expression tense as she looked around nervously. However, Su Ming stood still and retorted, leave? Why should we? Jiang Yunqing tightly clutched her ebony staff, a mid-tier gold piece of equipment. Being the daughter of the wealthy Jiang and conglomerate, she had purchased gold quality gear from the weapon shop. However, even with gold-level weapons, her squad was no match for the goblin chief. There's no time left. Su Ming, there's another goblin chief in this cave, a very burly one. My teammates died at its hands. Just then the goblin chief had heard some noise outside and ran out. It might return any moment now, if we don't escape soon. Su Ming interrupted her, don't worry, I've already slain it. His words shocked her immensely. How is that possible? You're alone, you haven't even formed a team and you're just a beginner swordmaster. She stared blankly, somewhat incredulously, even thinking Su Ming was boasting. After all, she had witnessed firsthand how terrifying that goblin chief was. It slaughtered ordinary players with ease, almost like they were children. That Su Ming could defeat it alone seemed utterly absurd to her. Su Ming then presented the Goblin King's treasure map in front of her. This was the loot that had dropped from it, a treasure map. With this, he proved the hard fact. As she looked at the treasure map, her eyes blinked in shock, clearly stunned for a moment. Eventually, she had no choice but to believe. Okay, alright, I believe you. You're really incredible. That Goblin Chief was a level 10 elite monster. Suddenly, she seemed to make a connection and asked, could it be Su Ming that you are the Dragon Nation swordmaster who achieved the first kill? Su Ming nodded. She gasped in surprise. It really was him. Su Ming, this cave is still very dangerous. Besides goblins, there are many other monsters lurking around. The best choice is still to leave, she advised. Su Ming's expression was calm and he spoke firmly, don't talk anymore. We had already made a deal earlier. I saved you on the condition that you join my squad and follow my commands. Now I want to delve deeper into the cave and you must follow me. If you talk too much, I'll take you backbound. Su Ming's voice was ice cold as he spoke. Jiang Yunqing could only nod in response, though she still felt somewhat indignant inside. Really, he had no sense of tenderness or cherishing beauty. I am the second daughter of the Jiang and conglomerate after all. If you were a bit gentler, wouldn't you have won me over? Then wealth and honor would be waiting for you outside. But here you are, still fussing over the immediate benefits of this dungeon, she thought to herself, labeling Su Ming as obtuse. Miss Jiang sighed, lamenting his lack of ambition. As she hesitated, Su Ming had already moved forward without looking back, advancing deeper into the cave. She looked around, feeling the darkness engulfing the place, a mixture of fear and eeriness prevailing. Alone, she dared not stay behind. She hurried to catch up, staying close to Su Ming, not leaving his side for even a step. The two of them charged for hours. Su Ming moved swiftly, barely waiting for her. She had to run at full speed just to keep up with him. Inside the cave, countless monsters appeared like a tide. After all, it was a hidden area densely packed with creatures, but these monsters were mostly slain by Su Ming in one encounter, earning experience points in quick succession, almost making it feel like easy earnings for her. At one point, a small horde of bloodthirsty mutated cave salamanders surged out, over 20 in number, yet Su Ming effortlessly annihilated them all. Wielding his sword solo, he swiftly left The salamanders scattered lifelessly around, including a formidable salamander king which he killed with a single swift strike. He sustained only a minor scratch himself. Witnessing Su Ming's prowess throughout, Jiang Yunqing was continuously astonished, her mouth agape, especially at his sword-drawing technique. Influenced by the origin sword body, his speed and power were amplified tenfold. The sheer force was terrifying. Seeing that move, her legs felt weak. Had Su Ming been an enemy, she would have been dead without a trace. By now, she was utterly convinced of Su Ming's capabilities. Then Su Ming walked up to her. Pausing, "What are you waiting for? Heal me," he said. "Oh right." Jiang Yunqing quickly activated her skill. A purple glow emerged in her palms, drawing out the soul force from the surrounding pile of salamander corpses, and then poured it all into Su Ming's body. The wounds on Su Ming's arms healed rapidly. The Shin Steel Blood Sword indeed had healing properties, though they were faint compared to a true healer's abilities. That's why Su Ming had brought her along. "What level are you now, Su?" Ming asked. "Thanks to you, I've reached level 10 and my first class mission has already been generated. It requires killing an elite monster," she said nervously. "Good, I'll help you complete your mission soon and you'll change your class to a soul healer," Su Ming declared. She nodded, her mind still reeling in surprise. In a twist of fate, one could choose to become a soul healer when advancing in the profession of corpse healer. Not only could they heal their teammates, but they also had skills that provided additional buffs. Su Ming surprisingly knew a lot about her profession. There are countless professions in the world, and to be able to immediately discuss the details of any profession's advancement indicates a vast reservoir of knowledge. Su Ming was indeed impressive both in intellect and combat prowess, which she couldn't help but admire secretly. Despite her family having invested heavily in her education and enrolling her in numerous tutoring classes, she did not consider herself as formidable as Su Ming. Coming from a poor family, Su Ming had reached such levels of proficiency purely through his own efforts, enduring much hardship both mentally and physically. She fully acknowledged that Su Ming was fit to be her team leader. His direct order for her to change her profession to a soul healer was a life-altering decision, one that she could not regret later, hence Su Ming's commanding tone was somewhat imperious. Fortunately, she had already been considering switching to a soul healer, so there was no conflict. Moreover, since Su Ming had saved her life, she felt unable to refuse him. Su Ming walked over to the corpse of the cave Gila monster, collecting its hefty flesh. The meat of the cave Gila monster was a rare delicacy and extremely delicious. He stored it in his spatial container for future needs. Teaming up, the two of them had a higher margin for error and survival rate, although the only downside was the division of experience points. However, with Su Ming's level already so high, killing monsters in this beginner dungeon wouldn't allow him to level up much, so he wasn't too concerned about the experience points. He claimed all the spoils of war imperiously, as he was the team leader after all. He had already shared half of the experience points with her, but naturally took the spoils for himself. Following that, Su Ming led her to kill an elite monster. Completing her advancement task, she successfully became a soul healer and learned a new skill, bronze low block enhancement. Designate a teammate and use mental power to continuously enhance their block chance. Soon after, Su Ming guiding Jiang Yunqing arrived at the treasure location of the Goblin King. The map in Su Ming's hands transformed into a stream of light, merging into the ground. Time to dig. Su Ming immediately activated his sword control skill. The mysterious steel sword behind him levitated unsheathed and flew straight towards the ground. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, dirt flew everywhere. The sword's light flashed quickly, digging a large hole in the ground. A dark purple treasure chest lay conspicuously within. Su Ming hooked his finger lightly, recalling the mysterious steel sword back to its sheath. He then scanned the treasure chest. Dark purple treasure chest, level gold low. Su Ming did not open it immediately but activated his Transcend All talent to upgrade the chest. Upgrade successful. As long as it was a treasure from the dungeon, it could be upgraded. The chest's exterior transformed, emitting streams of purple light, and the material was inlaid with several transparent blue gems. The size increased significantly. Dark Moon treasure chest, level platinum low. Su Ming stared in astonishment. Platinum low. It had upgraded directly from gold low, increasing by a significant quality level. Everything has transcended magnificently. It's incredible. A platinum grade treasure chest, truly the best of the best, guarantees at least one platinum quality item. Su Ming chose to open it immediately. Success. He obtained Shadow Sword hair accessory, platinum lower grade, Shadow Sword footgear, platinum lower grade, Shadow Sword arm guards, platinum lower grade, Shadow Sword pants, platinum lower grade, Shadow Sword Cloak, Platinum Lower Grade, Shadow Stream Longsword, Platinum Middle Grade, and a Soul Healer Skill Scroll, Platinum Upper Grade, X1. Su Ming's eyes widened in astonishment as he saw the series of items pop up, a complete set of lower-grade platinum armor. Such items are extremely rare. The sword was even more terrifying, a mid-grade platinum weapon. His luck was truly against the heavens. He equipped everything at once. Buzz, a strange vibration emanated. In the next instant, a long sword appeared before Su Ming. The material of the blade was incredibly bizarre, filled with dark purple patterns. Only the hilt was solid, while the blade itself was like a shadow made of an ethereal substance. He swiped through the air. Whoosh! The blade moved instantly, slicing the air in front of him, leaving a pitch-black trace in mid-air. Looking at the sword's properties, Shadow Stream. Long sword, platinum middle grade, shadow storage. This sword can be stored within your shadow and materialized when necessary. Spirit drain. The shadow is a reflection of the spirit. This sword can cut an opponent's shadow, gradually draining their spiritual power. Dark slash. While holding this sword, all your slashes will deal an additional 50% shadow damage. Holding this sword, Su Ming felt a significant boost in all his attributes. At the same time he equipped the Shadow Sword set, his outer garment suddenly changed from a black snakeskin coat to a light gray robe with ancient dark runes that looked like moonlight sprinkled over it. A modest gray jade stone appeared on Su Ming's short hair, tied with strands hanging beside his ears. On each of his hands a pair of gray arm guards appeared as well. Shadow Sword set, platinum lower grade, 5 out of 5 active, dark surge. After equipping all sword technique skills, gain an additional 50% shadow damage which can penetrate physical defenses. Shadow slash. When activating sword technique skills, there is a 60% chance to generate a shadow that delivers an additional strike with the power equivalent to your normal attack. Su Ming looked at the long list of attributes and was overjoyed. The effects were truly fierce. A direct addition of 50% shadow damage, coupled with the Shadow Stream Longsword, this amounted to 100% additional shadow damage per strike. The only pity was that he could no longer use his transcendent talent to upgrade this equipment further. Because these items are obtained from a sublimated treasure chest, each item can only be sublimated or indirectly sublimated once. Su Ming's mind stirred slightly. The Shadowflow Longsword slipped from his grip and fell into his shadow below. Indeed, the physical sword transformed into a stream of pitch-black shadow water, merging seamlessly into Su Ming's shadow without a trace. Whenever he wished to use it, he could instantly draw the sword from his shadow. Truly practical, Su Ming thought to himself. To activate the Shadow Sword set's buff effect, one only needs to equip 5 wearable items. With all 5 Shadow Sword equipment pieces equipped simultaneously, the buff is activated. Clothing, shoes, pants, arm guards, and hair accessories made up the 5-piece set. This meant that even without using the Shadowflow Longsword, utilizing the mysterious steel sword, Su Ming could still gain a 100% enhancement from the set effect. Watching Su Ming don his full equipment, Jiang Yinqing's eyes widened in amazement. Platinum-grade equipment had a starting market price of at least $1 million. Even as the second daughter of the Jiang Corporation, she found that to be a staggering figure. She was beyond shocked. Use this scroll, Su Ming said, tossing her a scroll. Soul Healer Skill Scroll, Platinum Superior, X1, a platinum skill that ordinary people might only learn at the 4th or 5th tier. One could only imagine how expensive a platinum-grade skill scroll would be, and yet Su Ming had just casually produced one. He offered it to her for free. This left Jiang Yinqing utterly astonished. "You're just giving this to me? This could fetch a great price at auction, easily worth over $1 million. Jiang Yinqing took the scroll, hesitating. She thought Su Ming might not know its value, which was why he gave it to her. Yet Su Ming persisted, his expression calm. "There might be a tough battle ahead. The better your skills, the higher our chances of winning. Money is just an external possession to me. What use is having more money? Strength is what counts." He would do everything possible to prepare for the challenge against the hidden boss. Jiang Yinqing having an additional skill might just tip the odds in their favor. Su Ming was well aware of how formidable that hidden boss was, so he was making thorough preparations. She said no more and immediately used the scroll. Success. She acquired the skill, Soul Enhancement, Platinum Superior Skill, Proficiency, 0/300000. It consumed soul power to use, and when activated, it increased the experience gained by all team members by 200%. Seeing the skill, Jiang Yinqing was overjoyed. "Wow, it's actually a late-stage soul healer skill, Soul Enhancement. As long as there are monster corpses, I can extract souls and then increase the experience bonus. Su Ming, if you team up with me, even if you share some of the experience, you'll still gain a full 100%. She was almost dancing with joy. This skill was extremely rare and could help people level up quickly. Su Ming's lips curled into a slight smile. Good, with this skill he didn't have to worry about sharing his experience with her. Even in a team he could still gain full experience. This was something almost unimaginable for other teams. I guess I was lucky to have met her, a rare soul healer by profession. In the cave, Summing found a clean corner, made a fire and cooked a meal. In the dungeon, fighting was a significant drain on stamina. Having battled for several hours consecutively, Summing was famished. He took out chunks of cave salamander king's meat and washed them in a spring at the corner of the cave. Then he took 2 legs of the dark feather chicken, plucked them and roasted them over the fire. Soon a delicious meal was ready. Roasted dark feather chicken legs, juicy and tender with crispy skin, perfectly roasted. Consuming them would increase one's spirit attribute by 10 points for 3 hours. Additionally, there was the roasted cave salamander king meat, crispy cave salamander king meat, light yellow in color. The meat underwent the Maillard reaction when roasted, forming a natural crispy crust, and tasted superb. Eating it would boost one's constitution by 20 points for 4 hours. Jiang Yunqing was also extremely hungry. She grabbed a chicken leg handed to her by Summing and started nibbling on it gracefully at first, but it didn't take long before she couldn't maintain her elegance. It was just too delicious. She began to devour the food voraciously. As the saying goes, to capture a person's heart you must capture their stomach, and Summing clearly had mastered this. She never expected Summing to be such a good cook. In his previous life, Summing often fought in dungeons and naturally he honed his culinary skills there. He knew how to make the most delicious dishes with limited ingredients and primitive cooking techniques, utilizing just the natural flavors of the ingredients without any seasoning. After a satisfying meal, both of their attributes received a significant boost, though not a permanent effect. It was quite impressive. Only very delicious dishes could cause buff effects, while unpleasant foods usually had negative effects. Now it was time to find the hidden boss, Summing thought to himself. He stood up, took Jiang Yunqing and continued on their way. They rushed deeper into the cave and soon found a crack. Summing struck with his sword, shattering the rocks at the fissure. Dust flew everywhere. A small exit appeared before him with a ray of sunlight shining through, dazzlingly bright. Summing and Jiang Yunqing stepped out, feeling instantly refreshed by the fresh air. They were finally out of the cave. She stretched lazily. Outside the cave was a vast forest with many exotic beasts roaming around. In the center of the forest there was a huge blood-red lake, looking as if boiling blood was churning within it. Gazing at this scene, Jiang Yunqing marveled while Summing's eyes remained calm, but his expression unconsciously grew solemn. Soon, the hidden boss battle will commence. Indeed, the Red Rock Cave is merely a shortcut. Passing through the cave and emerging on the other side, a whole new world awaits. This is where the hidden boss will appear. It will respawn at the center of the Crimson Lake. Summing silently counts down in his heart. In about an hour, the hidden boss will emerge here. It is terrifyingly powerful with an exceptionally high level. Its combat strength is unmatched. The Red Rock Cave isn't the only entrance, but for Summing it's the closest one. There are other players in this area too. Summing's knowledge of the hidden boss comes from experiences in his past life. In that life, the strongest job changer from their school, Yanzei, died here. Yanzei discovered this hidden boss and, before his death, he shared its location over the channel with Summing, advising him to avoid the area. However, Yanzei himself met his end not by the boss but by the hands of the genius from the neighboring city, Li Changwang. Summing remembers this very clearly. That's why he is also on guard now. The 10-star genius from Woyang City is a ruthless character. At this moment, somewhere else in the instance, a survivor team is severely wounded. "Don't kill me, we're all humans," a male player cries out in terror, but in the next instant he is beheaded, his head rolling on the ground. "Please, take my equipment, just spare my life," another female player pleads. Before them stands a job changer with a knife, his expression cold and merciless. "Useless fools, begging won't help." With a swift motion he unleashes a blood-red blade, light, exceptionally sharp. Within a few breaths he has slain both players. He is dressed in a blue robe, his eyes slightly bloodthirsty. To the weak, there is only death. Looking down at the corpses, he even cracks a somewhat excited smile, as if killing exhilarates him. Holding a narrow-bladed long knife in one hand, his aura is extremely dangerous. This man is Li Changwang. The top expert from Woyan City this year, a blade madman with an innate 10-star talent just like Summing. His emergence has made him a hotly pursued prodigy. After entering the instance, he has stirred up a brutal storm of blood and violence. His frantic slaughtering of players is driven by the discovery that killing higher-level players grants more experience than ordinary monsters. To maximize leveling efficiency and claim the top spot, he opts for the most experience-rich method. Everywhere he goes, no one is left alive, thus his leveling speed is incredibly fast. He has already reached level 13. His first job change quest has been completed. He is now job changed to a first-tier Blade Madman, further enhancing his combat power. The Blade Madman, a powerful job, can choose to job change into a Blade Lunatic, Blade Hero, Blade Cultivator, or Blade Demon, or he can choose to stay a Blade Madman, enhancing skills and attributes without changing jobs. This path involves deepening expertise in one direction, but by the third job change there will be even stronger blade-related jobs available. At this moment, before him stands a girl in white, holding a massive scythe in her hand. She braced herself against the ground, breathing heavily. It was Ji Yao. A dreadful blood-soaked wound marred her chest, a stark testament to the brutality of Li Chenguang's blade. At this moment, 3 skeletons wielding bone swords stood before her, guarding her safety. 3 was the limit she could summon, but these skeletal warriors were also badly damaged, their bones riddled with fractures. Li Chen Guan was overwhelmingly powerful. Ji Yao and a few classmates had formed a small team and progressed quickly, reaching level 7. However, as they were about to leave the area, they were suddenly ambushed by Li Chenguang. She had witnessed several of her companions being ruthlessly killed by him. Thus, at this moment, her heart was a tumultuous mix of rage and hatred. Li Chenguang approached her with an emotionless face, holding his long blade. "You are Ji Yao from number 1 middle school," he said as he walked towards her. Ji Yao's face turned ice cold at his words. "How do you know my name?" Her lips were pale, her body at its limit, yet she never begged for mercy. "Haha, before the novice dungeon opened I had already obtained the list of all the talents this year from your school principal," Li Chenguang sneered. "I have studied your professions and talents. This dungeon is actually my hunting ground." He laughed coldly. His blade was a low-grade golden weapon and his equipment was also quite valuable. With a sword madman job and a 10-star talent, he was highly sought after. Thus, before even entering the dungeon, he had already received investments from various parties, including equipment money and skill scrolls. As a result, his strength far surpassed others from the moment he entered. Furthermore, his cruelty was exceptional, treating players as monsters to farm, which made his leveling efficiency terrifyingly high. The schools in Xinjing City, Nankotan City, and Datong City are all worthless. You are all too weak, which is very disappointing to me. You might as well turn into experience points to nourish me as I ascend to the peak. Li Chenguang's face darkened as he spoke, slowly advancing towards her. He had already killed many players, not just from Xinjing City. Students from all cities had died under his blade. To him, they were merely experience points. Ji Yao's slender body was riddled with wounds, her clothes soaked with blood. The last bottle of healing potion had already been used. She was utterly out of resources. Li Chenguang, merciless as ever, showed no intention of holding back. He brandished his blade horizontally in front of him, activating the blood sword slash skill of the sword madman, and swung it precisely. A terrifying trail of blood appeared in midair. He swept past, attacking Ji Yao with a strike that was sure to take her life. But in this critical moment, Ji Yao remained incredibly calm. She summoned the last bit of her strength. One of the skeletal swordsmen in front of her transformed into a flurry of blue soul shadows, suddenly moving to block the deadly strike for her. And she, in an instant, vanished from the spot. It was the necromancer's skill corpse swap, allowing her to exchange places with a body farthest from her. Li Chenguang's sword cut through the air. Turning around, he saw Ji Yao's figure disappear into the dense forest. A bloodthirsty smile spread across his face. "Have little lamb, you can't escape," he chuckled. He activated his movement technique and quickly pursued her like a relentless grim reaper. Ji Yao fled frantically through the forest, her breathing rapid, occasionally coughing up fresh blood. Eventually, she had no choice but to escape into a cave. The cave was filled with blood-red rocks, giving it a sinister appearance. But to save her life, she dived in. To her amazement, there were no monsters inside the cave, only their corpses. Had someone else been here before, who could be so powerful? Even an elite squad might not be able to kill so many monsters in such a dark cave. She didn't have time to think further as she sprinted with all her might, faintly hearing Li Chenguang's footsteps behind her. Don't run, his voice echoed through the cave. I will find all the talents from first, second, and third schools this year and kill them one by one. I will make sure that Xinjing City has no future and never recovers. Li Qingguang's voice was both crazy and ecstatic, as if he enjoyed the hunting process. His voice grew nearer and Ji Yao's desperation deepened. If caught, she would surely die. Soon Li Qingguang's voice was almost upon her. Su Ming Yen Zhe, I heard about their talents. One a 10-star and the other a 9-star. Why won't they fight me? He continued. No matter these cowards, I will find and kill them. His face twisted into a vicious, bloodthirsty grin as he closed the distance. Ji Yao felt a chill in her heart as he drew ever closer. Just as Ji Yao was about to be caught, a ray of daylight entered the cave. There was an exit ahead. A figure appeared, blocking her path, grabbing her and pulling her into the darkness. Ji Yao's forehead was sweaty, her vision blurred, and then she was out of the cave area. It seemed the person had moved her several tens of meters, hiding in a bush. Focusing her eyes, she saw a young man in green carrying a large bout, short hair, and an impressive demeanor. Yen Zhe, the 9-star talent awakener from Class 1, second only to Su Ming, though not in the same class. Ji Yao recognized him. You're Ji Yao from Class 1, the necromancer? Yen Zhe asked calmly. Ji Yao nodded. Yes, thank you for saving me. She was still a bit dazed. No need to thank me, we're schoolmates. I couldn't just stand by and do nothing, Yen Zhe said. Despite his cold exterior, his heart was kind. Yen Zhe, how did you happen to be here? Ji Yao asked. Yen Zhe's expression grew serious. That's a long story. I was part of a team too, but just when I went out to fetch water, I came back to find all my teammates had been killed by Li Chengwang. Through analysis, I concluded that his strength was too formidable. Believing myself to be no match for him, I've since stayed hidden close by waiting for an opportunity to strike. Upon hearing this, Ji Yao was utterly shocked. You've been lurking and tracking him, planning to ambush and kill him? Yes, Yen Zhe replied as he drew a cold, gleaming arrow from the quiver on his back, clutching it in his hand. A fierce light flickered in his eyes. I've been observing Li Chengwang in secret for a while now. This man is a psychopath who has changed professions. Rather than calling him a sword fanatic, he's more like a hunter. He treats this copy as an amusement park, hunting his prey everywhere, and indeed he has the strength to do so. As he spoke, a trace of worry appeared in Yen Zhe's eyes. If we don't kill him, the casualties at our school will be even more severe. After pondering for a moment, Ji Yao agreed that Yen Zhe's choice was indeed the best solution. He is a ranged professional, a demon hunting ranger. If he were to engage in close combat with the sword fanatic, he would undoubtedly lose. Thus, waiting for an opportunity to ambush is the only solution. What level are you now? Ji Yao asked. Level 10. Yen Zhe replied. I'm currently completing a quest to kill a beast of at least elite level. Hearing his level, Ji Yao was shocked. You're already level 10. That's incredibly fast. If it's you, maybe you really could kill Li Chengwang. I will fully support you and avenge our deceased classmates. Determination shone in Ji Yao's eyes as she spoke. Good, said Yen Zhe. At the same time, both of their gazes pierced through the bushes, sizing up Li Chengwang in the distance. Stop hiding, come out and face your death. Li Chengwang's voice was cold and loud as he scanned his surroundings, but for the moment he couldn't find Ji Yao's position. Follow me, let's retreat first. This isn't a good place to fight, Yen Zhe said. He quickly led Ji Yao away. As they fled, Yen Zhe opened his personal panel and sent a message to Su Ming. Classmate Su Ming, I am Yen Zhe from Class 4. Though we don't know each other as fellow schoolmates, and you being the most talented genius of our Xinjing First Middle School, I must not hide this information. The sword fanatic Li Chengwang from the neighboring city is hunting our school students. You must avoid him. He is very strong. He is currently in the Blood Forest Lake area. After sending the message, Yen Zhe immediately closed the panel. Though they were strangers, Yen Zhe was a kind-hearted person, or in other words, warm-hearted. He knew that a single message sent by him might save the life of a schoolmate. As a fellow student from the same school, he couldn't conceal this information. That's just who Yen Zhe is. Yen Zhe leading Ji Yao ran swiftly, but they hadn't escaped far when at the edge of a blood-red lake a flying blade light suddenly blocked their path. Whoosh! The crimson blade, swift as a startled swan, flew towards her, slicing through the air and narrowly missing Ji Yao's face. Had she moved a step sooner, she might have been pierced through by the blade. A chill ran down her spine as she turned to see Li Chengwang approaching, his face expressionless. Humph! Did you really think you could escape from me? He sneered. Once you've been cut by my blade, I can track you by its aura. His expression darkened as he fixed his gaze on Ji Yao, the bloody long knife in his hand reflecting a chilling light. It seems we can't escape, Yen Zhe muttered, his brow furrowed and his expression icy. he began to draw his bow, readying an arrow. Yan Zhe's great bow was a silver-grade weapon he had crafted from a blueprint in materials named the tenacious bone longbow. Arrows shot from this bow carried extra physical damage and slightly increased his attack speed, perfectly complementing his profession as a demon hunting ranger, a class that excelled in physical attacks and despised magic, hence all its skills dealt physical damage. Li Chengwang's eyes widened slightly in surprise at the sight of the bow in Yan Zhe's hands. "Oh, the demon hunting ranger Yan Zhe," he exclaimed, excitement creeping into his voice. "I've finally found you, the 9-star genius of the academy." His eyes gleamed with fervor. "A talent like you levels up quickly. You must be level 10 by now. You have the most experience points, killing you will surely get me to level 14. With it, he charged forward, his speed almost blurring his figure. Seeing this, a deadly intent surged within Yan Zhe. He swiftly let loose his arrows. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, the arrows, gleaming coldly, shot forth from his bowstring. For consecutive tracking arrows, a basic skill known to all rangers, even those of hidden archery subclasses, because it was an easy-to-learn bronze-level skill often found in skill scrolls. Yan Zhe, with his high level and attributes, ensured his arrows were deadly. They tore through the air, yet as they approached Li Chengwang, his expression remained impassive. With a few swift slashes, he cut all the arrows in two, none managing to harm him. At that moment, Ji Yao also made her move. Using her mental power, she summoned 3 skeletal swordsmen from a dark runic circle that appeared on the ground. The skeletons, trembling and clattering, emerged horrifyingly and charged forward with bone swords. Li Chengwang faced this assault without a change in expression. He unleashed a brutally fierce skill, Chaotic Blades of 5 Shadows, a high bronze tier skill, where multiple blade shadows appeared in front of him as if he had grown numerous arms, each wielding a sword. 5 slashes scattered forth, instantly annihilating the 3 skeletal soldiers. Ji Yao, already severely injured and low on spiritual power, had summoned skeletons that lacked sufficient combat strength and were no match for him in a direct confrontation. 3 skeletons couldn't even hinder his advance. Yan Zhe unleashed his most powerful skill, the Demon Sealing Arrow, Bronze Superior. This skill, exclusive to the Demon Hunting Ranger, could launch a massive soul arrow. Anyone hit by this arrow would be unable to use any ordinary skills for a brief period. With the arrow on its way, Yan Zhe's eyes gleamed with sharpness. Whoosh! The sound of the arrow tearing through the air echoed. Like mercury, the arrow streaked through the air, leaving a long trail behind as it aimed straight for Li Chengguang's throat. Li Chengguang was too arrogant, not even bothering to dodge. Seeing this, Yan Zhe clenched his fists, exhilarated. An opportunity. However, Li Chengguang just shook his head secretly. This arrow is good, but unfortunately, it cannot hit me. He scoffed coldly, then lifted his blade with a frosty expression. In a flash, he transformed into a beam of light, slashing forth. Whoosh! His blade was too fast, stirring up a whirlwind on the ground. Crack! The blade light cut through, splitting the Demon Sealing Arrow in two. The arrow disintegrated into little blue lights. Yan Zhe was utterly shocked. His strongest skill had been so easily countered. Was the gap between a 10-star and a 9-star talent really this vast? He was about to draw his bow again when, in an instant, Li Chengguang had already closed in. Pfft! Li Chengguang thrust his blade, piercing straight through Yan Zhe's chest. Blood flowed. Ji Yao saw this, her face drained of color, eyes filled with anger. Damn it, she swung her crescent scythe at Li Chengguang. Being a summoner, close combat was her weakness. Anger clouded her judgment as she chose to confront him head-on. Li Chengguang turned and his blade struck her shoulder. Ji Yao managed to block with her scythe, but still she was sent flying back in disgrace. She coughed up blood, no longer able to fight. Li Chengguang casually flicked his blade, splattering the blood from it. His expression cold, he glanced at the fallen Yan Zhe and Ji Yao, his eyes full of contempt and disdain. Too weak, too weak. I heard that Xinjing Middle School had several talented job changers this year. I thought I could have some fun, but it turns out they're just trash. He was supremely arrogant, not considering anyone a challenge. Even Yan Zhe, with his 9-star talent, seemed no match for him. What a waste of my time. Now you all deserve to die. Li Chengguang's eyes were cold and ruthless as he slowly walked towards Ji Yao. His blade gleamed with a bloody light. Ji Yao's health was nearly depleted. Another strike would surely kill her. At this moment she bit her lip in anger. She didn't want to die, but facing such a powerful enemy she felt powerless. She had also dragged down her classmate Yan Zhe. Filled with guilt, she closed her eyes at the last moment, and the image that floated before her was of Su Ming, whom she had adored for many years. Born into modest circumstances yet outstanding and tenacious, Ji Yao always liked to secretly watch Su Ming study intently. Alas, there would be no more chances in the future, and her toiling parents, without her they would grow old without support. As Ji Yao thought about these things, sadness overwhelmed her and tears streamed down her face. Li Changwang raised his hand and swung his blade, a blood-red glow rushing towards her. Despair grew in her eyes. Buzz! Suddenly an untimely sound echoed around them. A sword's hum rose from afar. A pitch-black Xian steel longsword transformed into a streak of light shooting forward with incredible speed. The sound of it tearing through the air was deafening. This sword moved so fast that it split the air currents in half, creating two swirling vortexes. The blade, shimmering with cold light, was terrifying to behold. In almost an instant it pierced through the air, smashing directly into and shattering the bloody glow from Li Changwang's blade. Li Changwang himself was struck by this massive force, sent flying backward. His face showed extreme shock. He staggered back 3 or 4 steps on the ground before he managed to stabilize himself. To directly shatter his blade light. Among the newcomers, this was almost an impossible feat. His face turned icy, his eyes filled with disbelief. As the dust settled, a figure in a gray robe slowly emerged from the dense woods. He lightly hooked his finger. Whoosh! The black Shin steel sword reversed its flight, hovering beside Su Ming. The bobbing Shin steel sword emitted a series of crisp buzzing sounds. It was indeed Su Ming. He had rushed here as fast as he could. His gaze was calm as he surveyed his surroundings, quickly assessing the situation. What surprised him was that Ji Yao was also here. In his past life, Yan Zhe had faced Li Changwang alone and was killed. He hadn't expected Ji Yao to also be present this time. It seemed that events in this life would not unfold exactly as they had in the previous one. Relationships between people are like a vast net interwoven together. The butterfly effect could cause many seemingly unrelated events to change. Su Ming stepped forward as if drifting, and in an instant he was beside Ji Yao. He slowly crouched down. Su Ming, Ji Yao's voice trembled, her eyes slightly red. She could hardly tell if she was dreaming. It's me. Su Ming reached out, gently wiping the blood from her face. At the same time, a hint of murderous intent appeared in Su Ming's eyes. Ji Yao's injuries were very severe. If he had been even a moment later, they might have been eternally separated. His face was icy cold, and the long sword floating beside him trembled incessantly. The sharp cold light made his entire presence terrifying. Jiang Yunqing, following closely behind Su Ming, had hurried over. She slowly raised her hands. In the next moment, a dark purple light surged within Ji Yao's body. Her injuries were healing rapidly. This level of healing ability required at least a first-level healer. Ji Yao was extremely shocked. Su Ming had gotten to know such a powerful healer. Yan Zhe was utterly shocked by the scene before him. A sword hanging in mid-air? A skill to command the sword, but this skill belonged to the advanced stages of a sword master. How had Su Ming learned it already? In that moment his mind was flooded with countless questions. His face twisted in pain as he clutched at his chest, struggling to sit up. He had barely moved a few centimeters. It was a near miss that almost pierced his heart. One could say his life had been narrowly saved. Then he saw Jiang Yunqing raise her hand from a distance, slowly healing his wounds as well. His face registered shock. A healer who could treat 2 people at once? Impossible, unless she was a soul healer of the first rank or higher, capable of such efficiency in the early stages. At that moment Li Changwang had regained his composure. His eyes, fixed on Su Ming, bore a serious look. All his arrogance and disdain had vanished because he realized he had met a true rival. He had just received a direct hit from Su Ming's sword commanding skill. The power of that strike was unforgettable. Slowly he lifted his weapon, only to see a notch on the blade. Coldness flickered in Li Changwang's eyes. His blade was a golden-level weapon. The strength and skill required to notch his blade were terrifying. What he didn't know was that Su Ming's Shin steel sword was merely of silver quality. To damage a higher quality weapon with a lower quality one spoke volumes of the skill and attribute superiority. If he knew this fact, Li Changwang would be even more astounded. So you're Su Ming, the 10-star sword master from Xianjing No. 1 Middle School. I must admit your strength has truly surprised me. His eyes, intensely fixed on Su Ming, his aura no longer hidden, burst forth explosively. A first-rank blade madman. At level 13 he topped the rankings in the entire dungeon. His body radiated a murderous aura as he lifted his blade. In this dungeon only you are worthy to be my opponent. But that's it, you will die by my blade, he sneered, pointing his blade tip at Su Ming, challenging him. Sword masters were not strong in close combat initially. If he could close the distance, he could kill Su Ming. Thus Li Changwang was fearless and struck immediately. his blade shimmered with a blood-red cold light as he dashed forward. "Su Ming, be careful." Ji Yao's face was filled with concern as she spoke. From a distance under the tree, Yen Zhe watched intensely. He was nervous about this battle and not optimistic. Although Su Ming had come to the rescue, he was just a sword master. His early combat abilities were no match for a blade madman. Both were pessimistic as they were severely injured and could only watch the battle. Su Ming, watching the incoming blade, remained calm. "Such a weak blade," he sincerely remarked. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone in the room was slightly shocked. Facing the 10-star genius of Woyang City, Su Ming's words seemed a bit too arrogant. Li Changwang's gaze suddenly darkened and his eyelids twitched twice. In an instant, murderous intent flickered in his eyes. Who dares to provoke him like this? It was simply seeking death. All along, he had been ruthless, treating students from various colleges in several cities as mere monsters to be slaughtered. He considered himself invincible. A mere swordmaster could not possibly hinder his hunting pace. Su Ming's words clearly angered him. He struck with full force. His blade, carrying an unstoppable momentum, thundered down. "I will slay you with one strike." Let you, the little swordmaster, face the reality. His voice was cold, his words spoken through clenched teeth. Facing the mad strike of Li Changwang, Su Ming stood firm as a mountain. He neither dodged nor evaded, standing tall and unmoved. With an expressionless face, he slowly raised his hand and grasped the suspended Shin steel sword. In the next instant, thunder flashed. Wild thunderous light surged violently. The mysterious sound of the sword echoed around. Watching this scene, Li Changwang sneered. "Foolish dog, as a swordmaster, not keeping distance but choosing to close combat with me, you are seeking death." A swordmaster is proficient in both ranged and close combat, and to win one must leverage the advantage of range. However, Su Ming chose to engage in close combat directly. How could he possibly match the blade crazy in close combat? Thus, in his heart, Li Changwang had already sentenced Su Ming to death. However, the next moment his expression froze, because Su Ming truly made his move. Buzz! In an instant, Su Ming's sword slashed out. His figure turned into a streak of lightning, leaving a brilliant sword mark in mid-air. Fast. Incredibly fast. The sword's origin: body 10 times the power, 10 times the speed. It was simply crushing. At the same level, with the same talent, it was impossible to withstand. Li Changwang did not realize that he was not facing just any swordmaster profession, he was facing a sword god. Li Changwang's face was filled with shock, and before he could react, Su Ming was already clashing with him at close range. Crunch! A loud noise echoed. The sword in his hand broke in two from the middle. Su Ming had cut it with a single strike. Following that, a huge wound appeared on his chest. Su Ming's sword had torn open his chest. The sword chi penetrated his body. He coughed up a large mouthful of blood. What kind of sword strike was this? It was so fast that his gaze couldn't even catch it. Extreme shock appeared in his eyes. His body was thrown backward, smashing hard onto the ground. Blood spurted from his chest. His health nearly depleted in an instant. It was utterly devastating. Seeing this scene, the entire audience was as if petrified. Ji Yao and Yen Zhe stared blankly, even somewhat dazed. How could this be? Su Ming was a swordmaster. How could his close combat ability be so terrifying? But Jiang Yunqing was not surprised by this scene. She had long since witnessed Su Ming's terrifying strength. Along the way, even in a beast-tied Su Ming could easily slaughter. Li Changwang lay on the ground, unable to rise, coughing up a large mouthful of blood. He struggled to stand up, swaying as he lifted his sword, only to find that his weapon had completely broken. He gasped in shock. Utterly horrified. How could this be? Su Ming slowly walked towards him, his eyes swirling with frosty coldness. "How could it not be?" he retorted. The true gaze of murderous intent is cold and calm. Seeing this look, Li Changwang felt a sensation he had never experienced before: fear. In front of Su Ming, his own murderous aura was child's play. That look was the gaze of a death god. Su Ming, gripping his sword, approached with a frosty expression. Li Changwang had severely injured Ji Yao, and for that alone he must die. On Su Ming's sword blade, a deep blue arc of lightning flickered and surged. With the next stroke, he could annihilate this blade madman. Li Changwang slowly retreated, his hair disheveled. In his eyes, there was still disbelief, unable to accept the fact that he had lost. Just one move and he had been defeated. This truly shattered his confidence and pride to pieces. He couldn't accept it, and from his personal space he took out a bottle of red healing potion. He gulped it down fiercely. His wounds began to heal at a visible rate and his strength started to recover. Impossible, that move must have been hugely draining. You can't use it again. Yes, you must have wanted to use that sword to intimidate me. I can't possibly lose, he roared, charging again with his broken sword. He activated his strongest skill, Rainforest Quick Blade, silver grade low-level sword technique. His blade momentum like rain, relentless and unending, his sword transformed into a blood-red cold light. Striking like raindrops? Su Ming's expression remained impassive. He sheathed his sword. Drawing his blade in a flash, he activated it. Su Ming slashed out a long mark, his figure turning into a blur as he suddenly burst forth. This sword was wrapped in lightning. It directly shattered the remaining fragment of the blade in Li Chengguang's hand into pieces. This sword was even faster, incomparably so. The power was even more terrifying than the last. Seeing this sword, Li Chengguang's eyes seemed to contain stormy seas, shocked to the extreme. There was an even stronger sword. Why was this Su Ming so powerful? He really was unbeatable. This shattered his worldview. The next instant, Su Ming's sword blade had already slashed towards his throat. He clumsily lifted the sword hilt to block the sword. Swish! Su Ming's sword directly hacked his hand into a bloody mess. The sword hilt shattered. However, although he barely blocked this sword, Su Ming's set effect was triggered. Shadow Slash. When activating a sword technique skill, there is a 60% chance to create a shadow that deals an additional slashing attack, the power of which is equivalent to your normal attack. An image identical to Su Ming appeared like ink behind him, almost overlapping. That shadow wielding an ink-black sword suddenly slashed down. Swish! This sword did not deal physical damage, rather it was imbued with dark attributes. The blade swept directly across Li Chengguang's throat, blood flowed and he was utterly defeated. Li Chengguang fell to his knees, no longer able to continue the fight. This can't be. I haven't lost. His lips trembled and he murmured hoarsely. His face was pale and the spark of life rapidly faded from his eyes. He couldn't believe that he had been defeated. He had thought this domain was his hunting ground, not realizing he was also the prey. Su Ming's strength shocked everyone. Su Ming looked down at him, his gaze calm. In fact, from the beginning, a single strike of his sword could have instantly finished Li Chengguang. But at that moment, Ji Yao was too close to Li Chengguang to avoid harming Ji Yao. Su Ming had chosen to only block his attacks. Now, Su Ming truly revealed his terrifying power. Wuyang City's top genius, the 10-star blade madman, is this all? Su Ming said coldly. These words struck Li Chengguang like a bolt of lightning, causing his eyes to tremble. Then Su Ming struck with his sword aimed at Li Chengguang's head, intending to completely annihilate him. Buzz! In that instant, a blue light flashed. A barrier shimmered into existence around Li Chengguang, engulfing him like water. Immediately after, Li Chengguang was teleported away. His figure vanished. Su Ming's killing strike missed. He looked at the empty ground, his expression serious. A life-saving ornament, huh? He escaped. These kinds of protective equipment integrating a protective barrier and teleportation were generally single-use, highly valuable, often costing millions of advent coins to produce. It seems that Wuyang City really spent a fortune to protect this genius. Next time, 10 life-saving devices won't save you. Su Ming sheathed his sword, speaking solemnly. As long as the sword technique was fast enough, even life-saving equipment wouldn't have time to activate. Su Ming was confident that by the next time he encountered Li Chengguang, he would have elevated his strength to such a level. It might even be possible that he would never see him again. This battle had already shattered Li Chengguang's spirit. His hands were crippled by Su Ming and it would be difficult to heal in a short time. Dignity and her strength, pride, all were thoroughly crushed by Su Ming. For a genius, this was a devastating blow. Li Chengguang might never recover, possibly even requiring psychological treatment. Su Ming turned to look at Ji Yao and the others. Are you alright? He asked them with concern. We're fine now, thank you, Yen Zhe responded slowly, having been dazed for a moment. His injuries had been healed by Jiang Yunclear by 50%, no longer life-threatening. Ji Yao's eyes reddened slightly and she rushed forward to embrace Su Ming. Seeing this, Jiang Yunclear pouted. If I didn't expect someone to beat me to it. No wonder he's been so cold towards me, but she wasn't disheartened. As the saying goes, with the right effort, there is no corner that can't be dug out. Su Ming, how were you so strong just now? Ji Yao was still somewhat shocked and unable to dissipate the feeling as she spoke. Su Ming merely shrugged his shoulders. He's just too weak. Seeing the scene, everyone was somewhat speechless. Li Chengguang weak? If he's considered weak, then who in this world could be called a genius? But their idle chatter didn't last long, because ahead in the center of the Blood-red lake, a huge vortex appeared. In the next instant a knight clad in blood-red armor leaped out from it. He was several meters tall, looking like a giant. His burly body was covered in armor that twinkled with a cold light. He walked on water, stepping on the lake's surface as he rushed toward the shore. A terrifying aura of pressure rapidly approached. Warning, hidden boss has appeared. Warning, hidden boss has appeared. Upon seeing this warning, everyone's faces were filled with horror. Su Ming, we need to retreat quickly. This hidden boss is very powerful, it's too dangerous, Yanzei said, startled, making a suggestion. No, Su Ming stood firm, his expression calm. Ji Yao, you and Yanzei go first. Jiang Yanqing and I will stay here to challenge the hidden boss. He had planned this from the beginning. Seeing Su Ming's determined eyes, Ji Yao chose not to leave. I'll challenge it with you, she said without hesitation. Yanzei, on the other hand, was silent for a moment before he could only show a helpless sigh. Running away now would really seem cowardly. Since you all have such courage, I can only stay and fight. Although challenging the hidden boss was very dangerous, the rewards were also very good. As the saying goes, the bigger the storm, the more valuable the fish. Ji Yao and Yanzei requested to join the team, and Su Ming did not refuse too much. Letting Ji Yao and Yanzei join the team was not part of the plan, but one must learn to adapt to circumstances. With two more people, the probability of success was indeed higher. The blood-armored knight approached, walking on water. His eyes flickered with a fierce light, seemingly full of rage. In his hand he held a massive thick sword. The sword was as big as a person, bewildering anyone who saw it. Intruders must die, he roared, leaping onto the shore. The thick giant sword smashed down towards Su Ming. Su Ming dodged to the side, narrowly avoiding the strike. Immediately after, he scanned the boss's data. Hidden boss, guardian of the Blood Lake, red armor, death. Knight level, 19 strength, 301 points constitution, 250 points agility, 102 points spirit, 102 points luck, 10 points skills, heavy armor mastery, LV.5 thick edge / water howl blade, gathering bloodsuck, thick blade, wave charge, robust epidermis. These terrifying attributes slightly startled him, far beyond his expectations. In his previous life, Su Ming had never seen this hidden boss with his own eyes. Now, seeing it firsthand, he could feel its horror. The attributes of the Red Armor Death Knight far surpassed those of an F-grade novice dungeons boss. It could even be comparable to a boss from an E-grade dungeon. For ordinary newcomers, it's basically a dead end. If Su Ming had known earlier how terrifying this boss was, he might have reconsidered whether to challenge it. But now that it's too late to turn back, Su Ming points his sword with a thought. Swoosh, the Shin steel sword behind him autonomously levitates. The pitch-black blade flickers with a cold light hovering in mid-air. Using his sword control skill, he manipulates the sword to confront the enemy in the air. The tip of the Shin steel sword suddenly points towards the Red Armored Death Knight and shoots forward. Clang! The Red Armored Death Knight lets out an angry roar and fiercely slashes with his sword. The wide and heavy greatsword carries a terrifying inertial force. The Shin steel sword is directly smashed away, flipping backward to stab into the ground. But in the next instant, the blade trembles and levitates again, continuing its assault. Under Su Ming's mental control, the Shin steel sword is like an indestructible cockroach, constantly flying forward to confront and fend off the greatsword of the Red Armored Death Knight. Meanwhile, Su Ming raises his hand to grasp the air. A pitch-black longsword, as dark as ink, rises from his shadow and lands in the palm of his hand, a platinum-level weapon, the Shadowflow longsword. The way this sword appears, even Ji Yao and Yanzei are a bit surprised. This sword doesn't even have a physical blade. Its edge is like an extension of the shadow, very ethereal. It seems Su Ming has quite the fortune to possess such a weapon. Yanzei quickly steps back, bending his bow to draw an arrow. As a ranged attacker, he must provide cover for Su Ming from behind. His quiver is almost empty, having used too many arrows in the earlier battle with Li Qingguang, yet he pulls out a novice's dagger, casually cuts 2 branches and places them in front of him. Then, with a grasp of his hand, all the branches transform into brand new arrows, flying into his quiver. This is the ranger's unique skill, material to arrow, which can turn any wilderness material into arrows. The stronger the material, the greater the power of the arrows. With new arrows, Yanzei immediately crouches on the ground, his eyes eagle-like, locking onto the Red Armored Death Knight. Bending his bow, he releases a tracking arrow which shoots out. The arrowhead is shadowless, swiftly streaking through the air. However, when it strikes the boss, it has little effect. These arrows, against such a massive figure as the Red Armored Death Knight, are like toothpicks. Plus, with his body fully clad in heavy armor, such sharp weapons are too ineffective. Unable even to penetrate his defenses, causing the arrows to shatter, Ji Yao rushes to Su Ming's side chanting a spell. Two undead skeleton soldiers suddenly emerge from a dark magic array, brandishing their bone swords. They fearlessly charge towards the boss. However, they are too fragile and cannot withstand a single strike from the heavy greatsword, shattering into pieces. Jiang Yanxing's expression is solemn, her face tense. She is not an offensive class, so her best option is to support from the rear. She quickly runs to a tree behind her, raises her hands and provides enhancements to the three of them. Blocking enhancement. Bronze designates a teammate consuming mental energy to continuously increase their blocking probability. She immediately activates the skill, increasing Su Ming's blocking probability. Watching the scene unfold, Su Ming was calm. His three teammates, although not decisive in their impact on the battlefield, were all doing their best to contribute. They managed to slow down the boss's movements somewhat, which was all that Su Ming expected. He knew he was the main powerhouse. Clutching the shadow blade in his hand, a cold glint sparkled in his eyes. A formidable hidden boss, you say? Today I'm taking down that hidden boss. His blade shimmered with a dark, chilling light. Su Ming made his move, holding the shadow blade. His footsteps were unpredictable as he boldly approached the armored undead knight. His combat style was unlike any swordsman, rather, he resembled a ruthless assassin. His moves were tricky, his actions almost floating. These were combat skills honed from countless life and death experiences in his previous life, not just mere skills but a wealth of combat experience. Invader, leave the blood lake, get out of here, roared the armored undead knight, swinging his massive sword. Su Ming ignored him, directly activating the thundering sword technique. A brilliant blue thunderous light flowed and extended. With a slanting strike, he thrust forward, confronting the boss head on. Astonishingly, his sword firmly halted the boss's attack. The giant stone sword was unexpectedly stopped by the small shadow blade, unable to advance an inch. In that instant, Su Ming continued to channel his sword controlling skill. Mid-air, the black steel sword danced, slashing horizontally. The armored undead knight, unable to contain his fury, had to retract his stone sword to fend off the harassment from the black steel sword. His movements were agile, his broad stone sword swinging to knock the black steel sword away. Su Ming pressed his advantage, giving the knight no chance to breathe. Clutching the shadow blade, he launched a frenzy of strikes. The black steel sword danced in the air, assisting in the attack. His onslaught was relentless, like raindrops, with the speed of his blade reaching an extreme. The explosive sound of thunder boomed, deafening, with white smoke rising from the surrounding air. Both swords attacked simultaneously. The black steel sword circled the boss, acting like a nimble weapon, continuously launching harassing attacks. The shadow blade carried dark attribute damage, something the stone sword couldn't withstand. In the moment Su Ming swung his sword, the blade seemed almost ethereal, bypassing the boss's block and striking directly at his shadow. Suddenly, the armored undead knight found it difficult to defend, retreating step by step. His burly body kept moving backward. The effect of the shadow blade's affix spirit drain kicked in. The boss's spiritual power continuously drained, equivalent to his mana being depleted. Bits of stone chipped off from his massive stone sword. Scratches also appeared on his armor. An opportunity arose. Ji Yao's eyes sparkled with excitement, utterly thrilled. Su Ming was too powerful, even making the hidden boss retreat step by step. Come on, she cheered for Su Ming, and at the same time summoned another skeleton to charge behind the boss, launching a sneak attack. Yan Zhe's eyes gleamed with a sharp intent to kill. Drawing his bow, he readied an arrow, activating the demon sealing arrow skill. A massive arrow flowing like mercury shot out and pierced directly into the eye socket of the boss, where there was no armor to protect it. This strike was spectacularly effective. For a moment, the boss's abilities were sealed, rendering it unable to activate any skills. Ji Yao's skeleton took the opportunity to launch a frenzied attack from behind, its bone sword thrusting fiercely, causing the boss's massive body to shudder. Enraged beyond measure, the boss turned and swung its sword, shattering the skeleton instantly. Ji Yao, after all, was low on stamina, and the skeletons she summoned were somewhat frail. Nonetheless, they managed to reduce the boss's strength to some extent, giving Su Ming a greater advantage. The red armored Death Knight let out a painful roar and staggered back several steps. Good, keep this up and we've got this win. Yan Zhe's eyes sparkled with determination as he continued firing arrows. Like raindrops, the arrows flew relentlessly towards the enemy. However, Su Ming's expression remained as calm as still water, contrasting with the other's optimistic assessment of the situation. His heart was clouded with unease. No, it has too much health. The this boss with its strong defenses and extremely tough alloy armor feels like I'm merely scratching it." By now, they had only managed to reduce the boss's health by about 10%. Yan Zhe's magic sealing arrows worked wonders but couldn't be used continuously. Once the effect of this arrow wore off, the boss would become thoroughly enraged, and just as expected, the next moment the seal on the skills was lifted. The red-armored Death Knight, trembling with fury, had his giant sword emit a dazzling red glow. "Intruders must die." Guarding this forest for hundreds of years, his strength was unquestionable. Reigning as the king of this dungeon, he swung his greatsword, activating a skill. Boom! A terrifying shockwave erupted from his blade. Su Ming quickly raised his sword to block. Bang! The terrifying strength of the boss took effect, blasting Su Ming and sending him flying, even shattering a large patch of turf and sending it flying with him. Dust billowed around. Su Ming, with a furrowed brow, adjusted his posture and barely managed to stabilize himself. His appearance was disheveled. This hidden boss was after all a level 19 monster. The level difference was too great, he thought to himself. Though Su Ming was already level 14, undoubtedly the fastest among the beginners, he was still too weak in front of this red-armored Death Knight. This boss, in terms of attributes and skills, was enormously powerful. Fortunately, he possessed the Origin sword body, which increased the speed and power of all his sword techniques tenfold. Otherwise, Su Ming feared he would have been instantly killed. Even ordinary dungeon bosses required teams of more than 10 to grind down slowly. How much more so for Su Ming, who had only 4 people? Thus, the boss's health was dropping very slowly. Su Ming was fighting with great difficulty, but he never thought of giving up. He breathed deeply, adjusting his stamina consumption as much as possible. Then, focusing his spirit, he activated the Thundering Sword technique. He continued to charge forward, swinging his sword wildly in close combat. Su Ming's swordsmanship was flexible to the extreme. Moreover, the suit effect can also be triggered from time to time. Dark ink-like shadows separated from his body, unexpectedly slashing out several times. Shadow Slash. When activating sword technique skills, there is a 60% chance to generate a shadow that delivers an additional slash attack with the power equivalent to a normal attack. As long as the sword is swung fast enough, the probability of triggering this shadow slash effect can be infinitely increased. Thus, Su Ming knew he had to strike instead of defend to have a chance of winning. His sword swings got faster and fiercer, almost like a whirlwind or a thunderstorm. Gradually, he felt he had realized a new sword technique. Comprehending the new skill, Torrential Rain Sword, Silver Mid-Grade, Proficiency 0/2000, with a stance like a downpour, relentless, allowing for multiple attacks in a short time, winning with speed. In an instant, Su Ming's sword moves became even more ferocious. As long as he persisted in using his own professional weapon and gradually reached mastery, he would occasionally comprehend new skills. What Su Ming obtained was a silver level skill. If it were someone else, the newly comprehended skills would typically start at bronze, but he started directly at silver level. This sword technique indeed was fierce, with numerous slashing counts. The equipped Shadow Slash effect was crazily triggered. The ink-colored shadows followed Su Ming's sword technique, also unleashing a storm-like offensive. At this moment, the boss's health started to decrease rapidly. A few minutes later, its health was below 60%. Good, with this progress, we are sure to win. At the back of the battlefield, Jiang Yunqing, who was in charge of support, clenched her fists and exclaimed excitedly, "Great!" Yan Zhe squinted his eyes, took aim, and continued shooting arrows. But the next moment, roar! The red-armored Death Knight let out an angry roar. He stomped his foot, sending out a huge shockwave that briefly forced Su Ming back. Then he fiercely smashed down. The huge thick-bladed stone sword shattered. To be precise, it was the stone shell on the outside that had shattered, revealing the large blade inside. This giant sword, like it was made of flesh, was filled with red barbs. This was the boss's real weapon, or even its new form, then. The boss, holding this blood sword, charged at Su Ming. Under the armor, one could vaguely see his skull, a mass of rotten flesh with 2 pairs of rotting eyes glowing. The boss's face was angry, already filled with the intent to kill. His speed and strength had both increased. Su Ming raised his sword to block. Bang! With a loud noise, Su Ming was suddenly thrown backwards, coughing out a large mouthful of fresh blood. He struggled to get up, his face icy cold. The second phase, huh? He was not afraid at all, and a somewhat insane smile even appeared on his lips. The stronger the boss, the better the rewards. At this very moment, his heart was filled with anticipation. Seeing Su Ming injured, Jiang Yunqing hurried to treat him. However, having previously healed Yan Zhe and Ji Yao's injuries, she had expended a lot of her physical strength. The spiritual energy she had left as well as the soul energy she had drawn from corpses were not abundant, with limited remaining. Physical strength, the healing effect was naturally not strong enough. Although anxious, she had no other immediate solution. Su Ming was aware of this too, and to speed up his recovery, he simply took out a healing potion from his personal space and drank it down. This potion could instantly restore part of his injuries and then gradually heal the remaining wounds. Once his injuries were mostly healed, Su Ming revitalized his spirit and re-engaged in the battle. His eyes fixed on the boss, a cold light flashing within. This unveiling of the second phase was actually a good thing. It meant that the boss was truly enraged. The red-armored Death Knight, wielding a huge sword, charged furiously. He activated a very fierce boss skill called Heavy Front Slash. His broad blood-red greatsword was raised above his head. With a step forward, he swung down at Su Ming. The blade flickered with a red light, its power self-evident. Wherever the boss stepped, the ground cracked, hinting at the ferocity of the attack. Su Ming's mind flickered, commanding the Shen steel sword in midair to fly and slash, attempting to block this strike. However, the moment the Shen steel sword made contact, it was knocked away. The greatsword, wrapped in terrifying inertia and massive potential energy, likely weighed 1,000 pounds. The tip of the greatsword even slashed out a blood-colored light, speeding towards Su Ming. Su Ming's eyes were icy cold as he sheathed his Shadowflow longsword. He moved forward, daringly rushing towards the sword strike. It was an act of utter fearlessness. He was going to use his sword flash skill to confront it head-on. Normally, the red-armored Death Knight's movements were not extensive, his armor enveloping his body completely. The thick steel armor could turn most attacks into mere scratches, but when using Heavy Front Slash, this skill made the movement stiff, hard to completely deflect all attacks. At this moment, as the boss raised both hands, the joints in the armor exposed flesh. Su Ming had to seize this gap to inflict maximum damage. Although risky, the potential reward was also significant. His body turned into a streak of light and his sword slashed across the sky. Shush! This strike was extremely fast. With the sword flash skill fully activated, the terrifying sword mark turned into a streak of light lingering in the air. This strike produced a sound of breaking air. Su Ming directly swept past the boss's body. The azure blue sword mark precisely struck the gap in the armor on the boss's arm. Poochie! Dark yellow blood spurted out like pus. The boss's health was instantly reduced by a large amount, and Su Ming did not sustain any injuries, for in that instant he had activated the Hidden God Step, an ultimate stepping technique that, when activated, made Su Ming appear as if he had vanished, his body seemingly intangible, directly passing through the boss's blade. The red-armored Death Knight's voice trembled, furious beyond containment. His body was covered in wounds, his face twisted, and his entire body began to emit crackling noises. The flesh and blood greatsword in his hand began to deform. Finally, a great hammer was formed. With a twisted voice, the boss let out a whale-like scream and launched its final assault on Su Ming. Behind it, the blood lake boiled like never before, with currents forming massive waves that surged skyward. Countless blood-red waters condensed into the shape of sword blades, following the movements of the giant hammer in its hand. Su Ming's eyes widened in slight surprise. He knew this was the boss's most powerful ability, the Howling Water Blade Gathering. As the boss swung its weapon, it drew vast amounts of lake water, forming blood water flying knives that attacked Su Ming. Dozens of these blood water blades shot out fiercely, leaving countless traces in the air. Su Ming's gaze hardened, his movements extremely cautious in that instant. He immediately activated his fastest skill, the Torrential Rain Continuous Sword. Suddenly his Shadow Stream longsword slashed out numerous dark sword lights. The flying knives, formed from the blood water, were all cleaved apart by Su Ming. At the same time, he also activated the mysterious steel sword floating beside him, slashing and blocking the flying knives. But there were too many blood water flying knives. This was originally an area attack skill more than sufficient to kill a dozen players. Even if Su Ming was strong, how could he alone possibly block them all? The number of flying knives continued to increase, and gradually Su Ming felt overwhelmed. Damn it! He gritted his teeth and growled lowly. Su Ming's figure blurred, preparing to activate the Hidden God Step again to forcibly dodge. However, this would also consume a terrifying amount of his spiritual power. In a battle, Su Ming could only activate 1 or 2 instances of the Hidden God Step at most. If he used it now, his spiritual power would be depleted, making the subsequent fight extremely difficult. Fortunately, at that moment, a dozen arrows shot fiercely towards him. It was Yen Zhe. He was also a 9-star talented ranger with powerful and Extremely precise arrows. Those arrows shattered many of the blood-water flying knives, relieving Summing of some pressure. Summing breathed a sigh of relief, glad he hadn't used the hidden god step. He could save this precious spiritual power for the final blow against the boss. While swinging the torrential rain continuous sword, he rushed forward. In that instant, thunder flickered on the blade in his hand. At the same time he took a step forward. The floating mysterious steel sword also landed in his hand. Summing's eyes swirled with murderous intent, no longer holding back. Holding the mysterious steel sword in his left hand, he executed the thundering sword art. With the Shadow Stream longsword in his right hand, he executed the sword draw flash. Both mid-grade silver-level sword arts were activated simultaneously. Buzz, a deafening sword hum resounded throughout the area. The ground even split open. Summing's figure turned into a brilliant thunderous sword light, instantly sweeping across. With a spurt, the dual swords slashed, directly smashing the red-armored Death Knight's helmet. Its head was fully exposed to the world. It was an extremely ugly tumorous mass, covered with dead wood and rotting flesh. It turned out that this red-armored knight was just a resentful spirit that had been guarding this place based on a lingering wish. Its body completely decayed. Fundamentally, it wasn't much different from the monsters summoned by a necromancer. Its eyes gazed vacantly as it knelt on its knees. Pus-yellow blood, reminiscent of the decayed blood within a corpse, gushed out, merging with the lake of blood behind it. Summing's successful kill. In that instant, a message echoed across the world channel. Announcement: Hidden Boss defeated. A Swordmaster player has slain the hidden boss. Instant settling begins. Congratulations to all players, prepare for your triumphant return. Suddenly, a voice resounded in the minds of all players in the instance. In an instant, discussions exploded like a super bomb. Impossible. A hidden boss? How could it be? What even is a hidden boss? We haven't even found the regular boss yet and he's already killed the hidden one. Seems like it was also a Swordmaster who got the first kill. Could it be the same person? Damn, this guy must be cheating, right? Damn, we haven't even leveled up much and it's only been about a dozen hours since this instance started. This speed is just outrageous. The discussions were incessant. Normally, a beginner's instance would take several days and nights just to locate the boss, then dozens of players would gather their strength to challenge the boss. Even with several teams attacking together, it would take a long time to whittle down the boss's health. And now, it's only been a dozen hours since the instance began. Who in the world is this guy? At that moment, everyone was filled with shock. Soon, the world rules began to settle. Player Li Guangran killed 3 feverish rabbits and 1 bloodthirsty feathered chicken total. Kills X4-inch obtained 401 tribe coins. Player Song Ju killed 1 hairless claw cat, obtained 151 tribe coins. Player Zhang Xiaoyu killed. Player. The discussions grew even more intense. By this time, players were no longer concerned about their own scores, but were more curious about who the slayer was. Damn, I only got 601 tribe coins and only leveled up to level 4. I can't even show my face outside. His speedrun killed the boss and we ended up settling the instance too. It's frustrating. Stop whining. Even if that Swordmaster didn't rush, you wouldn't have leveled up much. You might even have died at the hands of monsters. Right, this instance is full of dangers. You could die at any moment at the hands of a wild beast. Having a pro rush it, we actually got lucky, didn't have to face the risk and got through just by lying down, but his speed was too fast. We couldn't level up. Now we can only go to the dangerous areas outside the city to challenge wild beasts. The world channel turned into a mess. At this time, in a certain part of the instance, a man holding a long-handled purple crystal hammer, clad in a splendid golden armor, his face looking extremely grim. It was Zhang Tang. Behind him followed several of the strongest rookies, forming an absolutely elite team. Everyone looked grim. The team members were bodyguards arranged by his family. This was a squad composed entirely of talents with 8 stars or above. Moreover, Zhang Tang was armed head to toe in golden-level equipment which his family had provided him before entering the instance. Thus, his starting point was definitely faster than anyone else's. His strategy after entering the instance was simple: aim for the top. He roamed the entire map searching for the boss, planning to defeat it and become number 1. Being the first in the novice instance would reward him with the power of bloodline, a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Hence, he barely spent any time grinding mobs and focused solely on locating the world boss. However, before he even caught a glimpse of the boss, someone else had already defeated the hidden boss. The instance concluded automatically and he was forced to exit. It could be said that his rhythm was completely disrupted. Originally, he had absolute confidence in overtaking that madman Li Changwang. Although he was only an 8-star talent, he had the backing of the Zhang family, but now everything was up in the air. His plan was thoroughly ruined. He was so angry that he was practically trembling. Damn it! How is this possible? Who was it? He exclaimed, his voice shaking. At the same time, something else was troubling and puzzling him. Since last night he had been unable to contact Ren Xiaoman. What had happened? Su Ming didn't have time to look at the World Channel discussions. Now in his mind the sounds of the instance's conclusion kept echoing. Hidden boss slain, Red Armor Death Knight, all team members, each plus 6,292 experience points. Su Ming directly leveled up 2 levels, reaching level 16, Jiang Yunqing level 13, Yanzei almost level 13, Ji Yao was even more terrifying, leveling up from 7 to 10, a straight gain of 3 levels. Had it not been for a class transfer task, she might have even leveled up further. Yanzei also completed a class transfer task, killing an elite level monster, and even leveled up 2 more times. The amount of experience gained was astonishing. Ji Yao and Yanzei were both stunned. We succeeded. But how could we get so much experience? Ji Yao was extremely surprised. A 4-person team slaying a boss shouldn't have gained so much experience. Just then Jiang Yunqing stepped forward with a slight smile. My skill soul enhancement can double the experience gained by all team members. Upon hearing this, Yanzei was shocked. The skill was at least of platinum level. Already having learned it during the novice instance period, having a consortium family backing was indeed different. He attributed the success to the Zhang's consortium. However, Yanzei overlooked a crucial point. Novices entering the instance are all level 1. The strongest equipment available at level 1 is limited to golden level. It was impossible for her to have received a platinum level skill scroll from her family before entering the instance. Normally, only certain artifacts have no level restrictions. Ji Yao was still in a daze, overwhelmed by the level increase. Su Ming remained calm, walking slowly toward the corpse of the boss, where a multitude of items had burst forth. Among the loot were the Celestial Stone Sword skill scroll, Platinum lower grade sword technique, Wrought Heart necklace, Platinum lower grade, Blood Lake Corpse Decay Trooper summoning spell, Gold upper grade skill scroll, Whisper Bone Bow, Platinum lower grade, and 40,000 all tribe coins, mostly platinum level rewards. As the team leader, Su Ming had the authority to distribute these items. He didn't think too long and immediately distributed the all tribe coins equally among the team members, giving each person 10,000 since everyone had contributed. All tribe coins are a currency regulated by the world's rules, not only usable on the Blue Star but also in dungeons and the All-World Store. They are the most universally accepted divine currency. In the All-World Store, one can purchase anything imaginable, from rare bloodlines and ancient divine beasts to ancient talents and extraordinary skills. It's fair to say that all tribe coins are the world's universal currency, rare and distributed by the world rules themselves. Moreover, all tribe coins can be exchanged at a rate of 1 to 10 for descent coins, which are used for human internal trading on Blue Star. Descent coins can also be exchanged back into all tribe coins at a rate of 10 to 1. Afterward, Su Ming used the talent enhancement ability called All Things Sublimation on all the spoils of battle. The enhancement was successful. The items, including the Heavenfall Sword Tomb skill scroll, Platinum mid-grade sword technique, Soul Heart necklace, Platinum mid-grade, Blood Armor Undead Knight summoning spell, Platinum upper grade skill scroll, and Suppressing Spirit Decay Bow, Platinum mid-grade, were mostly upgraded to Platinum mid-grade. The Blood Armor Undead Knight summoning spell in particular was upgraded from gold to platinum, making it the item with the most significant improvement and could easily sell for millions of descent coins. Su Ming scanned the details of these items with a serious expression. The Soul Heart necklace was incredibly powerful, able to increase the soul power storage limit and absorption efficiency. Soul power is a type of professional resource akin to a mana bar, taking Ji Yao and Jiang Yunqing as examples, one is a necromancer and the other a soul healer. Their skills require soul power to unleash their full potential, which they can only gather from corpses on the battlefield. Su Ming decided to give the necklace to Jiang Yunqing. As a healer, she needed to continuously use soul power, making the necklace most effective for her. Although Ji Yao also used soul power, her main strength lay in her summon creatures, which meant her personal soul power consumption was minimal. Despite his fondness for Ji Yao, Su Ming knew the importance of using resources wisely. Now, as they had temporarily formed a small team and he was in charge, he couldn't act recklessly. When it came to distributing resources, fairness was key. Finally, Su Ming gave the upgraded Blood Armor Undead Knight summoning spell, Platinum Upper Grade Skill Scroll, to Ji Yao. This skill can only be used by her profession, so Su Ming naturally handed it over to her. Once mastered, this skill allows one to summon the Blood Armor Death Knight, yes, a Blood Armor Undead Knight just like the hidden boss. Of course, one summoned creature is not as powerful as the boss. The boss levels are extremely high and they receive special attribute bonuses. The creatures summoned by players naturally are not as strong. After all, a whitewashed version is somewhat weaker, but it should not be underestimated. Once this knight is summoned, it can absolutely crush most monsters and players of the same level. Steamrolling through dungeons is not an issue. As Ji Yao's strength increases, the summoned creature will become stronger and stronger. One day it might even surpass a real boss. As long as she reaches the 4th transformation, the combat power of the Blood Armor Knight she summons will be comparable to a real boss. If she can improve her proficiency in this skill, it can even evolve further. The next level should be the Blood Crown King Guardian Sword Rider from the Blood Lake Undead Summoning Branch. This is a higher tier Sword Guardian Knight, one of the twin swords guarding the king, with extremely fierce combat power. Reaching the diamond level. Moreover, the most important thing is that this skill scroll has no level restrictions. Most skill scrolls require reaching a certain level to learn. Silver skills need level 10, gold skills need level 20, platinum needs over level 30. But after Su Ming uses his talent of Sublime All Things to sublime the scroll, its effect changes, eliminating the level restriction entirely. This allows Ji Yao to learn this skill right now. Of course, Sublime All Things does not always remove level restrictions, it's random. Ji Yao took the scroll and suddenly crushed it. Her eyes widened in shock. She had actually learned the skill directly. Even if you have a 10-star talent, the skills you comprehend early on start from the bronze level. Even for someone as talented as Li Chengwang from Luoyang City, known as the Mad Blade, his strongest blade technique is just a lower tier silver. For most people, mastering a skill is a gradual process. From bronze to silver to gold, gradually upgrading, this is the route for most people. But Ji Yao at level 10, without even completing the first transformation task, has learned a platinum level skill. If this were known, it would definitely drop jaws. After all, not everyone is Su Ming's teammate, only he has the Sublime All Things talent. Su Ming then handed over the soul-suppressing corruption bow to Yan Zhe. Yan Zhe, a demon-hunting ranger, finds this bow very suitable. Yan Zhe took the dark red longbow and examined it closely. Soul-suppressing corruption bow. Platinum mid-tier, level restriction, 20 profession requirement, bow proficient ranger class, prefix, corruption arrow. When drawing the bow and notching an arrow, it can transform corpses into arrows, increasing power with an additional 50% corrosion effect. Prefix, soul suppressing, consumes mental power to enchant all arrows shot from this bow with random magical effects. Yan Zhe's eyes trembled, his gaze flickering. His original bow was just a silver level weapon, and now it has been upgraded to platinum. This was something he couldn't even dare to think about in the past. The only downside was the level restriction. He couldn't equip it yet and would need to level up further. He carefully put away the bow, expressing his gratitude to Su Ming. Without any reluctance, "Thank you, Su Ming," he said, his expression serious and meticulous. "From today onwards you are my comrade in arms." He was well aware that Su Ming had contributed the majority of the effort in this battle. He himself had only inflicted minor damage from behind, yet Su Ming was willing to allocate such a weapon to him. It was truly an act of utmost kindness and righteousness. Having someone like him as a friend was indeed a stroke of luck for Yan Zhe. Su Ming simply nodded, not saying much else. Then he turned his attention to his own spoils of war, the heaven-falling sword tune technique, platinum grade, the giant sword burial, heaven-suppressing evil. With a sword intent that pierces the heavens, it summons a massive stone sword that crashes down, causing immense damage. Su Ming crushed it immediately. Skill acquired, proficiency, 0/200000. Su Ming raised his hand and clenched it, boom. A shadow appeared in the sky, followed by a massive black stone sword crashing down. The stone sword was larger than a person. It was like a giant tombstone deeply embedded into the ground. The massive stone sword tombstone, exceedingly heavy, cracked the ground upon impact. The black sword tomb, made of a material harder and thicker than steel, had many curses inscribed on it. Just its weight alone could crush monsters. If the hidden boss was still alive, Su Ming could easily break its armor right from the start with this move. This was Su Ming's first platinum level active damage skill. He was in high spirits. At that moment he noticed that everyone's bodies began to float ethereally, the dungeon was settling and it was time to leave. "Su Ming, call me for the next dungeon," Yanzei said, carrying the longbow. "Hey Su Ming, thank you for saving my life. We'll meet again soon." Jiang Yunqing waved his hand, smiling heartily as his figure faded. Ji Yao stepped forward, smoothing her hair, looking at Su Ming. The next instant her figure also vanished. Su Ming himself then entered a different dimension, dungeon settling. Player: Su Ming killed 33 greyback wolves, 12 or-eating dark feather chickens, 24 cave newts, 1 cave newt king, defeated 1 hidden boss, killed. An extensive list unfolded. Mad calculations. Su Ming's score kept rising. Eventually it nearly maxed out. Unharmed through the Red Rock Cave, ultra-fast clearance, dungeon first kill, perfect challenge, final rating, S-level, title earned, Rookie King effect, all attributes plus 15, all skill proficiency plus 10%, ranking calculation in progress. Afterwards a ranking list appeared before Su Ming's eyes. Novice Dungeon ID .144, ranking settlement in progress. 10th place, Berserker Sun Xiaoyang, level 7, 9th place, Planter Li Qianlong, level 8, 8th place. This is the dungeon leaderboard. The top 10 participants will receive extra rewards, with the first place prize being particularly substantial. Su Ming's expression was calm. He pretty much knew the outcome already. He was destined to be number 1. In the novice dungeon he had reached level 16. This was an unprecedented achievement, unmatched by any before or likely any to come. At this moment it wasn't just Su Ming or even just the players inside the dungeon who were focused on this. Countless people on the outside on the planet launching were eagerly anticipating the final rankings. Right now, in the various leadership offices of Xinjing No. 1 High School, everyone was intently watching the leaderboard. What's going on? This year Dungeon .144 has ended so quickly. It hasn't even been a day. How has the settlement started already? Could there be an issue? The school leaders stared at the leaderboard, their gazes fixed. Normally dungeons would take several days or even a week to complete, but this novice dungeon had been completed in less than 24 hours, a miraculously fast completion. In front of the group of school leaders, there wasn't just a leaderboard. Around them, several rows of large virtual screens displayed the leaders from high schools in several nearby cities, a total of dozens of people. Each year the novice dungeon was essentially a major competition. Teachers from high schools in the surrounding cities would gather to observe and discuss. From one of the screens, a cold laugh came from a high school in Woyang City. "Ha, teachers of Xinjing No. 1, there's no need to be so surprised. The reason this year's dungeon settled so quickly is all thanks to our genius from Woyang No. 3, Li Changwang. A 10-star talent and his profession as the Mad Blade is simply invincible in this cohort. I suggest that you in Xinjing City cherish your last resources, because next year your quota for the Sky Tower might not be safe." The speaker was Xie Shulong, the principal of Woyang No. 3 High School. Losing the quota for the Sky Tower meant that the city would no longer receive government funding from the Dragon Country nor have access to resources in the future. This would make it difficult to produce talented students, creating a vicious cycle. Once fallen, it would be nearly impossible to rise again. Hearing the mockery from Xie Shulong, the principal of Woyang No. 3, the teachers from Xinjing No. 1 were visibly angry. But they had no way to refute him. They had to admit Li Changwang was indeed formidable. His securing first place this year was almost a foregone conclusion. Not just in Xinjing City, but in the 5 surrounding cities, no other genius could compete with him. A 10-star talent was one thing, but what was truly terrifying was his profession as the Mad Blade, one of the strongest early hidden professions with extremely fierce combat power. Wang Tingshan, however, remained composed. He was not angered by Principal Xie Shulong's taunts, remaining calm and untroubled throughout. "No matter what, we cannot lose in terms of momentum," he spoke calmly, his eyes steady as he addressed the screen. "Principal Xie, the matter is not yet settled and there's no need for such definitive statements. The quick resolution of this year's sublevels isn't solely the work of that blade maniac from your school. There are plenty of geniuses this year. Just next door in Nancotton City, there's a 9-star healing mage girl. In Songyu City's Sangao, there's an 8-star enchantment mage, along with many other highly talented students. Our school has a 9-star demon hunting ranger Yen Zhe and an 8-star warhammer warrior Zhang Tang." Wang Ting Mountain paused here before continuing, "And a 10-star sword master Su Ming. Su Ming hasn't appeared in the rankings yet, so I guess either he has perished in the sublevels or he is hiding, too afraid to fight the beasts. Either scenario implies that this student Su Ming has almost no future, but I still have to mention him, because Su Ming is a 10-star talent, the only child with the same level of talent as Li Chenguang. We use him to boost the school's spirit. We can lose in ranking but not in spirit. If this had been any of the past few years, any of these kids would have been the undisputed number one, but this year for some reason there's been a surge of top-tier talented students. The competition is fiercer than ever and their abilities are stronger than in previous years. It's only natural that they clear levels faster. It's rather undignified to rush to take all the credit for your students at Woyang Third Middle School. Wang Ting Mountain's eyes narrowed slightly, his words sharp and clear. It must be said that as a principal his judgment of the situation was quite forward-thinking. His remarks immediately made teachers and principals from other cities and schools nod in agreement. On the screen, Principal Wang is right, I agree. Several principals immediately supported Wang Ting Mountain. Upon hearing this, Xie Shulong let out a cold laugh. Ha, no matter what you say, Principal Wang, the first place belongs to our Woyang Third Middle School. Not just Li Chenguang, we also have 2 9-star talents and several 8-star talents. His words were filled with confidence and pride. Woyang City is a first-tier city with more resources than Xianjing, so they naturally have more talents. This year, the 2 principals should stop arguing. Having high talents and promising young seeds is a fortune for our human race. There's no need to quarrel over this matter, said an old professor from another city. Let's continue watching the rankings. Wang Ting Mountain nodded and looked towards the rankings. Outwardly he was unyielding, his words sharp and confrontational, but inside he was somewhat worried. This year a student must make it into the top 3 for Xianjing City to have a future. There must be a top 3, he began to pray silently in his heart. The teachers from Xianjing were also filled with tension. 7th place, Necromancer Ji Yao level 10. When the teachers from Xianjing number 1 middle school saw this name, their expressions shifted, followed by surprise. What a surprise, an extra surprise indeed. This female student, a necromancer with a mere 7-star talent, wouldn't be considered particularly outstanding this year. However, she impressively ranked 7th. Such splendid news, truly a moment of pride for our number 1 middle school. This young girl must have tirelessly battled monsters to advance to level 10. Everyone started to imagine just how hard Ji Yao must have worked, but what they didn't know was that it was Su Ming who defeated a hidden boss, allowing her to leap from level 7 straight to level 10. A teacher from the finance department, adjusting his glasses, boldly declared this year's 3rd-tier scholarship will reserve a spot for her. Several professors also concentrated intensely, eyes glued to the screen. The principal of Woyang number 3 middle school, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but scoff secretly. Ah, such joy over a 7th place, Xianjing number 1 middle school, truly in decline. Xie Shulong slowly shook his head, his words dripping with mockery. His taunting words easily provoked resentment. Several principals glared at him with icy stares, fists clenched. People wanted to retort but found themselves speechless. This year, since Woyang City had produced a Li Chengwang, Xie Shulong's arrogance knew no bounds, constantly belittling other schools. His mouth might as well have been in the sky. This had already caused much dissatisfaction. Many school principals had long held grievances against him, but alas, no student could defeat Li Chengwang. In the adult world, strength speaks loudest. With no student able to topple Li Chengwang, they could only watch Xie Shulong strut arrogantly. Ranked 6th was the Sand Controller Wei Sha level 11 and ranked 5th the Demon Hunter Ranger Yen Zhe level 12. Seeing this ranking, several teachers at Xianjing number 1 middle school were overjoyed. Wonderful, wonderful, our school has 2 students in the top 10, fantastic. Yen Zhe is 5th, splendid. The teachers were extremely delighted. However, Wang Tingshan, witnessing this scene, looked troubled. This meant that they would lose their qualification for next year's Sky Tower meeting. Yen Zhe was almost his only hope. This student with a full 9-star talent and the hidden profession of Demon Hunter Ranger was top-notch in both career and talent. Unexpectedly, he didn't make it into the top 3. It's all over, everything is over. Wang Tingshan's expression turned grim. At this moment, Xie Shulong seized the opportunity to begin his mocking. Head Principal Wang, it seems things are looking grim, huh? He teased, looking at Wang Tingshan through the screen. His words were full of provocation. It's pretty much settled then, your number 1 middle school, no, your entire Xianjing city has no future. Next year, all the qualifications for the Sky Tower meeting and government funding will go to our Woyang City. We'll have double the resources. Thank you, and our Woyang City will only grow stronger. He laughed joyously. More resources mean the ability to train stronger students and maintain our status. as the saying goes, drought kills some, floods drown others, such is the way of things. Wang Tingshan's face turned a ghastly shade of iron blue upon hearing the words, but he was powerless to react. The principals of other major schools in the city were also extremely displeased and could hardly bear to watch. However, no one could speak up for him. With their students not being particularly talented, the principals lacked the confidence to step forward. The leaderboard continued to flicker. In fourth place, Demon Hammer Warrior Zhang Tang, level 12. At this moment, the new players viewing the dungeon settlement page were utterly shocked. Zhang Tang, could it be the young master from one of the Dragon Country's three great families, the Zhang family? Yes, you guessed right, it must be him. After all, he was born with an 8-star talent, and the room was filled with sounds of astonishment. In the meeting room, Wang Tingshan's face turned icy cold upon seeing this name. It was a heavy blow to his heart. Zhang Tang, the legitimate heir of the Zhang family, young Master Zhang. Even Wang Tingshan, who was revered as a principal, had to smile and respectfully address him as young Master Zhang when he saw him. This shows the terrifying strength of his family. With the Zhang family's wealth, they could afford to provide him with the top-tier equipment. After all, the Zhang family has such abundant resources. It's even possible that Zhang Tang entered the dungeon with a full set of gold-level equipment. Gold equipment is the strongest gear that new players can wear under level restrictions. With such gear, it's like being invincible, destroying anything in his path. With the Zhang family's backing, it's normal for Zhang Tang to rank above student Yan Zhe. However, Zhang Tang was only fourth. This undoubtedly was the last straw that broke the principal's hope. Zhang Tang didn't make it into the top 3, alas. The students with the strongest talents from Shenjing No. 1 Middle School had already appeared on the leaderboard. Wang Tingshan's heart was bleeding, and he was utterly hopeless. As for Su Ming, his name had never appeared on the leaderboard. For this student he had no hope left. Meanwhile, Xie Shulong was beside himself with joy. Then the leaderboard flickered again. In third place, Soul Healer Jiang Yunxing, level 13. Haha, the third place belongs to the genius from my Wuyang No. 3 Middle School, Jiang Yunxing. This girl is the second young mistress of the Jiangyan conglomerate, and her talent needs no introduction. This gave Xie Shulong even more reason to be arrogant. Alas, it looks like this year's top 3 will all be taken by Wuyang City, he said, beaming with joy. Wang Tingshan clenched his teeth, his fists trembling. Then, the second place was announced. Everyone trembled when they saw the name. Second place, Li Chenguang, level 14. The moment this name appeared, there was a significant stir on the world channel. Li Chenguang, the sword maniac prodigy from Wuyang City. What's going on? Why is he only second? No way, with his hidden sword maniac profession and a 10-star talent, how is he only second? I remember he was first just a moment ago. How did he suddenly fall behind? Don't just look at the rankings. Although he's only second, he's already level 13, which is absolutely terrifying. He's completed the class transfer mission. Too strong, I'm only level 5. Hey, this is the difference in talent. But if he's level 14 and still only second, then who in the world is first? The buzz of discussions filled the air, unceasing. Inside the conference room, all the principals and teachers were momentarily stunned. Xie Shulong was particularly shocked, his expression one of utter disbelief. How could it be second place? He had high hopes for Li Chengwang, who had received extensive resources and had even entered the instance with a gold-level weapon. How could he only achieve second place? He couldn't fathom it. Seeing Li Chengwang in second place, many other high school teachers and principals also started to discuss. Could it be? Was there a hidden master this year? Surely there couldn't be a student with more talent than Li Chengwang? Some principals were in disbelief. Xie Shulong's face turned sour. At this moment, some even began to mock him. TSK Principal Siat, it looks like this year Wuyang 3rd Middle School can't sweep the top 3 positions, mocked the principal of Nanmian City Warrior Vocational College. His words pierced Xie Shulong's heart like needles. His face turned ashen as he looked at the list incredulously. He wanted to see who was first. Who could possibly surpass his proudest pupil, the sword maniac Li Chengwang? Soon, the next ranking appeared. First place, Sword Master Su Ming, level 16. Sword Master Su Ming ranked first. The moment they saw this name, shock exploded in everyone's minds like thunder. The room fell eerily silent. Only on the World Channel, the players in this instance were wildly discussing. Damn, how is that possible? The Sword Master, the weakest early career path, only slightly better than a life skill career. Su Ming, he managed to get first place. Is he cheating? Rematch. This guy isn't from a powerful family, no clan backing to buy him. God-tier equipment, his profession isn't even strong. How did he manage to get first place? Don't you know, he's a 10-star talent sword master, just like the sword maniac Li Chengwang. You guys are joking, right? A 10-star talent sword master and a 10-star talent sword maniac, can they even be compared? The sword maniac can slaughter sword masters at will, yet the sword maniac got second and the sword master first. If you say this out loud, others would hardly believe it, but the supreme rules of the instance world do not lie. This is real, it's just too unbelievable. In the conference room, all the principals, teachers, and professors were dazed for a long time. Everyone's expression was one of extreme shock, especially Xie Shulong. He seemed like a changed person, his eyes filled with disbelief. His previous arrogance had vanished. Wang Tingshan stared intently at the leaderboard screen, his shock even greater than Xie Shulong's. Principal Wang Tingshan knew the situation of his student Su Ming better than anyone else. Despite Su Ming having a 10-star talent, his profession was considered weak, and thus no major forces were willing to equip him or invest in him. Only Wang, the principal himself, had provided him with a piece of silver-grade equipment. Under such circumstances, Su Ming managed to become number one. What kind of opportunity and strength must this have required? Watching this scene, Wang Tingshan was stunned for a long time before he could recover from his shock. His fists were clenched so tightly that they bled, his heart thrilling to its utmost. Excellent, very good, he exclaimed, clapping and laughing loudly. As he looked at the leaderboard, his emotions were like a roller coaster. Initially, he thought that without a top 3 student this year, Xinjing No. 1 Middle School had no future, but unexpectedly, it was Su Ming who gave him a tremendous surprise. Not only did he enter the top 3, but he also secured first place, achieving what neither Yan Zhe nor Zhang Tang could. Xinjing No. 1 Middle School, with its 50-year history, had never had a student who ranked first in the novice instance. The novice instance was like the college entrance examination, extremely competitive. Moreover, as Xinjing City was a smaller city with only average educational resources, it was naturally difficult to produce geniuses, but Su Ming did it. He successfully led Xinjing No. 1 Middle School and the entire city of Xinjing into a promising future. Next year they would not only retain their quota for the Sky Tower Association but possibly receive even more. Next year, there might be 12 Sky Tower Association tokens issued, distributed to the next cohort of students. All these were fought for by Su Ming, the senior student, for his juniors. It could be said that he was the undisputed hero of Xinjing No. 1 Middle School and even the entire city of Xinjing, deserving the admiration of all students, principals, and leaders. In the meeting room, all the teachers also cheered and jumped for joy. In contrast, Principal Xie Shulong of Wuyang City looked as if he had aged years. In moments his face pale, he couldn't believe what had happened. Impossible, he murmured. A student from Xinjing No. 1 Middle School had actually taken first place. Since Li Chengguang did not win first place next year, a portion of the educational resources from all the high schools in Wuyang City would shift to Xinjing City. Every year, the total number of qualifications for the Sky Tower Association was fixed. They neither disappeared nor increased. The city with stronger students would get more qualifications next year. Although Wuyang City's performance was not bad this year and they would surely still have qualifications for the Sky Tower Association next year, a substantial amount of resources originally belonging to Wuyang City would be transferred to Xinjing City. By then he would definitely be held accountable by the mayor and many bigwigs from the bureau. It could be said that Xinjing City had won a complete victory. At this moment his heart was shattered. At this time Wang Tingshan smiled slightly. He looked at Xie Shulong calmly and said, "Principal Xie, how did my student surpass your genius, Dao Quang?" Wang Tingshan strolled leisurely, brewed a pot of tea, and said with a smile. The sarcasm was palpable. A few teachers also chimed in. "Principal Xie, it seems that Wuyang City isn't doing too well, huh? Can you repeat that arrogant demeanor you had just now?" The other city principals also beamed with joy. "Principal Xie, why don't you contact that madly talented student of yours and have him give a speech for placing second? We'd all be thrilled to attend." Principal Xie, where is that arrogance you had just now? This sudden silence is something we're not quite used to, everyone said with a laugh. At this moment Xie Shulong wished he could find a crack in the ground to disappear into. The same old saying goes, in the adult world we speak with facts. His student didn't take first place, surpassed by Xinjing City. Anything he said now would seem like an excuse. Now, with his reputation in tatters, all he could do was remain silent. Gritting his teeth, he turned off the screen and vanished from the scene. He simply ran away. What a lackluster escape. Woyang City didn't suffer much loss. After all, it's a historic city renowned for its abundant talents. Even if they only secured second place this year, their educational resources wouldn't be significantly reduced next year. It's just that a portion would now be redirected to Xinjing City, a normal shift of funds. The teachers chatted casually among themselves. He just felt too humiliated. As arrogant as he had been earlier, now he was equally embarrassed. All the oppressive atmosphere had vanished thanks entirely to Wang Tingshan, who had vindicated all the city principals and universities. This year Woyang City had been exceptionally aggressive, suffocating the other schools. Fortunately at this time a student from Xinjing No. 1 Middle School took first place, tempering his sharpness. Principal Wang, that swordmaster student of yours, what's his story? Yes, he seems quite strong. We've never heard you mention him before. Wang Tingshan merely offered a meaningful smile. Fellow principals, there's no need to pry. I won't say much, he said, clearly surprising everyone. His response clearly didn't convince the crowd, who smiled wryly, suspecting that Wang Tingshan had anticipated this all along. It was a deliberate concealment. Principal Wang, you actually hit a genius student. You rarely mention the student. I'd trade for 7-star talented students to have Su Ming transferred to my school, the group of principals said. Wang Tingshan just smiled faintly, blew on his teacup, took a sip, and remained silent. Great talents are often hidden. The meeting room buzzed with activity. Meanwhile, in the game's settlement page, Su Ming looked at the panel in front of him. Ranked first, the rewards included a discount for purchasing low-level items from the Wan Clan shop, a custom title card, 30,000 Wan Clan coins, and a random bloodline blessing. In the next moment, a brilliant light infused into Su Ming's body. His eyes flickered continuously. Bloodline. This was a powerful and rare force. Unexpectedly, the reward randomly bestowed a type of bloodline power. What kind it would be, he wondered as characters danced in his mind. Newborn vampire, Grade E bloodline. Wound cell remodeling, Grade A. Dragon family orphan, Grade S. Earth spirit root cultivator, Grade E. Zombie body, Grade F. Human holy body, Grade S. A whirlwind of attributes indeed. Eventually the bloodline selection stopped at a dark blue character, completing the randomization. Lobsterman blood, Grade C, a bloodline from an evolutionary branch of humanity from ancient times, now extinct on the blue star. Your bloodline contains the genetic expression of the immortal lobster species, allowing you to shed your skin every decade to rejuvenate your body, though your lifespan remains as that of a normal human. Su Ming's gaze sharpened upon seeing this. This bloodline was somewhat hard to accept. Once bound to the lobsterman bloodline, would his appearance become like that of a lobster? That was his greatest worry. However, the effect was still acceptable. It was akin to never aging. This powerful effect allowed for skin shedding every 10 years to restore youthful vitality. Su Ming immediately used the sublimation of all things to upgrade this bloodline. Any reward from the instance could be sublimated. Sublimation successful. Ageless body, Grade A. Your bloodline now carries a trace of imperial blood, granting you eternal youth and a slightly longer lifespan than ordinary adventurers. When your time ultimately comes, you will still die young. Su Ming was overjoyed. Thankfully, after the sublimation, he was no longer a lobster and no longer needed to molt. In the next instant, a majestic and scorching power surged into his body, lasting only a moment before dissipating. Su Ming clenched his fists, feeling no different. His attributes had not improved at all. Now ageless, but not yet immortal, he murmured. This bloodline offered little help in combat, hence it was only Grade A. However, he was already content. Decades later, everyone else would age, even the most powerful professionals would become frail, but he would stand tall forever. It was just a pity that his lifespan was still like that of an ordinary person, that is, Su Ming would still face death when his time came. After collecting his reward, Su Ming's personal space now had an additional 30,000 Wan Clan coins and a card, a custom title card. This allowed him to adopt a pseudonym for others to recognize him by. Such title cards were extremely expensive, selling for millions of dissension coins on the market. Su Ming used to be short of money, but not anymore, thus he decided to use it on himself. Su Ming chose a simple name, God of Slaughter. In his past life he was the God of Slaughter. In this life, that would be his title. Equipping this title did not affect the effectiveness of Su Ming's other title attributes. From now on, all of Su Ming's actions and instances would be carried out under this Title: this would help conceal his activities, even instance evaluations wouldn't display his real name, this way he could avoid drawing undue attention and protect himself. Su Ming liked to keep a low profile. He looked at his personal profile, Su Ming carrying the title, God of Slaughter. Active titles: First Blood Rookie King, Level 16, 2455/8000 XP, Profession, Sword God, Mythic Grade Unique in the World, Strength, 50 Constitution, 60 Agility, 130 Spirit, 90 Luck, 50 Bloodline. Ageless Body, Grade A, Talents, Sublimation of all things original sword body, automatic cultivation skills, God of Slaughter Strike, Full Concealment, Hidden God Step, Insightful Eye, Thundering Sword Art, Sword Draw, Flash Sword, Martial Master, Torrential Rain Sword, Sword Control, Skyfall Sword, Tomb. Su Ming had already allocated all his attribute points. With the titles of First Blood and Rookie of the Year, Su Ming's stats have now become terrifyingly strong. He has no weaknesses in any area and possesses far more skills than his peers at the same level. His agility has reached a whopping 120 points. The faster the agility, the faster the speed, thus sword techniques that require speed are much more powerful. Consequently, Su Ming is now considered invincible among those of the same level. After completing the dungeon, he left the empty void of the alternate space. He found himself back in his bedroom. "You finally finished the dungeon." "I'm quite tired," Su Ming sighed, stretching lazily. Suddenly 2 messages appeared in his mind. Skills: Flash Draw and Thundering Sword Technique have reached full proficiency. Skill upgrade: Flash Draw, Silver Superior Grade, an instantaneous drawing slash followed by a furious penetrating charge attack. Thundering Sword Technique has also been upgraded to Silver Superior Grade. Entwining Thunder Sword Technique, Silver Superior Grade, allows you to wrap thunder around your blade even when the sword is not in your hand. Su Ming felt that the upgrade of Flash Draw was a minor improvement, but the Entwining Thunder Sword Technique was a true qualitative change. Being able to remotely control thunder and wrap it around his blade meant that Su Ming could now attach thunder damage to his sword from a distance using his sword control technique. Quite fierce, Su Ming was secretly thrilled. His power was now truly formidable, and it wouldn't be long before he advanced to the second tier, with his innate talent. For automatic training, he could increase his proficiency even while lying down, continuously upgrading his skills. He opened his personal space and looked at the vast amount of loot all burst out from the dungeon. Items like iron claw bones and the heart of the Wolf King were forging materials from the silverback Wolf King, suitable for crafting and enhancing weapons or other equipment. Mutated cave salamander meat X18, which tasted excellent and could be sold for a high price. There were also many other materials like mutated black turtle shells, carnivorous ape claws, monster eyeballs, as well as numerous bronze-level equipment that Su Ming could not use, such as wolf bone bows, wolf bone shields, illumination necklaces, and more which Su Ming planned to discard. There was too much. Everything could be listed on the auction. Su Ming checked his inventory and then listed everything on the auction. He estimated that once he sold all these items, he should be able to earn about 150,000 arrival coins. This meant he wouldn't have to worry about money for a while. In the Dragon Nation, 500,000 arrival coins could buy a well-located house. You can imagine how much purchasing power 150,000 arrival coins had. For an ordinary laborer, this amount of money was enough to free him from exploitation and live comfortably for decades. And for the ordinary career switchers, this much money would be enough to buy several sets of powerful equipment. Su Ming glanced at his personal profile. By defeating bosses, he had allocated 10,000 Wanzu coins to himself. Then, by ranking first, he gained another 30,000 Wanzu coins. Now he had a total of 40,000. This was a very precious universal currency, capable of purchasing anything one could desire from the Wanjie store. Su Ming opened the Wanjie store. His gaze swept through it. The dazzling array of items made his eyes widen. Equipment, weapons, divine beasts, elixirs, bloodlines. These were the main categories. Below these, there were even more subcategories. For instance, under weapons, there were detailed lists including knives, swords, axes, darts, staffs, and more. All types of weapons for all professions, ranging from the lowest quality common white weapons to legendary weapons, were richly varied. Of course, there were also types of firearms, guns. After the Day of Descent, the physical rules of the world had changed. Many of humanity's former firearms had lost their effectiveness. Technologies like missiles, firearms, and nuclear weapons were completely unusable and had been abandoned long ago. Modern firearms were generally powered by some kind of thermal energy crystal, creating postmodern technological firearms. the materials for the gun bodies and bullets were generally composed of various magical creatures' corpses and skeletal materials. Firearms, given the costly ammunition they consumed, were too expensive for ordinary people to use. Crafting firearms also required a forge master with the gun-making skill to create them. The vast majority of career switchers used melee weapons. Now I have a complete set of platinum equipment. Given my current level, I can say it's more than sufficient, absolutely enough for me. Even if I bought diamond-level equipment, I might not be able to equip it, Su Ming said, stroking his chin. Since he wasn't lacking weapons and equipment, he didn't continue browsing the weapons list. Instead, he looked at other things. The store had too many items. Su Ming made a cursory scan. In the section for divine beasts, he found some interesting magical beasts. Living mutated venomous python egg. Grade F, takes 90 days to hatch into a mutated venomous python hatchling. The mutated venomous python is a fairly common magical creature, not only appearing in dungeons but also lurking in the forests outside human cities. Though low in level and not a high-ranking monster, its killing power is strong. The snake venom in its teeth can easily be fatal. Most importantly, these snakes possess a strong evolutionary ability. If allowed to devour the corpses of powerful magical creatures, they could continuously shed their skins and evolve. Raising one as a pet could be excellent. However, this snake egg, being merely the lowest F grade, was priced at 500 Wanzu coins. Su Ming felt it was not very worthwhile. Moreover, the hatching time was too long, taking 90 days to hatch a hatchling. The young ones still need a year or two to grow up, and only as adults can they truly possess combat power. Su Ming clearly doesn't have that much time to waste. After some consideration, he decided to give up on buying the snake egg. However, there were other magical beasts available for selection. Juvenile flame slime. A blob of burning red slime capable of activating low-level fire spells to burn enemies. When you are hungry in the dungeon, you can also eat it like jelly. It will regenerate automatically and can serve as your portable dry food. Price: 100 million clan coins. Adult mountain swallowing python. A super mutated python over 20 meters long, capable of easily strangling most ordinary magical beasts below the 5th transformation, making it an excellent choice for personal protection in dungeons, but it's best not to keep it in the city. Price: 6 million clan coins. Ancient mysterious bird egg. Destiny, mysterious bird born for business, an ancient top-tier beast. Price: 80 million clan coins. Su Ming felt his scalp tingle. Expensive, too damn expensive. Having become the champion of the novice dungeon, he only had 40,000 clan coins, only enough to buy some FED grade beasts. He thought about it and decided to let it go. Then he focused his attention on bloodlines and skills. These two things could truly enhance his own abilities, and he was willing to spend any amount of money on them. After looking for a while, Su Ming immediately bought a swordsmanship skill, Spiritual Blade, Silver Superior. Consumes mental power to condense an illusory sword blade driven by willpower floating in the air to slash enemies. With this skill, combined with sword control, Su Ming could control 2 swords at once, killing enemies in mid-air. The sword control skill itself could also control multiple weapons in mid-air, but it consumes too much mental power and is not sustainable. However, with this skill, Su Ming's long-range combat ability would be greatly enhanced. Most importantly, with this skill I won't leave a murder weapon behind, Su Ming stated solemnly. After killing with the spiritual blade, it can vanish into thin air, leaving no trace. In the dungeon, of course, this method isn't necessary, but on Blue Star having this skill could be very convenient. Later, Su Ming also exchanged for a C-grade bloodline in the Extraordinary Bloodline shop. Self-healing factor. Due to a special genetic inheritance, the number of cell divisions in your body can exceed the Hayflick limit. Effect: your self-healing speed far exceeds that of ordinary people, and you can heal quickly at the expense of consuming mental power. This bloodline would give Su Ming decent self-healing capabilities. Unfortunately, this bloodline couldn't be elevated as it wasn't a trophy of war, but Su Ming was content. Su Ming had a multitude of aggressive skills, very fierce. His evasive maneuvers also included the nearly invincible Hidden God Step. He was very strong in all aspects except self-healing. Relying solely on the minor health recovery from killing with the Xian Steel Blood Oath sword was too weak, so he decided to exchange for a bloodline that could complement his ability to regenerate health. There were many bloodlines that could enhance physical healing abilities, but they were either too expensive or came with negative attributes. For instance, vampire bloodlines allowed for health regeneration through bloodsucking and had very fast self-healing rates. However, becoming a vampire meant enduring a lifelong thirst for blood and an inability to be exposed to sunlight, a case of extreme negative effects. Werewolves also possess strong self-healing capabilities, but the cost was losing one's sanity during the full moon. After much consideration, Summing chose the most practical self-healing factor. It allowed for rapid health regeneration by consuming mental energy and came without side effects, thus saving a lot on healing potions. It also completely depleted his funds, which was just perfect as he spent everything. A normal Class C bloodline would usually cost at least 100,000 in the universal currency, but having ranked first in the instance, Summing had the opportunity to purchase a lower tier bloodline at a discount, allowing him to acquire a Class C bloodline for less than 40,000. Suddenly, a message notification appeared on Summing's personal panel. It was from the principal, Wang Ting Shan. "Student Summing, this is the principal. Please come to my office. I have something to discuss with you." Seeing this message, Summing's lips curled into a slight smile. It must be about the matters related to the Sky Tower Association. This was a tradition. The Sky Tower Association is a historically prestigious organization established by the officials of the Dragon Nation. Once joined, one is essentially considered a formal career changer. Members could undertake instance missions and hunting tasks that ordinary people couldn't, earning substantial rewards. Of course, these tasks were generally of high difficulty. Having ranked first in the instance, the school must have benefited too, Summing mused with a smile. With his rich social experience, he naturally understood how the network of interests operated. Not only could he qualify for the Sky Tower Association, but next year all the juniors and sophomores in Xinjing City would also receive more educational resource support. "Principal, I've always said, investing in me won't disappoint you," he murmured softly. Then Summing left his dormitory and headed for the principal's office. At this moment, in another city, Wuyang City, in a luxurious high-rise building, a girl radiated white light returning from an instance. Landing in her home, she looked around at the familiar environment, feeling reborn. She sighed deeply. "Phew! I survived." The novice instance was full of danger. Even as the second daughter of the Jiang financial conglomerate, she nearly died at the hands of goblins after suffering immense humiliation and torture. Therefore, recalling the experience still terrified her. "Thank goodness I met Summing, or I would have really been doomed." Just then, several people entered through the door. It was her parents and older sister, Yun Qing. Jiang Lan exclaimed joyfully, rushing over. "You made it, I was so worried." She rushed forward and gave her sister a big hug. Jiang Lan was also a career switcher, having partaken in the fierce battles of the novice dungeon. She knew all too well the brutality of those fights, how a slight misstep could lead to a grave with no name. Thus she always worried about her younger sister. Fortunately, Jiang Yunqing survived. Jiang Yunqing nodded. "Yes, Mom and Dad, I'm back." Then she looked expectantly towards her parents. Her mother, ever so gentle, nodded slightly in return. "Yunqing, your father and I heard about it. You even secured third place in the rankings. I'll send you some pocket money later," her mother said with a kind smile, her charm still evident despite being in her 40s. Jiang Yunqing nodded, but her gaze remained fixed on her father. She had always longed for his approval. Her father, Jiang Yangli, was a director of the Jiang Financial Consortium. Known for his iron-fisted policies in the business world, he had toppled countless rival companies and was regarded as a tough, iron-blooded man. Jiang Yunqing never felt fatherly love from him, only sternness. "Yunqing, you've finally grown up," he said today, breaking his usual stern demeanor with a rare kind smile. His temples slightly grayed, he slowly stepped forward. Jiang Yunqing was startled. She had never seen her father smile before. A support class healer rising to level 13 in a novice dungeon is unprecedented. This truly brings great honor to the Jiang family. Excellent, worthy of being Jiang Yongli's daughter. He seemed immensely pleased, stepping forward to pat his daughter on the shoulder. Seeing this, Jiang Yunqing felt a weight lifted off her shoulders, her eyes reddening. All her life, her father's high-pressure education rarely came with praise. She could tell that her father was initially disappointed when he found out she chose a healing profession during her awakening ceremony. Jiang Yunqing had always felt immense pressure, fearing she couldn't deliver results. As a daughter of the Jiang Consortium, she bore the burden of her family's reputation and knew she had to continually strive for excellence. Now, having finally achieved something significant, her father was proud of her achievements. She felt as though she had finally made it. "Father, actually, reaching level 13 wasn't solely my own doing," Jiang Yunqing said. Jiang Yangli just nodded, his smile slightly fading, but the affection in his eyes remained. "My girl, you needn't say it, I already know. As a support healer, You couldn't possibly have defeated the monsters alone, you needed a team. Whoever helped you reach such a high level must also be extraordinarily capable. Tell me, who was it? I'll personally send them a congratulatory gift, he said with a smile, his love for his second daughter evident. Though he was not one to show his feelings outwardly, he knew well that children of this world needed pressure to be motivated. If he was too indulgent, his second daughter Jiang Yunqing would become complacent and accomplish nothing. Thus, from her childhood he had always applied ample pressure. Now that she had finally achieved something, he no longer needed to pressure her. From now on she could leap as high as the sky or dive as deep as the ocean. It was time for Jiang Yunqing to develop on her own. As a father he only needed to support her silently from behind. Jiang Yunqing nodded and immediately said, "Dad, that person is a sword master named Su Ming." Upon hearing this, Jiang Yongli's eyebrows slightly furrowed. The top-ranked one, the Su Ming who defeated our Woyang City's strongest 10-star Mad Blade student Li Changwang? There was a trace of shock in his eyes. He had not expected his daughter to be teaming up with him. He had thought she would team up with Li Changwang or some highly talented student from their city. This was truly unexpected. Not just him, but also his wife and older daughter Jiang Lan were surprised to hear this. "Yunqing, are you saying that reckless Su Ming led you in the instance?" Jiang Lan stepped forward, her eyes filled with disbelief. "Isn't he the arrogant one who refused my trade offer?" she questioned doubtfully. Jiang Yunqing paused for a moment before speaking. "Sister, this is a long story, but Su Ming is a good person," she firmly stated. Jiang Lan frowned slightly but said nothing more. She had a very poor impression of Su Ming. However, since her sister praised him, she wouldn't say much more. She didn't really have much against him. After all, arrogance is quite normal among the youth. Jiang Yongli looked at his daughter, his gaze becoming serious. "A sword master, yet he can progress in the instance beyond a 10-star Mad Blade. This Su Ming really piques my curiosity," he said, squinting slightly. "Daughter, when you have time you must tell me what happened in the instance," he said earnestly to Jiang Yunqing. He had a feeling that Su Ming might be a very suitable investment target. He was a director of Jiang'an Financial Group, having battled in the business world all his life. Many companies had his investments in shares. He knew better than anyone the value of a powerful talent yet to rise. It was like an undiscovered gold mine. If he could lay out plans early and gain his goodwill, the Jiang'an Financial Group would have a powerful ally in the future. This would ensure protection for his two daughters after his death. Jiang Yunqing nodded. "Right, later I'll have someone send a generous gift to that young man Su Ming. After all, since he led my daughter in the instance, we cannot give a trivial gift, it would reflect poorly on my daughter." Jiang Yongli waved his hand generously and laughed. At that moment, Jiang Yunqing timidly asked, "Dad, what are you planning to give him?" Jiang Yongli smiled confidently, his temples slightly gray, looking completely assured. A weapon of golden quality worth at least several 100,000 advent coins was certainly a significant gift for a child from a poor family. He had already inquired about Su Ming's background and data, as the Jiang'an Corporation had many capable people under its wing with abundant information channels. Based on the social status of the other party, he decided what gift to give. This was his usual style. To achieve the best results with the least cost, a golden level weapon was indeed a very good gift for an ordinary job changer. You see, for most people, the best loot in beginner dungeons is usually just gold tier, but for a monster like Su Ming, who has the ability to elevate everything, he could obtain plenty of platinum level rewards. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yunqing was inwardly speechless. She pouted, feeling quite displeased. At that moment, she thought to herself, "Dad, do you even know what kind of equipment Su Ming has in the dungeons? A full set of platinum gear. Your golden gift is worth 10 times less." Taking such a thing to him, Su Ming might not even give it a second glance. Most importantly, Su Ming had given her a platinum quality skill scroll. Just that scroll alone was worth several million advent coins. She suddenly felt that her father was really underestimating Su Ming. So she slowly shook her head, her face full of disappointment, and said, "Dad, Su Ming saved my life." As soon as she said this, Jiang Yongli's expression became serious and his smile faded. So that was it. A sparkle flashed in his eyes. He had saved his daughter's life. It seemed that his initial gift was indeed thoughtless. His estimation of Su Ming rose another level. Indeed, Su Ming, being a level 16 job changer, must have had his chances. His gift of a golden weapon was indeed a bit of an underestimation. He had been too busy lately, too tense, and his judgment had slipped. "Sorry, my girl, Dad was hasty. I will have someone send a proper reward later. Don't worry, the value will definitely satisfy you." The moment Su Ming saved Jiang Yunqing's life, the meaning of the gift changed. It wasn't just a gift anymore, it represented the weight of his daughter Jiang Yunqing in his heart as a father, so he had already decided to spend some money on a significant gift. At that moment, an elderly man in a suit exuding a distinguished aura walked slowly towards the door. He gently knocked on the door. "Chairman, there is an important meeting." Jiang Yangli nodded. "Yunqing, I need to attend a meeting later. You guys rest at home. Let me know if you need anything." Then he turned and left, closing the door behind him. "Lei Lao, what meeting is so urgent?" Jiang Yangli walked and talked, his expression somewhat grave. The old man, named Lei Chen, a fourth-tier professional, was his personal secretary and bodyguard as well as the financial manager of the Jiang'an Corporation. He had already informed that he should not be disturbed today, unless it was urgent. And yet, Lei Lao had still disturbed him. This indicated that the situation was very severe. Housekeeper Lei's face was grave as he opened a panel in front of him. "Chairman, this matter is of great importance. Recently, the Zhang family has been attacking our crystal mining and sales business nationwide. They are competing for the market and even resorting to illegal violent means. Many of our merchants, branch managers and wholesalers have been secretly killed by Zhang family assassins. We have suffered heavy losses." As he spoke, Jiang Yangli's expression grew somber. "The Zhang family, they are going too far." His eyes grew icy. The Jiang'an conglomerate was also one of the top financial powerhouses in the Dragon Nation. Naturally, he could not tolerate this. A covert war between a major conglomerate and a prominent family was slowly brewing. In the school conference room at Xianjing No. 1 Middle School, Su Ming stepped in slowly. The principal and a group of teachers had been waiting for a long time. Besides him, there were also 3 students, Zheng Tang, Ji Yao and Yan Zhe. The teachers couldn't help but smile when they saw Su Ming. "Su Ming, come here." Su Ming walked over to Ji Yao. Zheng Tang watched Su Ming, a sinister gleam flashing in his eyes. He had guessed who had killed the world boss. Who else could it be but Su Ming? From the beginning to the end of the dungeon it only took a few hours. Even a meat grinder constantly slaughtering monsters in the dungeon couldn't level up to 16 so fast. It could only be that Su Ming had killed the world boss. That was the only way he could level up to 16 and take the first place. It was Su Ming who disrupted his plan, preventing him from killing the boss and taking what was rightfully his first place. Zheng Tang clenched his fists, his heart filled with gloom. This newbie dungeon was very important to him. It was a chance to prove himself to his family, extremely precious, but it was ruined by Su Ming. At this moment his heart was full of jealousy and resentment. The Zhang family, though cunning and profoundly entrenched, was one of the 3 major families in the Dragon Nation, but the Zhang family was not a monolith internally. One could say that power was intertwined and complex. Although he was the legitimate eldest son of family head Zheng Tianlong, it did not mean that he would definitely inherit the Zhang family. With elders and a council sitting at the top, his father did not have absolute say in the family, thus this newbie dungeon was crucial. For him, he needed to demonstrate sufficient potential and strength to rally more people within the Zhang family to his side. At this moment, besides anger, he was also puzzled. Su Ming was just a swordmaster, and even with a 10-star talent, he was weak in the early stages. How on earth did he kill the hidden boss? This was the biggest mystery to Zheng Tang. Another concern was the whereabouts of Ren Xiaoman. Since he had sent Ren Xiaoman to find Su Ming, there had been no word from her. No means could contact her. She was also not on the leaderboard at the end of the dungeon. Could it be that Ren Xiaoman was already dead? With this in mind, Zheng Tang stepped forward, flashing a deceitful smile at Su Ming. "Congratulations on taking first place, Su Ming. I have something I want to ask you. Have you seen Ren Xiaoman recently?" Upon hearing this, Su Ming's expression remained calm. "Haven't seen her." Just these 3 words, bland as water. Seeing Su Ming's response, Zheng Tang's eyes flashed with shock. A chill emerged in his gaze. He almost spat out a word but ultimately held back. He stepped back slowly, no longer engaging with Su Ming. He stood among 4 others, slightly bowing his head. No one saw that at this moment his eyes were fixedly staring at the ground filled with darkness. Yes, he had seen through it, or perhaps Su Ming had never intended to hide it. Su Ming had always been Ren Xiaoman's loyal follower, which is why Zheng Tang had sent Ren Xiaoman to approach and seduce him. However, now when he mentioned Ren Xiaoman's name, Su Ming remained utterly unmoved, as if he had changed as a person. It was highly unusual. Anyone with clear sight could guess what had happened. He estimated that Su Ming through some means had learned of his and Ren Xiaoman's scheme. Su Ming must know of his intentions and now harbored hostility towards him. There was no need to pretend anymore, no need to interact further. Zhang Tang clenched his fist, recalling the look in Su Ming's eyes just now. The coldness and ruthlessness displayed by Su Ming felt alien to Zhang Tang. He even suspected that Su Ming might have killed Ren Xiaoman. This was not impossible. Su Ming, originally just a poor boy, had risen to be the first in the contest. This indicated that he was not as harmless as he appeared. Observing Su Ming's eyes, which seemed to have everything under control, it was hard for Zhang Tang not to speculate that Su Ming was actually a meticulously patient thinker who had been biding his time. Such people were the most terrifying. The more Zhang Tang thought about it, the deeper his intent to kill grew. If someone like Su Ming were allowed to develop further, he would become a major threat to himself, even to the Zhang family. A genius who could not be used by him was an enemy who must be eliminated, otherwise he would surely be retaliated against by Su Ming in the future. He made up his mind, he would find a time to have someone kill Su Ming. A cold smile flickered at the corner of his mouth, not too worried about this matter. Su Ming might have surprised him for a moment, but that was all. A genius? The Zhang family feared no genius. The entire family's resources could easily crush this fellow like squashing an ant. From the corner of his eye, Su Ming watched Zhang Tang, his expression calm. He could probably guess what Zhang Tang was thinking. Su Ming didn't care at all. Honestly, if the situation had allowed it, the moment they met, Su Ming would have wanted to draw his sword and instantly slay Zhang Tang. But he couldn't. There were too many witnesses around, teachers, the principal. Most importantly, Su Ming wasn't sure what kind of life-saving gear Zhang Tang had on him. The Zhang family boasts a profound heritage, even more towering than colossal entities like the Jiang'an Financial Consortium. It's certain that Zhang Tang would possess extremely potent life-saving equipment. With his current strength, a rash move might not secure a kill. Thus Su Ming steadied himself. What he sought was a lethal blow, and if not possible, he would look for another opportunity. Su Ming had plenty of time. At this moment, Wang Tingshan approached the crowd with a smile, clearly in high spirits. Ji Yao, Zhang Tang, Yanzai and Su Ming, my students, you are the pride of First High. Today I've called you here to announce something very important. As he spoke, Wang Tingshan gestured with his hand. Several teachers approached, each carrying a brocade box, and presented them to the group. Su Ming opened the box to find a white jade token inside, engraved with the image of a 100-tiered golden pagoda, the Sky Tower Society token. This is the Sky Tower Society's token. Every year, there are a few spots, and this year, all 4 from Xinjing City have been secured by our school, Wang Tingshan said with a beaming smile. It was evident from his demeanor that he was exceptionally pleased today. Thank you for your efforts in the replicas. From today, you officially graduate. Membership in the Sky Tower Society is a heavy responsibility and signifies boundless prospects. Soon as some seniors from the society will take you to the initiation ceremony. As Wang Tingshan spoke these words, his gaze lingered on Su Ming, showing deep admiration. It was clear he was eager to see where Su Ming's future would soar. At that moment, several young people clad in modern, sophisticated gear slowly stepped forward. Each had a Sky Tower Society token clipped to their waist, clearly indicating they were the seniors sent to guide them. Please follow us, they said, tapping their tokens lightly. Instantly they vanished, stepping into an alternate dimension. Ji Yao was surprised. She hadn't expected the token also served as a teleportation device. Yanzai mimicked their action, tapping his token, and in an instant he too disappeared from sight. Zhang Tang and Ji Yao followed suit. Su Ming also lightly tapped his token. In the next instant, they all entered a strange space. It was a vast city with architecture reminiscent of ancient dragon country, yet the sky above was a golden expanse, devoid of sun, moon, or stars. The streets bustled with people clad in black robes, each carrying a token at their waist and various weapons and equipment, all appearing quite hurried. In the distance, a massive tower rose into the clouds, seemingly hundreds of stories tall. This is the main base of the Sky Tower Society, the Sky Tower Realm. The seniors guiding Su Ming explained. Everyone here is a member of the Sky Tower Society. Only when you are not in combat and are in a human safe zone can you enter here by tapping your token. You cannot come here during missions or in battle. This is a space that exists in its own realm, very stable, the guide explained. Follow me. I'll take you to complete the initiation ceremony. Ji Yao, Su Ming, Zhang Tang, and Yanzai quickly followed. Along the way they saw many new talents from other provinces, cities and schools. The world was vast and equipped with various facilities, auction houses, sword casting workshops, equipment forging stores. There were too many to count. This was a one-stop, all-encompassing world where you could find anything you desired. However, its primary function was still to undertake missions. Essentially, the Sky Tower Association was a bounty organization. Soon, the group traversed the streets and arrived at a luxurious hall. Inside the hall, many teams were receiving missions. The walls were plastered with a dazzling array of bounty tasks. Su Ming looked calm, his eyes showing no surprise. In fact, he was already familiar with this process from his past life when he had also joined the Sky Tower Association. Several senior members leading the newcomers brought Su Ming and the group to the innermost area, a luxurious hall with several maids standing beneath a screen handing out initiation tasks to the newcomers. The senior guide led the four to the front and spoke. "All right," said the woman with a beautiful appearance, flashing a professional smile. She then moved quickly, her fingers lightly tapping. Instantly, numerous mission tabs appeared on the large screen. "Newcomer hunters, please choose your mission. Complete any one of these tasks, and you will officially become members of the Sky Tower Association." Her smile was enchanting and her words even more so. To officially join the Sky Tower Association, those 7 words held immense magical power. Among the hundreds of millions of job switchers each year, only a few tens of thousands could join the Sky Tower Association. Becoming a member meant supreme honor. It was the dream of all students. The mission ranks ranged from low to high, FEDCBA, with S being the highest rank. As newcomers, you must select and complete a mission to officially become members. Your initial hunting rank will be determined by the mission you complete. "Now, choose your mission," the woman said with a smile, her voice carrying a subtle allure. At that moment, the senior guides turned and spoke. "You 4 students, we know you all have exceptional talents, having performed excellently in the novice instances. Otherwise, you wouldn't qualify to join, but don't be arrogant or you will meet a terrible end. Even the lowest F-level missions must be completed with all your effort. We have been in the Sky Tower Association for over a year and have seen too many deaths. We hope you live a bit longer," said a bearded senior, his expression grave. "All right, now it's up to you 4 whether to team up to complete the tasks or go solo. After completing the tasks, just return to the Celestial Tower realm to report back. Our guidance ends here. We may meet again if fate allows," the seniors calmly said before turning and leaving. For them, all this was just routine. After delivering their instructions, they left. For members of the Celestial Tower Association, time is extremely precious. Su Ming's expression was solemn as he looked up at the menu filled with many tasks. At that moment, the waitress said with a smile, "As newcomers, I suggest you start with the lowest F-level tasks to get evaluated. This will give you a higher survival rate. Of course, you can challenge higher difficulty tasks if you wish. Completing a D level task will rank you as a platinum hunter and an E-level task as a gold hunter. Even the lowest F-level task will rank you as a silver hunter. In the Celestial Tower Association, there is no such thing as a bronze level. It's entirely up to you which tasks you choose." Su Ming pondered over the task list. F. Hunt corpse-eating squirrels. Kill 3 corpse-eating squirrels in the forest outside Xinjing City. Reward: lower bronze skill scroll X1. E. Hunt copper stone statues. Kill 10 rampaging copper stone statues outside Xinjing City. Reward: upper bronze weapon X1. E. collect bodies. Bring back the bodies of 5 Tian Tower Association members who died in the wilderness and prevent their bodies from being exposed. Reward: 1 tribe coins X1000. D. Hunt Fury Flame Bear. Kill a mutated white bear rampaging in a village outside the city. Reward: experience points plus 10,000. 1 tribe coins X3000. To him, these tasks were not challenging. The Celestial Tower Association offers rich rewards, including a large amount of 1 tribe coins and ascension coins, as well as many additional spoils of war. The higher the initial task level completed, the higher the hunter's rank and the more privileges one receives. Thus, starting higher than others is a considerable advantage. Once the initial evaluation is complete, climbing up the ranks becomes much slower. So Su Ming decided to take on the highest level task available to newcomers without any hesitation. He stepped forward and said to the woman, "I'll take that D-level task on the 3rd row." Upon hearing this, the waitress's eyes sharpened. D. Subdue the Python King. Hunt down a Python King in the wilderness forest of the Nali district. Reward: 1 tribe coins X 10,000. Random platinum skill scroll X1. Could this newcomer complete this task? The Python King was notoriously fearsome and many had tried and failed to subdue it. However, she didn't ask further and simply proceeded to finalize the task for Su Ming. Her job was to handle the paperwork. Advising people against a likely death was not part of her responsibilities. After all, those who come to the Celestial Tower are all young professionals with exceptional talent and pride. Honestly, she had seen many like Su Ming. To her, it seemed almost like a death wish. No matter how talented one is, it's impossible to take on a level D mission right off the bat. That's the highest level a newbie can handle. Completing it would instantly rank one as a platinum hunter. That's just absurd. An 18-year-old platinum hunter. It sounds like a dream. She used to try to persuade them, but now she just turns a blind eye. There's nothing much to say to those courting death. She buried everything deep in her heart and quickly completed the formalities. Your mission has been accepted. Please check your personal mission panel, she said with a forced smile. Summing nodded. Both Ji Yao and Yanzei looked shocked. Summing, you actually took on such a difficult mission? Ji Yao stepped forward, her voice filled with surprise. Even if all of us teamed up, the success rate wouldn't be high. Summing, you're being too impulsive, Yanzei said, his expression grave, but Summing remained calm. You're all thinking too much. I never planned to team up. I'll complete this mission alone. Yanzei was surprised. He had thought Summing took the mission because the odds were better with a team. He hadn't expected Summing to face it alone. No, it's too dangerous. I'll go with you, Yanzei earnestly offered. He had come to genuinely regard Summing as a friend and was willing to face danger together. Ji Yao also stepped forward, grabbing Summing's hand. Summing, I want to go with you too. Summing shook his head, adamant about going alone. The others couldn't know his real reason. This mission was actually a chance to gain easy credit. Bringing others would only mean sharing the experience and rewards, which is why he chose to go alone. With his knowledge from his past life, Summing knew a very secret piece of information. The mission was actually very easy. The giant mutated snake was indeed powerful, but every mid-June it would enter a period of hibernation. Unlike ordinary snakes that hibernate in winter, this mutated giant snake hibernated in summer. This was a fact unknown to almost anyone but Summing. Now, with the giant snake about to go into summer hibernation, slaying it would be like picking low-hanging fruit. That's why he insisted on going alone. After this, he could keep all the rewards to himself. Ji Yao was about to persuade him again, but Summing placed a finger on her lips, silencing her. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. There's no need to discuss this further. There will be plenty of other opportunities to team up. I've made up my mind, Summing said sternly. Then he turned to the two. Ji Yao, Yanzei, you two go and team up with Jiang Yinqing. She's from Luoyang City, but I guess she also received the Tian Tower token. As Summing was speaking, she arrived. In the distance, a graceful girl was running towards them, a Tian Tower token hanging at her waist. Summing, Ji Yao, Yanzei, she called out from afar, waving and smiling. She quickly ran up to them. I've also received the Tian Tower token and am here for the newbie mission. What do you say, shall we team up? She watched everyone with a smile. Yanzei stepped forward and told her everything that had just happened. She looked at Su Ming and, surprisingly, did not dissuade him. Her eyes, brimming with understanding, seemed to convey, Su Ming, if you insist on going alone, then go ahead. Unexpectedly, she didn't try to stop Su Ming. Then she turned to Ji Yao and Yanzei. Ji Yao, Yanzei, let's form a team, the three of us, and let Su Ming go alone. We'll take on a grade E mission. Being rated as gold-level hunters should suffice, she said to them, because she knew Su Ming's combat abilities very well, even better than Ji Yao and Yanzei did. In fact, she had absolute trust in Su Ming. If Su Ming was determined to undertake an impossible mission alone, it must be for a reason. She didn't want to disrupt his plans. This was what absolute trust looked like. Ji Yao was finally persuaded too. She nodded and said, all right, actually we need a real challenge ourselves. Killing the hidden boss, it was mostly Su Ming taking the lead while we barely contributed, yet we've reached such a high level. We have the levels, but not enough combat experience or skills, so forming a team we would only hold Su Ming back. Let's team up, just the three of us. Ji Yao agreed, and Yanzei had no choice but to nod in agreement. Su Ming gave a slight smile and said to her, good, then I'll head off first and contact you after the evaluation. With that, Su Ming quickly left. At this moment, Zhang Tang on the side was also slightly shocked, but soon a cold smile formed on his lips. He hadn't expected Su Ming to take on such a high-level mission. Grade D, for a newcomer without any guidance, taking on such missions was akin to seeking death. Su Ming had no powerful backing, and so Zhang Tang thought him too arrogant. Underestimating the difficulty of a Grade D mission, the monsters in a Grade D mission were no less challenging than the bosses in Grade E or D dungeons. Even if Su Ming had topped the rookie dungeon in Grade F, he was unlikely to complete this mission easily. Su Ming was getting carried away. With this thought, Zhang Tang felt somewhat relieved. It seemed Su Ming wasn't the meticulous genius after all, but just an ordinary person prone to pride and arrogance. Maybe his first-place achievement was just luck. Such an opponent was not to be feared. Of course, he still needed to be dealt with. Su Ming had killed the hidden boss and disrupted Zhang Tang's plan for the rookie dungeon. Just for that, he wanted Su Ming dead. With this in mind, Zhang Tang secretly opened his personal panel and sent a message to several trusted bodyguards in his clan. Kill one person, Su Ming. He has taken on a grade D mission and will be going to the Python King's Nest in the South District. Wait for him there, he will arrive within 10 days. Zhang Tang's trusted subordinates were all experts above the second transformation. For them, killing Su Ming would be a piece of cake. Yes, that was the reply. To be honest, even without an ambush, Su Ming was very likely to be devoured by the Python King. There was no need for him to intervene. However, for safety's sake, Zhang Tang still issued the command. He was a very cautious man. Young Master Zhang, you've arrived. Suddenly, a voice came from behind. Zhang Tang turned to look. It was a middle-aged man, Zhang Fenglu, a third-level wave-step swordsman, an elder of the Zhang family and also one of Zhang Tang's personal bodyguards. Zhang Tang nodded. I need to undertake a D-level task to complete the evaluation of the Heavenly Tower Association, he said. Zhang Fenglu, hearing this, kept a calm expression and nodded. He stood with his hands behind his back, exuding a graceful demeanor and possessing formidable combat abilities. All right, as long as it's a task below sea level, I am confident of keeping you safe, he said with a slight smile. Ambition flickered in Zhang Tang's eyes. For Su Ming to take on a D-level task was a death wish, but for him Zhang Tang to take on a D-level task was only natural and commonplace. Why? Simply because he was the eldest young master of the Zhang family, backed by the Zhang family itself. The beginner's instance was only because family elders couldn't participate, so Zhang Tang had to rely on his own strength. But the Heavenly Tower Association's beginner evaluation task was different. It didn't matter who you teamed up with, thus Zhang Tang could take on the highest difficulty tasks and then have the family elders carry him to victory. It was both safe and would qualify him as a platinum-level hunter. Why not enjoy such benefits? That's the power of the family. Alone, Su Ming walked through the streets of the Heavenly Tower world. He eventually reached a forge. Young man, what weapon do you want to forge? A burly, strong man stepped forward and asked. Su Ming took out a pitch-black long sword and slapped it on the table. Upgrade this sword to gold quality. How much will it cost? Su Ming asked. His Shin Steel Blood Covenant sword was only of silver quality, which was really not sufficient anymore. That's why he chose to come here for an upgrade. The man picked up the Shin Steel Blood Covenant sword, his expression solemn. He flicked the blade with his finger. Clang! The sword sang crisply. Not bad, it's one of the better silver weapons. I can upgrade it to a mid-grade gold weapon. It will cost 70,000 descent coins, the blacksmith said. Su Ming, hearing this, looked serious. This was almost the same as buying a new gold weapon. If I provide my own enhancement and fusion materials, how much cheaper would it be? Su Ming asked. The blacksmith pondered for a moment. Well, that would depend on the quality of your materials. Su Ming smiled faintly and directly took out many high-quality materials from his personal space: iron wolf king claws, heavy shell turtle shells, king newt teeth, goblin leader's yellow teeth. All of them were tough materials, extremely suitable for forging steel. The blacksmith, seeing so many high-grade materials, was stunned. Young man, you don't look very old, should be only 18. Where did you get all these high-grade materials? At 18, a newbie career changer would typically have only passed the newbie instance. Elite monsters in the newbie instances were very rare and hard to encounter. For newcomers like Su Ming, being able to encounter and slay even one elite creature was considered extremely lucky, let alone considering the element of drop rates. It was possible to kill many elite monsters and not get a single base material, yet Su Ming managed to procure so many elite monster enhancement materials. No wonder the blacksmith was so surprised. Su Ming simply smiled lightly and said, just good luck. The blacksmith, with a serious look, had no choice but to categorize Su Ming as one of those rich second-generation youths. These materials are quite good, they should be able to be smelted into very fine steel. With this I might be able to enhance this sword to a gold superior grade. Usually, the most expensive part is the materials, but now that you've brought your own, I'll just charge a service fee, 20,000 Ascension coins, the owner declared as a fixed price. Su Ming did not hesitate and immediately initiated the transaction from his personal panel. He had already sold some materials on the trading market and the gold coins were credited to his account, so he was decisive in his spending. The owner accepted the transaction. Young man, come back in 3 hours to pick up your sword, he said. Su Ming nodded and left. experienced blacksmiths could upgrade weapons quickly. It only took a few hours. During this time, Su Ming planned to challenge the Tower of Heavenly Solitude. The Tower of Heavenly Solitude was the central structure in the world of the Heavenly Tower. It was said to be a supreme construction built by the world's rules. This sacred tower, towering a full 100 floors, had never been reached by anyone in human history. It was said that if one reached the 100th floor, they could learn the truth about the world and the day of ascension. In his previous life, Su Ming had only reached the 80th floor. Each level of the Tower of Heavenly Solitude offered different rewards, progressively improving. The rewards were entirely random, encompassing all sorts of categories that could help one quickly become stronger. Su Ming hurried forward and eventually arrived at the entrance of the Tower of Heavenly Solitude. Many young people gathered here, many newcomers to this year's class of professional converts. Upon receiving their qualifications from the Heavenly Tower Association, thought of challenging the Tower of Heavenly Solitude first. In the tower, one would not die. If defeated, one would simply be ejected. However, everyone only had one chance per month to challenge the Tower of Heavenly Solitude, making it a precious opportunity. Su Ming's expression remained calm as he approached the gate. In front of the tall tower, there was a holographic screen displaying rankings. The newcomer rankings showed: 1. Sun Xiaoyang stopped at the 8th floor. 2. Wang Sha stopped at the 7th floor. 3. These rankings displayed this year's newcomers. Su Ming loosened his muscles, preparing to start his challenge. At that moment, many people dejectedly walked out of the tower. It's too hard. I only made it to the 4th floor before I had to exit. What you experienced is nothing. When I reached the 3rd floor, I encountered a giant minotaur that knocked me flying and I was instantly taken out. You had it easy. On the 2nd floor, that longsword knight defeated me with ease. It's so hard, really too hard. But the rewards in the Sky Silence Tower are truly great. Next month, I'm coming back. Everyone's fists were clenched, filled with determination. At that moment, Su Ming spotted a familiar figure in the crowd. It was Li Chengwang. In his right hand, he held a dark green long blade, a weapon of silver quality. After his blade was broken by Su Ming, he had switched to this silver quality weapon. Moreover, his right hand was injured, missing 2 fingers, making his grip on the blade obviously unnatural. His eyes were filled with a sinister fury and resentment. With firm steps, he walked towards the Sky Silence Tower. He needed to become stronger, he needed revenge. After losing his top position, all factions had been greatly disappointed in him. Many investments had been halted. The principal of Woyang High School was almost ousted by these factions and was now a vice principal. This made Li Chengwang feel the pain of falling from the clouds. He blamed everything on Su Ming. This hatred fueled his rage. Once he obtained the qualification for the Sky Tower, he immediately rushed here to seek a chance to become stronger. Seeing Li Chengwang appear here, the surrounding players were somewhat surprised. Some approached to greet him, seeking to form teams. They were trying to curry favor with Li Chengwang. After all, he was still a 10-star talent. The Mad Blade, despite being second in rank, surpassed by Su Ming, but he still had his merit. However, these attempts at friendship were met with Li Chengwang's indifference. He ignored everyone and headed alone towards the Sky Silence Tower. Some greeted him. Naturally, others mocked. Isn't this the top talent, Li Chengwang? Haven't seen you in a few days. What's up, Li Chengwang? Weren't you going to slaughter our students from Nanmian City and Xinjing City to climb to the top of Long Country? How come your hand is ruined now? Couldn't be that the monsters were too tough, right? People mocked him without restraint, because Li Chengwang had been too prominent before, single-handedly oppressing all the students. Furthermore, the principal of Woyan High School was also a person who attracted hatred, always boasting excessively, suppressing other schools. Now everything had backfired. Thus Li Chengwang's situation was not good. Everywhere there were people jealous, hateful, laughing at him. He was like a tiger fallen to the plains. All his past glories turned into jealousy in people's hearts. Now people naturally enjoyed seeing his downfall, his failure. There were many who kicked him while he was down. Li Chengwang, I remember you once said you wanted to treat students like wild monsters, killing them to level up. How come now your hand is ruined? Someone immediately noticed the injury on Li Chengwang's hand and struck him precisely there. People were curious about who had inflicted this wound on him, but no one knew for sure. In the past, such words would have enraged Li Chengwang, driving him to a murderous frenzy. However, now his expression was dark yet calm. His mind was consumed with thoughts of Su Ming. He was determined to surpass and kill Su Ming. Other than this goal, nothing else mattered to him. With resolve, he entered the Tower of Heavenly Silence, his figure vanishing from sight. Su Ming had been watching all this with a cold detachment. Standing among the crowd, he remained inconspicuous, ensuring that Li Chengwang did not notice his presence. A heavy killing intent lingered in Su Ming's eyes. Regrettably, due to the rules of this miniature world, he was unable to commit murder here, which he found somewhat regrettable. Otherwise, the moment he had seen Li Chengwang, he would have struck him down and then disappeared using the hidden God step without leaving any trace. Shaking his head, Su Ming discarded all distractions from his mind. He approached the entrance of the Tower of Heavenly Silence and stepped inside. As soon as he entered, the world before him changed dramatically. The interior space of the Tower of Heavenly Silence was completely isolated. It could accommodate countless individuals taking challenges simultaneously, yet they would not affect each other in the slightest. Each person had to face the challenges of the tower alone. Before Su Ming lay an ancient-looking world within the tower resembling the dimensions of an arena. Large characters floated midair. First floor monster, purple fur demon tiger. In the next instant, a massive mutated purple tiger appeared in the arena, charging ferociously towards Su Ming. In the Tower of Heavenly Silence, each floor housed a boss-level monster. Su Ming remained composed and quickly scanned the creature's details. Beast, purple fur demon tiger, level 5 strength, 59 constitution, 25 agility, 25 spirit, 13 luck, 10 skills, giant paw, strike, bite. This was only the first floor monster, yet it had already reached level 5. It was no wonder why many newcomers were easily defeated, with many halting their progress around the third floor. Even the expert ranked 10th in the 144th instance only reached the 8th floor, indicating the tower's difficulty. Unfortunately for the tiger, today it faced Su Ming. A level 5 monster was truly no match for him. Su Ming's eyes were cold as he raised his hand, and suddenly a long sword floated up from his shadow, the Shadow Stream long sword. His entire equipment was of platinum quality, and with his level 16 status, killing this tiger was almost too easy. He didn't even need to use a skill. A simple attack would suffice. The tiger roared and charged fearlessly. Su Ming stood his ground, his gaze calm. Swish, he slashed with his sword. The tiger's body collapsed thunderously, its neck sliced open, dissipating into specks of blue light that vanished into the air. Experience plus 302. Su Ming gained a considerable amount of experience. Successfully cleared the first level. Please claim your reward. A small wooden treasure chest appeared in the center of the arena. It seemed to be made of bronze, the lowest grade of chests. Su Ming directly used his ability to sublime everything, upgrading the chest. This Tower of Heavenly Silence also counted as a dungeon. The material of the chest changed instantly, its appearance becoming somewhat more high-end. Sublimation successful. Brocade wooden chest, bronze medium grade, tisk my. Luck is really bad this time, only upgraded from bronze low grade to medium grade, Su Ming muttered. Then he kicked the chest open with his foot and looked inside. A ring with intricate wooden patterns appeared in the box. Spoils of war, small strength enhancement ring, bronze medium grade, which could increase the strength attribute by 5 points. Su Ming scoffed. Better than nothing. Such a small attribute boost was really nothing for him, but he equipped it anyway. Every little bit helps. After scavenging this war trophy, he immediately embarked on the challenge of the next level. It was normal for the first level to have poor rewards. Su Ming was mentally prepared for this. The monster on the second floor was a fierce flying bat, large in size. Its wings were covered with black hair, and when spread it could completely envelop a person. The bat's fangs were chillingly cold, and its eyes flickered with red light. It danced in the air, occasionally emitting ultrasonic attacks at Su Ming. This was a broad-range indiscriminate attack that caused continuous HP loss, but for Su Ming, it was nothing. He didn't even frown. Lifting his sword, he slashed. Whoosh, the sword light flashed. Su Ming easily killed the monster. It was practically an instant kill. The reward for this level also appeared in front of Su Ming. It was another bronze low-grade chest. Su Ming used his ability to sublime everything again, upgrading the chest. Sublimation successful. Ean-tied chest, quality gold upper grade. His luck was very good this time, directly sublimated to the gold level. Su Ming stepped forward, opened the chest, and took out the spoils of war. It was a skill scroll, Hound's Pace, gold upper grade, level restriction, level 15, a fast, agile and elusive movement technique that could drastically increase your movement speed for a short time like a hound. Su Ming immediately learned it. Afterwards, Su Ming continued to challenge. With the new skill Hound's Pace, his combat power had also significantly increased. His movement speed became unusually swift, allowing him to easily dodge the majority of the monster's attacks. Coupled with the passive talent of his original sword body, all sword techniques were multiplied by 10 times in power. This made Su Ming truly invincible. He bulldozed his way through the first 7 levels. His progress was extremely fast, moreover he was still advancing. At this moment outside the crowd was staring at the screen in front of the Tower of Heavenly Silence. It displayed the leaderboard. Number 4 Li Changwang 5th floor, number 3 Li Changwang 6th floor. His name was climbing continuously in the records. People looked on in astonishment. Li Changwang truly lived up to his reputation as a 10-star blade maniac. Even with a severely injured hand he was able to charge to the 6th level at such a rapid pace. It was fierce. The crowd's expressions grew serious. One had to admit Li Changwang's strength was undeniable. Their exclamations were not yet over. In the next moment, the leaderboard updated again. Number 2 Li Changwang 7th level, number 1 Li Changwang 8th level. Li Changwang had broken through to the 9th level. He had reached the 9th level directly. His speed could only be described as extreme. The crowd gasped in surprise. How could he be so fierce? It couldn't be that he was going to break through the 10th level, could it? The crowd was amazed. Was this the power of a first-class blade maniac? He was practically a monster. He might just claim this year's platinum treasure chest. Looking at the situation, it was likely. Every year the first newcomer to break through the 10th level of the Tower of Heavenly Tranquility received a special bonus from the World Supreme Rules, a platinum treasure chest capable of producing platinum-grade equipment. Such an item was filled with endless temptation for new class shifters, representing limitless possibilities and attracting every new generation. Each year, new class shifters who joined the Tower of Tranquility flocked here to take on the challenge, but ordinary players who passed the beginner's copy were typically only around levels 8 or 9 inch, and passing the 10th level was incredibly difficult. Even geniuses usually stopped at levels 8 or 9. For anyone this was an exceedingly tough challenge. Some after being defeated would become disheartened, while others would become increasingly determined. Perhaps Blade Maniac Li Changwang was the latter, someone remarked. As these words came out, those who had previously mocked Li Changwang felt a chill down their spines, recalling Li Changwang's cold gaze just now. If in the future he rose to the pinnacle of the world, could those who had mocked him escape his wrath? Thinking this, everyone felt somewhat uneasy. The 10-star blade maniac Li Changwang had his top ranking snatched by Su Jingyi Middle School's sword master Su Ming. I guess after he gets the platinum treasure chest his strength will significantly increase, and then he will likely seek revenge on Su Ming. That Su Ming might be in big trouble. People murmured, slowly speaking. Tisk, now that you mention it, I'm really curious. Just who is this Su Ming? A mere sword master, a profession so weak in the early stages, yet he managed to surpass the once celebrated Li Changwang in the dungeon. It's utterly bewildering. The crowd was in an uproar, everyone discussing animatedly. Right now that you mention it, I also find it absurd. This Su Ming, either he's incredibly lucky stumbling upon some opportunity, or he truly has the strength. Anyway, I personally lean towards the former. We've got a good show to watch this year. Li Changwang should be making a comeback. He and Su Jingyi Middle School's sword master Su Ming, it's uncertain who will ultimately prevail. In a world where resources are scarce, there can only be one supreme genius. At this moment, Su Ming was relentlessly slaughtering monsters in the game instance. With a swift motion he drew his sword and executed a rapid slash, fully unleashing its power. A hulking minotaur before him crashed to the ground with a thunderous fall. Congratulations, you have cleared level 10, you are the first player to pass this level. The reward for this achievement was a platinum treasure chest. Soon after, a jade white chest appeared before Su Ming. The chest appeared extremely noble, carved with many mysterious patterns. Su Ming sheathed his sword slowly and took a deep breath. He was slightly injured, but he had ultimately conquered the 10th level. Yes, he had successfully cleared it. His speed was astonishing. Since each player encounters different monsters, luck also plays a part. If one were to face weaker monsters along the way, reaching the 10th level could potentially be faster. But Su Ming had no such luck, it was purely his strength. He turned his gaze to the treasure chest and scanned it. The jade white chest was of medium platinum quality. Su Ming then used an ability called Sublime All Things. The sublimation was successful. The chest transformed, now adorned with golden scales and crystal-like structures, upgrading it to a diamond-level chest. Su Ming's eyes widened in slight surprise. This would be his first diamond-tier chest. Approaching, he gently opened the chest with both hands. Inside lay a long sword, its blade featuring 2 colors. At the very center of the blade there was a faint trace of a fracture. The sword, named Dragon Inlaid Broken Sword, a dual-type weapon, both longsword and dagger. was of lower diamond quality, requiring a 4th tier level. It had once been a long sword that split into two during a battle. Later, a craftsman used a precious dragon scale as the core to reforge and restore the sword to its peak condition. The sword was incredibly sharp, capable of carrying a formidable murderous intent, affix. Fire Kirin, the center of the broken sword was embedded with a scale from a fire dragon, providing a 200% fire attribute damage boost to this dagger. Splitting edge, the blade of the sword could detach and transform into a flying sword driven by the will of its master, killing enemies in midair. Broken blade, originally a complete long sword, it could be classified as a sword-type weapon, but once the edge splits and it becomes broken, it resembles the length of a dagger, thus qualifying as a dagger or short sword-type weapon. Indeed, it was a diamond-tier sword. Su Ming was inwardly shaken. Moreover, it was a dual-type weapon, meaning it could benefit from his innate sword body enhancements. Once the blade was activated and transformed into a flying sword, the body could then become a broken sword, i.e., a dagger-type weapon. At that moment, he could activate the skill Godslayer Slash. Godslayer Slash was a skill of the Godslayer class, originally needing a dagger or short sword to unleash its full power. With this sword, Su Ming could seamlessly switch between the two forms of skills at will. His combat power was poised to take a great leap forward. Su Ming felt a surge of excitement. He immediately grabbed the sword and held it before his eyes for a closer inspection. The texture was cool to the touch, yet there was a subtle hint of warmth. The blade was engraved with lifelike dragon patterns. Near the hilt, the part of the blade shimmered with a golden radiance, while the tip boasted the austere gray of profound steel. This sword required a level for mastery, but remember, Su Ming possessed the passive skill of a sword martial master. He could ignore any restrictions and wield any sword-type weapon with ease. With a single thought from Su Ming, a click sounded. A golden crack in the middle of the sword vibrated sharply. The longer part of the blade in front flew out, transforming into a flying sword dancing in midair. This was similar to the sword flying technique, but it wasn't a skill, it was an effect inherent to the weapon. Su Ming could control the sword with his mind, allowing it to fly and hover, slicing through enemies. What remained in Su Ming's hands was a broken sword. Its jagged break formed a natural sharp angle, making it resemble a dagger, perfectly natural in its form. He raised the broken sword to his eyes and noticed a fiery red dragon scale lodged in the center of the break, perfectly embedded within the blade. With a stylish flick of his wrist, the flying blade swept back in a swift motion, hanging upside down as it flew back and firmly clicked onto the broken sword, reassembling into a complete long sword. It was a marvelous piece of craftsmanship. Using the dragon scale at its core, the flying blade and the broken sword were seamlessly joined. Su Ming couldn't help but marvel at the profound wisdom of the blacksmith profession. Dragons, being among the highest level of monsters and incredibly fierce, made dragon scales an extremely precious material. Embedded within this sword was a dragon scale, naturally elevating the sword's grade. As Su Ming swung, the blade emitted sparks of fire, dealing additional flame attribute damage. Very good. Su Ming smiled slightly, holding the sword as he proceeded to the next level. He would not stop at the 10th floor. At this moment, inside the silent tower on the 10th floor, Dao Quangli Chenguang was panting heavily, having just cleaved through the giant armored knight before him. He was badly injured and had used his strongest skill, barely managing to pass the floor. Congratulations, you have successfully passed the 10th floor. Upon hearing the words of the world's rules, a fierce smile spread across his face. Ha, I've passed the 10th floor, excellent, this year's platinum treasure chest will be mine. Every year, the first newcomer to clear the 10th floor receives a platinum treasure chest. For a newcomer, this was a high-level reward. With it, he was sure to rise. Recalling the humiliation he suffered in the dungeon, Li Chenguang's heart was filled with a dark cloud. He wanted revenge. Su Ming must die. Subsequently, specks of blue light gathered in front of him, eventually forming a silver-quality treasure chest. Li Chenguang stared blankly, somewhat dazed. Why a silver chest? Where is my platinum chest? He asked, his voice trembling. No one answered. The rules of the world do not cater to a mere mortal. Could it be that someone has surpassed me, clearing the 10th level before me? He wondered, hardly able to believe it. Finally, he steeled himself and opened the chest. Inside was only a silver-level necklace, and it wasn't even suited for his profession. It was a mage's necklace. Li Chenguang felt cheated, abandoned by the world, toyed by fate. He trembled with rage and let out a furious roar. Damn it! Su Ming continued to advance, clearing the 11th, 12th, 13th levels and beyond. His progress was incredibly fast, almost divine. Many bosses could not withstand his 3 strikes, compared to other novice job changers who generally stopped at the 6th or 7th level. Su Ming's prowess was terrifying. However, it's worth mentioning that from the 10th level onwards each level's monsters significantly increased in strength, a fact that Su Ming felt acutely. The first 10 levels were basically practice for newcomers, with rewards being bronze chests, but starting from the 11th level the real challenge began. Although Su Ming cleared the levels quickly, his injuries also accumulated. He couldn't use healing potions here, he had to rely on his own abilities to heal his wounds. Su Ming used his mental power to activate the self-healing factors in his blood. Soon his injuries healed at a visibly fast rate. However, this wasn't a long-term solution. His mental power was already heavily depleted. I must conserve it, Su Ming said decisively. He chose to heal his injuries only partially rather than completely to save mental power. He still needed to conserve some mental power for skills if he was to go further. His target was at least to break through the 15th or 16th level. Whoosh, Su Ming flicked his hand and a mental spirit sword condensed in mid-air. This was Su Ming's skill, the spirit blade. The blade was azure blue, its edge flickering with light. Whoosh, it flew piercing directly through the eye socket of the boss in front of him. Then Su Ming himself, holding the dragon-inlaid broken sword, stepped forward. Poochie, this sword, powerful and fierce, decapitated the purple-skinned zombie monster. Congratulations on clearing the 15th level. Su Ming's breathing was somewhat heavy as he slowly sheathed his sword. In front of him, the reward for this level appeared, a golden treasure chest. Su Ming used the sublimation of all things to upgrade it. The Lanya treasure chest upgraded to platinum quality, but this time his luck wasn't as good, only reaching platinum quality. Su Ming's expression turned solemn as he opened the lid. Inside the chest there appeared a necklace. He picked it up and scanned the information. A stealth necklace, top grade platinum, agility plus 50. Wearing it would render all your movements completely silent. A direct addition of 50 agility points. This equipment was seriously powerful. Su Ming's agility had already reached 130, with this necklace it would soar to 180. Su Ming equipped it immediately. Moreover, having just cleared over a dozen levels of the Tower of Silence, he had gained 2 levels. Now at level 18 he allocated all his attribute points to agility, bringing it to a total of 200 points. Just 2 more levels and he could undergo his second-class advancement. In addition, Su Ming had opened numerous treasure chests, reaping a massive bounty of spoils. However, many items paled in comparison to the shadow sword set he currently wore, serving only to be sold or later dismantled into basic materials to enhance his weapons. The experience inside the Tower of Silence was rich. To think he had ascended to level 18 so quickly. Although the monsters were becoming stronger and he was feeling somewhat drained, he couldn't give up. Clutching his sword with a determined gaze, Su Ming knew he could only challenge this once a month and absolutely couldn't waste the opportunity. He must give it his all. Su Ming clenched his fists, deciding to push harder and continue ascending the tower. Outside the tower, the crowd watching was fixated on the leaderboard. Li Chenguang had reached the 9th floor, stirring up great anticipation among the spectators. Everyone was on tenterhooks, wondering if he could make it to the 10th floor. But suddenly a name surged to the top like a dark horse charging fiercely from the bottom. Quickly, it surpassed Li Chenguang. The name Killer God appeared as the player cleared the 8th, 9th and 10th floors. The title Killer God replaced Su Ming's name, storming up the rankings at an incredible pace. It felt like in the blink of an eye Su Ming was rocketing towards the peak. Everyone rubbed their eyes in disbelief. What in the world was happening? Everyone was stunned. Was there a master among them? Who was this person? Could someone clear the tower so rapidly? Must be a bug, right? This person wasn't just climbing the tower, he was on a rocket. Killer God? Who was Killer God? Not just in Xinjing City, Wuyang City, Nancotton City, but even in our entire province's list of geniuses. There was no Killer God. Had anyone heard this name before? We certainly hadn't. Could he be from another province? The crowd was dumbfounded, exchanging shocked glances. They had thought Li Chenguang's sprint from the 1st to the 9th floor in just over 10 minutes was terrifyingly fast, yet, in the next moment someone even fiercer had made a move. Everyone looked up, hardly believing the scene before them. Su Ming's speed was simply too incredible. After reaching the 10th level, the player known as the God of Slaughter did not stop his pace. In just a few dozen seconds he stormed up to the 11th floor. This indicated that the player named God of Slaughter was annihilating monsters along the way. he killed the boss of the 11th floor in a single encounter, an almost impossible feat for newcomers. Even the frenzied swordsman Li Chengwang had spent a long time grinding through levels 9 and 10 before barely making it through. Could it be that God of Slaughter wasn't a newcomer? Some asked. It was nearly impossible as the records in the Tower of Heavenly Solitude were preserved. If a person had challenged before, they would continue from their previous performance when they returned the next month. This means that a powerful class changer couldn't repeatedly challenge the initial dozen floors. Moreover, take note, this is the newcomer leaderboard. Only awakeners from our session can be listed here. Then, the God of Slaughter truly is a monster. People's eyes began to show a hint of fear. Is that guy really human? At this moment, below the ranking, the name Li Chengwang appeared. Player, Li Chengwang passed the 10th floor, ranked 2nd. This no longer excited the crowd. Because the platinum treasure chest had already been taken by God of Slaughter, Li Chengwang didn't get the platinum chest. Who knows what expression he is now? Haha, to have struggled so hard to break through the 10th floor only to miss out on the reward. If it were me, I would go mad. Some people began to take pleasure in his misfortune. As people were still in shock, Su Ming's ranking continued to rise. Player, God of Slaughter clears the 12th floor. After this message appeared, it stirred up a storm, making everyone gasp in astonishment. Everyone was shocked to the extreme. Unexpectedly, he continued to push forward. The most terrifying part is that it didn't take too long. This means that the player named God of Slaughter, even after reaching the higher difficulty levels beyond the 10th floor, was still killing bosses instantly. This was extremely frightening. Player, God of Slaughter clears the 13th floor. God of Slaughter clears the 14th floor. God of Slaughter clears the 15th floor. The continuous notifications numbed people's eyes. For a moment, the originally noisy surroundings turned as silent as the dead. People's voices trembled, unable to utter a word. Inside the tower at this moment, Su Ming had already reached the 19th floor. Here, the boss was a massive purple crystal dragon-blooded rhinoceros beast. Purple crystal dragon-blooded rhinoceros, level 23 strength, 320 points constitution, 300 points agility, 25 points spirit, 15 points luck, 3 points skills. Dragon blood, self-healing crystal giant horn. Ruthless, crushing, terrifying roar. This rhinoceros monster, with a trace of ancient dragon blood flowing in its veins, descended from a hybrid of dragons and rhinoceroses. Though the dragon blood was diluted over generations, it was still present. Upon reviewing the information on this monster, Su Ming's expression turned cautious. This creature was as formidable as the hidden boss of the beginner's dungeon, the guardian of the blood lake. He knew that defeating it would be challenging, but retreat was not in Su Ming's plans. Raising his hand, he unleashed the heavenly sword tomb strike. Boom! A resonant sword cry echoed through the heavens, followed by a gigantic stone sword tombstone crashing down. The rhinoceros bellowed and charged forward fiercely. The sword tombstone fell, smashing the dragonblood rhinoceros's midsection into a pulp. Intestines spilled out and blood shot up to the sky, immensely powerful yet not as Su Ming had anticipated. The creature was too fast and had dodged it. Su Ming's face hardened, thinking to himself that he had aimed for its head. The heavenly sword tomb was his most powerful sword-based skill. A direct hit to the head could have severely wounded or even instantly killed the monster. Regrettably, the attack missed, but the kill was still necessary. As the brute bull charged, its massive purple crystal horns shimmering with a cold light, Su Ming swiftly dodged to the side, taunting as he moved. Dragon blood rhinoceros, I'm not sure what incredible species your draconic ancestor was to descend to mingling with rhinos that wallow in the mud all day, creating such a mixed breed like you. It's laughable, ha! Su Ming's voice dripped with sarcasm. A tactic in battle. Su Ming never hesitated to use every means at his disposal to win. Provoking with words was an effective strategy to disrupt the enemy's rhythm and plans. He wasn't sure if the beast understood human speech, but taunting was worth a try. Moreover, this monster had a mental attribute as high as 15 points higher than many humans. Su Ming guessed it could understand him. Indeed, hearing Su Ming's mockery, the rhinoceros was enraged, charging explosively with its purple crystal horn sparkling brilliantly before bursting into a dazzling explosion. A deadly beam of light shot towards Su Ming. Su Ming sneered coldly. As expected of a beast falling for such an obvious provocation, it had unleashed its most powerful skill. Now that he knew this move, Su Ming could confront it without holding back. He activated the instant divine step, dodging the beam, then with a flick of his hand, crack, the dragon-inlaid broken sword shattered, the blade flying straight into the rhinoceros's eye socket, blinding it. Landing in its blind spot, Su Ming gripped the broken sword, now a short sword, ready to unleash the killing god slash, a strike that must be instantaneous. Su Ming's eyes flashed with a ruthless intent to kill. Whoosh, the slash carried a murderous intent as vast as the sea, overwhelming all in its path. Seeing this strike, the massive mutated purple crystal giant horned rhinoceros showed a flicker of fear, for this was a legendary skill chilling to the core. A blood-red slash swiftly swept across, and with a splatter, the enormous bull's head tumbled to the ground. The purple crystal horns broke off and fell. The killing god slash was immensely powerful. Congratulations on successfully passing the 19th level. Su Ming gained a vast amount of experience and advanced directly to level 19. He was just a step away from reaching level 20. Breathing heavily due to the enormous energy expended from using the Godslayer slash, he looked down at the loot on the ground. A purple crystal rhino horn, platinum grade material, X1, a rare forging material perfect for crafting weapons. Su Ming quickly pocketed it. Then a large treasure chest appeared before him made of top-tier gold. Su Ming used the sublime transmutation directly, upgrading it to platinum grade. He opened the chest and inside a blueprint appeared. Platinum grade weapon, Soul Reaper's Scythe blueprint X1, requiring materials. Any platinum grade core weapon base X1, Yellow Ape's blood pumping heart X1, Water Ghost vocal cords X1, fine steel mysterious iron. Although the list of materials was long, they were generally available for purchase at the auction house. Excellent, he thought, this scythe would be perfect for Ji Yao. With a slight smile curling at the corner of his mouth, Su Ming stored the blueprint securely and stepped into the 20th level. Upon entering, the scenery transformed dramatically. The ground was covered with pitch-black volcanic stones, and on both sides of the path flowed rolling lava. A burly knight clad in lava armor stood in the way, imposing with a giant hammer over his shoulder. He didn't even turn to look at Su Ming. Only level 19 and yet you've reached the 20th floor. You are indeed strong, he said as he turned around, his face calm, but you are no match for me. Please turn back, the lava knight advised. Su Ming scanned his data. 20th floor boss. Lava knight level 25 strength, 420 constitution, 350 agility, 280 spirit, 158 luck, 100 skills, lava execution hammer, flowing armor, blazing fire. His attributes were well-rounded, with agility even higher than Su Ming's. A boss is a boss, indeed, only 6 levels higher than Su Ming, yet the difference in attributes totaled in the hundreds. Su Ming felt a cold sweat on his forehead. This boss was fiercely formidable. Even his proudest attribute, agility, seemed insufficient before this foe. Without activating the hidden god step, Su Ming feared he couldn't even dodge a regular attack, now at his limit after the grueling sequence of battles. Up to the 20th floor, both his mental and physical energies were severely depleted. No food or potions could restore his condition inside this desolate tower of silence. Knowing he was likely outmatched, Su Ming still chose to strike decisively, challenging the 20th level. How could there be a miracle without trying? Holding the Shadowflow longsword in his left hand and the dragon-inlaid broken sword in his right, he suddenly charged forward. The Thunder Sword technique was fully activated. Terrifying flashes of lightning burst forth, and with his right hand he performed a swift sword draw. Having reached such a level of proficiency, Su Ming no longer needed a scabbard to perform his instantaneous sword slashes. His figure transformed into a streak of bloodlight as he charged forward. The lava knight slowly shook its head side and swung its massive hammer. In that instant, the lava transformed into a canopy of fire, stirring up scalding heat waves. As Su Ming plunged into it, he felt his entire body burning, his health rapidly depleting. Ultimately, he was completely buried in the fiery mass. However, a look of shock appeared in the eyes of the lava knight. Before Su Ming was defeated, his 2 sword strikes had also landed on its body, reducing its health by 50%. Challenger, next time you will surely defeat me, it said in astonishment, its eyes also reflecting a measure of respect. Before Su Ming could respond, everything went dark, and in the next moment he had already been ejected from the Tower of Solitude. He stopped at the 20th floor. Current ranking, number 1, rewards being calculated. Su Ming remained expressionless. Rankings were as fleeting as clouds to him. The rewards were what truly mattered. In this wave of challenges in the Tower of Solitude, he had surged to level 19 along with a host of weapon and equipment rewards and materials. Now additional settlement rewards were being calculated. Finally, the rewards were settled. 50,001 tribes coins, 100000 ascension coins, and the flowing body step, diamond grade lower class movement skill, which Su Ming immediately Upgraded. Upgrade successful, ripple step, diamond grade superior movement skill, a supreme movement skill from ages past based on the I Ching's 64 hexagrams moving in specific hexagram directions, elusive and swift as casual yet as fast as a stroll in a courtyard. It had upgraded directly to a diamond grade superior movement skill. Su Ming was overjoyed. He immediately crushed it and began to learn. He indeed had a gold grade movement skill, the hound step, but it was not powerful enough for Su Ming. There were stronger skills like the hidden god step, a legendary grade movement skill which was too taxing on his current physical and mental attributes. Each activation consumed a great deal of stamina, but this ripple step was different. It could be used repeatedly. Moreover, as a high-level movement skill, it could dodge many attacks. In pursuit battles, it would also keep him unbeaten. From now on, he would use ripple step in normal times. When absolutely necessary, he would use hidden god step to dodge crucial attacks, which was the optimal solution. The hound step could be discarded. The iteration of skills was quite normal. After learning this skill, Su Ming immediately felt his mind filled with countless hexagram knowledge and the ethereal concept of flowing steps. Ultimately, he successfully mastered it. Ripple step, diamond grade superior, proficiency 0/3 million. Afterwards, Su Ming left the Tower of Solitude. He walked slowly towards the outside. My sword should almost be ready, he murmured, stepping away. Outside the tower at that moment, people were watching Li Chenguang's progress. Li Chenguang having passed the 11th floor. Wow, he can still fight. Honestly, Li Chenguang is pretty fierce. He broke through the 10th floor, didn't get any extra rewards, but still continued to break through 2 more floors before stopping. What a monster. He had a good temperament, but when he emerged to find himself only in second place, several levels behind the formidable god of killing, it was likely that his mentality would completely crumble. Li Chengwang stopped at the 12th level. Li Chengwang's final score was also announced. I guess his mentality must be shattered by now, people said. Even the strongest person, after facing 2 major setbacks in a row, would probably not be able to withstand it. Alas, Li Chengwang is probably done for. I think he will never recover from this. People slowly shook their heads, speaking with a sigh. Meanwhile, Su Ming's ranking continued to climb. God of Killing cleared the 18th level. What? He reached the 18th level. God of Killing cleared the 19th level. Damn, what a monster, a true monster. Who is this person? What kind of talent does he have? Li Chengwang from Luoyang City, Su Ming the Sword Master from Xinjing City, Zhang Tang from Lijiang family, Zhou Yenza. It seems none of the geniuses from our cities can match this God of Killing. God of Killing stopped at the 20th level, the current ranking first. Upon seeing this message, people almost held their breath. It took a long while before they looked at each other in shock. A newcomer stopped at the 20th level. Outrageous, many second-tier masters can't even beat the 19th level, and here a newcomer has reached the 20th level. I really want to know who he is, but he must have used a title instead of his real name. People said in shock, their voices trembling. At that moment outside there was another person with an extremely somber face. She was dressed in a fiery red tight outfit, her figure explosive and her face covered with a cold light. Her name was Luna. This God of Killing, who exactly is he, to have surpassed my brother Changwang? She gritted her teeth lightly, filled with indignation in her heart. All the intense attention, all eyes were on this God of Killing, and those honors should have belonged to Li Chengwang. Listening to the people around her talking about Li Chengwang, it was as if her heart was bleeding, but she disdained to argue because she had long regarded these people as dead. Once her strength improved, she would immediately kill all those who had slandered Li Chengwang. Yes, her mentality had already become twisted. It could be said that she was a fanatic fan and Li Chengwang was her star. Luna was a student from Xinjing City, but not from the same school as Su Ming, but from a certain vocational high school. At this moment her fists were clenched, her heart full of hatred. The neighboring city's madman Li Chengwang had killed her sister in a novice dungeon. She had witnessed it with her own eyes. And she herself, due to her lack of strength, could only hide in the bushes nearby, watching the whole process. Her sister's tragic death tormented her heart like a knife. The extreme sorrow soon made her mentality unbearable, thus her brain initiated a self-protection mechanism. This hatred transformed into a bizarre obsession. Luna began to indulge in Li Chengwang's formidable strength. The twisted psychology of admiration dominated her mindset. She even thought that the scene where Li Chengwang killed her sister was somewhat heroic, perhaps. This was what they called Stockholm Syndrome. Deep down, Luna had always harbored resentment towards her sister. She was a 7-star professional, quite talented indeed, but her sister was an 8-star, stealing all the limelight. Their parents poured all their love and resources into her sister. Thus, at the bottom of her heart, there was never true love for her sister. It was only societal morals that restrained her. However, when Li Chengwang killed her sister in the instance, in that moment, all the shackles in her heart, all the societal constraints were severed. Morals and kinship, now in her eyes, were meaningless. Li Chengwang had killed her sister, and she even had to thank him for it. In essence, Luna was Li Chengwang's little fangirl. After the novice instance challenge ended, she immediately went to Woyang City to find Li Chengwang, hoping to team up with him and take on other instances together. She wanted to be with Li Chengwang forever. Being with someone strong, she too would shine, but upon her arrival she found that Li Chengwang was no longer his former self. His appearance after exiting the instance shocked all the students from Moyang Third Middle School. His knife-wielding right hand was all scars, dripping with blood. The knife shattered. It seemed that Li Chengwang had been defeated by someone. She too was shocked at that moment. She would never forget the look in Li Chengwang's eyes. What kind of look was that? Blank, incredulous, desolate, pained, furious. All were present. It broke her heart. On checking the rankings of that instance, Li Chengwang had been defeated, becoming second. The one named Su Ming, a sword master, had surpassed her knife maniac. This not only tormented Li Chengwang but her as well. She wouldn't allow anyone to be stronger than Li Chengwang. She was also a 7-star professional with decent talent. For this reason, she too wanted to challenge the Tower of Silence to improve her strength. Luna's dream was to assist Li Chengwang to become the strongest person. Her profession, coincidentally, an assassin. She needed to keep pace with Li Chengwang to grow stronger. She wanted to help Li Chengwang climb to the peak. It was this belief that made her unafraid of challenges. She took firm steps, slowly moving towards the Tower of Silence. At that moment, an ordinary-looking young man walked towards her from the opposite direction, brushing past her. It was Su Ming. There were no scars on Su Ming's body. It was impossible to tell that he had fought his way to the 20th floor, because his self-healing factor bloodline had healed all his wounds. As they brushed past each other, Luna felt a surge of astonishment. She felt as if a bloodthirsty beast had just walked past her with an extremely terrifying presence. It was only for an instant. She sharply inhaled a breath of cold air and turned around. But behind her, there was nothing. Was it an illusion? Su Ming had already disappeared into the crowd. Could that god of slaughter really be him? She was breathing rapidly, disbelief coloring her features. Yet his appearance was strikingly similar to that of Su Ming, the swordmaster from Yizhong. A swordmaster, typically weak in the early stages, barely securing the first place in the dungeon by luck. How could he possibly have reached the 20th floor of the Tower of Silence? It couldn't be him. She slowly shook her head, dismissing the thoughts swirling in her mind. However, the murderous intent in her eyes did not diminish. In her heart, Su Ming still had to die. He had surpassed Li Chengwang. At that moment, another figure wielding a long blade emerged from the Tower of Silence. Li Chengwang. His gaze was vacant, almost lifeless. He walked slowly out of the tower, resembling a walking corpse. Luna's eyes sparkled with admiration as if she had seen her idol. She hurriedly rushed forward. Li Chengwang. But Li Chengwang seemed not to see her, passing her by without a glance. I haven't lost. I haven't lost. At that moment, those words could be heard muttering from his pale lips. Luna was momentarily stunned, then felt as if her heart was bleeding. She knew that Li Chengwang had suffered a tremendous blow. She quickly supported him, walking outside. Seeing the rankings outside the tower, Li Chengwang shuddered even more. His eyes trembled. The god of killing. First place, 20th floor. His voice was filled with extreme shock, trembling, and confusion. Surpassing him was one thing, but surpassing him by so many floors shattered his worldview completely. Li Chengwang unsteady fell to the ground, knees first. His blade clattered to the ground, emitting a crisp sound. Then he laughed, a laugh somewhat maniacal. The surrounding crowd, rather than mocking him, felt pity. It was simply too tragic. A hero of the past, now completely defeated. Meanwhile, Su Ming walked leisurely towards the forge, opening his personal profile as he did so. Su Ming title: God of Killing. Active titles: First Blood Rookie King, level 19, 5455/12000 XP. Class: Sword God. Mythical class: unique in the world. Strength: 55. Constitution: 60. Agility: 200. Inch Spirit: 100. Luck: 50. Bloodline: Eternal Body A. Self-healing factor: C. talents, sublime everything, original sword body, automatic training skills, god-killing blade, full concealment, stealth, step, piercing eye, thunder sword art, instant sword draw, sword master, continuous rain sword, sword control, heavenly sword, grave, spirit blade, lingbo, weibo. Su Ming arrived at the forge and found the blacksmith. "How's my sword?" Su Ming asked, stepping forward. The blacksmith pulled out a long sword from behind him. "It's ready." The sword before him was vastly different from the initial Shen steel blood sword. For starters, the blade was no longer made of purely black material but was a fusion of multiple alloys refined into a wondrous array of colors. The base color was pure steel white, but under the reflection of the sunlight it seemed to shimmer with various colors like some rare minerals. At the same time, the length of the sword had changed, now slightly longer than before. The tip was a sharp 30-degree angle, appearing extremely sharp. The sword grip, made from wolf bone, was wrapped in a layer of beast skin. Holding it in his hand, Su Ming felt a slight warmth and softness fitting perfectly in his grasp. "I scanned the information about this sword. The colored gold Shinfeng sword, high-grade gold, forged by the blacksmith from multiple composite materials, has been elevated to the gold tier. This sword, in terms of sharpness and toughness, has moved up a major level." Affix, blood drink. After injuring a monster with this sword, it can absorb the tainted blood to heal the wielder's wounds. Blood covenant. After killing a monster with this sword, it can temporarily increase the wielder's attributes by 20 points for 1 minute. Alloy blade. The sharpness of this sword far exceeds that of ordinary high-grade gold weapons, even reaching platinum level. All the original affixes of the Shen Steel Blood Covenant sword have been retained. Not only that, it even has an additional affix effect, alloy blade. The sharpness of this sword is incomparable to other gold tier weapons. Su Ming is very satisfied, swinging it a few times, the blade flashing with a cold light. Dragon inlaid broken sword, Shadowflow long sword. With this weapon added, he now has 3 swords, none of which are below gold quality. The dragon inlaid broken sword is even at the diamond level. It can be said that for the short term he doesn't have to worry about running out of weapons. Sheathing the sword, he is in a good mood. Su Ming already knows what his full glory looks like. Left hand wielding the Shadowflow longsword, right hand the dragon inlaid broken sword. Meanwhile, using the sword control skill, he drives the Shinfeng sword to fly and slash at the enemy. Add to that the spirit blade. It's equivalent to him being able to control 4 swords at once to slay the enemy. This is terrifying. This is not simply multiplying by 4. Don't forget, Su Ming also has the talent of the Origin sword body, which can permanently gain a continuous enhancement in sword technique power. 10 times multiplied by 4, that's 40 times. A single person's lethality is basically equivalent to several squads combined. The only slight regret is that Su Ming's mental power is insufficient. Simultaneously activating 4 types of sword skills is something other professionals wouldn't even dare to dream of. Even if Su Ming can do it, it can only last for a few seconds of peak output. He wonders when he will awaken the skill to master dual swords. Su Ming thought to himself. Then he took out the dragon inlaid broken sword and placed it in front of the blacksmith. "Boss, make me 2 more sword sheaths, one for a long sword specially made, one for a short sword." Su Ming plans to place the sharp tip of the dragon inlaid broken sword broken in a scabbard on his back, the broken sword on his waist. This way, during combat, he could catch the enemy off guard. Suddenly, a pure blade flying out from behind to slit a throat. Who could anticipate that? The boss took the dragon inlaid broken sword, his eyes slightly surprised. "Young man, what grade is this weapon?" Su Ming, without changing his expression, said, "Lower platinum. This sword is my own possession and other people cannot scan its information. Only those with the skill of the insightful eye like myself can freely access others' details, seeing through everything clearly." Upon hearing this, the blacksmith lifted the long sword in front of him, continuously marveling. Wonderful, truly wonderful. This craftsmanship, these forging patterns. Is it really just a low-grade platinum weapon? The blacksmith's gaze became somewhat obsessed. He touched the mark on the broken part, his face showing disbelief, but he did not pursue further questions. After all, if a customer wants to conceal the quality of a weapon, he had no right to inquire further. It's professional ethics. He did not say much and immediately placed the weapon on the rack, measuring it with various instruments. Length, thickness, sword guard. This sword is too sharp, an ordinary wooden scabbard probably can't withstand it. I'll use black ironwood for these 2 scabbards, though it might be a bit expensive. 30,000 descending coins, the blacksmith said, stroking his chin. Su Ming nodded and paid without hesitation. Black ironwood is a rare natural timber, dark as iron and extremely hard yet very lightweight. It's an expensive material for scabbards and the price was worth it. the shop owner didn't overcharge. Soon Su Ming's scabbards were crafted. There were two, one long and one short. The short one, like a dagger scabbard, hung at the waist, and the long one, like a sword, could be carried on the back. The specially treated scabbards were double layered and could hold both a part of the dragon inlaid broken sword and the entire colored gold profound edge sword. The original scabbards could be retired now. Su Ming, carrying a long sword on his back and the broken sword at his waist, clad in a gray robe, looked fully armed. Now it's time to go kill the giant serpent. A flash of excitement crossed Su Ming's eyes. He lightly tapped the Heaven Tower Guild token. In an instant, a transparent screen appeared before him. Su Ming's mission list then displayed: D. Subdue the Python King. Location: Sichuan Wilderness South District. Coordinates: deep in the forest. Hunt the second turn Python King in the Wilderness Forest of South District. It has devoured several members of the Heaven Tower Guild. Its strength is formidable. Current level around 25. Please be extremely cautious. Reward: 10,000 Van Clan coins. Random Platinum Skill Scroll X1. Upon completing this mission, you will officially become a Platinum member of the Heaven Tower Guild. Spend 10,000 descending coins to teleport. Do you want to teleport to the mission area? Su Ming's gaze became solemn. He took a deep breath and pressed the coordinate button on the screen. Let's teleport directly. It's more convenient and quick. I don't have so much time to waste, Su Ming said resolutely. In the next moment, his figure blurred and vanished from the space. When he reappeared, he was already in a vast forest. Drizzling rain, the air carried a moist scent. The fragrance of grass and earth filled the surroundings. The smell of this forest, it's really nice, different from the dead air of the city, Su Ming said with a slight smile casually. This is the scent of nature. The air here is remarkably fresh, a stark contrast to the bloody stench that permeates the dungeons of the Quan Chao forest. However, this place is a wilderness. Nowadays, on the Blue Star, mutated beasts and monsters lurk everywhere, and a slight misstep could mean a death with no burial. Only the cities are somewhat safer. That said, the danger here is no less than inside those dungeons. Su Ming furrows his brow slightly as he proceeds cautiously. His expression is one of utmost vigilance. He opens the virtual screen map and heads toward the target location of his mission. After about 15 minutes, Su Ming arrives at a village in the wilderness. Some humans without awakened professions, if they stay in the cities, are doomed to a life of labor. To escape this fate, many without professions choose to flee to the wilderness and establish villages to live. However, although this life offers freedom, it is fraught with crises and one could easily fall prey to wild beasts. As Su Ming enters the village, he immediately detects a strong odor of blood and worse, the stench of decay. He looks around. There's not a living soul in the village. Only corpses. There are dozens of bodies, all tragically dead. The village is full of ruined walls, as if corroded by something. The corpses are in a horrifying state, almost all with eyes wide open in death. Neither the old nor the children were spared. All were slain by some colossal creature. Su Ming approaches the body of a little girl and crouches down to examine her closely. He notices that the villagers all exhibit some animalistic traits: cat ears, rat tails, eagle legs. This is a village of half-humans. Su Ming's gaze grows intense. In this world where countless races coexist, the presence of beastmen and elves isn't unusual. He wipes a layer of slime off a wall. Immediately, the skin on his fingers curls and rots away, a clear pain sensation. It seems to be snake venom. Perhaps this is my mission target, the work of that giant python. Su Ming quickly leaves the village and ventures deeper into the dense forest. The village is filled with too many corpses, and the smell of blood could attract unnecessary wild beasts. He needs to leave quickly. Before long, Su Ming finds a large pile of snake feces. It is enormous, surrounded by swarms of flies and taller than Su Ming himself. As he approaches, he is hit by a strong foul odor. Most importantly, within this pile of feces, there are numerous human remains and skeletal structures still dripping with blood, a sight that shocks the senses. Since snakes are cold-blooded, their digestive organs aren't very strong. Many bones, feathers, and leather-like materials can't be digested and are expelled with the feces. Choked by the stench, Su Ming still stands his ground and uses his insightful eye to scan the substance. Giant snake feces, quality trash, distinctly marked by a strong fishy and rotten smell, containing a large number of superbacteria. If used to coat a weapon, it could enchant it with poisonous properties for a week. The dung was still fresh, indicating by its shape that the giant serpent had headed northeast. Su Ming's gaze grew intense. It seemed they were getting close to the great snake. To think it could even enchant its droppings with poison properties, this is no ordinary fecal matter, Su Ming muttered while stroking his chin, but he was certainly not about to thrust his precious sword into it. Who knows, the enemy might not be disgusted by it, but he would surely disgust himself first. With a determined stride, Su Ming advanced towards the northeast. Before long he began to notice some bloodstains and human footprints on the ground. Could it be that there were still survivors in that little village? Su Ming speculated in his heart. It would be perfect if he found someone alive. He could inquire about the snake's whereabouts. Following the trail of blood, Su Ming came upon a secluded path leading directly to a cave. The cave was shallow, barely enough to provide shelter from the wind and rain, with very little space inside. With a solemn expression, Su Ming stepped slowly inside. To his surprise, he found someone asleep in the cave, not a human but a half beast. It was a young girl around 13 or 14 years old with a pair of cat ears on her head. She wore a garment made of animal skins and was sleeping on the ground, her skin smooth and fair. There was only a simple straw mat on the floor. Her ankle bore a long wound from which blood was still flowing, already turning yellow with pus indicating an infection. Su Ming immediately scanned her information. Name: Leah. Race: half-beast. Level: 3/0/300 XP. Profession: assassin. Strength: 9. Constitution: 9. Agility: 27. Spirit: 9. Luck: 9. Talent: catfolk bloodline. Her agility is 15 times that of ordinary professionals due to her natural nimbleness. Skills: silent step, claw strike. Half-beasts' bloodlines differ from humans, allowing them to awaken their professions earlier. Su Ming was somewhat surprised. The beast girl from this wild mountain village had quite high potential, reaching a 9-star rating. Before Su Ming could make a move, Leah's cat ears suddenly twitched. Then she abruptly opened her eyes. With the swiftness of a startled rabbit, she leaped up, her movements agile and flexible. She took a step back, distancing herself from Su Ming. She was slightly hunched over, her eyes filled with clear hostility. Her whole demeanor resembled that of a cat with its fur on end. Even in sleep, she was this alert, a testament to the hearing of the half-beast cat. Her right hand tightly gripped a rough dagger, while her left hand extended 5 sharp claws. Her dark red slit pupils were fixed on Su Ming, showing a trace of fear. She looked Su Ming over, obviously surprised. Human, who are you? She asked cautiously. Su Ming watched her combat stance without drawing his sword. Instead, he displayed the token from his waistband of the Sky Tower Guild. Little girl, I mean no harm. I am here to hunt monsters, Su Ming said calmly. Upon hearing the words Heaven Tower Society, the hostility in Leah's eyes finally subsided. Oh, I see, she realized, straightening up and dropping her combat stance. Having grown up in this remote village, she rarely encountered humans, so her initial reaction to Su Ming was naturally hostile. However, members of the Heaven Tower Society were different. This was an organization among humans dedicated to hunting monsters, considered relatively friendly. She had seen a few members of the society in the village and was somewhat familiar with them, especially since a giant mutated serpent had been ravaging the area around the village for several years. Many squads from the society had been sent, all of whom had perished in the belly of the snake. Are you here to hunt that mutated giant serpent? Leah asked. Su Ming nodded. Big brother, you might as well go back. The Heaven Tower Society has already sent several squads, but all those people, without exception, died in the belly of the serpent. Despite her young age, her eyes revealed a weariness. Besides, you are alone. Don't throw your life away, she said seriously, looking at Su Ming. Su Ming's expression remained unchanged. He quickly took the initiative and asked Leah, do you know where that giant serpent is? He forcefully took control of the pace of the conversation. The little girl subconsciously nodded. Being a half-beast, she was naturally guileless. Hey, no, that's not right, why did I nod? And how do you know my name? The cat girl's eyes widened in surprise. Don't mind those details, I'm asking you, was your village slaughtered by that serpent? Su Ming asked. Leah nodded again, her eyes welling up with sadness. Yes, in our village I was the only one who survived. Her ears drooped, her mood very low. Half-beasts live in tribal settlements and have a vague concept of family, but she still felt sad. After all, these were the villagers she had lived with day in and day out. She had witnessed the brutality of the giant serpent herself. She had cried in a cave for days, unable to recover. Do you want revenge? Su Ming asked. Yes. She recalled all the companions and elders from her village from her childhood, her heart filling with hatred. Say it with more conviction, Su Ming gently coaxed. Yes. She bit her silver teeth, her emotions now fully engaged by Su Ming's guidance. Little girl, you lead the way and I'll help you get your revenge, Su Ming said with a slight smile. His hand rested on the hilt of his sword, appearing relaxed. This gesture made him seem completely in control, a man of unfathomable strength. Seeing Su Ming like this, the little girl felt a mix of surprise and awe. Big brother, are you really sure? She still felt a bit afraid. Trust me, I am stronger than those previous members of the Heaven Tower Society. I can kill that giant serpent. Su Ming stepped forward, his expression serious as he promised. Hearing this, Leah clenched her little fists tightly. Finally, she agreed wholeheartedly. All right, I'll take you there. I know where its lair is. I'll take you there. I know where its lair is, Leah said, but immediately after her stomach began to growl, her face flushed with a hint of embarrassment. In the half-orc tribe, a growling stomach was a sign of disgrace, as their culture prided itself on hunting and meat-eating. Hunger signified weakness, and over time, this had shaped the unique culture of the half-orcs. Su Ming, familiar with the culture of the half-orc race from his past life when he had several half-orc teammates, remained calm and quickly opened his personal panel. He purchased a fresh crispy skinned roast lamb leg from the store and pulled it out of his personal space, still steaming. Handing it directly to her, he said, "You're too weak right now. You might faint after a few steps. Eat this and regain some strength." Looking at the lamb leg, her eyes nearly lit up. Having stayed in the cave for several days, she was famished. Thank you, she said, quite politely for a half-orc. She took the large lamb leg, sat down cross-legged on the ground and began to devour it hungrily. With the first bite she was amazed. The human spices like cumin, chili powder and salt were all new to her. For her, it was incredibly delicious. In no time, she had polished off the entire lamb leg. It must be said, when it comes to eating, half-orcs are indeed ferocious. Afterwards, Su Ming bought a healing potion from a human store and handed it to her. "Your leg is injured," he said. She nodded, took the potion and drank it all at once. Growing up in a village, half-orcs didn't know much about pleasantries, which were often seen as human pretenses. Her heart was truly natural and pure. She treated the healing potion like a beverage and finished it off. Soon the wound on her ankle had completely healed. "Thank you, big brother," she said, feeling revitalized and quickly expressing her gratitude. Su Ming simply smiled, not worried about poison. What a naive girl, he thought, but it was good. A straightforward, guileless person was easier to control. "Big brother, you're much better than those Tower Association members we had before," she exclaimed. "They also stopped in our village before hunting the giant snake, asking us some questions, but they looked down on us half-orcs, acting all high and mighty. They even said our food was awful." Leah clenched her fist, visibly upset. For half-orcs, insulting their food was a great offense. Su Ming's expression remained neutral. "Humans are indeed like that. Be careful in the future. Not everyone is as friendly as I am," he casually warned her. The little girl took his words to heart, etching them deeply into her memory. "Come on, I'll take you to find the giant snake," she said, darting out swiftly with quick movements. Su Ming followed closely behind her, not missing a step. The two of them, a man and a half-orc girl, moved incredibly fast through the dense forest. Her movements were agile, running so silently and quickly through the woods. No wonder she was able to escape from the village and become the sole survivor. Soon Su Ming spotted the traces left by the giant snake. The soil was soft, forming a massive trail of its passage. The forest was drenched in a drizzle, making the ground slippery. Without her leading the way, these traces would quickly be washed away, and finding the lair would be quite the effort. Su Ming only knew that this giant snake hibernated during the summer, but he wasn't clear on the exact location of its lair. So he was indeed thankful to her. "By the way, big brother, I haven't asked for your name yet." "Su Ming." "All right, then I'll call you Brother Ming from now on." Several hours later, the two arrived in a grove of dark maple trees. There was a unique fragrance here, one characteristic of serpentine creatures. Only a massive mutated python could emit such a strong smell of snake bile. The air was filled with a bitter scent that was nauseating. Su Ming's eyes were cold as his hands slowly reached for the dragon-embellished broken sword at his waist. "Brother Ming, the big snake's lair is just ahead," Leah whispered, leaning against a large tree. Peering forward, Su Ming saw a huge python nestled among the dense woods ahead. Its body was coiled pitch black and covered with scales as tough as steel plates layered thickly. Its body was extremely thick, roughly estimated to be over 2 to 3 meters in diameter and tens of meters long. Coiled up, it resembled a dragon. One could indeed call it a winding python. Its eyes were tightly shut, with its head buried within its coiled body, deep in slumber. Good, it was indeed hibernating. Now, if he could locate its head and strike with his lethal sword, he could severely injure or even kill the giant python. taking advantage of its unguarded state. His attack's critical hit rate was very high, agility attributes could increase critical hit probability and critical damage. His chances of a critical hit would also increase when the enemy was weak. Su Ming was very confident he could deliver a critical hit. Suddenly a breeze swept through, Su Ming's expression subtly shifted. His target was right before him, yet he calmed down, his expression turned grim, because he felt a wave of killing intent, and it definitely wasn't from an animal. Animals, before hunting prey, also feel a hunger, a bloodlust, but that is for survival. Killing intent wouldn't be so intense. Generally, only humans kill for the sake of killing. This killing intent was very distinct. Su Ming was highly sensitive and felt it immediately. His eyes flickered slightly as he reached behind him and drew his Xinfeng sword. In the continuously rainy rainforest, the alloy blade of this sword reflected a shimmering dark ink green. Then, with a flick of his wrist, the blade surged through the air. Whoosh! The Xinfeng sword transformed into a streak of black light incredibly fast. It pierced directly towards the tree branches. Snap! A few drops of fresh blood dripped from the tree, falling in front of Su Ming. At the same time, a muffled groan was heard. Leah's face turned pale with shock. What's happening? Why is there blood? She lifted her head and looked up into the branches. Perched on the branch of a tree 20 meters high, she could faintly make out several shadowy figures. They were clad in semi-transparent camouflage suits, almost merging with the leaves, making them nearly invisible to the naked eye. The largest and most muscular among them had a deep gash on his shoulder inflicted by Su Ming. Su Ming sneered. So there was an ambush after all. He hadn't been sure, merely sensing killing intent and testing it out. He hadn't expected to strike true with his test. Indeed, with dense forests all around, where else could one hide but in the trees? Damn, we've been spotted. The figures on the tree had icy expressions. They had originally planned to wait for Su Ming to engage with the giant serpent before they struck. That would have been a foolproof plan. They hadn't anticipated Su Ming's vigilance. Now they had no choice but to kill him immediately. The three leaped down from the high tree, each activating their skills as they attacked. Su Ming quickly scanned the information of this group: a brute warrior, an ice swordsman, and a barrier mage, all second-tier professionals. Their skills were also tremendously powerful. The brute warrior charged first, raising his giant hammer glowing with red light as he descended from the sky. This move, a signature skill called Crushing Blow, could smash a person's brain out if it crit. Coupled with his second-tier attributes, a normal first-tier professional could be killed in one hit. Following closely was the ice swordsman, holding a white long sword with frost clinging to its blade, emitting a faint white smoke. The two attacked from above, one from the left and the other from the right, descending upon Su Ming. And not just them, the mage in the tree had also conjured a massive ice spike, aiming it at Su Ming. The three of them had the high ground, a tremendous advantage. If not handled well, just this move alone could completely annihilate Su Ming. Su Ming could dodge, but if he did, the half-orc girl would be left vulnerable. Su Ming was agile, but his defense was not particularly strong. That meant he could neither dodge nor take the hit head-on. There was only one option left: counterattack. A chill flashed in Su Ming's eyes as he thought swiftly. Whoosh! The Xianfeng sword in midair flipped and flew back to his hand. Then he suddenly moved, activating the thunderous sword art. Boom! Thunder roared, and the light of electricity flickered, filling his sword with power. Then he slashed out. Clang! The brute warrior's hammer strike was directly parried by Su Ming's sword. The warrior's eyes widened in shock. I am a brute force warrior with strength far surpassing that of an ordinary man. How could he possibly repel me with a single sword strike? Moreover, I am a second-tier combatant. His heart was filled with shock. He only felt a terrifying force enveloping the sword, which sent him flying backward in an instant. And upon lifting his hammer, he discovered a deep gash etched into it, his eyes wide with astonishment. After countering that strike, Su Ming didn't stop. His movements were fluid like drifting clouds in flowing water as he drew a long sword from the shadows. The Shadowflow Longsword. Powered by the sword control technique, the Shadowflow Longsword hovered mid-air, emitting a humming sound. In the next moment, it shot through the air, directly targeting the Ice Sword Knight. The soaring Shadowflow Longsword left a dark streak in the mid-air from bottom to top. The blade, like a tangible shadow, could penetrate physical defenses, appearing deep and terrifying. The Ice Sword Knight's eyes widened to the extreme in terror. He had thought victory was in his hands, that he would surely kill Su Ming. With the brute force warrior attacking from the front, how could Su Ming have possibly launched a second strike so quickly after deflecting that hammer? It was utterly inconceivable. The Ice Sword Knight's expression turned icy as he gripped his sword. Even if you can launch a second strike, what of it? I am a second-tier combatant and I can easily suppress your sword and slay you, he roared, twisting his wrist. His blade was coated with a layer of ice enchanted with icy properties to inflict frost damage. A murderous intent flashed in his eyes as he felt certain of his victory. At that moment he was even pondering how much money he would receive from young Master Zhang after killing this boy, perhaps enough to retire comfortably. With a bloodthirsty smile he licked his lips. However, his smile soon faded, his expression froze completely because at the moment his sword clashed with Suming's, his blade undeniably shattered. Then the Shadowflow longsword with unerring precision pierced through his chest. Agonizing pain overwhelmed him as he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, his health rapidly depleting. He crashed heavily to the ground, landing right in front of Suming, his eyes wide with disbelief. Both were swordsmen, yet he was second-tier, superior in both attributes and skill quality. How could he lose to this newcomer? Meanwhile, the mage perched atop the tree realized she had encountered a tough opponent. Her staff danced lightly in her hand as she unleashed her most powerful skill, pouring all her mental energy into it without reservation. This boy had already countered their two powerful strikes. This attack should either kill him or leave him severely wounded. Her face expressionless, she spoke resolutely, however, much to her astonishment, the ice spike she conjured mid-air suddenly shattered. When she focused, she realized that within her lethal ice spike there appeared a brilliant blue spirit blade, purely condensed from mental power. Suming in an instant had used 3 swords to counter all their fatal moves. A first-tier sword master, how could he possibly remain unharmed after receiving the skills of 3 second-tier professionals? She stood atop the tree, her face filled with horror. She began to realize that something was amiss. This young man's true combat strength was definitely not that of a mere novice. But before she could make her next move, Su Ming had already struck. Whoosh! His psychic blade soared through the air, slashing towards her throat. Damn it, his swordsmanship was terrifying, more powerful than even a second-tier sword technique, capable of easily shattering her ice pikes. If she were hit by this move, she feared she would be severely wounded. Gritting her teeth, she had no choice but to abandon her attack and activate a defensive skill. Barrier. A semi-transparent magical field appeared before her, encircling her entirely. Su Ming's psychic blade fiercely struck. Clack! The blade was firmly stuck at the edge of the barrier, unable to advance further. She sneered coldly, a first tier is still a first tier. My psychic power is so robust, as long as you can't kill me, I can grind you down indefinitely. Besides, we have 3 people on our side, and you are alone. Below, Su Ming remained expressionless. Oh, is that so? He flicked his finger lightly. Whoosh! The force behind the psychic blade suddenly increased. The origin sword body was operating without any reservations, tenfold power. The strength of his swordsmanship was already supplemented by his agility attribute. Although Su Ming's strength attribute wasn't high and his direct power confrontation was weak, his swordsmanship became immensely powerful with his high agility attribute combined with the origin sword body. This power was akin to a nuclear weapon. Bang! Suddenly, Su Ming's psychic blade directly shattered her barrier protection. The barrier broke into pieces. The azure blade pierced straight through her neck, exposing half of her skeletal structure. Blood soared to the sky. Her eyes filled with extreme horror, she sharply inhaled in shock. How is this possible? She murmured, and in the next instant she used an escape skill to flee for her life. She landed 10 meters in front of Su Ming, panting heavily. The short-distance teleportation skills of early-stage mages, even at second tier, couldn't get her far. Fear appeared in her eyes. Her health points had hit rock bottom. She hurriedly drank a potion, barely recovering. The 3 people watching Su Ming at that moment were filled with shock. You are definitely not a first-tier novice. Damn, we've been terribly misled by the young master. They gritted their teeth in anger. Su Ming, expressionless, resolved 3 lethal skills without even taking a breath. With a casual flick, his mid-air shadow flow sword spun and flew back, circling protectively around him. Then the psychic blade also swept to his side, rotating and circling and bobbing next to him. Nearby, Leah watched the scene, her eyes wide in amazement. This human is incredibly strong, and even somewhat handsome. According to the aesthetic standards of the half-orcs, a handsome man must be bulky and robust like a bull. Su Ming, however, is slender and frail-looking. How could he possibly be considered handsome by half-orc standards? Yet, upon seeing Su Ming, she felt her own standards of beauty start to shift. How are you so strong? she asked in shock and then immediately followed with another question, who are these people and why are they attacking you? She looked around in astonishment at the others. Why are you fighting each other? Aren't you all of the same race? She cautiously ran behind Su Ming to take cover, all the while looking at the people around her. Su Ming remained silent, not answering her questions. Perhaps this is just how humans are prone to fighting among themselves. You just mentioned the word young master. Were these assassins sent by Zhang Tang? Su Ming looked around at the group and spoke coldly. As he spoke, he stepped forward and stamped on the face of the ice sword fighter in front of him, pressing his head into the muddy ground. The man's face twisted in pain and rage, his teeth clenched as he tried to rise. He was a second-tier fighter, but because of his severe injuries he couldn't break free. In the end, he could only be pinned down ruthlessly by Su Ming. He tried to reach for a potion to drink and heal the wound on his chest. Snap! A psychic blade flew out, smashing the potion. He was unable to heal his injuries. After the Shadow Flow longsword pierced his chest, his psychic energy was leaking continuously, so now he couldn't even use his skills. The brute warrior also had a wound on his shoulder, inflicted earlier by Su Ming with his Shinfeng sword. Su Ming faced 3 second-tier assassins alone and scathed and heavily wounded all 3. His movements seemed effortless. Such strength not only surprised them but also filled their hearts with fear, making their gazes wary. You indeed have some skills, but we were just careless before. Do you really think you can take on 3 of us alone? The female mage, looking disheveled, raised her head to look at Su Ming, her eyes filled with murderous intent. She had been severely wounded by Su Ming's sword and was almost on the brink of death. Thus she drank her most important and valuable healing potion worth 100,000 descent coins, which could instantly heal most injuries. If she hadn't drunk that potion and had used a regular healing potion instead, it wouldn't have been quick enough and she would have died. So she was furious. She had paid a huge price, and even if she killed Su Ming, it wouldn't cover her costs. So even just to vent her anger, she was determined to kill Su Ming today. She clenched her hand, and a green barrier emerged, enveloping the ice sword fighter within. As a barrier mage, her specialty was barrier spells, protective barriers, defensive barriers, healing barriers, and restraining barriers. Whether it was attacking, protecting teammates, or restricting enemies, she could achieve it through her barriers. The green barrier immediately separated Su Ming's Shu soul from the swordsman's face and began to slowly heal his body. This swordsman, named Song Buqing, also had high attributes, primarily focusing on agility with strength as a secondary. Unfortunately, he was severely wounded by the Shadow Blade and had already lost his strength, which is why he had to endure the humiliation under Su Ming's feet. Su Ming gazed at the barrier, a trace of indifferent killing intent emerging in his eyes. He hadn't expected Zhang Tang to be so impatient. Just after completing the beginner's dungeon, he had already sent people to kill him. Su Ming's face was expressionless as he thrust out with the Shadow Blade. With a thrust, the sword pierced directly through the healing barrier. Then in one strike it penetrated the skull of the ice swordsman. This blow was utterly lethal. Song Buqing died with his eyes wide open. The female mage and the brute warrior's eyes trembled instantly. In one strike, the barrier of Wang Yu was shattered. Damn, this is something not even a level 25 close to third transformation can achieve, they thought. Just one sword. The brute warrior turned pale, fear rising in his heart. At this moment he was certain this guy was definitely not a first-tier professional. He might not even be a newcomer at all. The assassination mission given by young master Zhang Tang was actually a suicide mission. Seeing the corpse of his companion who died with eyes open, he felt increasingly panicked. When one panics, the judgment in battle immediately slows down, and Su Ming, he excels at seizing these opportunities. His expression cold, he raised his hand to grasp the sword blade. Then he stepped forward, displaying the Lingbo Weibu completely. His movements were so fast they were almost blinding, leaving afterimages. The rain all around him stirred, blown into a swirling vortex by his movement, almost forming a rudimentary divination diagram of rain. The surface beneath his feet rippled lightly. Before even a blink of an eye, Su Ming was already upon him. The brute warrior stared at Su Ming close at hand with extreme horror in his heart. What kind of movement technique was this? How could it be so fast, almost akin to teleportation? I must quickly activate my iron skin skill, otherwise I won't withstand his sword. In that instant, these thoughts flashed through his mind. He raised his hands, activating iron skin. Clang! Su Ming's sword directly struck his neck. A metallic sound rang in his ears. Fortunately, the defense was timely. He breathed a sigh of relief. If Su Ming's sword had struck without any defense, he would have been dead. However, Su Ming's eyes remained calm. Iron skin, he had anticipated it, using the insightful eye to see through everyone's skills. Su Ming could always maintain control in battle. Cutting through iron was not difficult for Su Ming. His wrist vibrated as he fully activated the Thunder Sword technique. With a swish, coupled with the special nature of the Shadow Blade, which could pass over physical materials and directly damage the essence, causing shadow damage. Therefore, the brute warrior's iron skin didn't have much effect. With a single stroke, his sword sliced directly across the barbarian warrior's throat. No blood flowed, only a dark liquid, a result of the steel skin skill that transformed his blood when activated. The warrior, stunned, could hardly believe he had been slashed across the throat. His health dropped by 60% instantly. I can't die, I still have defensive skills, I have healing potions, he thought frantically, and I have teammates. Wang Yu, her barrier can surely save me. Turning to look for her, he realized with a shock that the female mage Wang Yu had already fled. Su Ming's next sword strike followed swiftly, or rather it was not his sword but his shadows. Triggering the effect of the shadow sword set, an additional strike from the shadow sliced through the air. Whoosh, a decapitating blow, and the barbarian warrior fell. Panicked to the extreme, the female mage turned and ran, abandoning her teammate outright. Su Ming watched her flee, a cold laugh escaping him as he triggered his Shin steel sword, chasing after her. Su Ming would leave no survivors. Wang Yu's eyes were filled with despair. Her teleportation spell was still on cooldown and her barrier couldn't stop him. She couldn't afford better life-saving gear, so she was left with only one path: death. Su Ming soared through the air with his sword striking with incredible speed, the blade slicing even the raindrops in the air. The color of the Shinfeng sword reflected in the desperate turn of Wang Yu's head. She knew she couldn't escape. A multitude of resentful thoughts surged in her heart: regret, anger. Damn Zhang Tang, she cursed inwardly, clenching her fists. Wang Yu was once the belle of Xinjing, a 6-star talent school beauty. And yet I devoted my best years to you, Master Zhang Tang. All I got in these 2 years were a mere 100,000 Ascension coins, barely enough to beg, and now to be sent on such a suicidal assassination mission. The 2 family assassins she was with might have been decently strong, but compared to Su Ming, they were mere fodder. The man before her was no mere sword master but a monster. Zhang Tang had either underestimated Su Ming severely or had intentionally sent her to her death. Her heart breaking in despair, suddenly a dull look crossed her face as a thought struck her. A sinister smile formed on her lips. Even in death I won't go alone. With a loud shout, she raised her hand and cast a spell. Instantaneously, the fire barrier, it ignited the tail of the giant serpent in the distant lair. Yes, she chose to awaken the great serpent in her final moments. This would ensure Su Ming died here too. Her crazy act made Lia, who was witnessing this from the side, feel a chill in her heart. Having lived her life in a village, all the half-orcs were simple and non-aggressive. Only now, witnessing the bloody conflict among humans, did she realize what cruelty and madness meant. Even in death, they were willing to drag their own kind down. Such was the cruelty of the human race. She felt a chill down her spine. Recalling how she once unhesitatingly took Su Ming's food and drink without a second thought, she realized how naive she had been. Now looking at Su Ming, her eyes filled with a degree of wariness. It could be said, at this moment, the half-orc girl had grown up. With a swish, Su Ming's sword pierced through her heart. She breathed her last and fell to the ground lifeless. Su Ming's expression was grave. He hadn't anticipated that this woman would be so crazed. If his sword had not killed her, her actions in waking the giant snake would have led to her death anyway. It was essentially a suicidal attack. In the next instant, a voice rang out announcing the defeat of a team of 3 from level 2 to 3. Wang Yu, Barrier Mage, level 21, Song Buqing, Ice Swordsman, level 23, Li Meng, Berserkers, level 24, killing beyond one's level yielded bonus experience, granting 13,000 points. Following this, Su Ming's level was directly elevated to level 20. Su Ming immediately allocated all his attribute points to luck. Agility was already sufficient. Now it was time to primarily enhance the luck attribute. Many people considered luck a useless attribute, believing it mainly influenced the drop rate of items and didn't directly enhance combat ability. But Su Ming knew better. Luck not only affected item drop rates but also influenced the probability of critical hits, their frequency and damage. While agility also increased the chance of critical hits, it wasn't as impactful as luck. Now focusing on agility and luck, he would later achieve critical hits with every attack. Then he could annihilate anything with a single strike. Moreover, his transcendent talent for sublimating all things would also benefit from the luck attribute. Soon after, Su Ming heard another announcement: loot acquired, 30,900 Manzu coins, 100,000 descent coins, a lower grade silver glove, a higher grade silver ring, a higher grade golden war hammer, a golden staff. All items were to belong to Su Ming. He gathered them all into his bag. This haul was far more lucrative than any monster hunting. No wonder there were so many frenzied killers rampaging around. Sword draw instant slash thunder wrap sword technique skill proficiency improved. Sword draw slash lower grade golden sword technique focus all your strength into one sword strike terrifying in power. Thunder sword lower grade golden sword technique condense lightning on the blade enhancing the sword technique's power. New sword techniques flooded his mind. Su Ming could feel his strength growing significantly. However, the continuous rewards did not improve Su Ming's mood because the giant snake had awoken. Far off, the massive snake thunderously raised its head. Su Ming could feel the ground around him shaking. The giant snake seemed extremely furious, emitting a thunderous roar. The player had been elevated to level 20 and a level 2 mission was being assigned. Successful assignment: slay a monster above level 2. This mission was indeed tyrannical, demanding a player who hadn't reached the second transformation to slay a monster of that level. Only a sword god class could receive such a fearsome mission assignment. Su Ming stared at the giant snake before him, a hint of murderous intent surfacing in his heart. Having just completed the Sky Tower Society mission and the second tier mission, today is the day I, Su Ming, step into the second tier. Even if you, this great serpent, awaken, it will be in vain. Su Ming's face was icy as he pushed Leah aside. Little girl, hide, don't hold me back. Su Ming was unyielding and spoke coldly. Leah, however, didn't find Su Ming's actions rough but nodded instead. Okay. Her cat ears twitched and she fled with quick steps. Seeing the giant serpent filled her with a bone-deep fear, making her unfit for battle, so she knew that leaving was the best option. This would allow Su Ming to fight freely, which would maximize his chances of victory. Her heart was filled with tension, hoping for Su Ming to win and avenge the village. Roaring fiercely, the giant serpent opened its massive mouth, revealing its forked tongue. Its wide jaws opened as if it could swallow a small househole. The serpent, enormous in size, was truly terrifying and seemed to completely overpower Su Ming. Normally snakes do not roar but merely hiss. However, this snake, after several mutations, could emit a roaring sound that was eerily captivating. At that roar, all the birds and beasts in the surrounding dense forest scattered. Within several miles, all the wild animals fled in panic. The giant snake swiftly moved to the corpse of the female mage Wang Yu and swallowed her whole. Its gaping maw even tore a large pit in the ground. One could only imagine the horror of the scene. Su Ming stood tall, his face expressionless. He drew the dragon-inlaid broken sword from his waist and held it in his hand. The Shenfeng sword rotated and floated in midair around him. The spirit blade also spun beside Su Ming. In his left hand he held the Shadow Flow long sword. With all four swords deployed, Su Ming's peak battle stance was fully unleashed. The giant snake roared and charged ferociously. Its massive winding body was terrifying, stirring up a strong wind. The gusts howled, causing Su Ming's clothes to flutter loudly. Yet, he did not immediately dodge the strike. Instead, he used the Eye of Insight to check the information on this massive monster. Giant venomous python, wilderness boss, level 26 strength, 401 constitution, 350 agility, 157 spirit, 10 luck, 10 skills, tough hide, writhing scales, corrosive venom, molting hellish strangle. Its level was even higher than listed in the Sky Tower Society mission data, reaching level 26. The strength attribute reached a terrifying 401, far surpassing the boss of the novice dungeon, the Blood Lake Guardian. Back then, when fighting the Blood Lake Guardian, Su Ming had 3 teammates who were not weak. Now he was alone, but Su Ming stood firm, his heart undisturbed. Although the giant serpent was terrifying, Su Ming had also grown much stronger than before. With a spin, Su Ming soared into the air, his robes billowing. The figure was as ethereal as a dream, his lower body movements mysterious, his steps light as if touching the water's surface like a dragonfly. It was a seamless execution. He soared above the giant serpent's head, raising his hand to deliver 4 swift sword strikes. The brush mystique sword, driven by his sword controlling skills, thrust forward while suspended in the air. The spirit blade spun, slashing at the serpent's head. The left hand wielded the Shadow Flow long sword and the Thunder Surge sword, its lightning flickering fiercely as it thundered down. Simultaneously, the right hand's dragon-inlaid broken sword also made a swift cut, for swords struck together. They hit the serpent's iron-like scales, sending sparks flying, a testament to the scales' incredible hardness. Su Ming's agility was exceptionally high, nearly 50 points above that of the giant serpent, thus, dodging the serpent's attacks was a simple feat for him. When the enraged serpent charged, it could shatter large trees but couldn't even graze Su Ming's clothes. This was precisely why Su Ming focused on agility, it allowed for a higher margin of error. While focusing on physical stamina could indeed increase vitality and make one more robust and resistant even with high physical attributes. Damage would still occur. Against a sufficiently powerful enemy, just one hit could be too much to withstand, therefore, the only way to survive was to nimbly avoid attacks. Su Ming believed that enduring attacks head-on was never the best solution. Agility, on the other hand, not only enhanced the power and speed of Su Ming's swordsmanship but also improved his ability to dodge attacks. It was the perfect attribute for both offense and defense. With 200 agility points as his foundation, Su Ming could effortlessly fight above his level. Crackling sounds filled the air as the four swords slashed from different angles, solidly chopping into the serpent's scales, sending sparks in all directions. Su Ming could see with his own eyes the damage each sword inflicted. The scales, layered and reflecting a metallic luster with remarkable thickness, were indeed extremely hard. Even with his swordsmanship enhanced tenfold, the damage inflicted was minimal. The spirit blade did the least damage, its blade not physical but formed only from Su Ming's mental energy, barely scratching the surface of the serpent's scales. The mystique sword cut about 5 centimeters deep, while the shadow flow longsword penetrated half a meter. These three swords together caused a mere 3% damage to the serpent, merely a scratch. However, the dragon-inlaid broken sword was the strongest. Although its blade was short, like a dagger, penetrating only 10 centimeters, it was exceptionally sharp. It sliced through the serpent's scales without any hesitation, causing the highest damage. This single strike alone cost the serpent a full 4% of its health. The serpent let out a painful roar, furious to the extreme. To it, Su Ming's swords were no more significant than toothpicks, but the pain was unmistakably intense. Its snake head suddenly turned, biting fiercely towards Su Ming. Its eyes gleamed with viciousness, as if it believed it had Su Ming completely within its grasp. Because this human has no wings. Without wings, it means he cannot change direction in mid-air. No matter how agile you are on land, it's meaningless in mid-air because you can't move by stepping on air. The giant serpent's gaping maw opened wide like a deep abyss, nearly capable of enveloping Su Ming entirely. Su Ming could even see with his own eyes the tunnel-like throat that led straight to its stomach, where undigested fur, limbs and bones lingered. Su Ming's eyes were sharp and piercing. Indeed, he had no wings, but he had the ability to control his sword. With a sudden lift of his fingers, the Xianfeng sword flew back from the scales of the serpent, flipping in mid-air and positioning itself right under Su Ming's feet. Su Ming's mastery over the sword control technique had grown increasingly proficient, now even able to precisely position it in mid-air. Directly stepping onto the blade, Su Ming cleverly leveraged it to execute a stylish spin, swiftly retreating 10 meters with extreme speed. Meanwhile, the recoil from his feet propelled the Xianfeng sword straight into the serpent's throat. The giant serpent missed its strike but succeeded in swallowing the spirit blade, which instantly disintegrated. However, the Xianfeng sword pierced into its body. The serpent's stomach acid could indeed instantly corrode the intangible spirit blade, but it could not instantly corrode the Xianfeng sword. Thus, the sword wreaked havoc within its body. After dodging the serpent's strike, Su Ming landed on the ground and quickly adjusted his stance, his eyes flickering slightly. The Xianfeng sword immediately began to spin and slice within the serpent, causing it intense pain. Under the control of Su Ming's sword technique, the Xianfeng sword spun and moved like a meat grinder, cutting wildly. The serpent let out a piercing scream, its head crashing down to the ground. Boom, dust rose everywhere. Its enormous body fell, smashing many trees beneath it. Rage filled its eyes to the extreme. Since birth, its massive size had made it the undisputed king of the forest. Countless humans, mutant creatures, beasts and adventurers had perished within its massive jaws. Over the years, it had ceaselessly devoured, drawing immense nutrients from the flesh which allowed it to grow so large and serpentine. It was furious beyond measure. Never before had a human dared to harm it so. Su Ming watched its agonized struggles, his expression calm. The serpent's scales were indeed hard, but its internal defenses were not strong enough. No matter how hard the scales, he attacked directly inside its belly. Su Ming thought coldly to himself. Thus, the serpent's evolved scales became meaningless. The giant serpent writhed painfully on the ground, its huge body rolling and thrashing wildly, causing smoke and loud noises to echo within 100 meters. The tail and limbs of the giant serpent twisted and turned, snapping all the trees in its path and leaving deep gashes in the ground. Su Ming stepped back, watching the scene unfold with a cold gaze. Meanwhile, he secretly urged the Shinfeng sword inside the belly of the giant serpent, furiously slashing away. From the outside there were no signs of this internal assault, but only the giant serpent knew the extent of lawlessness the Shinfeng sword was wreaking within its abdomen. Su Ming felt this was not enough. He raised his hand and activated the skill of the Skyfall Sword Tomb. A massive stone sword descended from the sky, crashing down. It smashed a part of the serpent's body into a bloody, scale-shattered mess. After all, this was blunt damage, difficult for even iron scale armor to withstand. Soon green blood flowed from the mouth of the serpent. Its health was plummeting rapidly, soon dropping below 70%. In the distance, Leah's eyes trembled. She hid behind a large rock. Astonished, Su Ming was so frail-looking. How could he battle such a terrifying giant serpent alone and not be at a disadvantage? She was amazed and puzzled. Su Ming's strength surpassed anyone she had ever seen in her life. Even the village chief, a second level, had perished in the jaws of the serpent. Could this older brother be a third-level master among humans? She was profoundly shocked by Su Ming's power. She focused intently on Su Ming's combat movements and posture, hoping to learn from them. She too wanted to become that strong, to protect herself and her friends. At that moment, a seed of longing for strength was planted in her heart. The serpent roared deafeningly and suddenly glared at Su Ming with fury, charging at him. Its gaping mouth spewed rotting pus, two streams of dark green corrosive venom shooting out like lasers. If touched, this venom could completely corrode a person's body. Moreover, this snake venom was not just a typical neurotoxin or a circulatory toxin, nor was it purely a cytotoxin. These three toxin types were the primary toxins in all snakes. In that instant, Su Ming used his insightful eye to scan the venom's composition. He knew this was a mixed toxin combining all three types of venom, possessing the characteristics of all major toxin categories. It could poison cells, muscle tissues, and even corrode blood. Just a drop on the skin would immediately circulate through the blood to the whole body, killing from the inside out. This strike he must avoid. His mind flickered, and a cobalt blue spiritual blade long sword once again condensed and appeared. This sword hovered in front of Su Ming, quickly spinning from its center point, gradually turning into an umbrella, deflecting the two streams of venom, scattering all the poisonous liquid to the sides. But this venom was so corrosive. Su Ming's spiritual blade quickly dissolved, eaten away by the venom. Su Ming had no choice but to use the Lingbo Weibu technique to dodge. As he fled and defended, he did not forget to urge his Shinfeng sword to slash inside the belly of the giant snake. The giant snake let out angry and agonized howls as it sprayed venom even more fiercely. Su Ming's eyes grew more cautious. The health of the giant snake was dropping fast, but not fast enough. He could even feel his Shinfeng sword gradually corroding inside the snake. The Shinfeng sword, a top-grade golden weapon, was indeed very sturdy, made from a composite of multiple materials. However, this did not mean it could soak in the snake's venom indefinitely. A few minutes was probably the limit. Once the Shinfeng sword inside the snake's belly was corroded and digested, he would be at a disadvantage. He must kill the giant snake during this time. Su Ming's eyes were icy as he fully powered the sword control. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, the Shinfeng sword moved frantically inside the snake, its sharp blade cutting open flesh like a scavenger, slicing through it. The blade moved so fiercely that even the snake's skin began to show wounds and blood sprayed out. No, this snake is too big, Su Ming thought to himself. To it, my Shinfeng sword is like a toothpick, having moved inside it for so long without finding a vital spot. In such a huge snake body, searching for the heart is like looking for a needle in the ocean. As the saying goes, hit a snake at 7 inches, but the heart of this giant snake was neither at 7 inches nor in the chest cavity, likely displaced after mutation. At this rate, there was no time to kill it. Su Ming had also thought about driving the Shinfeng sword into its skull to mash up the snake's brain. But it was not possible. The snake had a skull that completely encased its brain. The skull was extremely tough and the Shinfeng sword could not penetrate it. Su Ming flicked his hand. The only organ that could directly reach the head was the eyes. Then I'll attack your eyes, Su Ming said coldly. Whoosh, from the scabbard on his back, a broken blade flew out. The tip of the dragon-inlaid broken sword spun out. Whoosh. This long blade, without a hilt, was extremely sharp. It followed Su Ming's will and stabbed straight at the giant snake's eye. In that instant, the giant snake suddenly closed its eyes. Its eyelids were armored with scales tough and impenetrable. Unfortunately, facing the diamond-grade dragon-inlaid broken sword, a thin layer of eyelid was no defense at all. the dragon-inlaid broken blade was exceedingly precise, piercing right through the eyelid, cutting the steel-like snake scales in half. Blood gushed out. The blade, sparking with fire, pierced the giant snake's eye. Moreover, this strike was a critical hit, causing terrifying damage. It immediately caused the giant snake to lose 20% of its health, with an additional 200% fire attribute damage bonus. The snake's single eye immediately burst into flames, burning half of its face to a charred and festering mess. The giant snake was in extreme pain, unable to even spit out venom anymore. Subsequently, Su Ming controlled the dragon-inlaid sword blade, charging straight into the giant snake's brain through its eye. Su Ming intended to use the dragon-inlaid broken blade to directly mash its brain, killing it with one strike. In that instant, the giant snake's body writhed, and suddenly its skin became crystal clear, as if it had donned a layer of crystalline armor. Its entire body became soft. Su Ming's eyes narrowed. Was this shedding its skin? This giant snake had a skill, which was to shed its skin. Once the shedding was successful, it could not only recover a lot of its condition, but its strength could also rise to another level. It might even reach level 27 or 28. However, during the shedding process, it was extremely vulnerable. Shedding skin in the midst of battle was simply wishful thinking. Did it think it was a snake from the Shao family? The giant snake's choice to shed its skin at this moment indicated that it was truly desperate, with no other options left. How could Su Ming allow it to counterattack from such a desperate situation? He pointed with his two fingers merged with the sword from a distance. Ding! The dragon-inlaid sword blade emitted a ding sound, directly turning the giant snake's brain into a mush, then breaking out from the forehead, trailing a line of blood. The giant snake collapsed thunderously. Its health dropped directly to 1%. Su Ming's eyes were cold as ice. Brain death did not mean the body was dead. The giant snake's body muscles were still reflexively active. Whoosh! The massive tail suddenly lashed towards Su Ming. Su Ming took a sharp breath. The snake's head was destroyed, but its body muscles were still alive. Just before death, the snake's brain issued one last command, that was to strangle Su Ming. So its body swept towards Su Ming with a thunderous force. Once entangled, the snake would activate its most powerful skill, Hell Strangle. By then Su Ming would definitely not be able to withstand it. Facing the snake's dying counterattack, Su Ming was indeed somewhat surprised. After all, it was rare for any creature to be able to engage in such extensive muscle activity after brain death. This giant snake was truly the strongest beast in this forest. Whether it was its fighting will or the strength of its body muscles, both were exceptionally fierce. Its nerves and muscle tissues were still attacking according to the last command issued by its brain. But Su Ming also felt a bit of pity because he was too agile. The snake's strike was not going to hit him. The Hell Strangle was meaningless. Su Ming sighed. He suddenly stepped forward, nimbly avoiding the Hell Strangle. But the next moment, whoosh! The tip of the tail surprisingly aimed at Su Ming, spewing out a jet of venom. Su Ming's eyes slightly widened in surprise. The tail of this giant snake could also spray poison. It was indeed too sinister. Mutated species, indeed a mutated species. Method strange and deadly. Su Ming's mental energy was nearly depleted. He was controlling 4 swords in battle and using the Lingbo Weibo movement technique. Even a third-tier fighter would falter under such strain. If Su Ming had been using the Yinqingbu technique, his mental energy would have been exhausted even sooner. Now, both his spirit and his muscles were severely fatigued. Su Ming estimated he could only use 2 or 3 more skills at most. Fortunately, the giant snake was also low on health. Su Ming raised his hand, clutching the Yinglu longsword, and activated a reverse sword draw slash. Mid-air, he aimed a slash at the tail of the giant snake, avoiding the venom. This strike successfully severed the snake's tail. Su Ming clenched his fist and remotely pulled out the Xinfeng sword from the belly of the snake. Whoosh! The black blade burst forth, slicing through flesh, spewing snake blood and corrosive fluid. Flying to Su Ming's side, the giant snake's health dropped to 0. The kill was successful. Congratulations, you have killed a level 26 giant snake. Loot obtained: 2 giant snake venom fangs, 1000 giant snake scale armors, 1 second-tier snake gall, 1 giant snake poison testicle. Second-tier mission completed. Promoted to second-tier sword god. All attributes plus 10 experience gained. 15020 inch promoted to level 21. Plus 10 free attribute points. Talent: Mythical Origin Sword Body Effect increased. Sword Technique Power increased by 20 times. Sword Technique Speed increased by 20 times. Sword Technique Proficiency increased by 20 times. Reward obtained: 1 lottery spin. Promoted to second tier sword god. Su Ming felt his strength partially recover, but before he could celebrate the victory, he suddenly felt a sharp pain. Summing focused his eyes and saw a drop of snake blood on his arm, not knowing when it had splashed onto him. This snake blood brought an extremely scorching sensation. Despite all precautions, he hadn't guarded against this. The snake's blood was incredibly poisonous. Summing had tried his best to avoid contact with the venom and blood, but the giant snake was too large and too much blood had splashed around, making it difficult to avoid completely. He made a decisive move, cutting off that piece of skin with a sword strike, digging out part of the flesh and bone. The pain was still heart-piercing, and the toxin seemed to have already entered his bloodstream. The toxin was a mixed type, affecting the nerves. Summing could feel his mental power rapidly decreasing, about to run out. His muscles also began to numb. Summing's expression turned grim. In that instant, he also suddenly noticed that the corpse of the giant snake was slowly writhing. Its crystalline skin seemed to still be undergoing metamorphosis, dead yet still molting. Summing hadn't expected this. Even in the face of death, creatures could unleash infinite potential. At that moment he felt a certain admiration for the survival will of this giant snake. If the molting was successful, perhaps the giant snake could revive. He must stop it. Summing swung his hand, calling back the dragon-inlaid blade from midair, plunging it downward. The cold tip of the sword aimed straight down at the snake's head. This was his last sword strike before his mental power was completely exhausted. He had to completely kill this giant snake. Suddenly, a ghostly figure appeared behind Summing. At the same time, there was a murderous intent. Summing's eyes narrowed. He turned around and was shocked to find a person appearing behind him. There was a gaunt man in a black robe, a sneer etched across his face. A long scar marred his visage, giving him a particularly ghastly look. In his hand, he gripped a dagger, thrusting it towards Summing's neck. An assassin, too. Had he been lurking nearby all this time? Summing was taken aback. At this critical moment, his strength was failing him. He faced two choices: use the dragon-inlaid broken sword to slay the giant snake, or fend off the lethal strike from the man behind him. The snake venom had nearly paralyzed his entire body. Summing couldn't multitask and had to choose one. Finally, clenching his teeth, he opted to block the man's attack. It was the only choice, otherwise if he died everything would be lost. He swung the broken sword in his right hand, invoking the thundering sword technique, and blocked the dagger. With a thunderous crash, lightning flickered and his sword shattered the attacker's blade. The dragon-inlaid broken sword was too sharp. The man's face registered surprise. To have enough strength to shatter my dagger after battling such a fearsome beast, he chuckled. It seemed he had underestimated his opponent. He grunted, clearly displeased, yet he showed no fear. It was evident that this man was extremely powerful, far stronger than the earlier assassins from the Zhang family. Meanwhile, behind Summing, the corpse of the giant snake was making undulating noises, as if it was about to complete its molting. The dragon-inlaid sword blade, no longer guided by Summing's will, began to fall helplessly in free fall. This sword, driven purely by inertia, had limited power. According to the situation, it definitely couldn't kill the molting giant snake's corpse. It might even revive. Now facing this ruthless enemy, Summing couldn't afford to be distracted. His spiritual energy could only prompt one more skill. Afflicted with snake venom paralysis and having only recently advanced to the second level, he hadn't recovered much strength. Summing was in a highly disadvantageous position. If the giant snake revived, he would be caught in a pincer attack, and if he chose to slay the snake, who would deal with the assassin before him? In this moment of dilemma, a petite figure dashed out from the dense forest nearby. With a light step, she leapt high, her delicate hands tightly grasping the dragon-inlaid sword blade in midair. Her hands immediately became blood-soaked. Despite the pain on her face, she didn't let go and plunged downwards. She drove the sword blade deep into the giant snake's skull. The entire blade buried itself inside. The corpse of the molting giant snake was thoroughly subdued. All its muscles and neural activity ceased completely. It couldn't molt anymore. Dead beyond dead, the newcomer was Leah. Her hands, nearly pierced through by the dragon-encrusted blade edges, bore cracks in the bones, for the sword had no hilt. She could only grasp the blade tightly, but she knew this was her only chance. She had to kill the giant serpent completely. Otherwise, Su Ming would face great peril and she would be unable to avenge her village. This giant serpent, which had devastated her entire village, had long been marked for death by her. Thus she chose to burst forth. She refused to flee passively as she had when her village was slaughtered by the serpent years ago. From today onward, she would no longer hide. With the serpent's demise, it would be reduced to ashes and smoke. Su Ming felt a great weight lifted off his shoulders. Then he would no longer need to face a dilemma. Barely able to use his last skill, it was just enough to kill one person. Su Ming suddenly turned around and using his insightful eyes scanned the data of this suddenly appeared man in a black robe. Ding Pan level, 27 occupation, disguiser strength, 30 constitution, 50 agility, 80 spirit, 5 luck, 5 skills, ghostly hide breath concealment critical strike. A level 27 disguiser 1 skill was enough. A chilling smile curled on Su Ming's lips, a murderous intent surged in his eyes. In this world only one person had seen such murderous intent before, Ren Xiaoman, and this man was the second. I have only one move left, Su Ming said, staring at the man before him. Hearing this, the man drew the real blade from his waist. This was his true weapon. Boy, are you begging for mercy? He scoffed, not yet realizing the gravity of the situation but still very confident in his ability to kill. Your reward for this D-level task is too rich, I must obtain it. His mocking smile had not yet faded when Su Ming's murderous intent swept through like a tidal wave. In that instant the man felt his gallbladder shatter, his smile instantly froze. In the next moment he witnessed the most terrifying strike. Far away Leah was also shocked. Su Ming, holding the dragon-embedded broken sword, suddenly charged forward, his body transformed into a brilliant trail of slaughter. Where he stood only a grey-robed shadow remained, a blood-red long scar cut across the sky, breaking branches and scattering leaves within dozens of meters. Leah, watching nearby, was utterly shaken. She had never seen such a terrifying skill. Even the giant serpent hadn't given her such a sense of oppression. The strike, though not aimed directly at her, she was just a bystander, yet she could still feel the intense murderous intent, profound, and full of penetrative force. It frightened her so much that she nearly collapsed to the ground. Too terrifying. This blade mark directly pierced through the man's body. His eyes suddenly froze and his smiling face vanished in an instant. The God of Slaughter's blade, although not a sword technique but a skill of the God of Slaughter, used the dragon-embedded broken sword. It managed to receive some enhancement from the original sword body's power. The God of Slaughter's blade, a legendary skill, even with just a 10% enhancement, was immensely powerful, not to mention the added strength from the original sword body. Su Ming estimated that this strike of the God of Slaughter's blade had likely received a 5-fold increase in power and speed from the original sword body. Su Ming's current level using the God of Slaughter's blade was far from the complete version. It was not even 1% of the full version. After the enhancement through the source sword body, it had regained some essence of its glory days. This strike was even capable of slaying a third-stage warrior. The man in the black robe felt a terrifying heat surge through his soul, as if his name had been written in the book of life and death by the King of Hell himself. When the King of Hell says you die at the 3rd watch, who dares keep you till the 5th watch? He finally felt a chilling fear, as if he were being stared down by a god of death. At that instant his legs trembled uncontrollably. No, I must flee. His usually composed demeanor had finally shattered. He was seasoned, having killed many, and his combat experience far surpassed most shifters. But facing Su Ming's sword he truly felt a chilling terror. No one, no opponent, boss or beast had ever instilled such fear in him. This was a first. He didn't even want to fight, he only wanted to escape, but it all happened too fast. As soon as the thought crossed his mind, Su Ming's sword had already pierced through his body. The tragic red sword mark hung suspended in midair, lingering for a long time. He touched his neck, dazed, no wound. He touched his heart, no wound. Sweating profusely, it seemed he had survived a great calamity. I'm not dead, I'm not dead. He felt all over his body and found no wounds. A strained smile appeared on his face, revealing his yellowed teeth. It must have been just an intimidating skill. I'm not dead. Behind him, Su Ming's expression was impassive. He raised his hand and lightly gripped. The Shenfeng sword flew back to its sheath. The Shadowflow longsword merged into the shadows. He sheathed all his swords because the battle was already over. Ding! The last dragon-inlaid broken sword also returned to its sheath. Suddenly, the man in the black robe's body trembled violently. Blood spurted out, shooting up towards the sky. Because the sword was too sharp and the god of death's strike too swift, the wound had been delayed in revealing itself. In fact, Ding Pan's health had already dropped to 0. His body was cleanly sliced in half. The torso slid to the ground, organs cleanly cut, the cross-section smooth as a mirror. The man in the black robe was dead. Until his last moment, his eyes still held the joy of having survived a catastrophe, not even realizing he was already dead. Just one sword strike, one move, a fatal blow across realms. Leah witnessed the scene, her eyes filled with disbelief. Brother Su Ming had fought alone against 3, then killed a giant snake, and now another one. Could he continue standing unassailable after such relentless battles? Too strong. A mix of fear and admiration arose in her heart. Su Ming took a deep breath, feeling his hands tremble. Under the paralysis of the snake venom, activating the God of Death's strike had been extremely difficult. A trail of blood ran from his nose. This was the result of forcibly using a skill after exhausting all his strength. After slaying a level 27 player overcoming the odds, Su Ming received 16,092 experience points and looted various treasures. 100,000 Wanzu coins, 500,000 descent coins, a gold grade black crystal dagger, a gold grade agility cloak, a silver grade keen ring, a sky tower token, and a gold grade disguiser skill scroll. All of the man's gear was now in Su Ming's possession. He immediately spent some money at the descent store, purchasing an antidote for snake poison for 50,000 descent coins. Holding the vial in his hand, Su Ming hadn't yet taken a sip when he felt darkness encroach upon his vision and collapsed from reaching his physical limits. When Su Ming came to, he found himself resting on something soft and cool. Opening his eyes, he was met with the lively ears of a cat. A pair of bright large eyes gazed down at him. Seeing Su Ming awake, her little ears visibly twitched in excitement. Leah seemed somewhat flustered. "Brother Ming, you're finally awake." I didn't know what to do, so I just fed you the potion in your hand. Since you once gave me a healing potion that cured wounds, I thought yours would work similarly." Slowly sitting up, Su Ming realized he had been lying on the girl's lap. "I feel much better now. Thank you, Leah," he said, gently patting her head. Her ears twitched again, clearly enjoying the touch. Su Ming smiled slightly, finding the young girl quite adorable. Should he take her as his disciple? She was naturally talented and already a rogue. If trained well, she might become a legendary assassin god in this life, a rank just below sword god, requiring an 8th transformation to ascend. Such a unique profession meant that if his disciple became the assassin god, there would be no other in the world. It was akin to preemptively securing one of the strongest combat forces in the world under his command. Su Ming hadn't planned on building a force, but what if he needed one in the future? He pondered deeply. If Leah hadn't administered the antidote, he might have slept forever. She was a good child, both talented and of sound character. However, after much thought, he ultimately decided against it. Su Ming felt he lacked the time to teach properly. He barely had time to level up himself. "How long was I unconscious?" Su Ming asked. "A few hours," she replied, counting on her fingers. At that moment, Su Ming noticed there were still many blood stains and deep visible wounds on her fingers, signs of her enduring pain. It was from the dragon-embedded blade. "You were very brave," Su Ming praised. "You helped me a lot." She nodded, her eyes suddenly firming. "When someone truly becomes brave, that's when they grow up. That's what the village chief used to say when I was a child. I know. It's time for me to grow up too." Her eyes sparkled with a desire for strength. She had killed the molting giant snake's corpse. Although she gained no rewards or experience, she had been brave. This was her most precious trophy. Where there's a first, there's a second. Su Ming bought 2 healing potions and poured them over her hands. Soon the wounds began to heal. Then Su Ming started to sort through her own spoils of war. She hung all the equipment from the man on the auction house. After all, she wasn't accustomed to using swords. All in all, the items were worth hundreds of thousands of descent coins. How could this person have so many good things? So wealthy? It was eerily strange. Su Ming's expression grew serious. What puzzled Su Ming the most was that this man in the black robe actually had 100,000 all-clan coins. This amount was even more than what she had. The all-clan coin is the only currency used in the all-realm store and has a higher priority than the descent coins used within the human clans. Moreover, it is the only currency universally accepted across all clans. That is, half-orcs, orcs, elves and other races use all-clan coins as their currency. This man had 100,000. It was a bit terrifying. How could a level 20 person possess so much wealth? Su Ming was puzzled. Then Su Ming tapped on the man's Sky Tower Association token. A virtual screen list appeared. Su Ming hadn't intended to look, but upon doing so she was shocked. This man's Sky Tower Association token recorded dozens of completed historical tasks. The list was dense with mostly FED level low-rank tasks. How could a person in his 20s complete so many tasks? It was utterly baffling. Next, Su Ming found a notebook among his personal items. This man had the habit of keeping a diary. Su Ming immediately concluded that this person was no ordinary individual. Ordinary people don't keep diaries. Upon opening the notebook, Su Ming finally understood. This was not a diary but a crime record book. Each page clearly recorded his target, January of some year. Target 19-year-old student profession heavy sword fighter. His Sky Tower Association task was to kill a newborn-level vampire poisoned in the wilderness, very suitable for making a move. Postscript, successful, December of some year. Target 21-year-old job changer. His task was to kill a mutant giant mosquito in the wilderness. Task reward 40 million all-clan coins. Postscript, successful, June of this year. Target 18-year-old student Su Ming, a key observation subject, 10-star sword master talent, taking a D-level task alone as a lone wolf. The location was just right in the wilderness, very suitable for making a move. Su Ming's expression grew heavy. It turned out that this black-robed man Ding Pan was a criminal who roamed around murdering and intercepting other low-level Sky Tower Association members, following them as they completed their tasks. Then, at the last moment of their battle with the beast, he emerged slaying both the humans and the monster. He took the supplies and completed the mission simultaneously, the typical case of reaping the benefits of others' work. In some ways this guy was a criminal genius. No wonder he had so many resources and properties given such a mindset. Su Ming initially thought he was the fourth assassin sent by Zhang Tang, but it turned out he wasn't. This guy had no relations with the Zhang family. He was just a murderer roaming around intercepting and claiming the rewards of others' missions. It was just Su Ming's bad luck to be targeted by him. Having killed so many, the Sky Tower and the state must have already taken notice of him. This guy was likely already wanted. Su Ming carefully kept his token, if this person was indeed a wanted criminal. Then with his token, Su Ming could claim the bounty reward. The reward for killing this man might even be more substantial than the reward for killing the Great Serpent, an extra gain. Su Ming then donned a piece of equipment from this man, a keen ring which could enhance one's senses and strengthen perception in battle. Humans have 10 fingers, so theoretically one could wear 10 rings at the same time. However, wearing that many would severely affect the handling of a sword. Therefore Su Ming chose not to wear too many. He removed the ring that added 5 points of strength and listed it in the auction house. This attribute was minor for him, but the ring could be sold for some money. Following that, Su Ming activated the lottery wheel. Now his origin sword body's power had reached 20 times its original. His strength had fundamentally transformed. Drawing another round of lottery, his strength would climb to a new level. In the midst of the draw, the golden pointer spun continuously. Finally it halted at an epic slot, Millennium Purple Vein Ganoderma, epic superior grade. After consumption it randomly increases all attributes. Su Ming's eyes widened in shock. Millennium Purple Vein Ganoderma, it could increase all attributes and the values would not be small. The increase would be permanent. This was essentially a top-tier version of the strengthening pill. Although the strengthening pill also enhanced attributes, it was only of golden quality. Why? Partly because its effect was weaker, but most importantly it worked only once. Millennium Purple Vein Ganoderma was different. It could be used an unlimited number of times and its effects were countless times stronger than the strengthening pill. That is to say, if one had enough resources and connections to acquire multiple Millennium Purple Vein Ganodermas, then one could endlessly enhance their attributes with them. Of course, such a treasure was priceless and there were not many in the entire Blue Star. Even the wealthiest could not obtain them. This was something one could only dream of. Having one was already more than enough for Su Ming. He swallowed it in one gulp. Suddenly a scorching power coursed through his entire body. He could feel every limb and bone burning like fire. After a long while the power was fully absorbed. Having successfully absorbed the Millennium Purple Vein Ganoderma, Su Ming's attributes, strength, physique, agility, spirit, and luck all saw comprehensive enhancements. Su Ming immediately opened his personal profile. Su Ming. Title: God of Slaughter. Active titles: First Blood Rookie King, Level 21, 19455/21000 XP. Class: Sword God, Mythic Class, unique in the world. Strength: 80 Physique, 80 Agility, 240 Spirit, 150 Luck, 90 Bloodline, Eternal Body, A. Self-Healing Factor, C. Talents: Sublime Transcendence, Origin Sword Body, Automatic Cultivation Skills, God of Slaughterblade, Full Concealment, Stealth God, Step, Insightful Eye, Thunder Surge, Sword, Quick Draw, Slash, Sword, Martial Master, Torrential Rain, Sword, Sword Control, Sword, Tomb from the Heavens, Spirit Blade, Ripple, Step. All attributes have been greatly enhanced. Su Ming could even distinctly feel his strength surging. His agility, which was already far beyond that of ordinary people, was now complemented by his physical and strength attributes that were on par with warriors of the same level. This was truly terrifying, equivalent to being an all-rounder. the host has advanced to the second transformation, unlocking hidden features of the sublime transcendence talent. Any loot obtained can now be transcended or indirectly enhanced once Su Ming's gaze sharpened. Originally, only loot from dungeons could be transcended, but now things were different. Any loot could be upgraded. This talent had been a system gift, and he hadn't expected that advancing to a higher realm would reveal hidden benefits. What level would he achieve when he reached the third, fourth, or fifth transformations? Su Ming was filled with anticipation. At that moment, a voice echoed in his mind. Proficiency maxed out, Spirit Blade skill upgraded to Spirit Sword, Gold. Lower grade, proficiency, 3000/10,000 power increased. With the automatic cultivation talent, Su Ming's skills could improve at any moment. He just needed to lie back and reap the benefits. Then Su Ming took stock of everything. Let's enhance all the loot, he thought to himself. With the increased luck attribute, the effect of the sublime transcendence talent also improved slightly. The probability of items upgrading to a higher quality was now significantly higher. The giant serpent's venom fang was transcended successfully into plague source. Spring, platinum upper grade, a material that could continuously produce venom as if still alive, suitable for embedding into equipment to permanently add a poison enchantment or for crafting into a weapon. The giant serpent scale armor also successfully transcended into patterned Xiaoskin, diamond lower grade, a high-grade smithing base material suitable for crafting exceptional soft armor capable of easily resisting most cuts and even self-healing. Su Ming decided to keep these two items as they might be useful for crafting equipment later given their high quality. Next, he began to transcend the second transformation, Serpent Gallbladder. The transformation was a success. Ancient Serpent Dispersing Gall, epic lower grade, a deep green translucent stone, the gall of a wild serpent that could neutralize 1,000 poisons, a high-grade antidote material requiring just a drop of its juice to eliminate most toxins from the body and grant temporary high-level poison immunity. If swallowed whole, it can instantly neutralize all poisons in the world. Su Ming's eyes widened with surprise. Among all the items, the sublimation of this ancient snake's poison gall was the most astonishing to him. It had reached the level of an epic item. This was the first epic item he had obtained. A single drop could detoxify, meaning it could be used repeatedly. Swallowing it whole would even guarantee a 100% detoxification from all poisons in the world, an absolute lifesaver. Clutching the dark gall in his palm, Su Ming felt a surge of excitement. He raised it to his lips and squeezed out a drop. The dark green bile, crystal clear like jade, slid down his throat, smooth and chilling, and bitter, extremely bitter. No wonder it was bile. Even Su Ming, who was quite tolerant, almost vomited. But after enduring the bitterness, a calm comfort settled in. All the heat and toxicity within his body were completely cleansed. His heart cooled and his eyes became very serene. The detox potions he had hastily bought at the store were not of high grade, so there might have been some residual toxins in his body, but after swallowing this bile, there was no longer any worry. This snake gall, Su Ming decided, was to be kept for his own use. He would not put it up for auction. This item could save his life in critical moments. He continued to sublimate other spoils of war. He had essentially sublimated everything he could from the items of the robed man Ding Pan. It's worth mentioning that one of them was a skill scroll. Disguiser skill scroll, Gold Superior, upgraded successfully to Blood Surge Stab. Disguiser skill scroll, Platinum lower, level requirement, 20, a dagger technique that increases the critical hit rate. Once hit, the enemy will bleed continuously, unable to stop the wound, causing extreme damage. Su Ming was not a disguiser, so he couldn't use this skill scroll. He tucked it away. What he needed he kept. What he didn't he planned to put up for auction. Ding Pan's wealth was considerable, and Su Ming estimated that once sold he could make about 1 million Ascension coins. 1 million Ascension coins exchanged into Wanzu coins would be 1,000,000. That was a substantial amount, enough for any person from the Dragon Nation to live luxuriously for the rest of their lives. With a serious expression, Su Ming opened the Wanzu store. With Ding Pan's money, he now had 170,000 Wanzu coins in his account, making him quite wealthy among his peers. Su Ming thought about exchanging for some items, but after browsing for a while, he ultimately closed the store panel. His ambitions were too great, and he no longer desired low-tier bloodlines or talents. Ordinary items no longer caught his eye. He would only consider items of grade B or above, which cost at least 500,000 Wanzu coins. He would need to save for a while longer before he could afford them. At that moment, Su Ming stood up and glanced at the little girl. "Lia, I have to leave now. Hearing this, Leah's previously bright and lively eyes visibly dimmed, her cat ears twitched slightly. Okay? She understood that they had to part ways eventually, after all they were not of the same race. She did not try to hold him back. However, before you leave, Brother Suming, I have one more question. Leia approached Suming, her eyes lively with curiosity. You may ask, said Suming, his back adorned with a long sword, his figure draped in a gray robe, looking lean and patient with the girl. Brother Ming, why are you so powerful? Leia asked bluntly. Suming simply smiled slightly at the question. In my previous life I was a god of slaughter, and in this life a god of the sword. You could say I'm half a dual deity. Should I share this secret with you? Impossible, even to Ji Yao I would not reveal it. Persevere, Suming pondered for a moment, then uttered simply. He himself didn't quite believe in the answer. Perseverance? There's little that perseverance alone could change. Talent crushes everything. No matter how hard a one-star talent tries, they can't match a 10-star genius. An orphan without the backing of a powerful family couldn't possibly compete on the same stage as the young masters from great families. That's just how this world is structured. But, still, one must persevere. Even if hope is out of reach, even if the chances are minuscule, one must still persevere. Because only through persistence is there hope. Without it, there are no possibilities. These are the extremes of possibility and impossibility. In his past life, Su Ming was driven to a cave where he refused to surrender the reversal god ring, choosing instead to perish together with his enemies. Thus, he was reborn. This was the reward his perseverance brought him. Su Ming chose to share this experience with her. Perhaps just a trivial word, it might not bring immediate results, but she listened intently and nodded seriously, as if engraving the word deeply in her heart. To a human, Su Ming's words might seem like a mere excuse, but for Leia, a naturally pure half-beast, her mind wasn't filled with twists and turns. She naturally took these words as Su Ming's genuine answer, which was precisely her advantage. Leia found it profound, her gaze serious yet somewhat puzzled. She knew it might take her many years to understand what true perseverance meant. Once her village was slaughtered and she was left homeless, wandering aimlessly, but now she had a direction to move forward and no longer lost. I understand, I will strive in the direction you've pointed out. Her cat ears twitched slightly as if she was invigorated and ready to stand up. Finally, I have one more thing. Then she bowed deeply. Brother Suming, please take me as your disciple. I want to become as strong as you and learn your skills. Especially that sword you used to slay the man in the black robe, it was just so cool. As she spoke, she almost drooled, as if it wasn't a technique but a kind of delicacy. Su Ming heard her request and simply smiled faintly. Had take you as my disciple? Sure, I can consider that. But let me remind you, humans are very evil creatures. We consume all kinds of beings, Su Ming said with a smile that grew more wicked by the moment, resembling a demon drawing closer and closer. The oppressive aura intensified, sending chills down Leia's spine. Ming. Brother Ming, please don't scare me, she pleaded, fear evident in her voice. Su Ming, however, was serious. I'm not joking, humans are terrifying. We eat half-beasts like you. Among our kind, your type is especially favored. The dishes I can name include fragrant spiced duck necks, crispy cat ears, roasted harpy legs, and tiger-spiced chicken claws. Hearing these names and imagining the bloody preparation process, Leia felt a wave of horror, her eyes reddening with fear. It's terrifying, even a giant snake-eating half-beast villagers just swallows them whole without making dishes out of them. This is too scary. Then I don't want to be your disciple anymore. It's too horrifying. I don't want to go to the human world, the forest suits me better. Her words were laced with sobs. Su Ming's smile faded, but inwardly he was greatly amused. Teasing the young girl was too entertaining. However, what he said was half true. In the human world, half-beasts were indeed despised. Bringing her back would inevitably expose her to disdain and create numerous troubles, and indeed there were some perverted humans who delighted in consuming half-beasts, albeit a very few. Bringing her back could shatter her worldview and corrupt her pure heart. Su Ming didn't want to invite such trouble, so he used this method to discourage her. Yet Su Ming was not completely heartless. From his personal space he retrieved a disguiser scroll and a black crystal dagger. I cannot be your master for now, but this skill scroll and dagger I give to you, he said, handing them over. Leia had indirectly saved her own life by slaying the giant snake as it shed its skin. He couldn't just dismiss her because she was naive. Besides, this also counted as an investment. The principal of his school had once given him a potent marrow pill and a set of snakeskin clothing, investing in him. Now that he had resources, why shouldn't he make his own investments? Su Ming had become an investor himself. Leia was A promising seedling. If she could one day become a high-level assassin, she would be a strong force for his side. That would be his cause. It was, in a sense, a gamble. The black crystal dagger, originally a golden grade superior item, had been upgraded by Su Ming to a platinum mid-grade item, now renamed the Stone Silence Dagger, and it no longer had a level restriction. Leia took it, scanning the item. PLA. Platinum grade. Her eyes lit up with excitement. Yes, Su Ming nodded. This dagger is very sharp, you must be careful using it. And this scroll requires you to reach level 20 and can only be cultivated by disguisers. If you can reach the second transformation, you can change your profession to a disguiser. If you can master this skill, it means you've truly learned perseverance. Perhaps then we might meet again, Su Ming said, pausing for a moment. He himself was unsure whether they could meet again, but Leia trusted Su Ming's words completely. She tightly held the scroll and the black dagger, her eyes brimming with determination. Yes, I will persevere. I must impress you, Brother Ming. I want to grow stronger and become your apprentice, she exclaimed excitedly. Looking up at the sky, the rain had cleared and the sunlight was warm and comforting. When she looked in front of her again, the slender young man in the gray robe had disappeared without a trace. In the forest she was left alone. Standing there, her gaze was listless and lost. Sheathing the scroll, she drew the dagger. Now, what to do, she mused, feeling a bit lonely and forlorn. Being a half-orc, her mind was as susceptible to boredom and loneliness as any human's, but she was an optimist and quickly regained her spirits. Moreover, she was very familiar with life in the forest. This was the perfect place for her to thrive. Time to hunt beasts and level up, she resolved. With the Shurji dagger, hunting beasts was indeed much more efficient. Unknown to others, she actually persevered in training alone in the forest for a year, traversing nearly every part of the surrounding woods. So much so that all the wild beasts fled in terror at the sight of her. A new beast king was about to be born. Su Ming teleported back to the Heavenly Tower Guild. Arriving at the mission hall, there were not many people around since the influx of newcomers had passed and the normal flow of people had resumed. Good, it makes turning in missions easier, Su Ming thought coldly. Sadly, the air wasn't as fresh as in the forest, he mused silently. Then with a slight concentration, he used some of his mental energy to heal all his wounds. Activating his self-healing bloodline, the piece of flesh he had cut from his elbow during the snake venom incident was now visibly healing at a rapid pace. Soon it was completely healed. The power of his bloodline was always working autonomously, but active stimulation made it heal faster. His gray robe from the Shadow Sword set had strong defensive properties. The only downside was that it was not fully enveloping, so he still had injuries, but much of the venom and blood were blocked by the Shadow Sword coat, which is why Su Ming's injuries were so minor. He also owed his light injuries to this platinum level gear. If it were a regular set, it would have been easily corroded by the snake venom. Then he briskly walked towards the mission hall. Reaching the window where missions were assigned, Su Ming's expression was neutral. I'm here to conduct some business, he stated. Inside the hall, some player teams had not yet dispersed, scattered around. The surrounding people slowly turned their heads to look his way. Is that Su Ming? Su Ming, the swordmaster from Xianjing City, a prodigy with 10-star talent, the recent talk of the town. I heard he took on a D-level mission and upon its completion he'll become a platinum-level hunter. Yes, absolutely true. I saw it with my own eyes. Groups of people were whispering about it. 10-star talent is extremely rare regardless of one's profession. Thus Su Ming's name is known not just in Xianjing City but throughout the entire Zhongchuan province. Everyone is somewhat surprised, a newcomer daring to take on a D-level mission, and it seems he doesn't have a team, he's a lone wolf. Quite audacious indeed. This handsome young man seems a bit too confident in his abilities, doesn't he? Though a 10-star talent is strong, a D-level mission typically involves dealing with second-tier monsters. It's still too tough. Among the crowd, a woman player, voluptuous and clad in black velvet stockings, spoke up. She stood in the distance, her gaze playful and meaningful as she looked at Su Ming. Her words sparked a round of agreement. Miss Mo makes a lot of sense, one said. Nods of approval and serious expressions followed. He wants to reach for the stars, aiming directly to be a platinum-level hunter. He's very ambitious, I must admit I admire him, a young man in white clothing and a cold gaze remarked. I look forward to the day he might leave a significant mark in the history of the Dragon Nation. At this point a hint of gravitas appeared in his eyes. Perhaps one day he too would face Su Ming in battle. He didn't wish for internal strife, he only wanted to slay demons and beasts to expand and strengthen the Dragon Nation. His ambition was to lead and fortify his people, to protect the weak, but he knew resources were limited. With humanity caught in the struggle among many races, the situation was not favorable, and the Dragon Nation was also short on resources. Among geniuses, to grow stronger, one must continually fight and seize resources. It may not be a battle to the death, perhaps just a struggle in some grand competition, but it would inevitably come. He did not wish to lose. Mo-May looked towards him, a slight smile playing on her lips, her charm not at all restrained. He Shinbai, you jest. With your strength, I wouldn't last a few moves against you. Su Ming's ability to level up to 16 in the novice instance certainly had its own merits, and his strength was not weak. This achievement was indeed unprecedented, but leveling up quickly doesn't necessarily mean strong combat ability. The profession is the root of everything, Swordmaster. Especially in the early stages compared to your exorcist profession, is like heaven and earth in terms of combat power. She had a natural allure born with the bone of charm. She too was a 7-star talent, and the family behind her was also incredibly powerful, but her words seemed to carry a hint of yielding towards Shinbai. However, no one around objected or showed surprise, because Shinbai's talent was indeed terrifying and well known. Even if Mo-May didn't mention it, everyone knew she couldn't beat Shinbai. He was truly deserving of his reputation, a 10-star exorcist with this talent and profession. He could dominate early on. All the prodigies in Zhongshan province paled in comparison. A true top scholar of the province. Upon hearing her words, Shinbai remained expressionless, unbothered to respond. His gaze was steely, pondering over her mention of opportunity. How laughable. Mo-May, born into privilege, always seemed to underestimate others. She had never faced hardship her life. Perfectly orchestrated by her family, how could she comprehend the immense struggle ordinary people face to rise above their station? Su Ming, an orphan without the backing of a family, managed to level up to 16 in the novice dungeon. What kind of perseverance and effort, enduring hardships and braving numerous dangers, would that require? Sure, there might be some luck involved, but it's not just about luck. Although Shinbai was the strongest here, he was also the one who underestimated Su Ming the least. Shinbai saw a reflection of himself in Su Ming, which stirred a sense of kinship within him. This calm, cautious nature, his acute understanding of the situation combined with his talent, fashioned him into who he was. Shinbai, a man of extreme calm and clarity, his insights into things far surpassed those of his peers. Mo-May, with a charming smile, slowly said, Su Ming may be handsome, but it remains to be seen if he's just a pretty face. There's no need for you to rush into treating him as a rival. Shinbai, you already have many enemies. Better take care of the present. If it really comes down to it, you could seek refuge in my family's estate for a few days. She leaned in, jokingly suggesting to Shinbai. In the novice dungeon, Shinbai had slain many monsters and, in doing so, had also antagonized many scions of great families. These scions liked to forcefully take resources and spoils from ordinary newcomers, and Shinbai, a man of integrity, always stood in their way. Thus he made enemies all over, yet he had no powerful backing. Now he was like walking on the edge of an abyss. One misstep could lead to his downfall. However, faced with the olive branch extended by Mo-May, the young lady of the Mo family, Shinbai coldly ignored her. His face was icy as he walked away alone. He was a lone wolf, truly named Shinichi. Known as Shinbai because he often wore white, he came from the slums, spending his early years begging and surviving in filth. At 10, he helplessly watched his mother die of illness. Now he shone brilliantly, having endured the bitterness of life. He knew all too well the painful existence of those at the bottom of society. After awakening his talents, he vowed to help the weakest among them. Tisk, unromantic, Mo-May muttered as she watched his departing figure, smiling faintly. Well, no matter, I still have another handsome guy. Saying this, she looked towards Su Ming in the distance, her gaze predatory. Those around also watched Su Ming with solemn expressions, guessing he must be here to return from a mission. Let's see how things pan out. If Su Ming's request to withdraw from this mission is rejected, perhaps we could befriend him and successfully form a team, right? It's easier to add flowers to the brocade, but much harder to send charcoal in the snow. Maybe we can take this chance to make friends with a top-tier genius. Some newcomers at the Sky Tower Society murmured among themselves. Every year, only those who excel in the beginner's dungeon can qualify to join the Sky Tower Society, so everyone here is a genius. But even among geniuses, there are distinctions. Su Ming, with his 10-star talent, stands out from the crowd and is clearly worth recruiting. Despite taking on a D-level mission which he's bound to fail, no one mocks him. After all, he's a 10-star sword master who ranked first in the beginner's dungeon number 144. Once his strength was revealed, naturally no one dared to underestimate him. And Su Ming is very strong. What people fear most is the rumor that Summing reached level 16 in the beginner's dungeon. Yes, level 16. This achievement makes him the first in the history of Long Nation. The higher-ups in Xinjing City aiming to protect such a promising talent as Summing have tried their best to block the news, but alas, there are too many players in the dungeon and everyone can see the rankings, so Summing's record couldn't be completely concealed. Soon, like a flame, it spread throughout the nation. Among the young prodigies, it's almost universally known. Since the Day of Awakening, no one has reached such a high level in the beginner's dungeon. Historically, many 10-star geniuses have only managed to reach about level 12 in the beginner's dungeon. This year, with a surge of talents, the strongest prodigy Shinbai only reached level 14, yet Summing achieved level 16. Regardless of the strength of his profession, everyone has to be somewhat wary of him, but still everyone does not believe he can complete the D-level task. After all, D-level tasks are indeed too difficult. Second-tier monsters, those are level 20 and above. Monsters inherently have higher attributes than humans. The vast difference in level and attributes isn't something that mere talent can compensate for. I reckon he's here to withdraw from the mission. Me too. People stroked their chins and speculated. In fact, many people attribute Summing's ability to reach level 16 to serendipity. The word serendipity is quite clever. All unexpected occurrences in the world can be explained by serendipity. Sometimes in the dungeon, extremely rare natural treasures appear. Once encountered, they can rapidly enhance a person's strength. In the history of Long Nation, there was a student who obtained a heaven-splitting grass and epic-level sword forging material in the beginner's dungeon. After selling it, he was set for life. 50 years ago, another newcomer ate a fruit in the beginner's dungeon that directly elevated him by 3 levels, taking his 5-star talent to level 7 and placing him 8th in the dungeon rankings. Even more, some have obtained certain treasures in the beginner's dungeon that elevated their star-level talent attributes. These are all well-documented, genuine historical facts, so even though Summing managed to reach level 16 and made history, nobody truly believed that he was exceptionally strong. Perhaps it was just a stroke of luck. If you argue that luck is part of strength, that's another story. But if we talk purely about combat ability, people tend to see Summing as just slightly better than a typical genius, a cut above the average prodigy. He might be on the same level or even stronger than Ma Mei and Zhang Tang, but still a notch below Shinbai. And even Shinbai wouldn't dare claim he could solo a level D monster. Summing, even less likely. Indeed, there are no useless classes, only useless class changes. Occasionally, a genius might bring out tremendous strength from a seemingly weak class. They believe Summing was such a person, otherwise he couldn't have reached level 16 merely through luck. However, even with the best use of his class, he couldn't break through the constraints of level differences. Overall, people were pessimistic about his chances. A level D monster is no match for a novice fighting alone. Summing, with his keen hearing, picked up every word spoken by the people around him, yet he remained composed. Having lived 2 lives, he no longer let such matters disturb him. His mind was focused solely on his purpose. I'm here to conduct business, he thought, looking impassively at the female clerk in front of him. Recognizing Summing, a face she knew well, the clerk's expression turned somewhat cold. Isn't that the famed 10-star sword master from Xinjing, probably here to cancel his mission after finding the level D task too challenging, she thought. Every year, there were naive youngsters like him overreaching to undertake higher-level tasks only to fail and sheepishly return to opt for lower ones. She had seen it all. Unfortunately, the rules did not permit such changes. Once a mission was accepted, it couldn't be swapped. If you couldn't complete your initial task, you'd never formally join the Heavenly Tower Association. Essentially, Summing had dug his own grave. She was helpless to assist. At that moment, she was inwardly amused by Summing's predicament, but professionally, she kept her composure. Sorry, once a mission is accepted, it cannot be returned, she said coolly. Summing's expression remained calm, his voice restrained. Excuse me, he began, then raised an eyebrow. Who told you I wanted to cancel my mission? His voice was icy cold, resonant, and filled the hall. Although he wasn't shouting, his strong presence was undeniable, but that unchanging voice suddenly had a resounding impact at this moment. Hearing those words, the female sales clerk's face visibly froze. Soon after, a slight shock flitted through her heart. How could this Su Ming be so confident? Could it be that he really completed a grade D mission? For a moment, many thoughts flickered through her eyes. It should be impossible, right? She still couldn't believe it, murmuring in her heart, even if Su Ming could complete it, he must have relied on some powerful backing. Anyway, she believed her judgment was flawless, but no matter how Su Ming completed the mission, it was none of her business. She was only responsible for following the rules and regulations. Well then, since you claim to have completed the Sky Tower Association's mission, show me your token and I will verify it. If there indeed is a record, I will issue your mission reward, the female sales clerk said with a grave expression. Su Ming slowly took out a dimly colored token. Seeing this token, a cold smile couldn't help but form on her face. Despite her professionalism, she couldn't hold back anymore. A dimly colored Sky Tower Association token. The 3 characters for Sky Tower Association on it lacked the golden fluorescence. This type of token only had 2 possibilities. One, the holder was already dead. The second possibility was that the person had not yet completed the initial mission. Once the initial mission was completed, the Sky Tower Association token would light up immediately. So clearly Su Ming had not completed the task. She was extremely displeased, her professional smile fading away. She thought that Su Ming was mocking her. Sorry, your token is still gray. The mission is not completed, she said curtly without further ado. She intentionally spoke loudly so everyone around could hear. The other newcomers in the hall nodded quietly, not surprised at all. Just as I thought, he didn't complete the mission. He even said he wasn't here to withdraw from the mission. Just suffering for the sake of saving face. I'm embarrassed for him. Let's see how he wraps this up. Some people chuckled softly, watching with interest from a distance the scene unfolding between Su Ming and the sales clerk. Watching someone they once admired embarrass themselves was truly unfortunate. A female player's face turned slightly red, feeling somewhat sad. Su Ming was handsome and talented, naturally having many fans among the younger generation. Su Ming ignored everything. He stared at the sales clerk, slamming the token down on the table. The sound was crisp. Miss, you seem to have misunderstood. This is not my token, he said calmly. The sales clerk, still thinking he was being mysterious, was stunned by Su Ming's next words. It is a bounty token. Everyone in the surrounding hall gasped upon hearing this. Anyone with a bit of knowledge knew what a bounty token meant. Bounty missions were extremely difficult to complete, usually involving vicious murderers, and the perpetrators were not of low status. Su Ming remained utterly composed. He knew all the rules of the Sky Tower Association inside out. He knew an extremely rare rule. In addition to completing the initial task, there was another situation that could activate the qualification for the Sky Tower Society. That was to complete a bounty task. Moreover, any rank was acceptable. The robed figure Ding Pan, a professional assassin known for intercepting his targets, indeed had a bounty on his head, which Su Ming had already looked up. Moreover, with a heavy blood debt, having killed dozens of people, his bounty level was very high. By using his bounty task as the initial task, one could elevate their initial hunter level beyond the original. This was essentially a hidden option. Ding Pan's bounty rank was C. Su Ming was well aware. Once he used Ding Pan's bounty task as the initial submission, he could directly enter the ranks of the diamond level hunters. An 18-year-old newcomer, a diamond level hunter. What a terrifying title. The highest level task that ordinary newcomers could take was D, which meant at most platinum level. But Su Ming, by completing this rare and unsearchable hidden option of a bounty task, would be able to enter the diamond level. This was an absolute significant lead, because once the hunter level was determined, climbing higher was very difficult. Suppose you completed an E-level initial task and were rated as a gold level hunter. Even if you completed 3 D-level tasks afterward, you might not be able to advance to platinum level, and only if the initial task was D level could you directly advance to platinum level. This illustrates the importance of the initial task, that is, the importance of rating. The high and low starting points of the Sky Tower Society's levels were 2 different fates. After ranking as a diamond level, Su Ming would no longer need to take on low-level tasks and struggle at the bottom. He would be entitled to enjoy more benefits and preferential treatment, so he chose to submit the bounty task as his initial task first. Then he would submit the task of killing the giant serpent and receive the regular reward. This way he could maximize his benefits. Su Ming's move truly stunned everyone, especially that female sales agent. A look of extreme shock emerged in her eyes. She had been working here for over a decade and had never heard of such a precedent. She didn't even know such a rule existed. A bounty task could actually replace the initial task and complete the rating. But Su Ming's resolute gaze made her hesitant to immediately object. Moreover, at this moment, her eyes also caught a glimpse of the Sky Tower Society token at Su Ming's waist. Hidden under his clothes, the token was Su Ming's own Sky Tower Society token, and on that token golden characters were already glowing. It meant that it had been activated. He really had two tokens, and the one at his waist had already been activated. This indicated that he had completed the D-level task, he just hadn't submitted it yet. The Sky Tower Society token was extremely important, a symbol of one's identity in life, and no one would easily hand it over. Su Ming's ability to obtain this proves that he truly killed a wanted criminal of the Heavenly Tower Guild. This fact sent shockwaves through her heart. Her lips slightly parted as if she wanted to say something, but under the sheer shock her lips seemed sealed, unable to speak for a long time. I need to consult with the higher-ups, she said, then left her position. Unseen by others, her face had turned somewhat pale. She had never dealt with such a matter before. Soon she returned with a middle-aged man. This man, dressed in a black robe and wearing an air of authority, was clearly a high-ranking official of the Heavenly Tower Hunting Guild, akin to an experienced position holder. He stood with his hands behind his back and walked briskly. Is it him? The man pointed at Su Ming and asked the female clerk. She nodded. This newcomer, I hear you want to use a bounty task as an initial task to complete your ranking. He approached Su Ming, separated by the glass, his eyebrows slightly furrowed as he spoke. Su Ming nodded. The man picked up the token from the window belonging to Ding Pan. The token was dim, indicating its owner was dead. However, after scanning Ding Pan's personal information still appeared. Indeed, a wanted criminal, Ding Pan, absolutely certain. Moreover, this was a Class C bounty. The task reward included a lower-grade diamond fortune fruit and 50,000 won clan coins. If Su Ming submitted this as his initial task, he would be granted the position of a diamond-level hunter, a true leap to the heavens. Our Heavenly Tower Guild, although we have this rule, it has never been implemented before. This is truly a first, the middle-aged man said with a serious expression, stroking his chin. The Heavenly Tower Hunting Guild has been established for many years, and this is the first time. This rule was set merely to encourage newcomers to act righteously and stop criminals. Actually killing a wanted criminal, no one expected that. After all, it's almost impossible for newcomers to kill bounty criminals. Every person on the bounty list, isn't each one a vicious fiend, a seasoned crime expert? To some extent, these criminals are more dangerous than mutant beasts. The middle-aged man, who had been working here for 30 years, had never thought that this rule would truly be implemented one day. Su Ming's expression remained calm with a faint smile. Regardless, a rule is a rule. Please proceed with the formalities, sir, he said. A glint of sharpness flashed in the middle-aged man's eyes, hesitating for a moment. Although he had the authority, this was indeed a first for him. After a long contemplation, he finally replied, all right. As Su Ming said, a rule is a rule. I must assist Su Ming, or it would be dereliction of duty. He waved his hand. Subsequently, a virtual screen appeared in front of him. Hunter, Su Ming submitting bounty task, hunting criminal Ding Pan Class C, as it is an initial submission task, thus completing the ranking. Promoted to Diamond Level Hunter. Award received, 50,000 won clan coins fortune fruit, lower grade diamond, X1. Then Su Ming, without stopping, took out his own token. I also want to submit this Class D task. The man nodded, his fingers lightly tapping. The screen changed. Mission submission, slay the King Python D, rewards, 10,000 all-tribe coins and 1 random platinum skill scroll. Su Ming submitted 2 tasks consecutively. All the rewards were deposited into his personal compartment. Subsequently, his personal Sky Tower token suddenly changed in material. From its original dull gray color resembling wood and iron, it transformed into a translucent crystal-like diamond token. The characters on it shimmered with a deep blue fluorescence, exuding an air of nobility and refinement. Upon witnessing this scene, everyone around the hall was utterly shocked. Diamond level, someone exclaimed, baffled. It took a moment before the realization sunk in. My God, Su Ming has been ranked as diamond level. What on earth happened? Everyone went slightly mad. Just a second ago, they felt embarrassed for Su Ming. The next, they were overwhelmed with shock. All the members of the casual squad stared in amazement. When they heard what the high-ranking official of the Sky Tower Association said, they were beyond shocked. What's going on? It's too far to hear the specific details of Su Ming's conversation with the clerk. How did he suddenly get ranked as diamond? That can't be right. A D-level task should rank him as platinum. How in the world is he diamond? He couldn't have possibly cheated or bribed the clerk, could he? People's eyes trembled with astonishment. What nonsense are you talking about? Someone retorted. The Sky Tower Hunting Association is officially established by the Dragon Nation with extremely strict supervision and even the involvement of supreme rules. How could there possibly be any backdoor dealings, then? How did he get ranked as diamond? A big question mark resounded in everyone's minds. The most shocked of all was May. She had always been unflappable, coming from a powerful family background and having been exposed to various strong individuals and treasures from a young age. Rarely anything could shock her like this, but today her eyes were wide with astonishment, her heart filled with shock. No way, she murmured quietly, her voice filled with disbelief, staring at Su Ming, her eyes filled with incredulity. Even she, who considered the strongest rookie of the year, Shin Bai, to be unlikely to be ranked as platinum, was taken aback by Su Ming's direct elevation to diamond. This almost reshaped her worldview. Even May, well informed and experienced as she was so shocked. Not to mention the other ordinary members of the Sky Tower Association, they looked at Su Ming dumbfounded. Su Ming seemed not to hear their exclamations, turning around to leave alone. He moved through the loose crowd without stopping, his gaze always incredibly calm, because everything was within his expectations, thus he could always remain composed. Some tried to wave and greet him to get a bit closer, but Su Ming ignored them all. Sheep flock together, but a wolf always walks alone. At that moment a girl dressed in black velvet stepped forward, coming face to face with Su Ming. It was May. Her figure was stunning and she displayed her impressive physique without any inhibition. Ordinary men would have to take a few extra glances, but Su Ming's gaze remained icy cold. Su Ming, how did you become a diamond-ranked hunter? She was genuinely curious and couldn't help but ask. Su Ming's expression remained neutral as he replied, do we know each other? His tone was full of authority. May, who always felt in control during conversations, found herself overwhelmed for the first time. Even her smile became somewhat stiff. No, we don't, she slowly said, but I'm willing to pay 100,000 Advent coins for this information. Would you tell me? She stepped forward, her signature seductive smile playing on her lips. Smelling the faint fragrance emanating from her, Su Ming's brow furrowed slightly. To him, 100,000 Advent coins weren't a lot anymore, but as they say, even a small mosquito leg is still meat, I can tell you. But first pay up, Su Ming said with a slight smile. May inwardly sneered, thinking him just another greedy man. In this world, men were of three kinds: those who loved money, those who loved women, and those who loved power. She could satisfy any of these desires, believing she could manipulate any man if she wished. Even someone like Shin Bai, who seemed emotionless, was just wearing a mask, she thought. Break his mask and he's yours to control. Su Ming, appearing cunning, was yet another who couldn't escape the lure of money. Very well, she said with a smile and immediately transferred the money to Su Ming. Now tell me. Seeing her expression, Su Ming knew he was dealing with another self-proclaimed clever young lady. He didn't burst her bubble, he took the money and she satisfied her curiosity. Both parties were happy. What she thought of him didn't concern Su Ming at all. I completed a bounty mission, it's that simple, he stated, then quickly walked away, soon disappearing from the scene. Made her expression turning serious, pondered over his words. A bounty mission? She had heard about Su Ming handing over a bounty token, but only now, hearing it directly from him, could she confirm it. She was surprised that the Sky Tower Society had such a rule. Her family had never mentioned it. How could she know that even the greatest families could hardly help a young prodigy submit a bounty mission as an initial exceptional task? Not even Zhang Tang had this privilege. Such encounters were rare. Each criminal with a bounty was extremely dangerous and powerful, each having their own life-saving tricks and hiding spots. Killing them often came at a great cost. More importantly, they were hard to find. In a world as vast as the Blue Planet and its countless copies, hunting someone was like looking for a needle in a haystack, and pursuing low-level bounty criminals like those ranked D was less worthwhile than completing the highest standard D-level missions. Thus, no one ever used this rule, only Su Ming. She turned to ask more, but Su Ming was already gone. How could this poor young man not try to ingratiate himself with her? Her brows furrowed slightly in annoyance. Why are they both so cold and aloof, just like Shin Bai? These two handsome young men, do they think they're really cool? Her face was icy, her eyes slightly narrowed, her gaze playful as if intrigued, yet at the same time, there was a hint of pique in her heart. Since childhood, which man had not flocked to her? Their indifference only spurred her competitive nature even more. There's a saying that what one can't have always causes the most unrest, hence she felt a peculiar desire to toy with Shin Bai and Su Ming, a craving for control over these two men. She smoothed her hair back, looking towards the horizon, licking her lips. The geniuses of this year are truly interesting. Su Ming walked along the streets inside the world of the Tian Tower meeting. Let's find a place to rest and sort out the spoils, Su Ming muttered to himself. Soon he found an inn called the Goose Below. The innkeeper was a half-beast sporting a head of an old goose with a long duck bill, but his body was human. Dressed in a suit, he asked, "Hello, what kind of suite would you like to book?" His face was stern, his voice pleasantly masculine, but Su Ming couldn't help but feel amused. He hadn't expected to encounter a half-beast in the world of the Tian Tower. "A standard refuge room," Su Ming said, transferring 30,000 Descent coins. Yes, a room for one night was 30,000 Descent coins. The land in the Tian Tower world was exceedingly expensive. To reside here was naturally costly. "You're lucky I'm not charging you in one tribe coins," he added. The most important thing was that the Tian Tower world was almost absolutely safe. There are few places in the world that could be considered absolutely safe. Su Ming, having killed several of Zhang Tang's men, might have already drawn attention. He needed to be wary of his own safety, that's why he chose this place. Soon the goose-headed beast led Su Ming to a refuge room, designed for guests requiring privacy and security. "Please rest well. No one will disturb you," the goose said, then turned and left, locking the door behind him. As he left, Su Ming noticed chains around the ankles of the goose-headed person, and the skin on his ankles was raw from the shackles. It turned out that this half-beast, the goose, was a slave working here, not the owner. In the human world, half-beasts had no rights. They could be killed or sold like animals at will. Su Ming suddenly thought of Liao. It was for this reason that Su Ming had not brought Liao along. He did not regret this decision. Afterwards, Su Ming began to tally the items he had acquired from completing his tasks. 2 tasks together brought in about 60,000 one tribe coins, plus the tens of thousands he already had. Now he had accumulated over 200,000, nearly 300,001 clan currency. This figure was truly terrifying. The majority of the items Su Ming had listed in the auction house had sold. His balance of Descent coins had also reached over 1 million. He no longer had to worry about food and clothing. He was absolutely secure. Su Ming pulled out the fortuitous fruit that he had earned as a reward for completing a Grade C bounty mission. Normally Grade C missions wouldn't offer diamond grade rewards, generally awarding mid to high grade platinum instead. Only Grade B missions guaranteed diamond grade rewards. However, bounty missions were different due to the great societal threat posed by the criminals targeted. Killing them was considered a public service, thus the rewards were substantial. There was a high probability of receiving diamond grade rewards from Grade C bounty missions. Su Ming activated his sublimation of all things ability. Sublimation successful. The Kiss of Fate fruit, diamond mid-grade, upon consumption randomly enhanced one's luck attribute. Without hesitation, Su Ming popped it into his mouth and swallowed it whole. After eating it, he immediately felt his luck attribute increase. On checking luck, 130, his luck attribute had skyrocketed to 130. It was a significant increase, and Su Ming was very satisfied. He then took out a random platinum grade skill scroll and again used his sublimation of all things. Sublimation successful. Soul Reaping Scythe, platinum high grade skill scroll, usable only by professions that wield soul power, allowed the user to channel soul power into the scythe to strike down enemies directly targeting their soul. It wasn't a skill for his profession. He'd find an opportunity to give it to Ji Yao. Su Ming stroked his chin, pondering for a moment. This skill didn't restrict specific professions. Any that could harness soul power could learn it. For instance, Jiang Yunqing's soul healer or Ji Yao's necromancer, they both could learn this skill. However, since Ji Yao primarily used a scythe, it clearly made more sense to give the scroll to her. Skill: Torrential Rainsword, silver mid-grade, proficiency increased, skill advanced. At that moment a voice echoed in his mind: Stormy Rainsword, silver high-grade, proficiency 2000/3000. Like a phoenix fluttering like torrential rain, the sword moves like waves. He was not far from advancing to a gold-grade sword technique. Su Ming's other skills were mostly gold or higher. Only this one was still silver, but it was close to breaking through. Just then Su Ming noticed that someone had sent him an email message in his personal profile panel. He immediately opened it to take a look. His eyes widened in surprise upon reading it. The message was personally sent by Jiang Yangli, the chairman of the Jiang'an Financial Group. Transferees could communicate remotely and even send gifts remotely. Su Ming had long heard of the great name of Jiang Yangli, chairman of the largest financial consortium in Zhongchuan Province, Jiang'an Financial Group. Jiang Yunqing's father. Su Ming frowned slightly. Why would he send me a message? Could it be some dramatic scene like "Here's a million-inch stay away from my daughter"? Su Ming's lips curved into a slight smile. He found his own unrealistic thoughts somewhat amusing. Such things only happened in comics and novels. In reality, the upper echelons of financial empires were shrewd people. They would never resort to such blunt methods. Moreover, having saved Jiang Yunqing's life, Su Ming believed she would not speak ill of him to her father. He promptly opened the message. Su Ming had never harbored any feelings for Jiang Yunqing, and regardless of what her father's message contained, he was prepared to face it. As he read it, his gaze sharpened instantly. The message read, "Hello Su Ming, I am Jiang Yunqing's father, Jiang Yangli." Attached was a photo of his business card. "I heard from my daughter that you saved her life in the instance. Thus, I am sending a small gift in appreciation. Hoping you will accept it. I also hope that you will continue to look after my daughter in the future. I am deeply grateful." Beneath the message was a gift icon which Su Ming clicked, and it was stored directly into his personal space. The item was a skill scroll encircled with a jewel-like pattern. It was a diamond-grade skill scroll. Diamond-grade scrolls typically ranged in market value from 8 million to several tens of millions of Ascension coins. Such a lavish gift truly surprised Su Ming. What astonished him even more was the exceedingly polite tone of Chairman Jiang in the letter. It was not just polite, it was almost deferential. He referred to himself as this humble person, a major tycoon and an influential figure in Longhua's business world. Behaving so humbly towards a young student like himself was utterly bizarre. Moreover, such a gift was excessively significant. Even though he had saved his daughter's life, the gift seemed overly extravagant. The wording of the letter also carried hints of a last will. Su Ming's expression grew solemn as he pondered for a long time, then suddenly his eyes lit up. "Wait, Jiang and Consortium, Jiang Yangli. I remember now, in my past life, Jiang Yangli would die, seemingly just a few months later. In his previous life, Su Ming did not know Jiang Yunqing or have any connection with the Jiang and Consortium, so he was not familiar with these business affairs. It was only a minor incident he had heard about, coincidentally buried deep in his memory. Now that he could recall it, it was quite a feat. After Jiang Yangli's death, the Jiangyan Consortium still stood, but it was led by another person. The tone of his letter seemed to carry a sense of entrusting his last wishes. Perhaps he already knew of his impending death. It seemed he hoped that after his death, Su Ming could look after his daughter. Hence, he sent such a valuable gift, hoping to plant a seed of gratitude in Su Ming's heart. Su Ming speculated on the deeper meaning of his words. In the business world, internal conflicts were bloody and brutal, with assassination, framing, and slander being common tactics. For money, humans could resort to any means. Perhaps Jiang Yangli had foreseen his imminent demise. It appears that the Jiangyan Consortium is deep in some sort of vortex. He sent such a valuable gift as a safeguard for his daughter's future. Meanwhile, Su Ming felt a heavy heart. Although he had noticed some clues, his current strength was too modest to intervene. "I should take care of myself first," he muttered to himself as he enhanced the diamond skill scroll. Enhancement successful. Drunken sword style, diamond grade. Drink today with wine. The cold light crisscrosses with the purest sword. When you are drunk, you enter the drunken sword stance, and all sword techniques have a chance to include a sword chi effect. Su Ming's eyes sharpened. It was a diamond grade, and it was a stance skill, activated by getting drunk. Sword chi is an extremely powerful additional effect in sword techniques, often requiring very advanced skills to add sword chi, but this skill allows all sword techniques to include a sword chi effect. He immediately learned it. Afterwards, he bought many aged wines from the Descent coin shop and stored them in his personal space. Whenever needed, he could take them out to drink and enter the drunken sword stance. Later, Su Ming practiced this new skill in the training room of the inn. The training room was a virtual space for practicing skills. In the center of the room, there was a wooden dummy. He got drunk, entered the drunken sword stance, and his sword-holding posture became somewhat unsteady. However, his sword technique became even more fierce. Swoosh, he activated the stormy sword. Pale white sword chi flowed and flew out remotely, directly turning the dummy into debris. Soon the dummy healed back to its original state. Good. With this drunken sword stance, my combat power has greatly increased. Su Ming felt very pleased. He spent some money to extend his stay at the inn for a few more days. Then he rested in the inn for a while, returning his energy to its peak, just in time to wait for the provincial results to be released. He opened his personal martial arts panel. Su Ming looked at his data. Su Ming carrying the title, God of Killing. Active titles: First Blood Rookie King, level 21, 19455/21000 experience, profession, sword god, mythic grade world unique, strength, 80 constitution, 80 agility, 240 spirit, 150 luck, 130 bloodline, ageless body, A, self-healing factor, C, talents, sublimation of all things origin sword body automatic practice skills, god of killing sword full concealment hidden. God step insightful eye drunken sword style thunder surge sword instant sword draw slash sword martial master stormy sword control sky falling sword grave spiritual spirit sword ripple step. Su Ming was very satisfied, right? I should also deal with Rin Shouman's body. Now I have the means. Su Ming immediately exited the in-space and returned to reality. Taking advantage of the night, he went to the school's rooftop. Rin Shouman's body had already started to attract flies and insects. Su Ming directly slashed it into powder with his sword, then from the descent store he bought a large batch of blood-dissolving water to wash it clean. All traces were gone. After this, I probably won't come back. Su Ming took one last look at the school, his brow furrowed. In the next instant he returned to the inn in the Sky Tower world. At this moment a new pop-up appeared. The Dragon Nation Affairs Bureau sent a message. It solemnly announced to all the newcomers transitioning their roles that the scores for this year's novice copy in Zhongshan province have been compiled and published. Su Ming's eyes sparkled with brilliance. The provincial scores were finally announced. The novice copy was essentially like a college entrance exam. Based on this score one's future could be determined, and Su Ming, as expected, should be the first. He looked towards the score sheet densely packed, displaying the scores of all the newcomers this session. First place, Xinjing No. 1 Middle School Sword Master Su Ming. Second place, Tianhai Vocational School Exorcist Shinishi. Third place, Woyang No. 3 Middle School Blade Maniac Li Changwang. Fourth place, Woyang No. 2 Middle School Soul Healer Jiang Yunqing. Fifth place, Xinjing No. 1 Middle School Warhammer Fighter Zhang Tang. Sixth place, Mo Family Enchantress Mo Mei. Seventh place. As expected, Su Ming remained calm. He was the top scholar of the province. The officials had not published each person's specific level in the novice copy. After all, this concerned each individual's safety, thus only rankings were given, not specific levels. This was also a protection for each batch of newcomers. This result immediately caused a huge stir throughout the province. Su Ming of Xinjing, he had taken first place as a sword master, the top scholar of the province. It wasn't Shinishi. Could it be true, as the rumors said, that in the novice copy he had leveled up to 16, stronger than Shinishi? At this very moment on the World Channel all the students of Blue Star were wildly discussing. Terrifying, truly terrifying. What exactly happened this year? Why are there so many monstrous geniuses? Even the great young master of the Zhang family Zhang Tang was only ranked 5th. These individuals could even overshadow the limelight of the great young master himself. Absolutely terrifying. In the conversations among the people there was nothing but extreme shock. At this very moment at the top floor of Jiang and Consortium's building a middle-aged man in a suit and leather shoes looked astonished. Jiang Yangli was also staring at the list. My daughter. She actually took 4th place in the whole province. Joy was unmistakable on his face. Good, very good. Her performance was much better than her sister Jiang Lan's back in her day and even surpassed the young master of the Zhang family. He was ecstatic in his heart. This meant that his second daughter could take on great responsibilities in the future. He looked again at the first place. Stay calm, I must stay calm, he thought to himself, deeply exhaling. Yunqing, being a support profession to rank so high in the whole province, must definitely be due to Su Ming's influence. This student with no support could achieve the first place as the top scholar of the province. He surpassed Blade Maniac Li Changwang, the highly popular Xin Bai, and even the great young master of the Zhang family. His future is boundless. He clenched his fist, ready to find a time to have a good talk with his daughter. He must make her forge a good relationship with Su Ming. Nowadays, with continuous friction between Jiang and Consortium and the Zhang family and conflicts with other major financial groups, it was more crucial than ever. He was well aware that he might suddenly encounter trouble. Everything was uncertain. He needed to prepare a fallback plan. At this moment in the National Security Bureau, all the top officials and experts of Long Country were closely watching a large screen. It displayed the scores of this year's students, highlighting the strongest genius among them. Not just in Zhongshan province, but nationwide results were out. Su Ming was at the top, whether in Zhongshan province or the whole of Long Country. Excellent. this child named Su Ming had outstanding results reaching an unbelievable level. A senior middle-aged man from the National Security Bureau, his eyes sparkling with surprise, exclaimed. His name was Wen Tianlei, the director of the Security Bureau, holding a very high position, whether it was national security matters or the annual allocation of educational resources for job switchers, everything was handled by him. His temples were slightly frosted, indicating the daily hardships he endured for national affairs. He had always been known for not showing his emotions, however today a hint of joy could be seen on his face. Clearly he was truly delighted, but soon his expression calmed down, his stern face added a touch of authority to him. He looked around, inside the novice copy promoted to level 16. Then he even took on a D-level Sky Tower mission. That was not all, he also completed a C-level bounty task and succeeded as a Diamond-level hunter, achieving the initial ranking. All this could not be explained by mere luck. This child was absolutely a genius among geniuses in mentality, strength, skills and talent, all top-notch. His fists clenched, his eyes shimmering with sharpness, he said. At this time a woman slowly stepped out from the crowd. It was the deputy mayor of Xinjing City and Ranling. She wore black-framed glasses, her expression solemn. She stepped forward and said, "Director, the student is from our Xinjing City." When Tianlei slowly looked over, "Deputy Mayor, and do you have any information on this student?" Su Ming had always been unnoticed, unlike Shinichi, who had shown exceptional talent early on, therefore he was very surprised and curious, and Ranling pondered for a moment and cautiously said, "Director, this student, it's a long story. He is an orphan, excels in both character and learning, has always been resilient, living on scholarships without asking for help from anyone. His achievements today were not supported by parents or family but entirely by himself. To be honest, his profession is a swordmaster, and initially I didn't see much in him." She gave a faint smile. "But he indeed has brought a surprise to our Xinjing City, Zhongchuan province and even Long country." Her words carried a hint of pride. After all, producing such a genius was unprecedented. "Very well." When Tianlei lightly clapped his hands and said, "Such a genius from a humble background is most precious. In the future he may become a pillar of Long country. We must protect him well. Next year, the educational resources for Xinjing City will be tripled on the basis of the rules." When Tianlei declared grandly with a sweep of his hand, "Vice Mayor, and the mayoral position in your Xinjing City has been vacant for quite a while. Next month you will officially be promoted to mayor," he said with a smile. Upon hearing this, and Ranling's eyes flashed with surprise. She had toiled in the position of deputy mayor for years without advancement, but now there was finally hope. "Thank you, Director," she said, managing to restrain the joy in her heart and maintaining a serious expression before stepping back among the senior leaders. At this moment, when Tianlei looked towards the screen, "This year, as usual, the provincial ranking rewards will be distributed to all students except for one. Dao Quan Li Chengwang," he stated, standing hands behind his back, his gaze icy cold. "This student will receive no rewards even though he placed third." His words shocked everyone, though many leaders had anticipated this outcome and remained unfazed. Dao Quang Li Chengwang, the student, was a murderous maniac. Yes, the news had spread. In the newbie instance, he didn't kill monsters but instead relied on killing fellow new transfer students to gain experience. That's why his leveling speed was so fast. Li Chengwang was extremely ruthless, killing anyone he saw. However, he was not meticulous in his thoughts, letting many survivors go. These newbies, after leaving the instance alive, banded together to identify him, leading to the matter reaching the National Security Bureau. When Tianlei was naturally furious, what people didn't know was that if Su Ming hadn't defeated Li Chengwang in the instance, his final ranking could have even surpassed Shinichi. But because Su Ming crushed him and then immediately killed the hidden boss Dao Quang, Li Chengwang didn't have more time to level up. His final level stayed at 13. At this moment, a man in the crowd suddenly stood up. He was the mayor of Woyang City. Beads of sweat were visible on his forehead and he looked extremely nervous. Clenching his fists, he said, "Director, please reconsider. My Woyang City's Li Chengwang, this student is a 10-star Dao Quan. His future achievements might not be lower than Shinbai. Such talents are rare in our dragon country, with only a few emerging each year." His ranking in the newbie instance was already severely damaged by Su Ming's surpassing him, and his spirit is somewhat broken. If his provincial ranking reward is cancelled, I fear this child will fall into despair and completely deteriorate. Our dragon country would lose a top-tier talent. His words, however, greatly displeased Wen Tianlei. "A talent? I would rather not have such talents." his brow raised, he spoke coldly, commanding all without anger. The people around dared not breathe loudly, young and already a mass murderer. For the sake of his future and level, treating his fellow citizens like beasts to be slaughtered, a person who grows up like this will instead be a great calamity for our dragon country and even for the entire human race. His expression remained icy. He was doing such things within the copy, and indeed there was no legal prohibition against it. It fell into a gray area. Inside the copy, it was permissible for participants to fight each other, but no one expected him to be so cruel and insane. One could only say that this child had taken the wrong path, and for the time being there was no way to forcibly arrest him. Everything had to be done according to the rules. Even though he was the director, newcomers needed to battle each other to grow. The battles inside the copy were after all encouraged, thus he couldn't impose a heavier punishment. Confiscating his provincial award was already the limit. Being third in the province, the reward for such a performance could allow a newcomer to soar to new heights, yet he chose to cruelly confiscate it. My mind is made up, that's settled, let things develop on their own from now on. If the student, namely Changwon, continues to deteriorate, then good, one less unstable factor. If he reforms after his punishment, that would also be acceptable. The mayor of Woyan looked uncomfortable, wanting to say something. He really didn't want to give up on Li Changwang as a student. But before he could speak, he was immediately silenced by a stern look from Wen Tianlei, having produced such a student. Woyan could not shirk responsibility. You are suspended for a month. The mayor of Woyan could only retreat obediently, no longer daring to speak for fear of further angering the other party. At this moment a staff member approached slowly. Director, we have intelligence that several high-level transfer agents from the Cherry Blossom country have secretly infiltrated our borders. They seem to be trained assassins. Hearing this, when Tianlei's eyes hardened, search for them, no matter what they are up to, we must root them out. On the cusp of the awakening graduation season, their infiltration into our dragon country, they are likely aiming to assassinate our new generation of geniuses. Send people to protect them, he ordered. Yes, young people are the hope and future of the country, we must protect them at all costs. Then a hint of worry flashed in Wen Tianlei's eyes. Recently, the Eagle country has been flaunting its power. This year Eagle country has many geniuses, including 5 10-star talents, subtly overshadowing our dragon country. Cherry Blossom country too has been reckless, always probing. Sooner or later a full-scale war will break out. After seeing his results, Su Ming immediately opened his personal mail. The reward had indeed arrived. It was a bird egg. This egg, adorned with deep blue patterns and made of crystal clear material, felt slightly cool to the touch, like jade when he picked it up. After scanning the information, blue feather cold bird egg, grade C exotic beast, capable of hatching into an ice blue feather bird that assists in combat by unleashing icy spear attacks on enemies. Su Ming proceeded with an enhancement. Enhancement successful. The egg instantly turned into a pitch black material looking incredibly sinister. Underworld bird egg, grade S exotic beast, capable of hatching into a fierce underworld bird that aids you in annihilating enemies on the battlefield. Hatching time, 90 days countdown. With the increased luck attribute, the enhancement proved even more effective. In the Myriad Races store, this exotic beast would sell for at least 100 million. Myriad Races coins, yes, Myriad Races coins, not Descent coins. If converted to Descent coins, it would be worth at least 1 billion. The only downside is that the hatching time is somewhat lengthy. Su Ming placed the egg into his personal space, quietly waiting for it to hatch on its own. Afterwards he opened his mailbox. Numerous acceptance letters had already been sent, dense and numerous. In this world there are no universities, only one demon hunting organization after another. After graduating from high school, one can choose to join one. The Sky Tower Association stands above these demon hunting organizations and can recruit any talent on a priority basis. Afterwards you may join other demon hunting organizations. There are periodic demon hunting organization competitions as well as the opening of instances. Apart from the Sky Tower Association, each person can only join one demon hunting organization. Su Ming began to carefully select. Su Ming browsed through his acceptance letters. Essentially, these demon hunting organizations are akin to universities in this world. Once joined, there will be a guide and some beginner gifts. Psionic Association, Su Ming, congratulations on achieving first in the province. We invite you to join us. We have a scale of over 3,000 people with more than 10 fourth-turn mentors who teach demon hunting. You will not be disappointed if you join us. Bounty Killer Association. Su Ming, congratulations on achieving first in the province. The Bounty Killer Association sincerely invites you to join. We have a large number of high-level equipment weapon skill scrolls which can be distributed without compensation. Lanxiang Hunting Gang. Student summing the Lanxiang Hunting Gang sincerely invites you to join. We have many instance materials and can immediately send experts to team up with you for rapid leveling in the early stages. Victory Heart Association sincerely invites. There's also a Swordsman Association, Celestial Sword Sect. Summing, it is said that you are a sword master highly suitable for our Celestial Sword Sect. We sincerely invite you to join. There are also assassin associations. World Between Bounty Association. Our association specializes in completing various bounty tasks, sincerely inviting you to join. Faced with a dazzling array of invitation letters, Summing's gaze grew more solemn. After joining a regular demon hunting organization, one can indeed leave and switch organizations. However, there is a 1-month cooldown period for switching teams. Therefore, Summing naturally has to consider carefully. You might ask, since he has already joined the Sky Tower Association, why join a regular demon hunting organization? In fact, it is very necessary. Sky Tower hunters are like civil servants, superior to all organizations directly under the jurisdiction of Dragon Nation. Sky Tower members can take on tasks first. Also, depending on the Sky Tower level, there are different rewards. However, the rewards from the Sky Tower are very limited and won't provide hands-on help for growth, nor will there be many opportunities to enter instances. One must buy their own. Joining other demon hunting organizations, however, is different. There are dedicated coaches and numerous rewards. Some organizations even distribute skill scrolls and equipment to all new members at no cost. As the top student in the province, Su Ming was highly sought after. All the acceptance letters were extremely respectful, employing every tactic to woo him. However, Su Ming ignored almost all of them. One association even went to great lengths, offering a platinum-grade skill scroll for a sword master, hoping that Su Ming would join. This association was named the Shushan Swordsman Association, but Su Ming ignored this as well, for he already had his mind set on another choice. At this moment he was searching for that particular team. He wanted no other. This decision was influenced by his experiences in his past life. He remembered an organization possibly called Heisha. Su Ming clearly recalled that this organization had spent a significant sum to acquire the exploration rights to a dungeon, a grade D dungeon, the Sea of Corpses and Ice Nest, across the entire Long Kingdom. Fewer than 10 associations had purchased the rights to this dungeon, and Heisha was the only one that allowed new members, regardless of their experience, to join their hunting group and enter the dungeon immediately. Joining this association was the only way to gain immediate access to explore the dungeon, where there was something Su Ming desperately wanted. Epic level equipment. To find epic level equipment in a grade D dungeon was an explosive event even for the entire Blue Star, an incredibly rare occurrence, one might say 1 in 10,000. Hence, this event had also made the newspapers in his previous life, reported nationwide. Su Ming had missed it then. This time he was determined to obtain it, the epic level equipment, after undergoing a transformation. Well, one could imagine how much Su Ming's combat abilities would improve. Having the experience from his past life, he was determined to leverage this information gap. Su Ming made up his mind to acquire that piece of epic equipment. He searched through the letters and finally found that organization. Heisha. Su Ming, we are a hunting organization that takes on both bounty and demon hunting tasks. We are a small group, but all members are elite. Our promotion process is not cumbersome. We prioritize simplicity and freedom. Even if you are only level 10, you can take on our highest level tasks and enter the most advanced dungeons. However, those who join our organization, please remember our only rule: you are responsible for your own life. This organization operates like free range. There will be no professional mentors, no guides to nurture you. Su Ming actually preferred this. The strength of this organization was also very profound. Su Ming chose to join immediately. Joining successful player, Su Ming has become a member of Heisha, receiving the Black Ring, an identity token of the Heisha organization. Suddenly, a jet black ring appeared on Su Ming's left hand. He gently squeezed it, and suddenly a dark screen appeared before him. On it were several figures clad in black robes, senior members of the Heisha organization, each with unfathomable strength. Upon hearing of Su Ming's joining, a hint of surprise flashed in their eyes. They stared through the screen, gazing over at him. "You are Su Ming, aren't you?" A figure in a black robe stepped forward and asked. His voice was peculiar, neither male nor female, somewhat indistinct. Su Ming nodded slightly. "Good. A faint smile appeared on the man's pale face, though the upper half of his face was shrouded in the shadow of his hood, adding an air of mystery. Our organization's strength ranks within the top 100 throughout the entire Dragon Nation. I believe you won't regret this. Then, with a flick of his wrist, a pitch-black card merged into Su Ming's black kill ring. Remember one thing as a newcomer to our black kill: more effort yields more rewards. This card contains all the dungeons our organization has the rights to explore, as well as the tasks and bounties you can undertake. Tasks and dungeons ranging from the lowest E grade to S grade are all freely accessible for taking and entering. Of course, our organization does not have F grade tasks or dungeons as they are too low level. The man gave a slight smile, then his expression suddenly turned serious. Within our organization, there are no level restrictions, no cumbersome formalities, there are no complicated promotion rules. If you wish, you could even venture into an S-grade dungeon right now and meet your end. And this is precisely the charm of Black Kill. To enter dungeons or take on tasks, you can simply do it from your ring. Young man, enjoy the hunt. With that, the robed figure waved his hand, turning off the screen. Su Ming's expression grew solemn. This Black Kill organization really leaves much to one's own devices. Just a card with a list of dungeons and tasks and nothing else. No welcome gifts, no instructions to heed. Su Ming's lips curved in a slight smirk. Perhaps that was for the best. He pinched his ring, and instantly several pitch-black panels appeared before him. The ring displayed several virtual panels for conducting transactions. To enter a dungeon, one must apply and pay through here. After all, the entry rights to these dungeons were also purchased by the Black Kill organization at a high price. Even as a member of the organization, one must pay to enter. No demon hunting organization is charitable. If you want to enter the dungeons to fight monsters, level up, and seize opportunities, then you must also pay the corresponding price. Compared to purchasing privately, the benefits of joining a demon hunting organization become apparent. It's cheaper. Take the E-grade dungeons for instance. If you wanted to buy entry on your own, it would cost at least 500,000 dissension coins, but with the organization's purchase as a member, entering a dungeon would only cost tens of thousands of dissension coins. Su Ming skimmed through all the dungeons. E Wreckage Jungle, 10,000 dissension coins. E Steel Ruins, 20,000 dissension coins. E Rotting Caves, 30,000 dissension coins. He was no longer interested in these E-grade dungeons. Already a second-tier sword god, ordinary monsters hardly caught his eye. Only dungeons of D grade or higher could allow him to level up quickly. He looked toward another, higher-tier list. See Zombie Apocalypse City, 300,000 descent coins. A Dragon Cliff, 1 million descent coins. B Zombie Crypt, 500,000 descent coins. This Haisha organization indeed possesses extraordinary strength, having access to so many instances. Su Ming stroked his chin, his eyes intense with thought. A quick estimate showed dozens of instance qualifications available, including an S-rank instance, S Blood Abyss, 10 million descent coins. The crown jewel of Haisha. Su Ming figured that only the guild leader and a select few elites would dare to venture into it. An S-rank instance represents the highest level worldwide, a life-threatening challenge where survival is slim. He even guessed that perhaps not even the guild leader had ventured there before. Its main purpose was likely more for show. It seemed that the Haisha organization truly had deep foundations. Swiftly Su Ming found the instance he was targeting, DC of Corpse's Ice Nest, 100,000 descent coins. He immediately purchased the entry qualification. 100,000 descent coins were deducted from his account. Su Ming smiled faintly. Perfect, the 100,000 I scrounged from MO and I spent nothing of my own. Soon after, the details of the instance appeared. Sea of Corpse's Ice Nest, difficulty rating, D. Description, a terrifying, bloody valley where monsters do not die and must be killed over and over. Deep within the valley's nest lies the most terrifying challenge. Current player count, 3,082. Apply for entry. For the time being, Su Ming played it safe, purchasing a large amount of supplies from the descent shop. Only after that did he apply for entry. After all, one cannot buy supplies inside the instance. Logistics must be prepared in advance. At that moment, a message came through the private chat channel from someone in Haisha. Su Ming, you're still a newbie, sure you want to challenge a D-rank instance? The voice seemed to be from a senior female colleague. Cold and indifferent. Confirmed, Su Ming replied without hesitation. She continued, good, our Haisha organization currently has a 3-person team exploring this instance. I'll let you join their team. How about that? It's good to have some backup. Hearing this, Su Ming decisively refused. No need, I prefer to explore alone. His voice was cold, seemingly unapproachable. In his previous life he was betrayed by those closest to him. In this life how could he easily team up with strangers? Thus his refusal was straightforward. Well then, happy hunting, she replied, not insisting further. She immediately approved Su Ming's instance application. After all, freedom is paramount in the Haisha organization. In the next instant Su Ming's figure vanished on the spot, his body blurred as he entered the instance. At that moment, back at Haisha headquarters, several senior members stood together. This newbie Su Ming seems a bit too arrogant, said a woman in a black robe, her voice tense. Behind her, she carried a specially made psychic sniper rifle. He must only be at the level of a first transformation. How dare he take on a D-class dungeon alone? Could it be that he really thinks being the top scorer in the province makes him invincible? She felt a mix of frustration and disappointment. She truly didn't want to see a newcomer perish in the dungeon. It could be said that she was the most tender-hearted person in the Black Kill organization. Meanwhile, another lean man simply smiled lightly. This kid reminds me a bit of myself back in the day. The leader, with a stern face, spoke up. Let him go. If he dies, he dies. Black Kill isn't short on elites. What they didn't know was that Su Ming had already advanced to the second transformation. But even so, taking on a D-class dungeon alone, even its second transformation, was suicidal. In an F-class dungeon, most monsters are below first transformation, with the occasional elite reaching that level. In E-class dungeons, most of the monsters are at first transformation, and some even start appearing at the second transformation. In D-class dungeons, the weakest monsters start at the second transformation, with elites possibly being third transformation. If one carelessly encounters a third transformation, well, you can imagine the odds are not in his favor. Therefore, the senior woman from Black Kill couldn't understand Su Ming's actions. Let's not talk about him anymore. A tall, burly man in a black robe stepped forward and said, instead of worrying about this rookie, we should consider this year's newcomers combat tournament. Every demon hunting organization will send their newly awakened members to participate. It's said that this year's champion guild will get the rights to explore 10 high-level dungeons. The champion themselves will receive an item of epic level. All items before the epic level are ordinary, and the gear that comes after reaching the epic level is quite rare. After epic, there are ancient, legendary, and mythic levels. Our Black Kill has always been known for having fewer but more elite members, but having few members also means fewer newcomers. This year, including Su Ming, we have less than 10 new members. It might be difficult to win the competition. The leader just smiled faintly, as if everything was under his control. Don't worry, let nature take its course. I have everything arranged. Su Ming only felt his body floating for a moment and then gradually landing. He opened his eyes. He was inside the dungeon. The first sensation was cold, intense, piercing cold. He looked around. All he saw was desolation, a world of ice and snow. Everywhere were ice mountains. Thick fog filled the sky and the ground was covered with frozen corpses like a white bone hell. The air was filled with bone ash falling like snow. The geographical environment of this dungeon was extremely harsh. With a serious expression, Su Ming walked slowly on the glacier. Inside the dungeon, there was no way to directly enter the Descendant store or the multiracial store to buy supplies. Wearing only a thin shadow sword suit which had no thermal features, he felt a chilling cold piercing his spine. Fortunately, he has a high physical constitution, so the cold, while uncomfortable, didn't hinder his combat ability. Moreover, he had prepared warm supplies in advance. Su Ming directly took out a waist pendant from his personal space. The warm treasure pendant, gold, lower grade, helps maintain body temperature in extremely cold environments. As soon as he equipped it, he immediately felt warmer. Su Ming had only walked a few hundred meters when he suddenly heard a loud noise like ice shattering. In the next instant, a skeleton made of bones drilled out from the ice cave in front of him. The first challenge had arrived. This skeleton, emanating a foul stench, awakened from the icy seal. It was already a corpse, yet it could still move. This was a creature that defied the natural laws of the Blue Star, more bizarre than most mutant beasts Su Ming had encountered. It wielded a bone sword and fiercely slashed at Su Ming. The skeleton was still draped with remnants of flesh and its entire body looked like rotting, half-decomposed cured meat. Su Ming immediately scanned its information. Skeleton swordsman bloodline, death spirit level, 21 strength, 187 constitution, 40 agility, 104 spirit, 10 luck, 10 talent, immortal body. After its death, its bones will gradually recondense and revive unless it is severely damaged again during the revival process. Skills: corpse split. Slash releases a death spirit shockwave that corrodes the flesh of enemies. Undead nerve it cannot feel any pain and its combat power will never fluctuate due to pain. Blood whiskers, its flesh can transform into long whiskers that pierce through your body. This monster had distinct characteristics. It was powerful in offense but extremely fragile in defense, with a constitution attribute of only 40 points. After all, it was a skeleton with decaying flesh. How could it possibly have strong defenses? The skeleton swordsman let out a chilling scream and slashed with its sword. At the same time, a dull-colored shockwave flowed from its blade and shot towards Su Ming. Su Ming's expression was icy as he stared at the white bones before him and drew his Xian Feng sword. The alloy material of the Xian Feng sword emitted different cold lights depending on the colors of the surrounding objects. In the icy snowy environment it was a faint blue sword light. Swipe, he slashed with his sword. The grey death spirit shockwave was terrifyingly powerful, even breaking the ice on the ground into a long trench. But facing Su Ming, a man with the origin sword body, after the second transformation it was 20 times the sword power. Su Ming raised his hand and slashed. This move was plain but terrifyingly powerful, easily shattering and dissolving the shockwave. Then Su Ming charged forward, lightning flickered on his sword blade. The thunder sword was unleashed, directly smashing the undead skull. Red and yellow brain matter splattered everywhere, but Su Ming found that the undead was still not downed. The scattered brain matter, like living worms, began to converge towards its body, crawling up from its feet and wrists, seemingly trying to heal its head. The undead truly lived up to its name as one of the hardest races to kill. Just as Su Ming was about to unleash his next move to finish off the undead creature before him, it stirred. A loud crack echoed as a huge fissure appeared in the center of its ribcage, revealing the decayed organs within its body. Suddenly dozens of blood-red tendrils like flesh turned to whips burst forth from its chest cavity, lashing and piercing towards Su Ming with ferocious speed. These tendrils were both resilient and razor-sharp. Su Ming's eyes narrowed, his grip on his sword changing abruptly as he shifted his technique. Tempest sword burst, his sword speed increased dramatically, casting countless shadows as if it were raining blades. The sword light, like a torrential downpour, furiously slashed at the approaching tendrils, mincing them into bits of flesh. With the enhancement of 20-fold speed, Su Ming needed only one sword to simultaneously counter the dozens of attacking tendrils, a testament to his incredible swiftness. Meanwhile, with a slight lift of his left hand, the blade of the dragon-inlaid broken sword shot out from the sheath on his back, piercing directly towards the chest of the skeletal creature. Undead skeletons have no weak points. Even if their heads are smashed, they can still launch attacks. The only way to temporarily kill them is to sever their limbs. The dragon-inlaid blade, trailing flames and radiant light, circled around the creature several times, its golden white sword aura shimmering. Finally, it severed all the limbs of the skeleton creature, which then fell to the ground, reduced to a lone torso, temporarily dead and immobilized. Its tendrils could no longer be used, yet its limbs were still inching towards its body, attempting to regenerate. Its vitality was incredibly stubborn. To completely eradicate the undead, one must kill it again during its resurrection process, interrupting it. Su Ming gripped his Xian Feng sword and thrust forward in a straightforward stab. This ordinary strike pierced through the creature's body, tearing through its heart. The resurrection process was abruptly halted. All the flesh and bones on the ground ceased their writhing movements. The creature stopped all actions and was utterly destroyed. By slaying the skeletal swordsman, Su Ming gained 1802 experience points, advancing to level 22. He received 10 free attribute points, which he allocated entirely to his luck attribute. At that moment, another notification sounded. Skill, Thunder Surge Sword proficiency increased, advancing to mid-tier gold. Thundering Flow Sword / quality, mid-tier gold proficiency, 10,000 / 20,000, its power greatly enhanced. Su Ming was very satisfied. This skill was originally of the same quality as his Instant Draw Slash, but because Su Ming frequently used the skill, while Instant Draw Slash was almost exclusively used either at the beginning or to finish off enemies, the proficiency of Instant Draw Slash gradually fell behind Thunder Surge Sword. After the skill evolved, Su Ming had yet to unleash it to see its full power when suddenly a strange sound of bones writhing echoed. Looking ahead, Su Ming saw several small ice mounds in front of him, now cracked. Crystal clear ice seals, numerous skeletal undead within. On the ground, many skeletons are frozen solid. Sensing the presence of the living, they immediately awaken. 7 or 8 undead skeletons charge towards Su Ming. Their throats emit a sound that is a mix between the living and the dead, causing extreme discomfort to the eardrums. Su Ming, holding his sword, smirks slightly. To him, these monsters are nothing but living experience points. His sword blade glimmers with a cold light as he draws it and attacks, his spiritual sword spins through the air, his Shenfeng sword flies out with a sword flying technique while the dragon-inlaid broken sword is unsheathed, its broken blade spinning in the air, igniting flames that scorch the skeletons' bodies. Fire naturally deals high damage to these ghostly souls. At the same time, Summing activates his new thunderous flow. Sword slash. The color of the thunder mixes with a tinge of blood red, looking even more ferocious. Soon all the skeletons are slain on the ground. Skeleton swordsman x1, skeleton mage x1, skeleton spearman. In the end, Summing kills them all. He gains 14,400 experience points and loot. Soul extinguishing array skill scroll. Summing's gaze sharpens slightly. This skill scroll seems useful. He immediately scans the information. Soul extinguishing array skill scroll quality. Superior silver profession restriction. Soul powered professions description. After a 10-second channeling, it can condense a large magical array in front of the caster to completely annihilate undead monsters in the process of resurrection. Summing frowns slightly. He cannot learn this skill as it is not a sword technique and cannot trigger the effect of his origin sword body, nor can he forcibly learn it. Moreover, a 10-second channel time is too weak. In battle, opportunities are fleeting. Which monster would stupidly stand there waiting for you to channel for 10 seconds? Regardless, he decides to upgrade it first. Summing uses his all things sublimation talent. Sublimation successful, holy weapon enchantment, universal skill. Scroll, quality, platinum. Superior usage, can add holy attribute damage to a weapon, dealing fatal damage to undead monsters, preventing their resurrection. Summing is slightly startled. Holy attributes counter all sinister entities. As long as he kills the undead with holy attributes, they cannot revive. This will save him a lot of energy, avoiding the need to kill them twice. He just turned a silver scroll into a platinum grade 1, moreover, it has become a universal skill scroll without any restrictions on profession or level. This is the benefit of having an elevated luck attribute. Summing crushes the scroll and learns it. The next instant, the method to activate it appears in his mind. With a slight thought, several golden runes emerge on the blade of his Shenfeng sword. The sword blade, filled with golden mystical runes, looks as if it's shimmering with golden light. Wielding this enchanted sword imbued with holy properties, slaying the undead monsters of this world becomes twice as effective. Summing had hardly any time to admire the runes. Soon, the surrounding ice mounds began to shatter one after another. The noise from Summing's slaughter of the skeletal undead was so loud that it awakened more frozen remains. Grunts and hisses filled the air as the skeletons, frozen into corpses, stirred back to life. More skeletal undead charged fearlessly towards Summing. There were about a dozen or so. Their forms, hidden in the thick fog, appeared faint and utterly terrifying. The skeletons surrounded him from all directions, attacking relentlessly. Fortunately, Summing possessed the eye of insight and his vision surpassed that of ordinary people, allowing him to see through the fog. This dungeon sure has a lot of minor monsters. Summing muttered casually as he drew his sword. A spiritual sword formed in his hand and he swung his blade fiercely. All his weapons were enchanted with the holy light, which allowed him to kill the undead quickly. After a few minutes, Summing had completely annihilated all the skeletal undead in the area. His own level had also reached level 23. Summing allocated all 10 attribute points to luck. His luck value had now reached 150 points. His super high agility, combined with his luck, resulted in a very high critical hit rate. Against such skeletal minions, one could even say every strike was a critical hit. As long as the enemy's levels were not too far beyond Summing's, he could almost always kill them with a single sword strike. After slaying a large number of second-tier skeletal undead, he obtained loot. Undead minion treasure map, gold medium grade. Suddenly, a frozen sheepskin scroll appeared in Summing's hand. The map of this dungeon world could be clearly seen through the transparent ice. Summing immediately used the sublimation of all things skill on the treasure map. Sublimation successful. Red-eyed sword wraith's treasure map, platinum high grade. Description: it is said that there once was a red-eyed undead swordsman in this world who possessed extraordinary combat abilities and slew countless players. He hid everything at his burial site. Summing's eyes gleamed with surprise. The treasure map was his favorite kind of loot. Why? Because the items obtained through the treasure map could trigger the sublimation of all things twice. There is a limitation to sublimation of all things. It can only directly or indirectly affect any item once. For example, after sublimating a treasure chest, one cannot sublimate the items inside the chest again. However, the treasure map and the treasure chest are calculated separately. The treasure Map merely indicates the location of the chest and does not have a direct causal relationship with the chest. Thus, one could first sublimate the treasure map to obtain information about a higher grade chest. After finding the treasure chest, Su Ming sublimated it once more, effectively enhancing it twice. Now, the treasure map has reached the level of Platinum Superior. When he locates the chest, he plans to upgrade all the chests in one go. This means that the final items will at the very least be of diamond rank. Su Ming immediately followed the directions on the treasure map, rushing over. He moved swiftly, almost floating through the air. The Lightfoot technique he employed was incredibly powerful, not only providing terrifying movement speed in an instant to dodge enemy attacks but also suitable for long travels with a speed comparable to some mounts. Soon Su Ming crossed several large ice mountains. However, upon nearing the location marked on the treasure map, Su Ming's expression became stern. Here he discovered several corpses, and they were not undead, they were all human, all players. The bodies were in a gruesome state, seemingly injured by some kind of ice weapon. This treasure map was no simple matter. Su Ming opened the internal communication channel of this instance dungeon, hoping to find some useful information. There are so many minor monsters in this dungeon, it's great for leveling up, but the only downside is that it's too cold. The energy consumption is too high, and the monsters here are all skeletal with no meat, leaving us without any beast meat to eat. If this continues, our team will have to exit and re-enter the dungeon, costing us another 100,000 arrival coins. Does anyone want to trade? I have 10 skeleton bones. I'm looking for some warming equipment. I'm also interested. I'll offer 50,000 arrival coins. Come trade with me. People were chatting intermittently on the world channel. All of them were players inside this dungeon. Not only the Black Kill organization had bought entry rights to this dungeon, but other demon hunting organizations had as well, and not just from the Dragon Nation but from other countries and races including elves and orcs. Thus, the dungeon was crowded with players, now with at least 3,000 fighting inside simultaneously. This dungeon had been open for a while and many had been leveling here for months. Indeed, a grade D dungeon often takes a very long time to clear. It could take months just to locate the boss and then some time to defeat it, so grade D dungeons could last a very long time. Suddenly Su Ming's gaze sharpened as he spotted a crucial message. A player named Yumian said, "Everyone, I have some important news. Our team's treasure hunter has detected a leaked treasure chest location at coordinates 1294-inch 2018, but I must warn you severely, there is an elite monster guarding it, and if you go there you will undoubtedly die. It's a trap," Yumian continued. That chest is a trap guarded by an elite monster. A week ago, I sent several team members there, but none returned. Moreover, based on the last messages sent by my team members before their deaths, there are many human corpses nearby, and that elite monster is extremely strong, having slain many. His words caused quite a stir. Su Ming, seeing this message, also tightened his gaze, because this coordinate is exactly where he is. Unexpectedly, there are other treasure hunters nearby who have already located the treasure chest. It seems he must hurry to dig up the treasure, otherwise others will come to contest it. He glanced again at the World Channel's chat. Such a clumsy trick. There are many detection professionals in this instance. You must be worried that they too would discover the chest, so you simply released false information early to deter us from venturing forth, right? The analysis above is good. I think the same. There are definitely no purely good people in this world. That player named Yummy, and you really don't need to pretend anymore. You're afraid of that location being exposed, deliberately releasing false information. It seems that the treasure chest must be of a high grade. Otherwise, you wouldn't go through such great lengths, brothers. Charge, if you don't want us to go, that's exactly why we will. Like a heavy stone dropped into the water, causing ripples to spread, the World Channel immediately erupted in massive discussions. People began to swarm towards the location of the treasure chest where Su Ming was. Su Ming's gaze hardened, a cold gleam flickering in his eyes. I need to speed up. The instance is vast, it would take people some time to get here, but there might just be someone close by, right? Thus Su Ming quickened his pace, rushing to seize the treasure. He pressed on, following a trail of blood. Along the way, indeed, more and more human corpses appeared. At least a dozen people had died here. Their wounds were all identical. Each person had a frostbite-like slash across their chest. It seemed as if some kind of sharp weapon formed from condensed ice had caused these wounds. Moreover, the corpses all had a blackened complexion, as if their life force had been drained. Along the icy path, there were extensive bloodstains, forming a stream of ice that meandered forward. This precisely guided Su Ming. After more than an hour, Su Ming finally arrived. This place was a strange forest surrounded by ice and snow, forming a bamboo grove made entirely of ice. The transparent tall bamboos lifelike seemed like numerous ice sculptures, but the edges of these bamboos were sharp, seemingly cut by someone intentionally. Summing took a closer look. At the center of that bamboo grove was his platinum treasure chest. The chest was embedded in the central ice surface, clear as new. However, before Summing could rush forward to open it, suddenly a gaunt corpse skeleton unlike any other slowly walked out from the front. This skeleton was filled with a dangerous aura, exuding an immense oppressive presence. Its blood-red eyes flickered with murderous intent, its limbs were slender and each of its dry hands held a long sword. Su Ming recognized it at a glance. This skeleton, it was the very one marked in the name on the treasure map, Red-Eyed Sword Wraith, Elite Monster, Bloodline, Necromancer level, 31 Strength, 484 Constitution, 302 Agility, 508 Spirit, 108 Luck, 58 Talent, Undying Body. Upon death, its bones will gradually reassemble and it will resurrect unless it is severely damaged again during the resurrection process. Skills: Dual-wielding mastery. In life it was a powerful dual swordsman, and in death it retains the formidable power to wield two swords simultaneously. Undead nerve, it cannot perceive any pain and its combat power will never fluctuate due to pain. Dual sword frenzy, launching ultra-fast attacks with dual swords. Necrotic sword chi, the cuts made by its sword blades will immediately rot, producing necrotic poison attacking the heart. Decaying heart, it is one of the stronger monsters among the undead bloodline, capable of resurrecting faster after death. Soul-slaying sword form, the sword technique it learned in life. The flow of the dual swords is fierce and powerful. Introduction: in life it was an awakened player of the undead race, but after its death it fell into a mindless specter devoid of emotions, only wanting to slay anything that dares to approach the icy bamboo forest it personally carved out. Su Ming's eyes widened in surprise. This wild beast was actually a player in its past life, a job changer just like himself. Indeed, among the myriad races there is the undead race. They are one of the races with high intelligence, naturally possessing powerful necromantic magical talents. Their spiritual attributes are very high, even comparable to elves. Moreover, with their race-specific resurrection ability, their combat power far surpasses that of humans after awakening. However, this race also has its flaws, as they are a half-dead race, thus lacking vitality and unable to cultivate any skills related to vitality. Moreover, if disturbed during the resurrection process after death, they may fall into a state of mindless remains. The red-eyed dual-sword skeleton before him was clearly one of those that had fallen. It was essentially a dead warrior. It no longer differed from a wild beast, knowing only slaughter, devoid of any emotions of intelligent creatures. Killing it would definitely not burden one's conscience. Su Ming promptly drew the dragon-inlaid broken sword from his waist. To deal with such a third-tier monster one must be cautious, so as soon as Su Ming arrived he used his strongest sword. He originally thought it would be another monster, but unexpectedly it turned out to be the red-eyed sword wraith itself. Even after its death it was still able to fight, guarding its treasure. The treasure map indeed only marked the location and did not signify safety. Su Ming was already mentally prepared, yet before he could move the red-eyed skeleton charged forward. Its figure was incredibly fast, leaving a long streak as an afterimage. From its mouth came the unique clacking sound of bones charging forward swiftly. Its left-hand sword, seeming to be made from millennium-old glacial ice, looked thin as a cicada's wing, extremely sharp. The sword in its right hand, however, was pitch black, appearing to be a thick sword forged from obsidian, looking exceptionally powerful. Two swords of starkly different styles clashed with formidable force. The dim, decaying sword light hurtled towards Su Ming, who stood his ground without retreating a step. In his hands the dragon-inlaid broken sword slashed fiercely through the air. With a swift draw of his blade, Su Ming transformed into a brilliant azure sword shadow, cutting across the void. The terrifying sword aura almost tore the air asunder. The decaying sword aura unleashed by the dual sword skeleton was instantly shattered by Su Ming's powerful strike, causing a look of surprise to emerge in its deep, blood-red eyes. Despite having slaughtered numerous humans, it had never encountered such a formidable swordsman. Even with the gap in their abilities, Su Ming, bolstered by a 20-fold increase in sword technique power and speed from his origin sword body, easily countered the skeleton. Su Ming's swift slash pierced directly through the skeleton's body. His swordsmanship was terrifying, not only destroying the elite skeleton's blade light but also severing its left arm in the process. The arm that wielded the sword was penetrated by Su Ming, detaching it from the torso to reveal the blood-red rotting flesh within. The red-eyed dual-sword skeleton's pupils trembled violently. It then spun around, grabbed its severed arm from mid-air and reattached it to its shoulder. The flesh healed instantly as if nothing had happened. Su Ming remained utterly calm. He was well aware of the undead's terrifying regenerative abilities. His sword strike was not meant to inflict lasting damage. Seeing the resolve in Su Ming's attack, the red-eyed skeleton realized that this human player was not to be trifunded with. The blades of its swords began to flicker with numerous streams of grim, dark light, the deathly aura of the undead. This aura, clinging to the blades, endowed the skeleton's dual swords with a formidable oppressive force. In the next instant, the dual sword skeleton activated its wildly aggressive sword technique. The swords, one black and one white, danced in the skeleton's hands like twin devils, endless streams of deathly aura transforming into chilling shadows and cold light advancing towards Su Ming. Every creature would turn into decayed flesh under its blades, yet facing this attack, Su Ming's expression remained impassive. He didn't even draw his second sword, choosing to fight with just the dragon-inlaid broken sword. He unleashed the storm of swords technique. In an instant, Su Ming appeared like a multi-armed deity, sending countless sword flashes before him. Clang, clang, clang. The air was filled with the sound of shattering ice and sparking flames, along with the evaporating mist and the clashing of metal. Su Ming's sword was too fast, blocking all attacks effortlessly. Miraculously, he remained completely unscathed without a single wound on his body. Wielding the Stormrage sword, he directly confronted the relentless assault of the twin blades. In the glowing red eyes of the skeleton, a flicker of shock appeared. This human was able to counter both of its swords with just one blade, and he didn't seem to be at a disadvantage at all. On the contrary, Su Ming's momentum was growing stronger by the moment. Su Ming's sword strikes became increasingly fierce. The proficiency of his Stormrage sword surged plus 808 inch, then plus 1118, skyrocketing with each move. He chose to fight this elite skeleton with only his fragmented dragon-embedded sword and not draw a second one because he saw it as a golden opportunity, an excellent chance to quickly enhance the grade of his Stormrage sword. Possessing the Origin sword body, even though his level was much lower than his opponent's, he was confident in his ability to stand his ground against the dual blades. Moreover, the skeleton's technique was very similar to his own Stormrage sword, both featuring extremely fast swordplay. By using these techniques to counter each other, spar, learn and refine, his skill proficiency was rapidly advancing. Soon Su Ming's Stormrage sword achieved a breakthrough. Skill proficiency maxed out, it advanced to the next level, Storm Fury sword, low tier gold. And still Su Ming continued to swing his sword proficiency, climbing still. Because the enemy's level was far above Su Ming's, the experience and proficiency he gained were subject to a bonus modifier. Seizing the opportunity, Su Ming swung his sword with all his might. Each slash translated into more proficiency. Skill proficiency maxed out, upgraded again, torrential rain slash, mid-tier gold, and Su Ming kept slashing. He felt exhilarating satisfaction, even letting out several loud laughs. Indeed, he had discovered the joy of battle. Facing this man, the red-eyed skeleton suddenly felt an overwhelming pressure. What's happening? Aren't I supposed to have the advantage in level and attributes? Aren't I an elite monster? How am I being suppressed? The red-eyed undead skeleton, a fallen creature, had lost its cognitive intelligence. However, perhaps some remnants of self-thought lingered, as its eyes now showed an unbelievable blood-red expression. It couldn't understand why Su Ming's combat power had suddenly surged so dramatically, the same sword technique yet constantly evolving. The duel continued for several rounds, with both parties hacking at each other for minutes. The icy snowy ground around them was carved with sword marks, and the surrounding cold bamboo forest was shattered inch by inch. Wherever they went, nothing remained intact. Initially, Su Ming was forced to retreat step by step, but now he started to push back. The force of his sword gradually began to notch the twin swords of the skeleton. Su Ming's blade, after all, was a diamond-grade weapon. Coupled with fire enchantment and his holy enchantment, his dragon-embedded broken sword was extremely sharp, easily slicing through platinum-grade weapons. Skill proficiency maxed out, upgraded, Tempest Kill, high-tier gold. At this moment, Su Ming's skill had astonishingly reached high-tier gold. The speed of his upgrade was terrifying. Su Ming's sword swinging speed dramatically increased. The twin swords of the skeleton were gradually chopped up, full of notches. It let out a furious roar. No human had ever dared to suppress it like this. Its body surged with a powerful aura, unleashing a dark grayish moonlight from within. Its twin swords formed a full moon, slashing towards Su Ming's neck. It changed its move to the soul-cleaving sword form, its most powerful sword technique. The cross swords, wrapped in an unstoppable momentum, cut towards Su Ming. In that instant, Su Ming's eyes fiercely sharpened. A broken blade from the sword case on his back suddenly shot out. Whoosh! The tip of the dragon-inlaid broken sword, turning into a streak of fiery light, slashed at the skeleton's skull. The sound of the blade breaking through the air was crisp and pleasant. This sword pierced directly through the red-eyed sword skeleton's head, smashing its brain. Flames burst forth, igniting its headless neck in an instant. The flame damage was extremely high. Its health immediately dropped by a large margin. At the same time, a shadow overlapped within Su Ming's body, slashing fiercely, triggering the effect of the Shadow Sword set Shadow Slash. The shadow blade swept across the skeleton's body, reducing its health to less than 36%. The power of the original sword body was terrifyingly strong. Such elite monsters with high health and defense usually required one, even several teams to strike together to be defeated. Normally, it would take numerous professionals bombarding it with a plethora of skills to kill it, but Su Ming alone with just one or two skills could swiftly execute it. The damage he dealt alone was equivalent to 10 people. Such was the terrifying power of the 20-fold sword technique of the original sword body. Su Ming estimated in his heart that one more sword strike would completely suppress the skeleton, but this skeleton was incredibly tenacious. Having suffered heavily from Su Ming's 2 strikes, it still moved relentlessly. Its headless body maintained the posture of that last strike, charging at Su Ming. The soul-cleaving sword form was this skeleton's strongest skill. It crossed its swords, enveloping them with an unmatched ghostly sword aura, slashing towards Su Ming. Su Ming's head was right at the intersection of the crossed swords. Once the swords slashed past, Su Ming's fragile body would inevitably be decapitated, his life extinguished. Even if Su Ming could block the physical aspect of this strike, he couldn't withstand the deathly aura wrapped around it. Once touched, his skin would immediately rot, decay, attacking his heart. Thus, Su Ming exercised utmost caution against this strike. His eyes turned ice cold, and in that moment he sheathed his sword. He opened his arms and took a slow step back. This posture was almost like that of a man resigned to his fate. The next instant he activated the hidden god step. Whoosh! Suddenly his figure turned into a dark shadow, vanishing from the earth, including all traces of his presence, existence, and physical form, completely disappearing from the world of men. It was as if he had been blurred from the rules of the world, entering a state of no breath. Even as the enemy's attack truly pierced Su Ming's body at this moment, it could not harm even a single hair on him. This was because his movements were of a rule-level caliber, entering an unselectable state once activated. In that instant, no sense or detection method could perceive him. The red-eyed sword wraith's strongest strike passed directly through Su Ming's body without causing even a drop of his life value to fall. He remained unscathed, standing tall amidst the icy snowscape. The skeleton's eyes held a mix of shock and anger. Why had it not succeeded in its killing strike? It had clearly hit its mark, yet as a third-tier elite monster, how could it possibly understand a legendary skill? In the next moment, Su Ming activated his premium golden skill, Wind and Rain Assault. His furious sword, like raindrops, pummeled relentlessly. The red-eyed sword wraith, having used dual swords all its life, had never seen such ferocious sword momentum. It could only desperately counter with its dual sword techniques. However, its moves faced with Su Ming's extremely fast swordplay were like a lone boat in the sea, constantly shaken by the terrifying waves. With a splatter, whoosh, and a hum, the symphony of swords sang. Eventually, more and more wounds accumulated on its body. Su Ming's sword, enchanted with holy runes, forced it to kneel defeated. Its bones cracked, oozing rotten blood. It writhed, its bones clicking, seemingly trying to revive itself. It had to be said, this skeleton was truly an elite monster, reviving so swiftly. Su Ming estimated it wouldn't be more than 5 seconds before it could resurrect and continue the fight. However, with a final decisive thrust, Su Ming ended its hopes of revival and its pitiful fallen life with a sacred golden gleam. His sword pierced directly through its heart. Its eyes widened, the malicious red light fading. The skeleton's decaying body completely disintegrated into ash, erased in this instance. Su Ming waved his hand, and the dragon-inlaid sword returned to its sheath at his waist. The blade, suspended in midair, also spun back to him. The skeleton was dead, but its dual swords remained embedded in the ice and snow, one black and one white. Slaying the red-eyed sword wraith, elite monster, he gained 34,800 experience points, advanced to level 24 and received 10 free attribute points which Su Ming immediately added to his luck. His luck attribute now stood at 160, then he turned to the skeleton spoils of war. He gained Dual Sword Mastery Skill Scroll, Gold lower grade, X1 White Thin Sword, Platinum lower grade, Black Heavy Sword, Platinum lower grade. The skeleton spoils were quite substantial. Su Ming first picked up the scroll holding it in his hand, he then utilized the sublimation of all things, sublimation successful dual sword mastery, gold upper grade. When attacking enemies with dual swords, this could increase the attack speed of the dual swords. Su Ming immediately learned it, suddenly his mind filled with many basic maneuvers of dual swordsmanship. If dual sword mastery reached the platinum level, it would undergo a qualitative change, thus Su Ming was full of anticipation for the future growth of this skill. Then he picked up the two swords lying on the ground, one black, one white, the white as thin as ice, the black thick and heavy, one sword blade transparent appearing like crystal, the other dark as ink, weighty in hand. The two swords are vastly different in style. This is what makes the red-eyed sword wraith such a formidable elite monster. Its sword techniques are very unique. Its left and right hands wielding different swords execute moves that are alternately light and heavy, swift and slow. Battling it, Su Ming gained much. He directly refined these two swords which were heavily nicked and damaged from the combat. Without refinement they would have been nearly unusable. Refinement successful. The Shenbing sword, platinum medium grade, and the Maluo sword, platinum medium grade, had their wear repaired. Each has distinct characteristics. The Shenbing sword, with a blade of extremely high sharpness made of mysterious ice, contains a hint of the undead tribe's magical power. Affix Shenshue, this sword formed from mystical ice can instantly reassemble and restore its peak sharpness if watered down after wear or breakage. Affix Freezing Injury, with an ice enchantment it can instantly freeze wounds inflicted on enemies, blocking blood flow and causing necrosis. The Shenbing sword is very effective. The Maluo sword, forged from ink steel, is thick and powerful, easily capable of slicing through heavy armor. Shenxian, this sword's weight adds 781% blunt damage to enemies, and the Maluo sword itself is exceptionally sharp. Holding both swords, Su Ming felt as if they were extensions of his own limbs. Swinging them felt effortlessly smooth. With his dual sword mastery skill, he is now a true dual sword master. He stored both swords in his personal space. Then as Su Ming hurried towards the location of the superior platinum treasure chest, a fervent look appeared in his eyes. He was quite impatient. Reaching the frozen spot, he raised his hand and shook it. Whoosh! The Shenfeng sword on his back suddenly shot out, piercing the ground and shattering all the ice blocks. Soon he had dug out a deep pit, revealing the treasure chest within. Without hesitation, Su Ming used the universal refinement. Refinement successful. The appearance of the chest drastically changed, now embedded with various purple gems and made of material as clear as crystal. Scanning it, the Hanfeng sword wraith chest, quality diamond medium grade, implies that the items inside the chest are at least of diamond medium quality. Su Ming's strongest weapon, the dragon inlaid broken sword, is only of diamond lower grade. Rubbing his hands together, Su Ming prepared to open it immediately, but in the next instant a few murderous auras emanated from behind. Su Ming's eyes suddenly grew sharp. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, several waves of light shot towards him, striking from behind. Indeed, it was an ambush. There were rangers' arrows, mages' light waves, and warriors' sword lights, all colorful and full of deadly intent. Su Ming's gaze turned icy cold. Not bothering to look back, he knew that turning around would leave him with no time to dodge. His eyes quickly glanced at the ground. In that moment he used the reflection from the icy surface below to pinpoint the origins of the attacks. With a swift movement he dodged aside, his steps light and carefree, as if taking a leisurely stroll. He moved 10 meters to the side in an instant. All the attacks missed him and struck the diamond chest instead. Fortunately, the chest was sturdy and remained unscathed. Had it been a person standing there, they would have been riddled with holes. Su Ming sighed softly, realizing he was still a step too slow. He had intended to grab the chest and flee, to leave this place of trouble. As he turned around, his eyes filled with a piercing, killing intent. He saw several groups of people coming towards him in a formidable array, surrounding him completely. There were about a dozen or so people, at least from 5 different squads. On their faces hung smiles, but none bore good intentions. Su Ming's eyes flickered with a touch of solemnity. He hadn't expected that just as he was opening the chest these people would arrive. Fortunately, they hadn't appeared during his fight with the corpse of the twin swords, otherwise he would have been caught between humans and monsters, which would have been difficult to handle. It was also possible they had been lying in ambush all along. They had simply chosen to wait until he killed the monster guarding the chest before they showed themselves ready to reap the benefits. How shameless! By now, Su Ming's physical strength had significantly depleted. After all, he had just used the Hidden God Step. Legendary skills like the Hidden God Step and Killing God Slash, no matter how high his spiritual attributes, would drain most of his energy with a single use. Without sufficient levels and overall attributes, forcibly using such skills would lead to immense exhaustion. These skills were like bottomless pits. Su Ming took a deep breath, knowing that a fierce battle was imminent. Slowly, he placed his hand on the hilt of the dragon inlaid broken sword. He showed no intention of retreating even faced with so many opponents. Brother swordsman, you've fought hard enough, let us help you reap the rewards. Yes, look at how heavy this chest is, you're out of strength. You surely can't move it. Brother, retreat first, we'll handle this for you. The people said with light laughs. Everyone's eyes, filled with ill intentions, sparkled as they stared at Su Ming. This group was diverse, tall, short, male, female, handsome and ugly, but in their eyes there was a common look, greed, a desire inherent to all humans. Their eyes, gleaming with eagerness, seemed impatient to drive Su Ming away and seize the chest. However, they did not attack immediately, instead advising Su Ming to give up on his own. They also wanted to avoid a fight as much as possible. After all, to them Su Ming was a stranger, a man whose strength was completely hidden. They had no idea that Su Ming was only at the second level of cultivation, and every member of these small squads was no lower than the third level. After all, only those who were third level or higher would dare to enter a D-class dungeon. They treated Su Ming as if he were a formidable opponent, little knowing that his level was much lower than theirs. Su Ming's gaze was icy cold, showing no sign of leaving. He just stared coldly at everyone. Are you sure you want to rob me? Su Ming asked. The crowd merely smiled faintly upon hearing this. Brother swordsman, your strength is indeed formidable, we've seen it with our own eyes. But there are so many of us here, even if you grew 8 arms you couldn't beat us. A woman in red stepped forward, sneering. Another man, skinny and short with a particularly shrill voice, also stepped forward and said, that red-eyed skeleton, after killing so many monsters yet you managed to defeat it alone, which proves your strength. Someone as fierce as you, even if surrounded by over a dozen of us, could still take down one of us before dying. And none of us wants to be that unlucky one. In their words, there was a clear wariness towards Su Ming. Their earlier sneak attack had been easily dodged by him, meaning Su Ming was not completely out of energy and still had the strength to fight. This was why they had not attacked. We advise you to leave for your own good, the woman in red said earnestly as she stepped forward. After all, you must understand, even if you can take one of us down before you die, it doesn't mean you can survive. Once the fight starts, our chance of dying is 1 in 16, but for you, it's 100%, so we will not hesitate to bet. She stepped forward, her aura exploding, the red of her attire mesmerizing. She was a level 34 flame fist fighter with incredibly exaggerated attributes and a vast number of skills. Su Ming remained silent, looking around. This group had spontaneously decided to band together, encircle him and attempt to kill him for his loot. Human nature was indeed naked and raw. In the dungeon, killing was not illegal, making such actions quite common. Su Ming had seen this too many times. These people were mostly level 32 or above, each had very high attributes, each one's profession and skills were also different. Fighting against such a diverse group of enemies was the most dangerous, Su Ming knew very well. Alone, it was absolutely impossible for him to defeat and kill them all, but to carve out a bloody path was not impossible. A fierce light flashed in Su Ming's eyes as he pulled out a flask of liquor. Seeing this flask, everyone's expression tightened. Could it be some kind of potion that temporarily boosts cultivation level? Everyone be cautious, it seems he's determined to fight us to the bitter end. The atmosphere turned tense in an instant. At that moment, a man in a black robe in the crowd appeared, slightly startled. He looked at Su Ming with shock in his eyes. Wait a minute everyone, I discovered that this guy is only level 24. His words immediately sparked surprise among the crowd. This man's profession was a treasure hunter, capable of detecting an enemy's profession and level. Thus he had discerned Su Ming's level. Upon hearing this, the crowd was initially stunned, then several people burst into laughter. Ha, I thought he was some great master, so daring, but he's just a greenhorn, just level 24, so weak yet daring to enter a D-level dungeon. How novel. it seems he was just bluffing earlier. Perhaps even his solo defeat of the elite monster was due to some temporary attribute boosting secret potion. Such a rookie, we could squash him with a flick of our wrists. A few people sneered and made their move towards Su Ming. Su Ming's expression remained indifferent. He took a swig of his wine, feeling the intoxication surge. His sword energy did the same. A pyro fist fighter, a woman dressed in red named Zhuo Huang. Each of her hands was adorned with a red knuckle duster made of a special material that seemed to flow like fireworks. With a tremble of her hands, flames wrapped around her fists completely. She was the first to strike. Her flaming fists cast a red shadow, smashing towards Su Ming. Initially, when she had seen Su Ming's solo battle with the twin sword skeleton, she was wary of him. However, upon learning that Su Ming was only level 24, all her concerns evaporated. She resolutely chose to strike with full force. Su Ming's battle with the skeleton might have looked fierce, but perhaps the skeleton wasn't that strong after all. Maybe it was just a facade. Levels don't lie. As long as a treasure hunter does the probing, they can almost always figure it out. And equipment that hides data is extremely rare and precious, not something a third-tier character would casually use. Thus, she believed this was Su Ming's true level. With such a low level, she naturally had the confidence to easily overpower him. Being in her 20s and already a third tier, her talent was remarkable, naturally giving her confidence and pride. Thus, she had no fear. Behind her, several other job changers joined in the attack. Among these people, there was a burly warrior, a swordsman with a blade, and even an enchanter. He raised his hand and different elemental attributes attached themselves to everyone's weapons. These people, sharing Zhuo Hong's thoughts, were driven by a burning desire for the treasure chest, eagerly wanting to kill Su Ming for a share. Moreover, killing players also yielded substantial experience and loot, definitely more than killing wild monsters. With so many people here, the contents of that diamond chest might not be enough to share. So, killing Su Ming now for some experience was considered a great bonus. At any other time, you wouldn't find such a good opportunity to kill. No one wanted to miss out. Su Ming looked at this scene expressionless. He did not dodge. Instead, he tilted his head back and took another drink of his wine. He drained the last drops of wine from the pot, savoring the intoxicating buzz within his heart. At this moment, the world seemed to slow down in his eyes. Every movement around him became distinctly visible. Su Ming's swordsmanship surged in power in an instant. He had not yet drawn his sword, but he could feel it clearly. He slightly bowed, gripping the dragon-embellished broken sword at his waist, feeling the hilt tremble violently. The sword at his waist shook madly, causing Su Ming's hand to quiver intensely as well. It was as if he could not control the sword, as if the sword was trying to break free from the scabbard. Witnessing this, some in the crowd sneered. "What are you doing, not dodging or hiding? Boy, are you so scared that you're shaking? Brother, you can't even hold your sword steady. Better to abandon the treasure and save your life." They spoke, but their actions did not cease. They had no intention of sparing Su Ming. All attacks converged from every direction in a blink, surrounding him. Even though the attacks hadn't hit yet, the ice beneath Su Ming's feet had already started to crack. This was a super millennia-old glacier in the dungeon, extremely thick and embedded with countless skeletal remains of lost souls pinning them down, immobilized. One could imagine how sturdy the ice was. The fact that it was being shattered spoke volumes of the terrifying oppressive force of their attacks. Su Ming could feel a breath-halting sensation. This was the precursor to a deadly assault, a spontaneous bodily reaction. Every hair on his body stood on end. After all, he was facing a group of third-tier masters. Any random strike was more than Su Ming could bear. He was the typical high offense, low defense character. Even if his swordsmanship was powerful, defense was not his strong suit. However, his heart remained exceedingly calm. He always believed that the best defense was a good offense. If I can't withstand it, then I should not take any hits at all, he thought. Su Ming had heavily invested in agility for this very day. Moreover, why should his hand tremble? Everyone had guessed wrong. It was not due to fear that he shook, but because of the sword energy trembling. At this moment, his heart was filled with drunkenness, and a powerful sword energy was circulating above the blade, hidden within the sheath, waiting for the strike he would unleash. To brew this strike to perfection, Su Ming had been forcibly suppressing it, containing all the sword energy within, which was indeed the strongest way to release the instant sword draw slash. After charging up, it would reach its most terrifying power. Su Ming had never used the instant sword draw slash after charging up before, because there had never been an enemy worthy of it. Today he finally found a worthy opportunity. Su Ming's gaze was icy cold, his expression stoic, the trembling in his hands grew more intense. Meanwhile, the onslaught of attacks reached right before him, the distance to Su Ming's body now less than a meter, especially Zhuo Shuang's flaming double fists, which were almost smashing into Su Ming just a foot away from his face. Several strands of Su Ming's hair were turned to ash by the scorching wind of the punches, yet he remained motionless, eerily calm in the face of the siege from the crowd. His eyes stayed tranquil, betraying none of the chaos around him. His combat experience surpassed that of everyone present combined, allowing him to make the best judgments without swaying under emotional duress. It wasn't until Zhuo Chunhong's fist was an inch from Su Ming's face, until the double-axe warrior's spinning axe flew to within a meter of Su Ming's forehead, and until all attacks were striking dangerously close, that Su Ming finally moved. With a thunderous roar, terrifying currents of electricity flowed from his sword blade. In an instant, as he drew the dragon inlay broken sword, the blade from the scabbard on his back spun and flew, merging perfectly with the broken sword to form a complete long sword. The dragon inlay broken sword in its full state, its sharpness unmatched, capable of slicing through all platinum-level weapons. Brilliant blue currents exploded with a loud boom, entwining with blood-red sparks and the golden flames of the dragon inlay broken sword. The tricolored energies appeared terrifyingly formidable. Thunder boomed and flashed explosively. In that moment, Su Ming slashed horizontally. A long sword mark appeared in midair, or rather, it was a tangible sword sheath slashing diagonally in a crescent shape. It instantly crossed the field, streaking hundreds of meters. This sword sheath continued forward, piercing through several bodies. Zhuo Chunhong's torso was cleaved in half. A second ago, her eyes still held the joy of impending victory, but in the next instant she was utterly dumbfounded. Her entire body was diagonally split open by Su Ming. The dazzling thunderous sword she severely wounded her. Her eyes filled with disbelief, reflected intense pain, shattering her confidence and her life points. Her life points dropped to zero in an instant. Life swiftly drained from Zhuo Chunhong's eyes. I haven't lost, I am a third level. I can't die, she murmured, but soon her limp body fell to the ground. Fresh red blood stained the floor. She was slain instantly by that one sword strike. The sound of the sword rang out for 100 meters. Su Ming's strike was terrifying. After slaying Zhuo Chunhong, he didn't stop. Wrapped in the sword chi, he dashed dozens of meters. The tricolored thunderous sword chi in the air lasted several seconds before dissipating. The ground's icy surface now bore a long, deep melted ravine. The edges of the ravine were lined with pitch-black scorched marks from the electrical arcs. Everyone who had confronted Su Ming standing before him endured this sword strike. This sword strike killed at least 6 people. Blood surged toward the sky. Those around witnessing this scene were utterly shocked. This sword strike directly killed 2 people, Zhuo Chunhong and a distant enchanter, both instantly slain by one sword. The 2 men's eyes were fixed and unblinking, showing no sign of peace even in death. Their bodies collapsed to the ground completely severed. All their defensive gear proved futile against the attack. Those who survived were hardly in better shape. Wherever the sword chi touched, bones were exposed and blood spurted wildly. Such was the terrifying force of the sword chi, capable of penetrating numerous defenses. The berserker, among the strongest and most robust with the highest health, coughed up a large mouthful of blood as he was sent flying backward by the strike. The sword chi had pierced through his chest, shredding his lungs. Facing Su Ming's sword, even he was gravely injured. The swordsman who had charged at Su Ming was sliced in half, his torso separated from his lower body along with his sword and belt. Fortunately, he had a life-saving device that created a barrier, or he would have been dead too. He quickly took out an expensive instant healing potion, repaired his injuries, and narrowly avoided death. Otherwise his health would have dropped to zero instantly. Several others who attacked Su Ming also suffered various degrees of severe injuries. Only about 6 had engaged in the attack, with 10 others holding back. At that moment those few realized they had been foolish. The truly calm ones had been watching the whole scene unfold from the sidelines. The berserker's face contorted with anger as he suddenly turned to glare at the treasure hunter who had claimed that Su Ming was only level 24. Damn treasure hunter, you deceived us, he roared. How could his sword technique be merely second tier? The swordsman's eyes darkened with extreme chill, staring intensely at the treasure hunter. You dared to trick us into acting, I'll kill you. The dual-axe warrior, trembling with rage, slowly stepped towards the treasure hunter, looking ready to crush him. The treasure hunter, feeling his scalp tingle with dread, protested, I didn't lie to you. This player is called God of Slaughter, probably using some title instead of showing his real name. My skill level isn't high enough to see his class in specific details. I really didn't lie, he hurriedly explained. Being a non-combat profession, if targeted by the crowd he would surely meet a gruesome end. It's impossible. If he's only level 24, then explain the power of that sword technique. You've definitely deceived us, you just wanted to trick us into acting. The treasure hunter, on the verge of tears, could only tremble as he extended a hand. Brothers, I need to clarify one thing. Now, this guy has already leveled up to 26. As soon as these words were spoken, the crowd was shocked. Su Ming, having been attacked by them, had actually leveled up instead. He had slain 2 third-tier players, gaining a massive amount of experience and leveling up twice in the process. What the hell kind of logic is that? Just as you said, a second tier, after drinking a few sips of liquor, became so fierce. Regardless, you, the treasure hunter, are suspicious. We kill him first. The swordsman, his injuries just healed, was overwhelmed with rage as he drew his sword. With one decisive strike he killed the treasure hunter, severing his head. His actions were indeed resolute. The treasure hunter, being purely a support profession with very weak combat abilities, and unfortunately not carrying any life-saving gear, thus met his ultimate demise. After killing the treasure hunter, those who were severely injured by Su Ming spat viciously on his corpse. Cursed be, had we known, we would have never listened to this treasure hunter. He definitely deceived us, they said harshly while frantically gulping down healing potions. With the treasure hunter dead, there was no one left to argue his case. Su Ming watched them, his stance slightly swaying. Internal strife, is it? He said with a relaxed demeanor and a chuckle, though his steps were somewhat unsteady. It appeared as though he was truly drunk. His drink, bought with Ascension coins, was a lower-grade golden spirit with an extremely high alcohol content. A single sip could knock out a normal man instantly. As a class-changed individual with high physical attributes, ordinary alcohol could hardly intoxicate Su Ming, but having consumed an entire gourd of this potent liquor, he was quickly brought to a slightly tipsy state. This allowed him to swiftly activate his drunken sword stance skill. The others, who hadn't yet made their move, watched in shock and awe. This man is outrageously strong, they thought. His power must be at the peak of the 3rd tier, nearly 4th tier. To kill 2 third tiers with one sword strike and severely injure 4 more. We couldn't do that. Their faces grew solemn. Everyone be cautious. We must not underestimate him anymore. Let's strike together and completely suppress him, giving him no chance. They said in unison. Everyone's brows were furrowed, their eyes filled with great wariness. They now saw Su Ming in a new light. Despite Su Ming's strength, the lure of the diamond treasure chest was too great, and no one wanted to back down at this moment. All of them suddenly launched an attack on Su Ming. Over a dozen third-tier masters attacked at once. Those who had been severely wounded by Su Ming also recovered and joined in the assault. They wanted to regain their honor. This time, they learned their lesson and used their fastest moves, aiming to prevent Su Ming from gathering his strength. Regardless of the power of Su Ming's sword, they believed that he couldn't use it repeatedly in such a short span. Indeed, that was the case. As long as they didn't give him time to gather strength, Su Ming's sword drawing slash wouldn't be able to kill a 3rd tier in one strike, and at that instant a barrage of attacks engulfed him. He could no longer go on the offensive, he had to defend. Thus Su Ming opted to use his Furious Storm technique. Wild sword shadows flickered from his hand, forming a dense stream of blades in front of him, defending against most of the attacks. At the same time, countless sword energies slashed out. Under the drunken sword stance, all sword techniques had the chance to attach sword energy, greatly enhancing their power. Like raindrops, the flickering sword lights defended against many attacks, but Su Ming kept retreating step by step. It was unavoidable. There were too many enemies. The crowd gradually moved forward, surrounding him. Give up. Leave now, abandon the treasure chest, and we might spare your life. One person shouted. Friends, stop struggling in vain. We have so many people. You can't possibly win. Another jeered. They didn't understand Su Ming's persistence. Since you're seeking death, you can't blame us. Someone sneered mockingly. Watching this scene, Su Ming seemed to remember the past. In his previous life, at the edge of the death dungeon, he was cornered and killed by Zhang Tang and Ren Xiaoman, an image that surged back into his mind. Greed is inherent in human nature. In an unconstrained area like this dungeon, people immediately become extremely cruel. Everyone's attacks were fierce. A large group of third-stage experts with high cultivation levels. Su Ming, fighting across boundaries, awkwardly defended against the onslaught. His sword blade was quick to its peak. At the same time, he activated the spirit blade. From the scabbard on his back, the mysterious edged sword rose, levitating to strike down his enemies. With his left hand he drew the shadow flow. Long sword from the shadows, holding it in his left hand. Su Ming operated the swordsmanship with both hands. With mastery over dual swords, he could use both hands to simultaneously activate the gale and rain assault. The wild sword shadows danced chaotically in front of him. The mist in the air was cut into tiny pieces. Sword energy slashed wildly, injuring many. Simultaneously, Su Ming also took out the black and white swords from his personal space. Using the sword control technique, he wildly slashed at his enemies, controlling multiple weapons at the same time was too draining. Su Ming's stamina seemed to burn rapidly. The crowd gradually sustained injuries. Gritting their teeth, they looked at Su Ming with disbelief and anger in their eyes. They hadn't expected Su Ming to resist so stubbornly. Using offensive sword techniques for both attack and defense, it was a desperate fight to the death with them. From this, it seemed that before dying, Su Ming could not only take down one but possibly several, but at this point, there was no possibility of negotiation. Everyone exhausted their attacks on Su Ming. Pfft, swish, wounds began to appear on Su Ming's body. Skills penetrated his sword defense, hitting him. The enemy's attacks were too dense, and soon the attacks hit Su Ming. While using the Lingbo microstep to dodge, he also activated the gale and rain assault for defense, doing his best to hold on. But a second-stage practitioner ultimately has limits. Su Ming's health directly dropped to 50%. At the same time, he also reached the edge of the limit in the treasure chest area. If he retreated another 10 meters, he would leave the area where he could pick up the treasure chest. Su Ming didn't want to give up this treasure chest. This was his rightful reward for slaying the elite monster. These people were truly shameless. Rage surged in Su Ming's heart. In his eyes, a terrifying murderous intent emerged, sending a chill through everyone present. Judging by his gaze, he seemed to be at the end of his tether. Everyone give him the final strike. The intensity of the crowd's attacks suddenly escalated. Su Ming was forced to retreat step by step. At the same time, he could even feel an invisible force under his feet slowly dragging down his movements. Among the crowd, there was a mage specialized in restraint. This was a support combat skill known as Mudfoot technique, which could render one barely able to move. Su Ming's speed in performing the Lingbo Weibo was suddenly slowed. Then a dark red chain emerged from mid-air. The restraint chain, glowing with the brilliance of magic, it wound around Su Ming's arms, seeking to firmly bind him. Su Ming's sword swinging speed was immediately slowed. In order to survive, Su Ming had no choice but to immediately redirect his spiritual blade and Xin Feng sword back to defense. After all, there were too many opponents with attacks coming from all directions. Su Ming was forced into a defensive posture. Now he was severely low on energy. Fortunately, he still had 20 attribute points left. Having just leveled up twice, he gained these free attributes. It had to be admitted, killing players indeed yielded high experience points, even more than defeating a third-tier skeleton monster. Su Ming directly leveled up to 26. He immediately allocated these attributes to boost his spiritual power, slightly restoring some energy. This would allow him to use a few more skills, increasing his chances of survival. At the same time, Su Ming's proficiency with the sword draw instant slash also increased. Sword draw instant slash proficiency plus 21,187 inch, advancing to golden superior. Sword draw instant kill, golden superior. This time, a massive increase in proficiency directly elevated it from golden inferior to golden superior. The increase in proficiency of a skill actually correlates with how many enemies you have defeated with it. Su Ming had just used sword draw instant slash, hitting many people, all third tiers, using this skill to kill enemies beyond his own tier, causing high critical damage naturally resulted in a high increase in proficiency. Moreover, the Thundering Flow sword slash also advanced to golden superior. Because Su Ming's sword draw instant slash was mixed with the Thundering Flow sword slash, its power was so formidable. Thunder sword, golden superior. Su Ming's combat effectiveness had greatly increased. His expression cold, he gritted his teeth and swung his sword wildly. Gale through rain kill suddenly ascended to a higher realm. Torrential rain shattering phoenix sword, platinum inferior. Suddenly his sword moves became even more frenzied, the sword chi like dense and wild raindrops smashing out. A crescent-shaped pale white smoky sword chi continuously swept across the field. Many people sustained injuries, large and small. The penetrating power of the sword chi was too strong. The drunken sword technique was extremely powerful, allowing Su Ming's combat power to surge in a short period of time. While fighting, Su Ming also took the time to review his attributes, Su Ming bearing the title, God of Slaughter. Active titles: First Blood, King of Newcomers, level 26, 15/26000 XP, class, Sword God, mythical grade unique in the world, strength, 80 constitution, 80 agility, 240 spirit, 170 luck, 160 bloodline, eternal youth, A, self-healing factor, C, talents, sublimation of all things, original sword body, automatic cultivation skills, God of Slaughter's blade, full concealment, stealth step of the gods, insightful eye, dual sword mastery, drunken sword style, holy weapon. Enchantment, thunderous sword, instant sword draw, killed storm, rain, shattered phoenix sword, sword master, sword control, falling sword, tomb, spirit sword of the mind, ripple step. He had just recovered 20 points of mental energy, but it was merely a drop in the bucket. Su Ming estimated that he could not hold on much longer. He had to preserve the last bit of his mental energy to escape. Oh, how reluctant he was, but life is always the most important. A wave of anger surged in his heart and he memorized the faces of everyone present. One day he would seek his revenge. Just as Su Ming was about to give up on the treasure chest and flee in despair, his eyes suddenly sharpened. He saw a vague, blurred figure hundreds of meters behind him, extremely blurry, invisible if not for his insightful eye. The next moment a dim gray light mysteriously emerged and enveloped Su Ming completely. It was as if rain surrounded him, rendering his body intangible, and his breath vanished. Su Ming was slightly shocked. This stealth technique, it could make the target invisibly teleport away at the same time. It was an extremely costly and rare high-level skill. Someone was protecting him. After Su Ming became invisible, everyone suddenly lost their target. He could finally catch his breath. In fact, Su Ming's stealth step could also turn him invisible with even stronger effects, not only concealing him but also dodging all attacks. If he wanted to flee the battlefield, Su Ming had a way, but using the stealth step would drain his mental energy in an instant, which is why he was reluctant to use it to escape. He couldn't bear to abandon the treasure chest, that's why he was determined to keep fighting. Damn it, this guy disappeared. Some looked around frantically, launching wide-range attacks in their search, but none hit Su Ming. Covered by the invisibility spell and still moving, he instantly vanished from everyone's sight. Was this invisibility a skill or a magic item? This kid is too hard to kill. Or, did this guy have accomplices? Forget it, let's not worry about him. Let's grab the chest first. He must have been driven away by us. Brothers, it's every man for himself now. Meanwhile, someone in the shadows coldly smirked, having already taken advantage of the chaotic battlefield to sneak behind and reach the treasure chest. Some had already begun using skills to blast the ice and uncover the treasure. Damn it, taking advantage of us fighting that swordsman to sneak over and steal the treasure. Someone attacked and chaos ensued. The scene turned into a complete mess. Bright and powerful skills erupted and the combatants did not hold back, many sustaining serious injuries. Everyone stay calm. Someone realized that if things continued this way, a massive melee would erupt and many would perish, but with the chaos on the scene, no one could heed the warnings anymore. The allure of the diamond treasure chest was simply too strong. Infighting seemed an inevitable outcome. Everyone was using their full strength, mercilessly slaughtering each other. For the sake of the chest, no means were spared. Allies in one moment, deadly foes in the next. Su Ming stood invisibly at the edge of the range from which the chest could be picked, his eyes darkly observing the scene. He felt that any moment now he would be teleported away by his stealth technique, leaving this battlefield. The treasure chest, was he really about to let it go? His fists clenched in reluctance. Suddenly his eyes lit up and he swiftly pulled a scroll from his personal space. That's right, the holder of a treasure map has the absolute highest priority in claiming any chest. Though they were also within the range to pick the chest, they didn't have a treasure map and couldn't compete with him. As long as he stood in the area, he would have the highest priority to claim it. Su Ming had been surrounded and attacked by many earlier and had had no chance to use his treasure map. Now, under the protection of his invisibility, he could finally use the treasure map to forcibly claim the chest. He took out the treasure map and pinched it. In an instant, the treasure map transformed into a beam of blue light and dissipated. Like stardust, the blue light shot forth, shattering the icy surface atop the chest. The next moment, the chest flashed with a blue light. You have reached the location specified by the treasure map. Would you like to pick up the chest? Without hesitation, Su Ming clicked yes. In an instant, the chest vanished, directly entering Su Ming's personal space. At the same time he was teleported away, leaving only the bewildered crowd on the battlefield. Everyone was too busy fighting to notice, but each person's peripheral vision had been firmly fixed on that chest from start to finish. Thus, when the chest disappeared, it naturally caused a momentary freeze in the chaos. Many stopped there, fighting in shock. What's going on? How did the chest disappear? It's impossible, I was watching it the whole time. No one and nothing approached, a berserker said, his face ugly with shock. I had set up a formation near the chest, no one could get close. Who took it? A mage exclaimed. Stand out. Who was it? All the adventurers roared in anger at this moment. They began to suspect everyone standing beside them. At this moment everyone was an angry Azura, mercilessly slaughtering their brethren. Even members of the same team began to furiously fight each other, because at that moment the person standing next to you might just be the one who secretly took the chest. Everyone, furious, raised their weapons, attacking each other. As for Su Ming, he had already escaped far away. Suddenly a loud voice rang out among the crowd. Everyone stop, it must be someone with a treasure map who claimed it. Upon hearing this, a flicker of reason flashed in people's eyes. Yes, the treasure map has the highest priority in claiming. Well, that does make sense. The distance to the treasure map was much farther from us. Damn it, who was it? The rationality in everyone's eyes flickered only for a moment, then it instantly turned into a murderous greed. They looked around, their eyes flickering with a cold light as if trying to search the crowd for who had taken the treasure chest. The fighting continued. It might have been that swordsman known as the God of Killing. He might have picked up the map as he fled into hiding. But it's also possible he has it left and is among us right now. Or perhaps the holder of the treasure chest is among us at this moment. Regardless, we must fight until someone voluntarily surrenders the treasure chest. Kill. The scene was chaotic, everyone fighting ruthlessly. After today, less than half of those present remained alive. Su Ming was transported nearly 100 meters away by a hidden teleportation technique. In this instance, thick white fog was prevalent, obstructing visibility. Basically, one couldn't see anything beyond 50 meters. Thus, after Su Ming fled, he was essentially safe. He immediately activated the Lingbo Weibo technique and swiftly escaped, distancing himself from the battlefield. Turning his head back, he saw they were still fighting among themselves. Loud crashes and screams continuously sounded. Su Ming's expression was icy as he said in a low voice, "Good, continue fighting. Even if only half of you are left, I will seek revenge on each one of you." He clenched his fist tightly, stowing away all his swords. He had memorized the faces of everyone there. Meanwhile, his heart was filled with anticipation for the diamond treasure chest and a bit of curiosity. Who exactly had saved him? Su Ming ran several miles and finally came upon a young man beside a cold ice lake. He had messy short hair and wore a light blue long robe. In his right hand he held a black wooden staff of no low quality. Su Ming immediately scanned his information. Yumian race, half-elf, level 37, 0/300 XP, profession Mist, hidden mage, strength 47, constitution 50, agility 27, spirit 363, luck 82, talent magic affinity. His bloodline as a half-elf naturally endowed him with exceptional intelligence and a strong affinity for magic. Skills: hidden transmission, torrential rain, liquid ice transformation, waterfall drop, rain barrier, appearance disguise. Indeed, a half-elf, a child of both human and elf, not accepted by human society nor by the elves, considered impure blood. But this man was very clever. He had learned appearance disguise to hide the characteristic pointed ears of half-elves. Thus he could freely live in human society, except for someone like Su Ming, who possessed the eye of insight and could unreasonably detect all information. Others would find it difficult to see through his true race. No wonder he could use hidden transmission. This was a skill that could only be learned at the 4th tier. As he is a half-elf, he has the ability to learn skills exceptionally at the 3rd class advancement. Each race has a different skill tree. Compared to humans, elves have a much stronger capability in learning magic-related skills. Moreover, elves are naturally endowed with a higher limit of mental strength. When humans first awaken at level 1, their mental attribute limit is 10 points, while for elves it is 20 points. This difference highlights the magical talents of elves. "Why did you save me?" Su Ming asked calmly. Yumian slowly turned his head to look at Su Ming and extended a hand. "My name is Yumian," he said, his voice pleasant and deep. "This is the advantage of the elven race. As long as you have elven blood flowing in you, you naturally won't be ugly. Any elf is considered top tier in human aesthetics." However, this half-elf player named Yumian didn't possess the stereotypical elegance and nobility of elves. Instead, he exuded a decadent aura. His beard was unkempt, his hair messy, his mage robe was stained all over, and if one came closer, one could even smell a faint scent of alcohol on him. God of Slaughter. Summing shook hands with him and they exchanged names. Knowing each other's names allows for remote communication. Summing used a title instead, which had the same effect, God of Slaughter. The title was somewhat chilling. He smiled faintly and said, knowing that Summing was using a title, not his real name. Then, his expression turned serious. He looked intently at Summing, eyes sparkling, and said, I didn't save you for any particular reason. I have some friends who died at the hands of that elite dual-sword skeleton. You helped me avenge them, and... Yumian paused there. I led those people here to have them kill the elite skeleton. I put you in deep trouble. I bear great responsibility. Summing was slightly shocked by these words. This guy was indeed clever. He had previously announced in the World Channel that there was a treasure chest here guarded by an elite monster, advising people not to come. It was actually using people's contrarian psychology. If he had said there were no monsters, only a treasure chest, people would think it was a trap and dare not come. He had a firm grasp on human nature, by the way. I could also look for an opportunity to benefit as a bystander and take the treasure chest. A hint of coldness flashed in his eyes. As the saying goes, the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. This Yumian, he was the oriole. It was a plan that killed two birds with one stone. Looking at him, Summing felt a sense of wariness. This Yumian did not have any of the elf's temperament. Instead, he was like an ordinary decadent man. He must have experienced some story. I saw earlier that you have a treasure map. You have the highest loot priority, so I knew that if I could save you, you could also bring the treasure chest. Yumian's eyes narrowed, speaking like a person with deep schemes. Summing's expression remained calm and he made a decisive decision. He directly took out the diamond-grade treasure chest from his personal space. Ensuring one's own safety and survival is certainly acceptable, but without Yumian I wouldn't have been able to secure this treasure chest, thus he rightfully deserves a share. The hefty chest thudded onto the ground, its crystal-clear surface inlaid with various diamonds. Summing's actions were decisive, devoid of any hesitation or delay. To avenge when wronged, to repay kindness, such as Summing's nature. Without you, I couldn't have gotten this chest, so you may pick an item from it later, Summing said with a serious tone. You're not as shameless as other humans, Yumian commented with a calm expression, though he was inwardly sweating as he watched Summing's moves. For a moment, as he mentioned the chest, Summing suddenly raised his hand, making it hard not to mistake his intention as wanting to kill for the treasure. Fortunately, this swordmaster known as the God of Slaughter wasn't so evil. Yumian was relieved he hadn't misjudged. After all, he had seen Summing single-handedly slay a skeleton swordsman and fight valiantly against a group of attackers. His prowess was truly exceptional. Thus, Yumian didn't dare underestimate Summing's strength. Always on his guard, being a mage, close combat was his weakness. A sudden attack from Summing at this distance would be disastrous. Human, hearing you say that, brother, it's as if you're not human yourself, Summing teased, aware of Yumian's true race but not revealing it. Everyone has their secrets, and Yumian merely smiled in response. Then Summing's expression grew stern. No matter how many items are in the chest, you can only take one. After all, I did most of the work, he said gravely. In his past life, his openness had led to betrayal. Hence in this life he naturally prioritized his interests. Yumian nodded in agreement. It was fair after all. Summing had given him the privilege to choose first, a privilege more precious than other treasures. The diamond chest might only contain one diamond level item, with the rest being of platinum level. The gap in value between diamond and platinum was vast. Having the first pick, he was sure to take the most valuable item. All right, let's open the chest, he said. Summing promptly opened the chest. Diamond treasure chest opened. Melded chill alloy, a mid-quality diamond forging material, dragon slaying secret technique scroll, a low-quality diamond sword technique, and vampire potion, a high-quality platinum item. In total 3 items. Yumian frowned. Not a single item suited for a mage. The drop rate of items depended on each person's luck attribute. Due to Summing's high luck, the items were mostly suitable for his use. Summing watched him quietly, waiting for his choice. It seemed likely that he would choose the Ronghan alloy, a diamond-grade forging material. Weapons forged from it would at least be of diamond quality and might even reach the epic level. There's nothing here I can use, Yumian frowned deeply. After a moment of silence, he stepped back. I choose nothing. His words slightly startled Summing. To voluntarily give up a diamond-grade spoil of war? Could this person be mad? Are you sure you want nothing? Summing asked, his voice heavy. Though it lacks your professional gear and skill scrolls, Ronghan alloy is a fine material capable of crafting a diamond-grade staff. Upon hearing this, Yumian slightly shook his head. Brother Slayer, do you know how much it costs to commission someone to craft a diamond-level weapon? Summing's eyes flashed with realization. Right, he hadn't considered that. Summing, who had seized the wealth of the wanted criminal Ding Pan, was not short of money. He accumulated his assets by plundering other players. But for others, currencies like the Descendant coin and the Myriad Tribes coin were extremely precious. A third-tier person typically wielded only gold-level weapons. Those with platinum weapons were even rarer, and diamond-level weapons were exceedingly expensive. Yumian's equipment was poor, to say the least. He might not even have the money to forge. This half-elf, rejected by both humans and elves, was very destitute and decadent. Being third-tier didn't mean wealthy. It just meant he had worked hard at leveling up and was older than most. Ordinary blacksmiths couldn't even melt down such quality steel, much less decompose it. I would need a 4th or 5th tier blacksmith to successfully refine it. The cost would be at least 1 million Descendant coins or tens of thousands of Myriad Tribes coins. I can't afford it, he said with a bitter smile. Then you could sell it for a good price, Summing continued. But Yumian firmly shook his head, his mind seemingly made up. No. Then a spark flashed in his eyes. I owe you a favor instead. Hearing this, Summing was visibly shocked. A diamond-level item in exchange for a small favor. If word got out, others would surely think him a fool. Are you serious? Summing frowned deeply, his voice grave. Yes, Yumian nodded lightly. You're so young, probably not even 20 yet, you can hold your own against many third-tier masters. You must be a 10-star talent, right? Summing remained silent, not responding. In the future, your prospects are limitless. I believe you'll be worth more than a piece of diamond-grade metal. At this point, a touch of sorrow appeared in Yumian's eyes. It seemed as if he had something troubling him, something so burdensome that it made it hard for him to breathe. Only a stronger existence could help him with this matter, which was very important, pressing him to use every means to find hope. It even compelled him to give up a diamond-grade spoil of war. Summing grew infinitely curious. What exactly had this mysterious young man experienced in his past? His whole demeanor was decadent, and his eyes seemed filled with immense sadness. No wonder he reeked of alcohol. Since you insist, I have no choice but to accept. Suming's face was cold as he reluctantly took all the items from the treasure chests. Favors are neither light nor heavy, they are the strangest of things. They could be worthless junk or the most valuable treasures in the world. This Yumian is truly a born gambler, he kept insisting, and Suming could not persuade him otherwise. It's not like Suming could force the treasures back on him. He could only owe him a favor, taking all the treasures he couldn't possibly lose out. This was your choice, Suming said as he packed everything away. Then, with a curious expression, he asked, what use do you have for my favor? Yumian remained silent for a long time before slowly walking away. You will know in the future, brother of the slaughter god. We will meet again. Then he left, his figure disappearing into the misty phoenix fog, gradually fading away. Suming stood still, his gaze intense. This mysterious youth was unknown to him, but he knew their paths would cross again in the future. Despite his degenerate appearance, there was an inherent grace about him that Suming quite admired. He too quickly walked away in the opposite direction. After all, a few miles ahead was where the chaos of battle raged, and it was possible that some might flee to this location. Right now, Suming just wanted to sort out the treasures and had no desire to fight again. Most importantly, he hadn't recovered much of his strength. Reaching a glacial cave, Suming took some firewood from his personal space. He then stabbed the wood with a dragon-embedded broken sword to ignite it directly. He placed several large T-bone steaks on a grill to roast. With his current physical and strength attributes at 80 inches, stamina and energy consumption were nearly 8 times that of a normal person. After a major battle, he was incredibly hungry and naturally needed a substantial meal. While the beef was roasting, Suming took out the items from the 3 diamond treasure chests. He subconsciously wanted to use the sublimation of all things to upgrade them, but realized it wouldn't work. He then remembered that he had already sublimated the treasure chest itself, and items that had been indirectly sublimated once could no longer be sublimated again. First, he took out a potion, vampire potion, platinum superior, level restriction, 35 description, an extremely rare potion made of pure orange-red texture seeming to contain many liquid cells. It requires the collaboration of multiple experienced alchemists and wizards using ingredients like vampire essence, blood, menstrual blood, human blood, high-grade beast blood, and the rare herb 100 dry grass. Effects: after drinking within 1 hour you turn into a servant-level vampire, gaining the vampire race's innate talents: fear of sunlight beings, pale body and blood-sucking demon. Fear of sunlight beings, an innate talent of the vampire race. In this state direct sunlight would cause their bodies to combust and die, completely perishing. Pale body, the racial talent of the vampire clan, in which state their physical constitution, strength and agility attributes double. Blood draining demon, another racial talent of the vampire clan, allowing the vampire to draw blood from any living creature, rapidly heal any injuries, and with an extremely low probability steal a random skill from the opponent. Su Ming's eyes lit up. The vampire potion was incredibly potent. He had initially thought that the potion with its vampire-associated name would at most grant a blood-sucking effect to his attacks. However, he hadn't expected it to actually have the power to temporarily transform a person into a vampire. The true value of this potion was definitely far beyond mere platinum grade. If auctioned, it could easily match the value of diamond-level equipment. Vampires, among the myriad clans, they are an extremely powerful and ancient race, ranking at the forefront. They possess vast knowledge and formidable physical abilities. However, the race is notably small in number, their only flaw being their inability to reproduce normally. Instead, they transform living humans into servants using their vital blood, which is why their numbers are fewer than those of the undead, elves or orcs. To the common people, the vampire clan is shrouded in mystery to the extent that their very existence is often questioned. Many regard this race as mere legend. They generally live in seclusion among humans, elves and other major races, never venturing out during the day but only at night, seizing the opportunity to engage in bloodthirsty rampages. Su Ming remembered that in his city of Xianjing there had been numerous bloodthirsty murders over the years, eerily similar to the acts of vampires, yet the perpetrator had never been caught. Although Su Ming didn't know much about vampires, his vast experiences from a previous life gave him greater insight than most. At the very least, he knew that vampires were not fictional, but very real. This potion could temporarily transform a person into a servant-class vampire. Although it seemed like a low rank within the vampire hierarchy, the second rank, Su Ming knew it was still incredibly powerful. The formidable abilities expected of a vampire began at this level. Recalling his memories, Su Ming remembered a book he had seen in his past life, an internal document of the Dragon Country government that detailed information about various clans, including vampires. This clan was divided into several ranks, strictly hierarchical. The weakest were called newborns, meaning vampires who had just been transformed. If a newborn lacked talent, they could be very weak even compared to other newly transformed beings and would remain at the newborn level indefinitely. Newborns did not possess the ability to transform other beings and were considered the weakest of vampires. The second level was called servant. Servant vampires already possessed great physical strength, swift speed and healing abilities through bloodsucking. They could consume vital blood to transform beings into newborns. The third tier, known as the noble young master. Vampires at this level have begun to awaken the unique abilities inherent to their lineage. Some vampires can read emotions while others can teleport instantaneously. They can consume vital blood and transform living beings into their servants. These three tiers are considered among the ordinary ranks of vampires. However, the real spectacle begins afterwards. The elders, the long-lived, and the ancients, making up 6 tiers in total. Elders, as well as vampires of previous tiers, can only live for thousands or tens of thousands of years. No matter how much blood they consume, their bodies will eventually collapse and die. But starting from the long-lived, vampires can maintain eternal youth through blood consumption. Among them, the ancients are the most powerful, known as immortal beings. Ancients can transform others into long-lived, who can then transform others into elders. Elders can transform others into noble young masters, who can transform others into servants. This species operates on a system of lower-tier transformation. This means that the top-tier ancient vampires can regard all other vampires as their servants when transformed. Your body is filled and remodeled with vampire cells capable of curing all cancers, injuries and illnesses. Thus, possessing such a potion means that someone can, in an instant, recover from a near-death state to his prime. This is essentially a life-saving potion. Moreover, it only lasts for an hour, sparing one from eternally falling into a sun-fearing specter. This is truly an astonishing surprise. Someone carefully stored the potion in his personal space, ready to use it without hesitation should the day come. Vampires are among the most terrifying species, each one akin to a boss-like existence. They are ancient beings with many myths and legends about them circulating even before the day of awakening. Later Summing took out the alloy steel extremely heavy. This piece of steel had a very peculiar texture with intermingled and shimmering patterns of two colors, dark red like flowing lava and icy blue like ocean waves. The reflective interplay of these colors highlighted the extraordinary nature of this metal, which when held alternated between scorching heat and bone-chilling cold. Melded cold alloy forging material, diamond medium grade, a high-grade forging material only likely to be condensed at the center of a millennium glacier. Any equipment forged from it would undoubtedly be no less than diamond grade. Meld stone, weapons forged from this steel can inflict flame damage. Frost stone, weapons forged from this steel can inflict ice damage. Hidden effect, if forged by a highly experienced high-tier blacksmith, it might be possible to merge the two characteristics and forge a hidden trait. Summing's gaze grew intense. This steel was strong. He wondered if it could be fused with the dragon-inlaid broken sword. The effect would definitely be fierce, yet the thought of the cost made Summing wince in pain. Just a moment ago he felt rather wealthy, but the upcoming expenses were about to consume a significant portion of his funds. This was truly a case of Su-Ming not realizing the blessings he was living in. With his level 2 cultivation he was aiming to craft a diamond-level weapon, which naturally led to hefty expenses. For those at level 4 or 5, using diamond-level weapons was the norm, as the materials dropped by fierce beasts at that stage could easily cover such costs. Su-Ming, however, was spending beyond his means, which of course meant greater expenditures. He pocketed a piece of steel. Immediately after, he pulled out a skill scroll. On its ancient yellowed cover were 3 bold characters: Dragon Slaying Art. Su-Ming quickly scanned the scroll's information. Dragon Slaying Art, Sword Technique Scroll, Diamond Lower Grade, Level Restriction 40. With a dragon's whiskers fluttering, sorrow fills the human realm. I wield my heavy sword to suppress the evil bugs. Effects: a single sword strike carrying golden sword chi, inflicting high armor-piercing damage, extremely domineering power. Prefix: Dragon Stopper Force. When facing large monsters, this move's power increases. The larger the enemy, the greater the increase, up to a maximum of 1000%. Su-Ming's eyes widened with surprise. This sword technique even had a prefix effect. It was rare for skills to display prefix effects, generally seen only in equipment. Skills with prefixes were, without exception, terrifyingly powerful and exceptionally formidable. Su-Ming immediately crushed the scroll, mastering the skill completely. Suddenly, countless techniques flooded into his mind, which he grasped instantly. With his original sword body, he could break through the level restrictions and learn directly. I now possess a diamond-level active sword technique. This would be Su-Ming's strongest active sword technique to date. He stepped out of the icy cave, casually conjured a spirit blade, and sliced off a segment of the ice, forming an ice sword. Then, gripping the sword, he suddenly raised his hand and slashed down. Swish, boom, a tremendously heavy sound erupted, shaking the heavens. A dense fog filled the sky, settling a few inches lower with that single slash. A terrifying golden sword chi burst forth from in front of him, swirling into a majestic semicircular golden radiance that covered a radius of several tens of meters. The sword chi was scorchingly hot, evaporating much of the dense fog around it. After a long while it finally dissipated. Su-Ming looked intently and saw that the ice sword in his hand, unable to withstand the overpowering sword chi, had shattered and melted into water. Terrifying. Too terrifying. With this sword, I might truly be able to slay dragons with ease, he murmured. At that moment, he smelled a delicious aroma. His T-bone steak was ready. He quickly returned to the cave and scanned it. Grilled T-bone steak, medium rare, bronze lower grade, crispy on the outside, juicy on the inside, a supreme delicacy. Containing twice the protein of regular beef, enough to replenish the energy a normal person needs in a day. After consumption, it increases strength by 10 points for 10 minutes. Effects from similar foods do not stack. Su-Ming blinked in surprise, not expecting it to be grated. This was just an ordinary piece of steak, and yet he managed to grill it into a delicacy of the lowest bronze level. It seems his culinary skills were improving by the day. Most importantly, he had grilled 8 such steaks, enough to replenish his energy for the day. He only used basic seasonings like cumin, chili powder and coarse salt, but these were enough to create such deliciousness. This was undoubtedly due to his precise control over the heat. Many people believe that brushing oil on the meat is necessary to lock in the juices, otherwise it would be too dry. However, Summing was extremely experienced. He used a slow roast to crisp the exterior, trapping the juices inside, almost stewing the meat in its own fluids. The natural fat from the meat also helped seal in these juices, making brushing oil actually unnecessary. With this almost natural cooking method, Summing could make any ingredient delicious, never compromising his palate. He devoured the steaks, quickly restoring his energy to its peak. Later, Summing took out some equipment. Previously, he had slain two third-tier players. One was a flame fist fighter Zhuo Shuhuang and the other was a male enchanter. Both had been swiftly killed by Summing's charged sword strike. He had acquired all their belongings and even leveled up twice, reaching level 26. It wasn't Summing's fault, they had brought it upon themselves. The male enchanter didn't seem wealthy, but Zhuo Shuhuang was indeed valuable. This woman had a slender figure and a somewhat enchanting face, and it was unclear how she had acquired her wealth, perhaps through unsavory means. But none of that mattered to Summing. Once their belongings were in his possession, they were his. Her pair of fist weapons were of platinum grade. No wonder they looked like flowing flames, extraordinarily dazzling. Summing took out all their belongings and laid them in front of him, using this sublimation of all things to upgrade them. Success, success, success. The delightful sound made Summing grin involuntarily. The value of these items had increased manifold. Selling them would surely bring in millions of Ascension coins. Although these two weren't professional robbers like Ding Pan, they were still third-tier players and likely did not always conduct themselves honorably. Their possessions, though slightly less than Ding Pan's, were still quite impressive. Summing sorted through them and picked out a few of the better spoils, including the Flame Flow Knuckles, diamond grade, which required mastery in fist techniques to use. This powerful pair of knuckles, forged from pure flames in various materials, could convert all fist attacks into fire damage, a truly formidable weapon. Suffix Flame Flow. All your flame attacks gain significant enhancements in range and power. The flame gauntlets, upgraded from their previous state, have become a diamond grade equipment. This effect is potent, transforming every martial arts punch into a fire attribute attack, effectively converting physical strikes into searing assaults. This allows it to break through most armor defenses. Take for instance the dual sword skeleton. Its swords are furiously powerful, striking relentlessly and capable of dismantling and blocking many of Su Ming's sword moves, rendering most of the player's attacks ineffective. However, with the effect of these knuckles, things would be different. Transforming physical attacks into flame attacks would directly break through the dual sword skeleton's sword blocks. For example, Su Ming's swordsmanship depends on the sharpness to determine whether it can cut through the enemy's armor or bones, but if the sword damage is converted into fire, there's no need to worry about the sharpness of the blade, as all the power of the swing will transform into high heat to scorch the enemy. The greater your attack power, the higher and more ferocious the temperature of the flame you condense. No matter how fast the sword blocks, it can't stop the pervasive flames. This weapon is truly powerful. Unfortunately, Su Ming can't use it. There are restrictions. Only martial artists specializing in fist techniques can equip it. Sword techniques cannot be converted, only fist skills. Thus, Su Ming can only hypothesize to demonstrate the strength of these gauntlets. He could either dismantle them into materials or sell them. After all, this is a diamond grade gauntlet. In the market, it could easily sell for 8 million advent coins, even up to 10 million. But Su Ming is more inclined to exchange it directly for 1 clan coins, likely fetching about 700,000 to 800,000. 1 clan coins are more precious and versatile. Indeed, the Advent Coin Store is a convenient shop, its offerings plentiful, but compared to the 1 clan store, it falls short. The 1 clan store can purchase everything, bloodlines, talents and more, almost exclusively available at the 1 clan store. In the Advent store, under normal circumstances, you can only buy daily necessities, healing potions, food, sports cars, houses, and some ordinary equipment. Of course, the Advent store occasionally hosts large-scale auctions. The Advent auction, held once every 3 months, is a major human race trading event. It features items put up for sale by players, providing some scarce items in an unconventional way. It supports transactions in Advent coins and, of course, 1 clan coins. However, these auctions at the Advent store aren't held every day. Moreover, even during the auctions hosted by the Advent store, many scarce items still only support transactions in 1 clan coins. Thus, compared to the 1 clan mall, the Advent store still seems like a small shop. Theoretically, Advent coins can be exchanged for 1 clan coins at a rate of 10 to 1, but in reality, it is difficult to find someone willing to make the exchange. After all, the Wanzhou currency has stronger liquidity and is rarer. The Descent coin, on the other hand, only circulates among the human race, therefore exchanging them is quite difficult. The best option is to sell rare equipment directly in exchange for Wanzhou coins. If I were to list this pair of gauntlets on the exchange for 700,000 Wanzhou coins, it seems a bit low. But at a price of 1 million Wanzu coins it might be too high and there's no guarantee someone will buy it, potentially leading to a prolonged inability to sell. Su Ming fell into deep thought. He urgently needed money and couldn't afford delays. He needed to sell quickly, but if the selling price was too low he felt he would be at a loss. Yet there seemed to be only one way that was neither a loss nor slow. It was to participate in an auction. Auctions operate on a bidding system where the highest bidder wins, thus an item can almost certainly sell for its maximum value provided that the item is of high enough quality. Moreover, the speed of the sale is also very fast. After making up his mind, Su Ming put away the gauntlets. He planned to retrieve this epic item from the instance and then return to Blue Star to participate in an auction. Besides these gauntlets, he had also upgraded many other pieces of equipment that could sell for a high price. All were spoils of war from the deceased. Once sold, they would definitely make Su Ming wealthy enough to not worry about money for a while. Suddenly the cave shook. Several huge skeletal monsters appeared at the entrance. Their lower jaws made a gnashing sound as if they couldn't wait to rush in and slaughter. It seemed they were attracted by the scent of charred beef from miles away. Perfect, it was also time for me to level up. With a calm smile, Su Ming drew his weapon.